Upon the towering snow-capped peaks, the wind howled like a banshee driving icy flakes like daggers into the frozen earth. A voice echoed from the depths of a small cave. "You fool. Did you really think you could escape this encirclement? Where did you hide the artifact?" A man with disheveled hair gasped for air, groans of agony escaping his lips. Yet he looked up with a defiant smirk. "Idiot. If you were me, would you spill your guts?" Despite his grievous injuries, he refused to kneel even though his left arm had been cleanly severed in two. Faced with such arrogance, the hooded leader gritted his teeth in fury. "Enough still acting tough, you arrogant bastard." The subordinate beside him intervened quickly. "Forget it. Contact the main squad first." He immediately pulled out a communication spirit stone. "We captured the Jack Draker. Please confirm our coordinates." A voice crackled back. "Coordinates received. We are en route." Message sent. He turned his cold gaze back to the Jack Draker. "Impressive. To think you survived this long with a severed arm. But tell me, why are the Jack Draker and the Emperor chasing the same artifact?" The lackey sneered. "What other reason could there be? He just wants to piss us off. We haven't slept in days because of him. Before the main unit gets here, shouldn't we let him taste the hell we've been through?" Hearing this, the Jack Draker's eyes turned razor sharp. A dark plan was brewing in the depths of his mind. Meanwhile, the hunters jeered. "Get ready, Jack Draker. We won't stop until you beg for the sweet release of death. Now who gets the first cut? We're short on time." They decided to let fate choose. A coin was flicked high into the air, spinning before beginning its descent. The hooded man laughed coldly. "Heads, I go first." But little did they know fate had a twist they never saw coming. Seizing their moment of distraction, the Jack Draker did the unthinkable. He bit into his severed hand and jammed it back onto his arm. His mind roared, "There is no way I am lying down to die." This felt like the tragic backstory of an awakening Manhwa. The first failure of the Jack Draker family was Jack Draker, born into a legendary dragon-slaying lineage, but unable to manifest a single drop of aura. I couldn't awaken. My path to knighthood was shattered. Treated like trash and exiled from my own home, I did whatever it took to gain power and survive. Someone once said, if you only chase power, you gain nothing. What a load of crap. At that exact moment, the coin hit the ground. The hooded leader shouted in excitement, "Perfect, it's heads!" But his joy was cut short along with his head flying from his shoulders. Death arrived in a heartbeat. Only the strong have the right to speak. The Jack Draker had risen, decapitating his enemy with a gaze as sharp as his blade. The weak are crushed and stripped of everything. That is the only absolute truth of this world. Adrenaline faded, leaving him gasping. Blood still oozed from his reattached arm, but danger still lurked. Just as two fell, the rest of the pack descended upon him. The Jack Draker was now encircled by a sea of enemies. Escape was impossible. Whispers of horror rippled through the crowd. Did he just reattach a severed limb? What a monster. Disgusting. Kill him, cut off his head. Yet he showed no fear. His glare pierced through them. Let's see who hits the ground first. Instantly the mob surged forward. A storm of attacks rained down, backing the wounded ghost into a corner. Who knows how much time passed, or how many fell by his hand. Standing atop a mountain of corpses, his strength finally gave out. Cold steel pierced his back pain, exploding through his body. The air was thick, suffocatingly red with the metallic stench of blood. He cursed weakly. Damn bastards, getting in a cheap shot. Coughing up blood, he looked at his crimson-soaked hands. So this is the end. I couldn't get my revenge. But I stole the artifact the Emperor craved. At least I took something from them. With trembling hands, he pulled out a statue pulsing with light. I'm sorry, Alicia. In his final desperation, his blood dripped onto the relic. It flared with blinding brilliance. A system voice rang out. Your indomitable will has awakened an ancient power. The soul of the ancient dragon shall be engraved upon this unyielding spirit. Emergency protocol initiated. Jack Draker, do you accept? He stared, bewildered. Was this a deathbed hallucination, hearing such nonsense at the very end? But the voice persisted. Do you accept? Shut up, do whatever you want. Consent confirmed. Irreversible power transfer initiating. Countdown start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Darkness faded. He awoke not in hell, but in a shockingly familiar place, trapped inside a tiny body. He muttered, Did I go back in time? It was impossible. The phantom pain of the sword through his gut was still hauntingly real. Wait, I know this place. This is the cradle. The training headquarters of the Dragonslayer family house Jack Draker. House Jack Draker, one of the 3 great transcendental families. Descendants of Terrican Draker, the legendary hero who saved the continent by slaying the evil dragon 1,000 years ago. Perhaps due to that dragon-slaying blood, every child born to the Jack Draker name is gifted with the talent to control aura. They all easily awaken high-tier aura and become esteemed knights. All of them except for one exception. Except for me. Just as he was processing the miracle of being alive, the mechanical voice returned. Management system rebooting. Jack Draker bolted upright, heart pounding. Did I hear that right? The voice continued. Awakener soul confirmed. Synchronization at 100%. The chosen soul has merged with the will of the ancient dragon. Fusion complete. You have been granted partial system administrator privileges. Greetings, user. Activate status window. Suddenly, holographic screens filled his vision. He gasped. It looks just like video recording magic. Is this the artifact's power open status window? Screen low-level administrator window. Name Jack Draker. Class healer. Rank rare. It seemed he was now the protagonist of a system manhwa. Title 1. Blessed by the ancient dragon. Skills healing meditation. Vitality recovery. Heightened senses. Active skill precision. Stab rank E apprentice. Apprentice rank E/. Apprentice rank D fatal strike. Dragon arts. Locked 10 points needed to unlock. Karma points 0. Jack Draker stared at the floating text, a storm of confusion brewing in his eyes. Curiosity took over. He reached out to the glowing interface. What the hell? It felt solid to the touch, yet it hovered in the air like high-level magic from a video game. And look at these stats. The ultra-rare healer class Title 1 blessed by the ancient dragon. Skills healing serenity, vitality recovery, and heightened senses. Dragon tongue. Nobody speaks that in this era. I remember my master once said the ancients categorized themselves into classes based on their innate potential. Each class possesses signature techniques known as skills. Since I'm a healer, my destiny is bound to the art of restoration. God, after I awakened in my past life, that old hag trained me within an inch of my life. Her logic, you're a healer, you can't die. So she beat me, I healed, and she beat me again. An endless loop of torture. But according to this status window, I'm already a healer. Let's test this theory. Without hesitation, he channeled mana to heal his own body. A brilliant aura exploded from his hands. In my previous life, I didn't become a healer until my 20s, right after unlocking my mana haul. That means at this current age, I should still be a useless trash, a nameless nobody capable of absolutely nothing. Jack closed his eyes, feeling the energy flow. His eyes snapped open in shock. I knew it. My mana haul rank E is already open. I understand now. My body is young, but I've returned to the past with all my old skills and memories intact. Compared to my former self, I am infinitely superior. But to dominate this second chance, I need to know exactly what I'm working with. Suddenly a voice pierced through the door. Young master, may I enter? Jack jumped out of his skin, frantically waving his hands to hide the damn system window. The voice outside turned cold. Pretending you're not there is useless, sir. Jack panicked. Damn it, how do I turn this off? I haven't even finished reading. Before he could figure it out, the door swung open. I'm coming in. Saint-Cyr would wait, Jack screamed, but the servant marched in like he owned the place. The attendant glared at Jack Draker, his voice dripping with ice. I can't believe you're still not ready. What exactly goes through that head of yours? Jack laughed nervously, sweat beading on his forehead. Ready for what inside? However, he let out a breath of relief. Thank God. He can't see the window. But the servant scoffed at Jack's cluelessness. Are you serious right now? A shiver of primal fear ran down the young master's spine. I forgot how terrified I used to be of this guy. Even with a 32-year-old soul, the trauma is etched into my very DNA. Suddenly, ding system alert skill. Serenity activated. Instantly, the crushing anxiety evaporated like mist. Serenity. The user's mental state remains unshakable in any environment. Absolute calm is maintained. Jack blinked. This is a skill 2 automatic activation. Now, that is a cheat code. The servant's lecture droned on. I have told you 1,000 times today is a monumental event. Are you even listening to me? Young Master Jack replied with an eerie calmness. Of course. You mean the Panon evaluation, right? Every member of the Jack Draker bloodline must survive the brutal training system known as the Cradle. It begins at age 7. For the first 5 years, they endure hellish basic training designed to break the weak. Every year, instructors grade students through ruthless swordsmanship duels and no-holds-barred combat. Usually matches are assigned, but students can choose their own prey if both sides agree. Since there are no rules, the arena floor is often stained with blood. Grave injuries are common, and death is just a part of the curriculum. This isn't just a fight, it's a sorting mechanism. These battles determine which class hierarchy the students will fall into at the academy. The children have no choice but to fight for their lives. The scene shifts to a colossal coliseum, towering walls surrounding a grandstand packed with spectators. Down in the center of the arena, a man's voice boomed like thunder. As you all know, today is the Panon tournament. I trust you understand that this is the final stage of your evaluation, correct? A roar of affirmation erupted from the students. Yes, sir. The head instructor, PM, a tall man with sharp features and slicked-back brown hair, smiled with authority. Good. Your spirit is blazing. Then let the carnage begin immediately. Prepare yourselves. As the students radiated killing intent, one boy in the crowd spotted Jack and did a double take. He nudged his friend, whispering with disdain. Look, that trash actually showed up. After the humiliation he suffered last year, holy crap. If I were him, I would have vanished from the face of the earth. How does a loser like that carry the direct bloodline? Pathetic. Jack heard every venomous word. But these fools had no idea. The pathetic boy from a year ago was gone, replaced by the protagonist of this awakening Manhwa. Just you wait, Jack thought. The instructor's voice cut through the tension. Got front and center. Two students stepped onto the stage. PM raised his hand. Ready. Fight. The two students collided instantly. A lightning-fast punch flew out, followed by a bone-crushing kick. The match was over in a heartbeat. One side left their guard down a rookie mistake. It ended in under a minute. Jack watched from the sidelines, yawning. Boring. Got is unable to continue. Aaron wins. Up in the stands, Jack rested his chin on his hand, looking like he'd rather be literally anywhere else. He stifled another yawn. I used to be terrified of these kids. Looking at them now. They're nothing but insects. He was completely oblivious to the predator watching him from the opposite side. After a tedious wait, the moment finally arrived. It was Jack's turn to enter the slaughter. His opponent, Leon, the very boy who had been glaring daggers at him since the start. While Jack looked like he just woke up from a nap, Leon was vibrating with bloodlust, eager to crush him. The instructor shouted, Jack, Leon, are you ready? Their voices overlapped, one bored, one manic. Yes. Jack rubbed his sleepy eyes. Leon again. Seriously. Across the arena. Leon smirked, his face twisted in arrogance. Look at you. Back for another beating. Did I not break you enough last year? Hearing those words, the memory of pain flashed in his mind. Jack just shrugged internally. Yeah, whatever. But the body remembers. Last year, Jack had suffered a crushing defeat, kneeling in the dirt, begging Leon for his miserable life. He was treated like a parasite. But today, the hierarchy was about to be rewritten. He must have been running his mouth behind my back, spouting garbage about how I need to survive some filthy trials to become a true Dragonslayer. How is a piece of trash like that even related to me? Jack Draker smirked, his eyes cold with disdain as he looked at Leon. Why is this monkey part of my bloodline? In my past life, the 4 direct descendants never even crossed paths. However, I had over a dozen cousins, and every single one of them was ready to trample me into the dirt. Leon suddenly barked out, I have to hand it to you, Jack Draker. You've got guts crawling back here after getting beaten to a pulp last time. Or maybe you just couldn't learn your lesson because you're too incompetent, Jack Draker replied with a face as calm as a still lake. It's been ages since I had to listen to this brat's idiotic insults. He continued aloud, Yeah, keep barking and see what happens to my mercy. Rage flared in Leon's eyes as he stomped forward, grabbing Jack Draker by the hair and screaming, What are you gonna do now, you low-life coward? Wham! A thunderous strike exploded, sending Leon flying backward like a ragdoll. System alert skill, critical hit, rank D, activated critical damage dealt, potential backlash if missed. It was a classic leveling Manhwa mechanic in action. Leon clutched his face, howling, Ah, my face, my face. Even Jack Draker was stunned by the raw output of his power. He only intended to knock him unconscious, but the skill triggered on its own. I can't fully control this power yet. Jack Draker raised his hand, feeling the energy surging through his veins. He had struck before the match even officially began. Leon scrambled up like a wounded beast, blood streaming down his face, eyes burning with hatred. The judges in the stands erupted into whispers at this shocking turn of events. Jack Draker replied coldly, Who waits for a starter pistol on a real battlefield? First to strike, first to win. But the look in his eyes, it sent a chill down Instructor Pan's spine. The instructor's eyes widened in terror, sensing the overwhelming bloodlust radiating from Jack Draker. Leon, trembling, managed to stutter, I'm fine, sir. Instructor Pan glanced back at Leon, seeing the fear masked by pride. Please, begin the match. Leon gritted his teeth, eyes bloodshot with fury, screaming, I'm going to kill you, you lowborn mongrel. Jack Draker didn't flinch, his gaze mocking. I think you're the one too stupid to learn a single lesson here. The duel officially began. Leon charged like a gale-force wind. Jack Draker stood like an immovable mountain. That last punch instilled fear in Leon, but he forced himself to focus, sharpening his guard. Leon was hyper-focused on countering Jack Draker's left hand. I was scared of that punch, but the actual impact wasn't lethal. If I just keep my guard up, he's no longer a threat. The only danger is that left-hand counter. It's too predictable. When Jack Draker threw the punch exactly as Leon predicted, Leon instantly ducked to evade. Simultaneously, Leon grabbed Jack Draker's legs, locking his other arm behind to slam him down. Die, you piece of trash! But then, the impossible happened. The one hitting the ground wasn't Jack Draker, it was Leon. Instructor Pan stared at Jack Draker dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? Is this really the combat sense of a 12-year-old? The moment Leon dodged the counter and went for the takedown. I thought victory was his, but Jack Draker uppercut Leon's chin and broke the grapple in one fluid motion. Leon let his guard down, thinking he had won, but Jack Draker. He remained ice cold, even when his counter failed. The focus and precision needed to deal such effective damage. Is this really the Jack Draker I knew? Flattened against the ground, Leon finally felt it, the massive chasm between him and Jack Draker. Not just in strength, but in cold-blooded tactics. I need to create distance, but Jack Draker was relentless. Stomping hard on Leon's leg, Leon collapsed, cursing in agony. What the hell, he looked so small, so where is this monstrous strength coming from? Leon was fuming. You weak little brat, how dare you? But Jack Draker had fully attuned to his power, now radiating absolute confidence. System alert, keen senses activated. Sensory perception temporarily boosted. For Jack Draker, Leon's punch moved in slow motion. He dodged effortlessly, a thrill rising in his chest. I'm finally getting the hang of controlling this energy. He grabbed Leon's arm and slammed him backward with brutal force. Time to put an end to this farce. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the arena, kicking up a storm of dust. The crowd couldn't see a thing as the smoke swallowed them whole. As the dust settled, the spectators dropped their jaws in horror. But Jack Draker wasn't done. Skill, precision, strike, activated. This attack targeted vital points for fatal damage. He lunged at Leon, seizing him by the throat and pinning him down. Channeling that terrifying power, Jack Draker delivered the final critical blow. Adrenaline pumping, Jack Draker roared. Even a moron like you should have learned a lesson by now, right? The other students looked at Jack Draker with pure terror. The match was over. Jack Draker stood up, issuing a cold warning. Try anything stupid again and see what happens. He swept his hair back, smirking. My head feels much clearer after working up a sweat. Now, I can finally recognize the faces in this crowd. He scanned the audience and waved a hand in blatant provocation. What the hell are you looking at? If you've got a problem, get down here. I'll take on all of you at once. Responding to his taunt, a boy with reddish-brown hair spoke up with supreme arrogance. Jack Draker, I choose you as my opponent. I have an opinion on that one-on-one idea. Hearing that voice, Jack Draker locked eyes with him. It was Jackson Vicks, another one of his beloved cousins. Jack Draker accepted without hesitation. Fine by me. But fighting just you is boring. Liam Stone. You get down here too. Jack Draker stared intensely at the burly guy standing right behind Jackson, his loyal lackey. I think adding him makes it a fair fight, don't you? Jack Draker flashed a smile full of disdain, causing Jackson to grind his teeth loud enough to hear. Do you dare insult me? He hissed. Jack Draker responded with an exaggerated, innocent face. You moron, he chirped playfully. Which only poured oil on Jackson's blazing rage. Jackson thought darkly, I'm going to beat you to death, Jack Draker. The two of them stepped into the arena. Before the chaos could erupt, head instructor Pan nervously warned, Jack Draker, do not do anything until I give the signal. Yeah. Jack Draker nodded dismissively, his focus entirely on the giant standing before him. It's interesting to see him here again. The future mercenary King Liam. Even in my past life as Jackson's servant, he was part of the Academy's elite cradle. But because he was a distant relative, he was left behind in his education. A tragic waste of talent in this awakening Manhwa world. He begged to be accepted into the elite Valhalla Academy, only to end up in a no-name knight order of a tiny kingdom called Baron. But when Baron fell, he was cast into the fires of a chaotic era, reborn as a mercenary. Power attracts followers like moths to a flame. From the ashes of war, he rose as a legendary knight, forging his own destiny, the Stone Mercenary Corps. He united the three great mercenary alliances under one banner, earning a title that struck fear into the hearts of men, the Mercenary King. Liam's Stone Army joined the Great Continental War, hired by the Empire itself. In a past life, Jack Draker stood against Liam as a bitter enemy. But in this awakening Manhwa timeline, fate might deal a different hand. Jack Draker was lost in these memories, completely missing the referee's signal. The duel had already begun. Jackson Vick launched a lightning-fast blitz. His punch tore through the air with a sonic boom, but to Jack Draker, it was moving in slow motion. Thud! Jack Draker caught the devastating blow with a single hand. I told you two to come at me together, Jack Draker said coldly, a terrifying murderous aura exploding from his body. Cold sweat trickled down Jackson's spine. Humiliated, he roared, You think I'm just standing here waiting for permission with those cheap tricks? Jackson pivoted, unleashing a lethal high kick aimed straight for Jack Draker's temple. But instead of impact, a jolt of agonizing pain shot straight to his brain. He had kicked a wall of bone. Jack Draker had casually raised his elbow to block. "You might want to aim better next time," Jack Draker taunted. Jackson was paralyzed by the shock. Seizing the opening while Jackson nursed his shattered shin, Jack Draker moved in to pay his respects. Eyes on the prize. Jack Draker smirked, his fist clenching with kinetic energy. Jackson desperately raised his guard, but he fell right into the trap. It was a feint. "You're trembling a bit too much there, buddy." He couldn't even distinguish the fake from the real. "That's why I said bring backup. You're not enough to entertain me alone." Jack Draker stomped on Jackson's knee, breaking his balance. In one fluid motion, he pivoted and drove a fist into the guy's ribs. The impact forced a fountain of blood from Jackson's mouth. Watching his opponent cough up his insides, Jack Draker scoffed. "Ha, see, too weak." Realizing the gap in their power was an abyss, Jackson screamed for his heavy hitter. "Liam, kill this bastard." Finally facing the future, mercenary king. Jack Draker dropped the arrogance. "He's just a 12-year-old kid like us right now," Jack Draker thought. "But his reach, it's a monster's reach. If I let him strike first, I'm finished. I need to seize the initiative." Just as Liam wound up, Jack Draker burst forward like a bullet. He jammed Liam's attack before it could launch. In that split second, Jack Draker activated his system interface /technique /rank D, a barrage skill designed to overwhelm the enemy's vision with a storm of strikes. Jack Draker's silhouette split into countless purple phantoms. Attacks rained down on Liam from every angle, forcing the giant to curl up into a defensive shell. The student gallery erupted in disbelief. "That's insane. What kind of movement is that?" While the crowd gaped, only Instructor Pan recognized the deadly art. "You're right to be shocked. This is a technique forbidden in our curriculum. Northern close-quarters combat. In a land ruled by the sword, this martial art is a ghost story." Back in the ring, the barrage was tearing Jack Draker apart. He cursed his weak vessel. "Damn it! This trash body can't handle the strain." His muscles screamed in agony, but Liam was the real problem. The guy was a literal tank. Liam didn't dodge. He didn't counter. He just absorbed the damage like a sponge. He was even tougher now than when he was the mercenary king. But Jack Draker was running on fumes. "Now I see why he's a legend. But I'm breaking through." Jack Draker took a deep breath, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength into his right fist. Opposite him, Liam's eyes narrowed. The beast had sensed the shift in danger. Liam sharpened his focus to the peak. Then, without a single tell, Jack Draker vanished. He reappeared instantly in Liam's face, the finishing blow already in motion. But with god-tier reflexes, Liam tilted his head just enough. He slapped Jack Draker's bicep, redirecting the lethal punch into empty air. Jack Draker felt the bitterness of failure. He couldn't have seen that. Does everyone in this leveling Manhwa world have monster senses? Before Jack Draker could recover, Liam's left hand clamped onto his wrist like a steel vice. Using monstrous brute force, the giant tossed Jack Draker across the ring like a ragdoll. But Jack Draker wasn't going down that easy. Mid-flight, Jack Draker coiled his body. He used the momentum to smash his knee into Liam's face. Activating keen senses to slow down time, he wrapped his legs around Liam's neck in a deathlock. "It doesn't matter how strong your muscles are, if no oxygen gets to the brain, you're just a statue." Jack Draker tightened the vice grip, but Liam wasn't ready to sleep yet. Liam's left arm started piston-punching Jack Draker's exposed ribs. Bam bam. Jack Draker coughed up blood but held on. "You crazy bastard." Jack Draker gritted his teeth. "Let's see who breaks first." It became a brutal test of will. Thud thud. The blows rained down, but Jack Draker strangled him harder until Liam's face turned a violent shade of purple. The arena fell into a suffocating silence. No one could look away from the savage display. The tension was thick enough to choke on. Finally, the giant fell. Liam rolled his eyes back and passed out. High in the stands, a shadowy figure watched Jack Draker's victory with a twisted smile. "Not bad. At least show me that much struggle before I crush you, Jack Draker." The next day, as Jack Draker recovered, Decker entered his room. "I heard the battle was intense, young master. Are you all right? If I may be so bold, allow me to check your pulse." Jack Draker's mind raced. "The old fox wants to see if I've awakened my aura." Buttoning his shirt, he replied calmly, "Give me a second." He extended his wrist. "Thank you, young master." Decker placed 2 fingers on Jack Draker's pulse, subtly injecting a stream of foreign energy to probe his secrets. Jack Draker's eyes widened in shock as he realized the truth. This overwhelming pressure. It was the signature of a blue knight testing his potential. Usually a simple check of the mana core would suffice. But Decker was being thorough, performing a feat that required god-tier control just to inject aura into another person without killing them. to manipulate energy with such surgical precision? There was no doubt. Decker was a bona fide blue knight. Jack Draker mused silently. Not all knights are created equal. In this world, hierarchy is determined by martial prowess and aura mastery. At the bottom, we have the white knights, the basic practitioners. Most unawakened children are stuck at white rank. Then comes the yellow knight achieved after the blessing ceremony unlocks the mana core. Every student at the Cradle Academy is guaranteed to reach this stage. But true power begins when you master aura control. The purple knight rank allows one to reinforce their blade with a tangible layer of energy. Above that stands the blue knight, a realm where aura forms a solid blade accessible only to those who have shattered their human limits. Before I turned back time, the mercenary King Liam and I had ascended even further. We were red knights. There's also the black knight rank, but those monsters are practically myths on this continent. While Decker finished his inspection, Jack Draker's mind raced. Why would a powerhouse capable of commanding armies be serving as a mere caretaker? But he quickly pushed the thought aside. Even a blue knight couldn't detect Jack Draker's secret weapon ether. Only 2 people in existence could wield it. Decker stepped back, his face a mask of calm. Young master, is there perhaps something you are hiding from me? Jack Draker kept his expression guarded. Why do you ask? Are you hiding something from me, Decker? The air grew heavy with tension until Jack Draker waved it off with a laugh. Relax, I'm just joking. But as he turned to leave, the servant's question made him freeze. Why the sudden change, young master? Jack Draker's voice dropped an octave cold as ice. That is the wrong question. You should be asking, why did it take me this long to change? Jack Draker turned back, a terrifying intensity burning in his eyes. From now on, everything changes. The world is returning to its rightful order. All you need to do is follow my lead. Decker bowed deeply, hand over his heart in absolute submission. Understood. I hear and obey, young master. Decker continued, strictly professional. The training hall is ready as requested. Good. I appreciate your efficiency. See you later. Jack Draker flashed a faint smile. Get some rest. As he walked down the corridor, the smile vanished. He needed to keep this dangerous man close. If Decker was a spy sent to monitor him, who held the leash? Was it one of his ambitious brothers trying to sabotage him? Stepping into the training hall, Jack Draker was struck by the sheer opulence. He scoffed internally. Tsk, this family certainly lives up to its wealthy reputation. He pulled up his interface. His swordsmanship proficiency had leveled up. It confirmed that consistent practice would increase his stats just like in a game. He sat down to analyze the logic. It followed the classic rules of a leveling manhwa. His physical actions triggered the system's recognition automatically. Does that mean new techniques will appear as skills too? What defined the difference between a basic skill and a sect technique? Did they operate on the same activation mechanism? Lost in thought, Jack Draker noticed a new entry blinking on his status board. Dragon Human Skill. But the details were obscured, locked behind a cost of 10 karma points. His current karma balance was a big fat 0. The tooltip explained that points were earned by slaughtering monstrous creatures found teeming inside the dungeons. But entering a dungeon required the strength of a purple knight at minimum. The mystery deepened. Why was he reincarnated? And how was this system connected to the ancient artifact he owned in his past life? That artifact was the catalyst for his time travel. But the why and the true nature of this system remained a puzzle. The sword in his hand felt heavy, his arms trembling. Phew, whatever. As long as it granted him power, he would exploit this system without hesitation. The Drecker bloodline was famous for 2 distinct paths: the aura of a knight and the mana of a mage. Knights cultivated energy in their core, while mages wove spells through circles. These 2 forces were polar opposites. Awakening one meant the door to the other was forever closed. Yet Jack Draker had been the ultimate failure, born without the talent for either. That cruel twist of fate led to his exile and a life of wandering in his previous timeline. But in that darkness, he met his master. The man who taught him to harness ether, a natural energy completely separate from the world's binary system. That training made Jack Draker an anomaly. One of the rare few capable of wielding a power that defied the laws of knights and mages. Jack Draker swung his sword with manic determination, memories of his hellish training fueling him. In this entire world, only he and his master knew the secrets of ether. Exhausted, Jack Draker collapsed, using his sword as a crutch. Only 2 hours, and I'm already at my limit. He glanced around. No one is watching. It should be safe. Instantly, his passive skill kicked in. Healing energy surged through him, knitting together muscle fibers and erasing the fatigue as if it never existed. Healing was a legendary ability, almost unheard of. Jack Draker hadn't even known it was possible until his master unlocked his potential. If anyone saw this, he'd be branded a monster or a lab rat. That was exactly why he had to refrain from using it during his duel with Liam. Fully restored, a grin spread across Jack Draker's face. He dove back into training, swinging his blade until the sun dipped below the horizon. Finally, he looked up, gasping for air, sweat drenching his clothes. Dinner time already, he wiped his brow. Now how do I explain this hunger to Decker? He looked at the floor, now scarred with deep gouges from his intense session. A week later, inside the Cradle Academy's cafeteria, the tables were groaning under the weight of a feast. The students whispered among themselves, casting glances at a certain table. Have you heard about Jack Draker? He's like a completely different person. That loser, maybe he dabbled in black magic. Humph. I hope he actually got stronger. I want to crush him myself. At the VIP table, a perfectly seared steak was being devoured with gusto. The diner was Jen Turan, the sole female in a group of elites. Behind them stood their personal attendants, silent as shadows. One of the boys broke the silence. You might not have an appetite, but you need to eat. Fuel for the sword. Owen Jamin spoke smoothly, slicing his meat with elegant precision. Across from him sat a boy radiating pure aggression, his face plastered with bandages. It was Jackson, looking like he'd been through a war zone. Jackson snarled, "Are you trying to provoke me?" Owen didn't even look up as he took a bite. "I'm just being friendly. I didn't realize your inferiority complex was this severe." Joss slammed his fist onto the table, shaking with rage. "What is your problem?" he roared. The sudden outburst had knocked the meat right off his fork, and now his eyes burned with annoyance as he glared at the source of the disturbance. Before he could unleash another shout, a voice cut through the tension. "So what is everyone planning to do?" The question hung in the air, but everyone's thoughts immediately drifted to one name, Jack Draker. One student scoffed. "Oh, please." His victory at the Pancration tournament was impressive, sure, but let's be real, it was pure luck. The moment he switches to swordsmanship, he is going to be pathetic. What can he possibly do when he can't even lift a blade? Another chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Exactly. The guy is so weak he had to special order a custom sword because a standard one was too heavy for his noodle arms. Laughter erupted around the table, mocking and cruel. But then a sharp, steel-hard voice sliced through their mirth. "We cannot lose to a low-class trash like him. How could he possibly win? I am sure you all know the truth because we saw it with our own eyes. That Pancration win was a fluke." Reyna stood up, her voice dripping with ice. "Luck, is that what you think? If you truly believe that you have no right to call yourselves knights of the Dreyer family." With those stinging words, Reyna grabbed her sword and turned to leave. A duel of blades was nothing like the brawls in the Pancration arena. Here the steel was real, and so was the danger. It was the root cause of nearly every accident within the cradle. This was the proving ground where the brutal gap in skill between students was laid bare for all to see. 1 month after these exams, the blessing ceremony would commence. It was the sacred event where the bloodline of the Dreyer family would finally undergo their awakening. For fans of an awakening manhwa, this is the moment where potential turns into power. The scene shifted to the training grounds. The head instructor's voice boomed. Jack stepped forward. On command, Jack emerged, dragging a sword so long it looked comical. The weapon in his hand drew confused stares from the crowd. What was with that absurdly long blade? Did he honestly think using a massive sword would magically make him stronger? Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the stands. Standing opposite him was none other than Reyna. She stepped closer, her eyes locked on his. "Jack, I choose you as my opponent." Her voice burned with fighting spirit. But Jack, he didn't fear anyone, god or devil. He accepted the challenge without hesitation. "Sounds interesting. I accept your challenge." He leveled his massive blade straight at her face. Reyna calmly drew her own weapon, her mind racing as she analyzed his stance. He is holding that two-handed sword with absolute ease, she realized. Standing before him now, she had to admit this was not the Jack she remembered. The boy who could barely lift a weapon was gone. Has he grown physically? Or is it his aura? The more she thought, the more a seed of confusion took root in Reyna's mind. She gritted her teeth, forcing the doubts away. What am I saying? I cannot let him intimidate me. Before the duel could even begin, she steeled her resolve. Despite her bold declaration earlier, deep down, she knew this wouldn't be easy. She would have to fight with every ounce of her pride on the line. Meanwhile, Jack's internal thoughts were calm but alert. Clashing with the Lightning Knight was bound to be intense. After all, she wasn't just anyone. She was a warrior who had carved out a reputation during the Continental War, recognized as one of the strongest prodigies in the next generation of the Dreyer clan. As one of the few who awakened their aura before the ceremony, she had possessed that power for years. Yet in this leveling manhwa setting, she refused to use it within the cradle. She said she wanted to perfect her fundamentals, Jack noted silently. Seeing them ready, the instructor roared. "Begin." The moment the word left his lips, Reina's body vanished in a blur of speed, thrusting her blade toward Jack like a streak of lightning. But in a split second, Jack swept his massive sword across, parrying the lethal strike aside. Reina immediately leaped back to create distance. Leveraging her superior speed, she circled behind him, launching a powerful thrust aimed at his exposed back. Yet again, Jack raised his blade horizontally, blocking the attack with a deafening clang. But the force behind her blow was not something to be trifled with. The impact nearly sent him flying out of the arena. As his boots skidded across the ground, Jack thought, "She is even better than I expected." Reina gave him no room to breathe, unleashing a storm of attacks. High in the stands, the fool Leon, clueless about the true weight of the battle, screamed out, "Stop playing with him. Finish him off with one hit, Reina." Hearing this, Reina grit her teeth and swung harder. Beside the loudmouth, Jaw tried to explain the reality to the pig-headed spectator. "You are such a moron. Does that look like she is playing around to you?" Back in the fight, Reina was desperately calculating. Between her rapid-fire strikes, she searched for a weakness in his defense. The gap is narrow, but I can feel it. But shock soon replaced her determination. No matter how fast she moved, his blade met hers every single time. It was as if he was mocking her efforts. Another opening appeared and then vanished. "This feels like a training match, like he is teaching me." Reina began to doubt her own senses. After one final violent clash, Reina was forced backward. Both fighters paused, the rhythm of the battle breaking for a heartbeat. Sweat poured down Reina's face from the relentless exertion. Jack, however, hadn't shed a single drop. In fact, he looked bored. "So, this is how the Lightning Knight fights in the cradle," Jack mused. "Her swordsmanship is honest, straightforward, just as expected from someone obsessed with basics. But that rigid honesty is exactly what is holding her back. Let's see. Why don't I help her break out of that shell?" Jack dropped his stance low, coiled like a cheetah ready to sprint. Reina's eyes widened in alarm. An extremely low offensive stance. He plans to close the gap in one move. Reina whispered to herself, "My speed is not something you can underestimate." Jack launched himself forward. His body blurred, and in the blink of an eye he was already right in front of her. "He is fast, but as long as there is distance, I can react," Reina thought frantically, barely dodging the heavy slash aimed at her. But she had completely miscalculated his next move. Jack didn't aim for her. He swung his blade across the ground. The impact sent a spray of sharp gravel and debris exploding upward, smashing into Reina's face and drawing blood. There was no time to wipe the blood from her eyes. Reina scrambled to regain her footing, but Jack was already upon her, capitalizing on her momentary loss of balance. His blade swept toward her throat. "I am finished," Reina thought, despair washing over her. But then, a miracle occurred. In the face of defeat, her speed and power exploded to unimaginable levels, and with a single instinctual strike, she sent Jack's sword flying from his grasp. The sword slammed into the stone floor, vibrating from the impact. Around the arena, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, screaming as if they had lost their minds. Jack actually lost. That's Reina for you. As expected, she didn't even need to use a single drop of her aura to finish him. However, the instructor watching from the shadows saw a different truth. The students were blind to it, but the moment Jack's attack closed in, Reina had been forced to unleash the faintest trace of aura. It was a microscopic amount, so subtle that it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Reina, who had sworn a solemn oath never to manifest her aura until entering the academy. That trash had forced her to break her word. She stood there, face pale with shock, unable to comprehend what her own body had just done. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through her daze. "What are you looking at?" Taking advantage of her split-second hesitation, he lunged without a shred of mercy. "What are you doing? The battle isn't over yet." His strike slammed directly into her throat, forcing the proud genius to her knees as she coughed up blood. The spectators in the stands gasped in horror, and the whispers turned into a roar of disapproval. "This is a sword duel. We won't accept such cowardly tactics." Exactly a knight throwing away his weapon. "That's not a victory. Reina won this. You have no honor, boy. Absolutely shameful." The insults rained down on him like arrows. Yet Jack stood unmoved, completely deaf to their hypocritical slander. In his eyes, history is written by the victors. Opposite him, Reina struggled to regain her breath after a few agonizing seconds. Jack stared down cold-heartedly. "Want to go another round?" She gritted her teeth in frustration. "I haven't lost. He only hit me because I let my guard down." But then, the memory of the clash replayed in her mind. If that bare fist had been a dagger, I would be dead right now. The realization hit her like a truck. Swallowing her pride, Reina finally spoke the impossible words. I surrender." Her admission silenced the entire arena instantly. You could hear a pin drop. Jack Draker, the boy mocked, as the trash of humanity had crushed a top-tier genius of a prestigious clan. Even Instructor Pan had to accept this shocking reality. Stepping forward as referee, his voice boomed across the hall. The winner is Jack Draker. The two fighters turned and walked away, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. The scene shifts to a desolate landscape. Amidst the ruins of a shattered fortress, corpses of soldiers lay scattered like broken dolls, the aftermath of a brutal monster wave. While the survivors scavenged through the debris, two men sat in a relatively intact room, calmly enjoying tea amidst the carnage. The dark-haired man looked at his companion with visible distress. Abin, how can you drink tea in a living hell like this? Rumor has it, that bastard actually defeated Rena, he said, glancing nervously at a letter resting on the table. Abin simply shook his head with a chilling smile. Why so serious? We have until the next full moon before the assault resumes. It seems this is the perfect time to visit home. Abin stood up and walked calmly toward the door. His casual demeanor made the other man flinch. What, you're going there personally? Yes. My curiosity is piqued. I need to witness this sudden awakening Manhwa transformation my little brother has undergone. His eyes turned cold as ice as he gazed out the window, his thoughts drifting to Jack. Meanwhile, despite shaking the entire academy, Jack returned to his facility and resumed training as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the blessing ceremony, Jack was still drowning in sweat, grinding his stats. As he moved, doubts crept in. I still don't get it. How did my past self ever become a chain knight with this pathetic body? Status window. He muttered the command, and the glowing blue interface of the system Manhwa instantly materialized before him. After 30 days of hellish training, the results were undeniable. Precision thrust had evolved to proficient. Critical strike was now expert rank. Fluid footwork had hit master level. A satisfied smirk crossed his face as he read the logs. Just as planned. One of my skills maxed out its proficiency, forcing a rank up and a reset. I even leveled up the footwork skill I copied during the duel. Suddenly a knock echoed from the door. He didn't need to turn around to know who was disturbing him. Jack, what do you want? He asked coldly. The old servant spoke through the wood. Young master, the blessing ceremony approaches. We depart in 2 hours. I'll be there. Get everything ready. Jack nodded. After cleaning up, he climbed into the carriage, bound for the place where destiny awaited. As the carriage rattled on, Jack gazed out at the passing landscape, lost in thought. It's been years since I visited the main estate. This land belonged to the Duke of Shola, but the Draker heartland was special. Although the family ruled from the Four Seasons fortress in the center of the continent, the blessing ceremony always took place here at the birthplace of the Dragonslayer legend. Finally, the destination loomed ahead. Jack stepped down, staring up at the imposing structure. The main estate of the Draker clan. The Dragon's Lair. Inside the grand hall, the scions of the clan who had reached the coming of age stood in solemn formation. While everyone stood with dignified posture, Jack's eyes darted left and right, analyzing the threats in the room. I never noticed before, but the guests today are heavyweights I've only seen in the continental newspapers. The family definitely sent spies to watch me. Whatever their scheme is, once I fail the awakening, they'll just discard me again like trash. But then, he felt a piercing gaze burning into his back. It forced him to turn and look. The moment he locked eyes with the source, his blood instantly boiled with rage. Why is that bastard here? In a shadowy corner of the hall, two men were exchanging pleasantries. Long time no see, my friend. Ha ha, indeed it has. Abin replied with a charismatic laugh. The guest leaned in, whispering, So why attend a boring ceremony? Did a particular talent catch your eye? Abin waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. I have a different agenda. It just so happens. My adorable little brother is here. He looked down from the balcony, eyes scanning the crowd like a predator. This was Abin Draker, the second son. The man they called the Lion Sword. Returning to Jack, though rage boiled beneath his skin at the sight of his enemy, he forced himself to remain ice-cold. In my past life, Abin never even bothered to show up here. Had his actions rewritten destiny? If so, this was the golden opportunity he had been waiting for in this leveling Manhwa. The mere thought made his fists clench until his knuckles turned white. But before he could spiral further, the ceremony official's voice cut through the air. Volstachino. Saber silence. The blessing ceremony begins now. Aaron stepped forward. The boy responded, instantly marching toward his fate with eager steps. Looming before him was the majestic statue of a knight wielding a colossal greatsword guarding a chalice of holy water. Without hesitation, Aaron rolled up his sleeves and submerged his arm into the basin. Blood seeped from his palm, mingling with the water. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from the chalice, surging up his arm like a living current. The energy tore through his blockages, force opening his dantian in a single breath. This was the terror of the Jack Draker bloodline. While normal knights spent 20 years awakening their aura, these monsters unlocked it at age 12 the moment they graduated from the cradle. But among these elites, a rare few awakened something darker. Along with their aura, they inherited the terrifying aura suppression, the mark of a Dragonslayer. These prodigies were guaranteed to reach the Yellow Swordmaster rank. Some monsters even rivaled the legendary Red and Black Knights, undergoing the Pureblood Awakening. Next was Janna. As her hand touched the water, the statue didn't just glow, it erupted in a blinding, ominous crimson light. Panmark's eyes lit up with ecstasy. He immediately barked an order to the guards. Secure the containment gauntlets for Janna now. The aura suppression trait was too volatile. Without the family's specially crafted gauntlets to seal their power, they became walking disasters. A normal life was the price they paid for power. But proving themselves as true-blood descendants granted them the ultimate honor, the official Jack Draker surname. With that name came the full backing of the clan unlimited resources authority, and a path to the absolute peak. One by one the children awakened their powers until only he remained. As a direct descendant, the air grew heavy with expectation. Finally, someone whispered, the main event begins. What kind of monster is hiding inside him? Another muttered. It has to be true blood. He crushed Janna in a duel, didn't he? Jack heard the whispers, a cold sneer forming in his heart. I never thought I'd be forced to stand before this accursed statue ever again. His past life ceremony was a nightmare. It had been his ticket out of the cradle, sure, but the price was a title of absolute disgrace that haunted him until death. But this time, the script had flipped. He wasn't just a warrior. He wielded the arts of healing and the forbidden power of ether. I didn't crawl my way back from hell just to fail. He glared at the stone effigy. So do your job, you damn piece of rock. Jack plunged his hand into the icy water. Immediately, the statue began to tremble violently. A triumphant grin touched his lips until the vibration died as instantly as it began. The sudden stillness was deafening. The guests froze, exchanging bewildered glances. It just stopped. This was unprecedented in the family's history. Even Aben stared with wide, vacant eyes, unable to process the anomaly. Jack's blood ran cold. Even knowing the outcome, living through this humiliation a second time sparked a fire of fury in his gut. I was a fool to hope for a miracle, he thought bitterly. That bastard gave me false confidence. With a scowl, he ripped his hand from the water. The crowd's shock turned to scorn. What was that failed awakening? Someone scoffed. Is that even possible for a direct heir? Guess the noble blood wasn't enough to wash away his cursed lineage. A voice sneered. Shut your mouth, another snapped. If he's a failure, how did he destroy Janna? Must have been a cheap trick. He's a stain on the Jack Draker name. Jack let the insults wash over him, his expression unreadable. He had heard it all before. Trash will always be trash, he mused. Whatever. I don't need their validation. There are 1,000 ways to become a god in this world without their stupid ritual. Suddenly, a blue holographic screen flashed before his eyes. System error. Apologies, player Jack Draker. A processing glitch concealed a critical message. Jack stared at the status window, stunned. Restoring lost data. Class information has been forcibly inserted via administrator privileges. Class analysis complete. The system identifies the user's base talent as Healing Mage. Class unlocked rare grade. Jack's eyes widened as the text scrolled. Wait, was this the missing piece from my past life? No way, he whipped his head back to the statue. It was glowing again, a deep blood-red light identical to Janna's awakening. The crowd gasped, eyes bulging. It's Red True Blood Awakening. He didn't fail, he's starting at the elite tier. Ignoring the commotion, the system continued its barrage. Connection established. The blessing of the ancient dragon sealed within the user's soul has been activated. Aben watched in horror as the phenomenon escalated. Talent Gladiator's lineage has awakened. Calculating synergy between awakened talents. Fusion complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the unique class Immortal. Simultaneously, the crimson light on the statue was swallowed by a blinding holy golden aura. The great hall descended into chaos. Golden light. What the hell is happening? Is that even true blood? I've never seen that color before. It was red a second ago, wasn't it? Someone stammered. While they lost their minds, Jack remained the eye of the storm. Let them panic, Jack decided. If I speak now, I'll only paint a target on my back. Meanwhile, the crowd analyzed the anomaly. But I don't feel any aura pressure. Is the statue broken without aura suppression? It can't be true blood. Suddenly, a slow clap cut through the noise. It was Aben wearing a mask of benevolent brotherly love. Why the long faces? Aben smiled, his voice dripping with fake charm. We have witnessed 2 true blood awakenings in a single generation. Is this not a miracle worth celebrating? The tension broke as the crowd exchanged glances. They quickly realized the narrative Aben was spinning and the power he held over the room. In this prestigious clan, failing to awaken aura is a fate worse than death. To preserve the family's honor, they decided to weave a convenient lie Jack Draker had successfully awakened the legendary True Blood. The guests immediately erupted into applause, swallowing the lie whole. 2 True Blood awakenings in 1 generation. They called it a miracle from the heavens. Ayan basked in the adoration, a smirk playing on his lips. He turned to the head instructor, his voice dripping with authority. Well, don't just stand there. Bring the suppression gloves for our newest prodigy. At once, young master. Head instructor Panmak bowed low, retrieved the heavy containment gauntlets, and tossed them carelessly at Jack Draker's feet. Jack Draker weighed the metal in his hands. Heavier than they look, he muttered. Without another word, he stepped off the platform, clearing the stage for the next candidate in this awakening Manhwa. Even though Anne had technically saved him from public humiliation, Jack Draker didn't feel gratitude. He felt a suffocating pressure closing in on him. The bastard's intentions were transparent. Accepting charity from Anne felt like swallowing poison, and Jack Draker's hatred for his brother burned hotter than ever. Once the ritual concluded, Panmak stepped forward to address the crowd. The blessing ceremony is complete. Let the banquet begin. Tonight, we feast in honor of our clan's future. The younger disciples cheered, their eyes lighting up at the mention of a celebration. After years of harsh training in the cradle, a hot meal was a luxury. But Jack Draker had no appetite for festivities. He turned his back on the joy and walked into the shadows. Who cares about a meaningless banquet? Jack Draker whispered to himself. I need to find the training hall. My path to power starts now. But before he could escape, a voice dripped like venom from behind him. Leaving so soon, little brother, the party has barely started. It was Ayan. Ayan wore the mask of a benevolent brother, but Jack Draker saw the truth. It was the gaze of a viper sizing up its prey. Why was he initiating contact now? Playing the role of the perfect heir, Anne extended a hand. Congratulations on awakening the True Blood. You've finally made yourself useful. Jack Draker forced a smile and reached out. Rejecting the handshake now would only expose his hostility. He had to play the game, for now. But just inches from contact, Jack Draker froze. A memory from their dark past flashed through his mind, cold and sharp. The air around Jack Draker grew heavy. He instinctively recoiled, leaving Anne's hand hanging in empty space. Well, Ian chuckled, the sound devoid of warmth. That was unfortunate. Jack Draker grit his teeth. I'd rather die than touch this filth. And ignored the glare, shrugging it off. No matter. Seeing you alive is satisfaction enough. I'll be watching you. Anne slapped Jack Draker's shoulder with patronizing force, then turned and walked away. Jack Draker immediately wiped the spot where Anne had touched him, scrubbing away the invisible filth. Yeah, he hissed. Watch your back. Back in the hall, the whispers continued. 2 True Bloods. But Jack Draker's aura was golden. I've never seen anything like it. Is he a mutant? I thought he was a dud at first. Guests scanned the room. Wait, where did the boy go? Safely inside his quarters, Jack Draker tore off the ceremonial robes. I was suffocating out there. But as he calmed down, a question gnawed at him. True Bloods are supposed to be enemies of the dragons, the source of all aura. The power is so volatile, it requires constant suppression. That's why the clan mandates these gauntlets. Without them, my raw energy should be frying every piece of manatech in the room. I took the gloves off, yet nothing exploded. Jack Draker narrowed his eyes. Time to check the system. He summoned his status window. The text shimmered and shifted. His class had evolved. It was no longer healer. It now read, The Immortal. New skills populated the screen. Anti-mana rank A. His karma points sat at 100. This was starting to look like a high-tier leveling manhwa. It's not mana suppression, Jack Draker realized. It's anti-mana. There's a fundamental difference. He tapped the skill description. System anti-mana creates a distortion field that completely neutralizes all surrounding aura and mana. Jack Draker's eyes widened. It's an active special skill. That's why I'm not passively destroying everything around me. Before the ceremony, I was just a rare grade healer. Now I am a unique grade immortal, the only one of my kind. Wait, he paced the room. Normal awakeners have blue aura. True Bloods are red. My light started red, but it solidified into gold. The system mentioned an error with the identification device. It must have meant the ancient bronze statue used in the ritual. The moment the system interfered, the statue glitched and flashed red. Jack Draker laughed in disbelief. Is that what happened? The statue doesn't detect true blood. It detects potential red, signifies a rare class. Gold signifies unique. That statue predates the Draker clan itself. In ancient times, the concept of RPG classes didn't exist. It was a binary tool, awakened or not. The clan has been misinterpreting the signals for centuries. They think red means true blood, when it simply means rare power. Fools, Jack Draker smirked. None of them know. He looked at his karma points. Time to see what this currency can buy me. Burning with curiosity, Jack Draker pressed the prompt to access the Dragon Skills menu. Karma points deducted 10. System Dragon Skills unlocked. Initializing Tier 1. Dragon abilities. Skill Dragon's Eye. Allows user to perceive detailed information of a target. Cost 20 points. Skill Dragon's Fear. Crush enemies with overwhelming aura pressure. Cost 30 points. Skill Dragon Devour. Consume and metabolize all forms of energy. Cost 50 points. Jack Draker rubbed his chin. I have enough to buy the Eye and the Fear skills, but Devour. Does it really just mean eating? 50 points is a steep price. Better to choose the safe bet than risk it all on a gamble. Decision made, he instantly unlocked his latent powers, Dragon's Eye and Dragon's Fear. Dragon Devour seems too dangerous to use right now. I'll save that card for later. Let's test the Dragon's Eye first. The moment the skill activated, Zik's left eye morphed, glowing with the golden slit pupil intensity of a true dragon. Oh, come on. I expected a bit more fanfare. The description promised detailed information, but his vision remained disappointingly normal. Zik sighed in frustration before stepping onto the balcony to get a better view. But then the scene before him made his jaw drop. Ha! This is absolutely absurd. The statue in the center of the garden kilometers away looked like it was standing right in front of his nose. This telescopic vision. It's a game changer. As Zik chuckled, the system suddenly pinged with a notification. Do you wish to retrieve detailed information on the target? Intrigued by the prompt, Zik tapped the Yes button without hesitation. Instantly, a cascade of data flooded his vision. From the Oliver wood used for the table to the drawer crafted in the distant Machina Empire, nothing was hidden from his sight. But before Zik could analyze further, the golden glow in his eye flickered and died. A wave of vertigo hit him like a truck. Ugh, what the hell? Is this the cost? Do all dragon skills drain me like this? If so, he couldn't spam these abilities casually. Collapsing onto the sofa, Zik groaned in exhaustion. Suddenly, a warm energy surged. Recovery and vitality restoration activated on its own, wiping away his fatigue instantly. Zik's eyes went wide. What? I didn't command a heal. Wait a second. He checked his status window. All his class skills had evolved into passive skills and leveled up. Self-regeneration. Your body will automatically repair itself. Passive. Zik read the line and burst into manic laughter. This is completely broken. It's like a cheat code in a leveling manhwa. Active healing consumes mana and has cooldowns. But an infinite passive regeneration that makes him immortal. I have to test this right now. He grabbed a nearby dagger. Without a shred of hesitation, Zik slashed his own arm. Crimson blood sprayed into the air like a macabre fountain. In a split second, the self-regeneration kicked in. The flesh knit together, leaving not even a faint scar. Zik stared in disbelief. They say it takes 5 years to graduate from the academy. 5 years, please. I'll own this place in 2. This was the Draker Academy, the continent's greatest night training ground, where dreamers paid any price for glory. Located in the Choi Duchy, the campus buzzed with the vibrant energy of a new spring semester. Zik and his cohorts, fresh from their aura awakening, had officially enrolled. As he strolled through the grounds, Zik's sharp eyes assessed the competition. The upperclassmen carried themselves with the poise of veterans, their bodies honed to perfection. Yet compared to the monsters from the cradle, they seemed lacking. Still, they were the scions of great houses. Zik watched them forming cliques and factions, shaking his head at the petty politics. Looks like the dogs are already marking their territory. Rotten to the core, he mused. Supporting the transcendent Draker bloodline were the 3 great families: Turan for power, Jim for wisdom, and Veridex for wealth. Even the heirs of those pillars were caught up in this nonsense. Zik shrugged it off. Whatever. Has nothing to do with me. Dismissing them, he headed straight for his quarters, the most exclusive residence on campus, the Platinum Hall. Platinum Hall was a fortress of luxury boasting private training dojos and libraries. It was off-limits, even to those from the cradle, reserved only for the elite. But for a true blood awakener like Zik, they were granted the title of Floor Master, giving them dominion over an entire level of the Platinum Tower. As he stepped inside, a maid bowed with practiced elegance. Welcome, Master Zik Draker. We have been expecting you. Allow us to escort you to your domain. Flanking him, 2 rows of servants bowed in perfect unison. Welcome home, young master. Zik felt a twitch of awkwardness. In his past life, he couldn't have dreamed of such treatment, even in his wildest fantasies. Isn't this a bit excessive even for a true blood? He forced a smile. An elderly voice interrupted his thoughts. Master Decker is awaiting you inside. Zik strode into his suite. All right, old man Decker, what's the urgent news? I have a delivery for you, sir. The butler presented a luxurious box. Inside lay a pair of high-grade gauntlets crafted exclusively for the true bloodline. His previous gear had just been trash for the tutorial phase. Slipping these on, he felt the mana synchronize perfectly. Zik nodded in satisfaction. Oh yeah, these are in a completely different league. Decker smiled warmly. I am delighted they meet your standards. Since I've got the gauntlets, Zik said, eyes gleaming, it's time for a proper weapon. I need a new sword. An excellent decision. The duchy borders the Giant's Mountains, home to the finest ores and legendary smiths. A graduate's first blade is often their magnum opus. Decker offered to scout a master smith, but Zik raised a hand. He already knew exactly who he needed. No need. I've already made my choice. I'll handle the negotiations personally. Just set up the meeting. Zik scribbled a name on a slip of paper and handed it over. Reading it, the butler's composure cracked with curiosity. Garen, heck, I have never heard of this artisan, but I will arrange it immediately. Also, classes begin tomorrow. Please review these dossiers. Always nagging, Zik grumbled. I got it. While waiting for news on the blacksmith, he began skimming the documents. With the platinum floor being so isolated, he thought, I'll have total freedom to cultivate my dragon skills in secret. A knock interrupted his plotting. Enter. A maid stepped in, eyes lowered. Excuse me, master. The floor mistress, Lady Janna, has sent an invitation for dinner. Zik raised an eyebrow. He had no idea what she wanted, but his curiosity was piqued. Very well, lead the way. The scene shifted to the rooftop garden designed for high society tea parties. But as Zik arrived, the sight waiting for him left him completely baffled. Quite the spectacle, isn't it? They look less like knights and more like a southern cartel. Jack mused silently. Across the table, the swordswoman Rena acknowledged his arrival with a sharp nod. Welcome, Jack Draker. Apologies for the theatrics, my family has a flair for the eccentric. With a crisp snap of her fingers, she commanded her subordinates to vanish. Jack suppressed his surprise, refusing to let it show. I appreciate the hospitality, but let's save the heavy talk for after the meal. As they ordered, Jack's gaze sharpened, dissecting her aura. The Lightning Knight. She's optimizing her Dantian to control her light aura. Is she already gunning for the rank of Violet Knight in this awakening Manhwa world? If that's the case, why has her swordsmanship hit a wall? What a tragic waste of god-tier potential, Jack lamented internally. And so the two ate in relative silence. But as Jack stared at the tower of empty plates stacked 3 times higher than his own, he began to question reality. I thought I had a black hole stomach, but this girl is on another level. Jack stared at Rena with a mix of horror and awe, though she seemed completely oblivious to his judgment. With royal elegance, she dabbed her mouth with a napkin and broke the silence. Now that we've been fed, let's get down to business. I want you to accept the patronage of the Turan Jack Draker family. Jack's expression darkened instantly. You seem to have forgotten something crucial, Rena. We are both Pureblood Awakeners. Rena nearly laughed out loud, amused by his naivety. It seems you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what being a true blood actually means. Yes, we enjoy certain privileges. Access to the platinum floor is proof of that. But privilege does not equate to growth. The Academy holds centuries of accumulated combat theory and practical data. Private instructors are essential to efficiently refine your power. Without access to those resources, no matter how wealthy you are, you will be left in the dust. That is why the backing of a great family is non-negotiable. Rena paused to let the weight of her words settle before dropping a name to drive the point home. Take a Bender, for example. A true blood just like us. The youngest ever to reach the rank of White Knight, and now a Black Knight. Even he accepted full support from his mother's lineage, the Jim clan. The head of the Turan family didn't explain why, but he was clear you will receive 0 support from your mother's side. She leaned in. So I will ask you one last time. Accept the support of the Turan Jack Draker family. Her eyes burned with intensity. Yet despite the logical feast she had laid out, Jack simply waved his hand. Pass. Rena's composed mask shattered her face, twisting into pure confusion. She couldn't hold back her curiosity. But why? Aligning with the Turan family has no downsides for you. Jack stood up, his demeanor shifting to one of casual arrogance. It's not about advantages or disadvantages. I don't need anything beyond what my true blood status already grants me. However, to repay you for this meal, I'll offer you a piece of advice. Right now, your blade carries too much weight. I suspect you're too focused on him. Listen closely, Rena. Your greatest weapon isn't brute force. It's the fluidity of your movement. Stop trying to crush your opponents by meeting their attacks head-on. Instead, flow around them, parry their strikes, and deliver a counter with surgical precision. Master that, and you will evolve into a warrior far surpassing your current limits. To demonstrate, Jack flicked his wrist. Instantly, the fallen leaves around them obeyed his will, swirling into a violent, controlled cyclone. Rena's eyes went wide with shock. The display finished, Jack offered a casual wave as he walked away. That's all. Thanks for the food. Left behind, Rena stared at her own trembling fist. The Turan family symbolizes absolute power. I was just following tradition. Not because I cared about anyone else's opinion. But he saw right through me. I've been obsessed with proving I'm worthy of the Turan name. That obsession bled into my swordsmanship, making it rigid. Since childhood, everyone called me a genius, yet no one dared to give me the guidance I actually needed. Jack Draker is different. Who exactly are you? Meanwhile, Jack had already left the dormitory district, strolling through the academy grounds. My entire skill set has evolved, he analyzed. The efficiency is insane. I trained all night, yet I feel completely fresh. Is this the power of a system Manhwa protagonist? It's all thanks to the infinite vitality skill. Any fatigue I accumulate is instantly washed away by a boundless surge of energy. It's the ultimate evolution of the abundant vitality trait. In my past life, this place was a living hell. But now, as a genuine awakener, it's paradise. They say money and power aren't everything, but feeling this strong, nothing else even comes close. Suddenly a voice called out from the shadows. Jack Draker. So you made it into the special class too. Jack glanced over his shoulder, instantly recognizing the figure. Owen Jim. The third son of the prestigious Jim clan, one of the three great families. Typical Jim family snake. He loves using pawns to do his dirty work while maintaining a perfect gentlemanly image. So why is he acting so friendly now? Owen wore a mask of polite concern. I invited you to dinner last night, but I never received a reply. Perhaps the invitation got lost. Jack smirked, recalling the unopened envelope collecting dust in his room. Oh, you mean that piece of trash on my desk? Owen's smile faltered slightly. So you saw it. Why didn't you respond? Jack let out a short, cold laugh, his expression turning to ice. You've got a great sense of humor. Why on earth would I bother replying to you? Before Owen could signal, one of his lackeys stepped forward, bristling with indignation. How dare you be so rude? The young master has been nothing but kind to you. The voice belonged to a hulking giant with a face twisted in arrogance. Yet to Jack, he was just nameless fodder. And you are... The giant clutched his face, laughing like a maniac. Ha ha ha, you don't know who I am. I guess trash from the cradle really has no education. Jack didn't need to hear the rest. He had no time for low-level villains in this recap. He turned his back on them. I get it, you want to impress your master. But you should really check who you're barking at. Behind him, the giant's laughter died, replaced by a murderous silence. The moment he turned, a coward's blow came flying. A fist wrapped in lightning aimed right for Jack Draker. But his reflexes were god tier. He slid back completely unscathed. That single strike revealed everything. It seems these high-ranking nobles have already unlocked basic aura manipulation. Shocked that his target was still standing, the attacker puffed out his chest. I am Derb Rosgul. Around here they call me the Mighty Derb. On behalf of young Master Owen, I'll teach you your place. He barked, oblivious to the predator standing right in front of him. Mighty Derb. Mighty, you're not even a knight yet. What a joke, Jack Draker sneered. In a blink, he vanished, reappearing instantly within striking range. He channeled raw power into his fist and drove a mountain-crushing blow straight into the bully's gut. Blood sprayed from everywhere. Derb launched backward like a human cannonball, crashing into the dirt, but the show was far from over. To silence these pests once and for all, Jack Draker glared at Owen's entire crew. So who wants to be the next mighty victim? Make your choice. Across the field, young Master Owen watched. True to his reputation as a cunning snake, he didn't show a shred of anger. Instead, he led his dogs past Jack Draker with terrifying calm. You certainly enjoy basking in the spotlight, don't you? Hilarious, Jack Draker muttered as they left. Jack Draker Academy was a brutal hierarchy. The normal class was for the talentless who believed hard work could save them. They slaved away from dawn till dusk. Then there was the special class privileged students with the freedom to choose their own path. Supposedly it was where the true monsters gathered. Jack Draker walked in with high hopes, scanning the room for talent, but it was just the same old faces from the cradle. Special class, please. It's just a glorified nursery. Jack Draker scoffed internally. He was already sick of these mugs. As the room buzzed with chatter, the professor's voice boomed like thunder. Silence. Listen up, elites. To commemorate your first day, a legendary figure has graced us with his presence. He commanded the Eastern War 20 years ago. A hero who halted the Imperial invasion with pure strategic genius. Give it up for General Howard Jack Draker. But the hero who waddled in was just a pot-bellied old man waving lazily. Greetings, children. This man was the headmaster, the patriarch, and the so-called war god of the Empire. The world worshipped his brain, but Jack Draker knew the truth. He was a coward who leaked secrets to save his own skin, accidentally confusing the enemy. He wasn't a hero, he was a lucky traitor, a rat, and he was the mastermind who ruined my previous life. Because of him, I lost everything. I was sold like cattle to the southern hellscapes. Jack Draker swore a blood oath this time the old man would pay. After spewing some generic nonsense, the fat rat waddled out of the classroom as fast as he came. The instructor didn't miss a beat. I trust you engraved those words in your hearts. Now grab your steel to the arena. Yes, sir. The scene shifted to the special class indoor arena, a colossal dome that felt more like a battlefield. Jack Draker looked like he was dying of boredom. Seriously. Even the elites have to start with Dragonslaying 101. In my past life without aura, this took me 2 years. Now, it's child's play. He sighed. This is going to be such a drag. A sharp-looking knight stepped forward. Welcome, students. I am Andre Jack Draker. I'll be drilling the fundamentals of dragon combat into your skulls. The Rose Knight Andre. But the students just whispered, confused by his youth. Who's the kid? Is he really our teacher? He wore the family crest, but only Jack Draker recognized the monster hiding behind that youthful face. Andre wasn't a Pureblood Awakened, yet he conquered Valhalla Academy as valedictorian, a once-in-a-century genius of the Jack Draker clan. He was in a league of his own. Noticing the chatter, Andre's eyes went cold. Silence. If you're done gossiping, draw your weapons. As blades rang out, Andre's gaze locked onto Jack Draker's peculiar weapon. Cadet explained that slab of iron. Jack Draker gave the massive blade a casual swing, generating a gust of wind. It's just my style, sir. Andre stepped onto the mats unimpressed. A warrior chooses a weapon that fits their physique. You're holding a burden, not a sword. Jack Draker suppressed a sigh. I tried to show off with that wind pressure, but this guy's too sharp. With all due respect. Jack Draker smirked. I could defeat you with this burden right now. The air in the room instantly froze. Andre unleashed a crushing wave of spiritual pressure. But Jack Draker's indomitable spirit skill flared to life, acting as a perfect shield. Realizing his intimidation failed, Andre rested a hand on his hilt. Bold. Fine. If you can land a single touch on me, I'll exempt you from this entire course. His eyes glowed crimson. The knight was serious. And don't worry, I won't use aura against a child. Jack Draker almost laughed. No class jackpot. I know his weak points. I could crush him. But with Owen watching, showing my full power in this leveling Manhwa setting is dangerous. I'll just graze him and pretend to struggle. Deal. Jack Draker gripped his massive blade and exploded forward like a streak of lightning. In a split second, he was in the kill zone. He swung the heavy sword at Andre's throat with enough force to tear the atmosphere. Clang, Andre deflected the strike effortlessly. Jack Draker grit his teeth. Damn, that's a blue knight for you. This won't be a walk in the park. Jack's mind raced as he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes attacking Andre from every conceivable angle. Yet no matter the trajectory, the Rose Knight's defense stood like an impenetrable iron fortress. 30 minutes melted away as the students watched the one-sided duel in awe. One whispered, "Half an hour in, and he hasn't even grazed the instructor's uniform. He's too strong." But the spectators missed the subtle tremor in Andre's limbs. Exhaustion was setting in. He stared at Jack, bewildered. What kind of monstrous stamina is this kid hiding? I swore not to use my aura, but to think a mere student could push me this far. The bitterness of the situation tasted like ash in Andre's mouth. Jack spotted the ragged rhythm of Andre's breathing and smirked internally. His endurance is failing. Suppressing his aura like that is actually backfiring on him. The Draker family's aura cultivation method was legendary for its eccentricity. One had to channel aura constantly during training daily chores, and even while eating or sleeping. Basically, it had to become as natural as drawing breath itself. In other words, Andre was currently trying to breathe without using his lungs. Denying his convenient swordsmanship was draining his stamina twice as fast, even if Jack couldn't land a single hit. Jack analyzed the flow of battle. Winning by exhaustion feels cheap and risky. I have no choice. I must force his hand. A simple opening won't be enough. I need to corner him to trigger his survival instinct so he uses aura unconsciously. I need to create a moment of absolute crisis. Resolve set Jack triggered his agility footwork skill. His body blurred, moving like a streak of lightning flickering in and out of existence around Andre. The knight's eyes glazed over, unable to track the phantom movements. Impossible. How can a mere academy student utilize such high-level footwork? Andre's mind reeled in shock. Seizing the split second of hesitation, Jack materialized directly behind him. Critical hit. He mentally commanded launching a lethal strike. Sensing imminent death, Andre acted on pure instinct. He broke his seal, his aura exploding outward as he spun, raising his blade high to unleash a devastating technique. Dragonslayer. Art. Chapter 1. First verse. Sky Splitter. Andre's sword descended with earth-shattering force, aiming to cleave Jack in two. Jack reacted instantly, bringing his sword up to guard his chest. A deafening boom ripped through the air, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed and trembling. Jack blocked the blow, but at a cost. His blade sported a massive crack, and his body screamed in pain, his eyes flooding with broken capillaries. Damn, that stings. As his self-healing passive kicked in, Jack plotted his exit. Perfect time to pass out. No sooner thought than done. Jack released his grip and collapsed, rolling aside with the grace of a master actor ending a scene. Seeing this, Andre slowly returned his blade to its scabbard. Though his pride stung, he had to admit this student had earned his exemption. Andre turned to the crowd and bellowed, "Anyone else want to try for a free pass?" Dead silence. Not a single hand went up after witnessing that collision. Seeing their cowardice, Andre decided to vent his lingering frustration on the entire class. "I'll take that as a no. Raise your swords. From this moment on, you're all entering hell." Time skipped forward. While the other students suffered in training, the scene shifted to the infirmary where Jack lounged in blissful peace. In this leveling Manhwa world, results matter. Jack hadn't just survived. He had forced the instructor to break his vow and unleash his aura. He had proven his worth. Andre got his teaching moment, and Jack got his free time. A total victory for both of us, Jack mused. Yet Andre's final strike, the Sky Splitter, hadn't been enough to truly threaten Jack's life despite being a secret art from Chapter 1. Since it came from a mere blue-rank knight, the force was underwhelming. Jack had only survived thanks to his infinite regeneration and raw stats. But this isn't enough. To live truly free without shackles. Jack clenched his fist. "I need absolute power, strength that bows to no one." As he solidified his resolve, the pungent stench of cheap booze assaulted his nose. Then a rough voice cut through the silence. "So you're Arthur's youngest brat." Jack snapped his head around to find a drunken stranger looming over him. His eyes went wide. "Who the hell is this?" Jack eyed the man with supreme caution. The stranger found this amusing and chuckled. "You have the same eyes as that liquor-loving bastard Arthur." I didn't even sense his presence despite the alcohol reeking off him, Jack thought. And he calls the head of the Draker clan a liquor-loving bastard. Jack voiced his suspicion. "Who are you?" Ignoring the question, the red-haired man countered. "So what exactly did you do back there?" The man took a long swig of his drink, making it impossible for Jack to gauge his intentions or his rank. "He's acting too casual," Jack noted, asking again. "What do you mean?" The stranger set the bottle down, his gaze suddenly sharpening like a blade. "Playing dumb, are we? You took a heavy hit, yet you healed in seconds." Ice filled Jack's veins. "Did he see my self-healing? Does he know? I can't let my secret out. No one at the academy knows." Jack steeled his nerves, deciding to double down on his act. "I have no idea what you're talking about." The red-haired man didn't seem surprised. So that's how you want to play it." Without a shred of warning, the man's hand slashed toward Jack's neck like a guillotine. Thanks to his heightened paranoia, Jack reacted instantly, dodging to the side. If he hadn't moved, he would have ended up like the pillow behind him, cleanly sliced in two. Jack grabbed a blanket and hurled it at the man to obscure his vision. His survival instincts screamed, "Kill him or die." Jack didn't hesitate, unleashing his full arsenal. Agility footwork activated, precision thrust activated, critical hit activated. His blade glowed with lethal energy, his eyes burning with murderous intent. The protagonist drove his sword toward the target, but the drunkard sensed the killing intent. With terrifying ease and supernatural strength, he caught Jack's blade with his bare hand. Jack froze in shock. The man smirked coldly. "Your adaptability is commendable. You react less like a student and more like a hardened mercenary." Realizing his weapon was neutralized, Jack instantly released the hilt and leaped backward, putting safe distance between himself and the monster. Jack Draker's gaze sharpened, locking onto his opponent with predator-like caution. Just who the hell was this monster? A mercenary? Did he sense the secrets of his past life? Meanwhile, the red-haired devil toyed with Jack Draker's blade, a twisted amusement dancing in his eyes. A Jack Draker who drops his sword to retreat. You're more suited for the dirty work of a mercenary than the honor of a knight. With a casual flick, he sent the heavy steel flying back. Jack Draker snatched it out of the air, but his guard didn't drop for a second. What was this guy's game? A cold sweat ran down his back. He hadn't felt this helpless since the days with his master. The gap in their power wasn't just a valley, it was an abyss. If that man wanted him dead, Jack Draker would be a corpse before he hit the ground. That aura, he had to be at least a red knight. No, the pressure was far heavier. He was something even more terrifying. Realizing this, Jack Draker let the tension bleed from his shoulders. Against a monster like this, keeping his guard up was meaningless. If the Reaper wanted him, he was already taken. Oblivious to Jack Draker's internal panic, the redhead broke the silence. "That two-handed slab is standard issue for the cradle, right? You've got raw talent, kid. Why waste it swinging a piece of scrap metal like that?" Before Jack Draker could retort, the door burst open. A figure strode in, commanding the room. "So this is where you were hiding." It was none other than the Rose Knight Andre. Andre's eyes narrowed at the redhead. You damn gardener Dexter. Jack Draker's mind reeled. Had he heard that right? A gardener. That overwhelming pressure, coming from a simple groundskeeper, unbelievable. Dexter just dug a finger in his ear, looking thoroughly annoyed by the interruption. You brat, Andre. How'd you sniff me out? Andre scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. You were in the training hall earlier. Your stench is hard to miss. Dexter let out a bored sigh. As Andre brushed past, he shot a freezing glare at Jack Draker. Get lost, student. If you're done licking your wounds, scramble back to your hole. Andre's arrogance was grating, but Jack Draker wasn't about to argue. He had zero desire to stay trapped in a room with that red-haired calamity. Understood. Jack Draker turned on his heel, ready to vanish, but fate had other plans. Before he could reach the exit, Dexter's voice hooked him. Hey, brat, come by the Academy's West Greenhouse when you're free. I'll teach you a few tricks that aren't trash. Jack Draker froze. He weighed the offer, his mind racing before shaking his head. Pass. He walked out without a backward glance. Behind him, Dexter roared in frustration. Look at that attitude, you're exactly like that stubborn bastard Ather. Safely in the hall, the door clicked shut. Jack Draker's expression darkened. Gardener Dexter. Who is he trying to fool? Anyone who drops the Jack Draker family head's name so casually has to be a monster. And considering Andre is his only disciple, the truth was obvious. Dexter Jack Draker. The Gale Knight. A legend straight out of an awakening manhwa possessing power that could single-handedly crush a kingdom. He vanished years ago, becoming a ghost story. To think he was hiding in plain sight at this academy. Is that why Andre enrolled here to chase the legend? Dexter was infamous for his terrifying personality. There was even a ridiculous rumor that he only became a Black Knight because he liked the color. Nonsense aside, one thing was clear, that monster had taken a shine to Jack Draker. But casual interest wouldn't be enough. If Jack Draker was going to learn, he wouldn't settle for scraps. He wanted the ultimate secret arts, the god-tier skills. I need to turn that curiosity into obsession. A calculated smirk curled Jack Draker's lips. He began to weave a plan to squeeze every drop of potential from this encounter. Time flew by. The scene shifted to a drowsy classroom. The magic theory professor Fan Nong was fighting a losing battle to teach. In a scenario like this, does anyone know the outcome? Silence answered him. The students were slumped over their desks, dead to the world. Fan Nong laughed awkwardly. Haha, no one. Well then. If the mana formula meets resistance, the backlash won't just tickle, it'll tear you apart. Suddenly a hand shot up. Professor, I don't quite get the law of mana flow you just mentioned. Fan Nong's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Someone was actually listening. His face lit up like a Christmas tree. The student had to cough to snap him out of his euphoria. Professor, Fan Nong composed himself, though his heart was doing cartwheels. Apologies, it's just the first time I've been asked a question. He beamed. Now, regarding the mana flow, he dove into a passionate explanation for Jack Draker. When the bell finally rang, the other students woke up grumbling. Why do we even study magic theory at a night academy? It's basically nap time, one scoffed. Seriously, this subject is useless trash. Jack Draker ignored the idiots. The lecture had been surprisingly lucid. Fan Nong was no ordinary teacher. As Jack Draker packed his bag, a voice called out. Wait, Jack Draker. He turned. Yes, Professor. Fan Nong rubbed his neck, looking shy. Nothing major. It's just, thanks to you, I felt like a real teacher for the first time in ages. If you ever have questions, my research lab is always open to you. I was a scholarship student at the Diofa University of Magic, so I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. Jack Draker's internal radar pinged loudly. I knew he wasn't simple, but Diofa, that's the holy land of magic. This was a goldmine. Jack Draker wasn't foolish enough to turn down a connection like this. I understand, Professor. A smile played on his lips. Befriending a high-tier mage was always a winning move. Mages are walking calculators with flexible minds. Much better allies than brain-dead knights. Jack Draker mused. Now how can I use him? Jack Draker walked out lost in thought, only to find Uncle Dexter lounging on a bench like he owned the place. Impatient old man. It's barely been a week. Jack Draker shrugged internally. Dexter spotted him immediately. Done yet, kid? Why haven't you come to the West Greenhouse? You're smart enough to know what I'm offering, right? Dexter pressed. Jack Draker sighed, activating his poker face. I told you, I'm not interested. The Black Knight, unused to rejection, exploded. What? Why the hell not? Z scrambled for excuses. I know you're a legend, but I've got my own training grind to focus on. Dexter's smile was thin, razor sharp. Is that so? Well, we certainly can't neglect personal cultivation, can we? Did you really think I'd let you off that easy? Before the words even landed, Dexter's towering presence materialized directly behind Z like a phantom. The protagonist's eyes widened in sheer terror. Before his neurons could fire, a hand chopped down on his neck with the weight of a mountain. Darkness claimed him instantly. Time blurred. Consciousness returned in the Academy's western greenhouse, where Dexter tended to his flowers. Rubbing his throbbing neck, Z grumbled, "That old monster actually knocked me out. I guess a week was too long to keep him waiting." Z scanned the area. So this is his domain, the West Greenhouse. Dexter paused. His watering took a swig of wine and smirked. Finally awake, sleeping beauty. Z's voice turned icy. "Did you seriously kidnap me?" Dexter didn't even blink. "Guilty as charged. I snatched you up because you've caught my interest, kid. Simple as that." He's not even hiding his intentions, Z thought, annoyed. Talk about impatient. System active, flexible footwork. Z launched himself forward, tearing through the air like a gale. "Not today, old man." But deep down he knew the harsh truth: his agility was nothing compared to a legend like Dexter. In a heartbeat, Dexter blocked his path, forcing Z to skid to a halt. It was hopeless. No matter where the protagonist turned, that terrifying speed cut off every escape route. "He's treating me like a plaything." Z gritted his teeth, feeling helpless. "Fine. If he wants a show, I'll light a fire under him." Z probed carefully. "What exactly makes me so fascinating to you?" Dexter fired back instantly. "How do you recover from internal injuries at that impossible speed?" The question hung in the air. Z froze for a split second before masking his shock with a cold smile. So that's what's eating at him. He had the leverage he needed now. With the confidence of a true MCZ declared, "If your curiosity is burning that hot, then try and force the answer out of me." Dexter's expression darkened into contemplation. Then whoosh, his figure dissolved into thin air right before Z's eyes. "He's gone." Where Z frantically scanned the perimeter, failing to notice the glint of steel. A sword spinning with lethal momentum was hurtling straight for his blind spot from the distance. By the grace of pure instinct, Z sensed the killing intent at the very last microsecond. He twisted his body, barely dodging the blade, then snatched the hilt mid-air. Spinning around, he roared, "Dexter, have you lost your damn mind?" Dexter emerged with a casual grin. "You told me to force you. But that's too boring. Let's make this interesting with a wager. If you can touch even a thread of my clothing, I'll grant you one wish. But if you yield before this duel ends, you spill every dirty little secret you're hiding." Dexter's face twisted into the manic expression of a battle junkie, eyes wild with excitement. Refusal wasn't an option. The protagonist sighed. He was trapped in this maniac's game now. The pact was sealed. Steel clashed against aura as the hours bled away. By late afternoon, the pristine garden was a ruin of dust and debris from their relentless Manhwa recap-worthy duel. Dexter analyzed his opponent. What the hell is this kid made of 3 hours straight? His stamina is monstrous, and his regeneration, it's like he has no limit. Z dragged himself out of a pile of rubble. Dexter watched, his eyes wide with genuine shock. Z's legs trembled, but the system chimed. Skill self-healing activated. Skill infinite stamina engaged. His body was a machine built for war. "I can tank hits all day, but I can't win the bet like this," Z calculated. Dragon's fear is risky. But against the Black Knight, it might just work. Z's aura shifted. His gaze sharpened, carrying the cold weight of his past life. "Round 2, let's go." Dexter beamed with sadistic delight. "Now that's the look of a killer, yes." An overwhelming pressure exploded from Z. Flexible footwork max output, he charged, unleashing a storm of sword strikes. Dexter weaved through the blows. He's repeating the same pattern. He's fast, sure, but compared to that glutton or the Tyrann prodigy, he's amateur hour. But his malice, his sheer will, exceeds them all. I love it. Time to give him a taste of light aura. Dexter relaxed his stance. Mistake. Dragon's fear activated. Z's eyes glowed with draconic power. Dexter reacted instantly, catching the blade barehanded and shattering it into shrapnel. Dexter narrowed his eyes. Did he just use that pressure to blind me? Dust billowed out, creating a smokescreen that swallowed them both. From the haze, Z materialized behind him. His pupils burned with golden light. Skill Dragon's Eye active. Z slashed horizontally, but the blade cut only air. What? The footprints remained, but the target was gone. A phantom step. Dexter's secret technique. This was why they called him the Whirlwind Knight. Before Z could blink, Dexter's voice whispered right into his ear. "Let's call this a draw, kid." A shockwave of pain hit Z's gut. He coughed a fountain of blood as the punch launched him like a cannonball. Beep beep. The system shrieked a warning. Exhaustion levels critical. Initiating forced shutdown for host safety. Z's last thought drifted by, like teacher, like student. Damn it. Darkness took him. Hours later, his eyelids fluttered open. Familiar ceiling. My room. Did Dexter carry me back? A heavy sigh escaped him. I was so close. But the Black Knight is a monster. Even going all out, it was futile. I baited him with repetitive attacks to lower his guard. Created an opening with Dragon's Fear. Tracked him with Dragon's Eye. It still wasn't enough. That move at the end? That was his ultimate secret art. I might have blacked out from mana exhaustion, but I saw it. That absurd velocity, achieved by pushing the physical body past the absolute limit. That technique must be how Andre, with his weak constitution, became the Red Knight. I didn't master it yet, but seeing it, totally worth the beating. And Dragon's Fear. It actually made the Black Knight hesitate. Any lesser foe would have been on their knees trembling. Suddenly, a blue holographic panel materialized. You have an unread message. Notifications flooded his vision. Skill evolved. Flexible footwork. Rank D has awakened into high-speed movement. Rank C. Your soul has leveled up through sheer willpower. This is exactly the kind of progression you expect in a leveling manhwa. System functions fully synchronized. Karma points could unlock the next tier of power. As he read the description, shock washed over him. This was a game-changer for any leveling manhwa protagonist. First, the minimap. A tactical advantage displaying every contour of the terrain. Cost to unlock 20 karma points. Next, the inventory. An interdimensional pocket for endless loot. 20 points. And finally, the Novice Administrator's Guide, a Bible for efficient growth. 45 points to access that wisdom. His current balance sat at a meager 40 points. Jack stared at the holographic interface, his mind racing as a mountain of possibilities materialized before his eyes. He needed to be strategic. I'll test the inventory first, he decided. The system screen shimmered into existence. The rules were simple. Visualize the desire and the void would claim it. Retrieval was just as intuitive. However, the cost of storage wasn't free. The spatial footprint depended entirely on the object's mass and dimensions. And if he ran out of room, he could burn precious karma points to expand his personal dimension. Jack gripped the hilt of a shattered blade. If my skills trigger via thought, this shouldn't be any different. It was time to test the limits of this system. He channeled his will, chanting the command in his mind. Store, store, store. In a blink, the steel vanished from his grasp. He checked the interface. The dual blades were gone, consuming 28 inventory slots, so the system wasn't bluffing about the laws of equivalent exchange. Now for the retrieval. He visualized the jagged metal in his mind's eye. Instantaneously, the weight of the sword returned to his hand. A smirk played on his lips. A personal subspace dimension. This feature was far more broken than he had anticipated. In his past life, spatial artifacts were treasures worth toppling kingdoms for. Yet here he was, unlocking infinite storage with mere points. This wasn't just an advantage. It was a cheat code. As the realization settled, a new window flashed open. Low-rank administrator status. Name Jack Draker. Class unique immortal. Title blessed by the ancient dragon. Jack narrowed his eyes. Low-rank administrator. If this was the bottom of the barrel, he couldn't imagine the godlike power awaiting him at the higher tiers of this awakening manhwa. But with great power came a steep cost. These karma points were too valuable to squander. He would have to completely rewrite his strategy for the future. A knock shattered his concentration. May I enter, young master? Jack composed himself. Come in. The heavy door creaked open to reveal his butler. What is it? Decker bowed low. A missive for you, sir. The sender said you'd understand. He paused. It is from the groundskeeper, Dexter. He handed over a crisp envelope. Jack's lips curled into a grin. So their clash hadn't been a total loss. The note was brief but potent. Kid, if you want another beatdown, come find me anytime. He recalled the old man's parting words. Let's call this a draw. That wasn't just mercy, it was an invitation. The path to power was still open. The butler cleared his throat. One more matter, sir. We located the blacksmith you requested. Jack's eyes lit up. Excellent. When is the meeting set? Decker's face fell. There is a complication. He refused to see you. Jack's aura flared with irritation. What? On what grounds? Decker presented a hologram of a man passed out amidst a sea of empty bottles. He claims he has retired from the forge. The next morning, Jack stood before the blacksmith's estate. It's been an eternity, Jack mused. Peenie's breath. A legendary name for a legendary forge. He stepped across the threshold, his voice echoing. Is anyone alive in here? The interior was a graveyard of steel and glass. Swords lay abandoned like trash buried under mountains of beer bottles. Yet amidst the filth, one blade pulsed with a brilliant, undeniable aura. That was Ganon's masterpiece. In the future, he claimed it was the price for saving his life. A weapon truly worthy of the title, Soul Blacksmith. A craftsman who peered into the very essence of a warrior's soul before striking the iron. He created blades that could transmute raw energy into aura, bending to the user's will. The greatest smith on the continent. But now Jack stared at the disheveled man guzzling cheap liquor. How the mighty have fallen, Jack thought. Finally, the drunken wretch noticed his guest. A scowl twisted his face. Oi, brat, this isn't a playground. Get lost. This was Ganon the Soul Blacksmith. Jack knew the man was eccentric, but this level of degradation was pathetic. What tragedy had broken him before their timelines converged? Jack grabbed a bucket of ice-cold water. Without a shred of hesitation, he launched the liquid assault. Splash! As the blacksmith sputtered, Jack tossed the bucket aside and leaned in with a terrifyingly innocent smile. Are you sober enough to talk now? I want to know why you rejected my commission. Ganon glared, ready to kill, until his eyes locked onto the crest embroidered on Jack's glove. The Jack Draker family. Terror replaced rage. He scrambled to his knees, pressing his forehead to the floor. Forgive my insolence, I didn't know who you were. I am trash, Ganon wept. How can I forge a weapon for you when I cannot even forge the one thing I need? Jack watched the trembling man. So even a legend had to crawl through the mud before he could fly. In the previous timeline, Ganon was a titan of industry. But he had never spoken of this dark chapter. This was the origin story of a legend, a past he wanted to bury. But Jack didn't have the luxury of time. He couldn't wait 10 years for Ganon to find his own salvation. Ganon clawed at his hair, spiraling into madness. Why am I so broken? Can I even call myself a smith if the steel rejects me? I am nothing. Ganon! Jack's voice cracked like a whip. The smith flinched. I apologize, my lord. Please forgive my pathetic display. Jack shook his head. Stand up. Show me your so-called failures. A spark of life returned to Ganon's eyes. Failures? Yes. Right this way, sir. I have to force him back onto the path of destiny, Jack resolved. In the backyard, Ganon rubbed his neck sheepishly. Apologies for the chaos, my lord. It's fine. Jack scanned the yard. Dozens of blades pierced the earth like grave markers. These, Jack murmured. They carry an incredible presence. Ganon blushed at the praise, but quickly raised a hand. Please keep your distance. They may be failures, but their edges still hunger for blood. Jack inspected the steel garden. This one, and that one. He turned to the smith. You are mistaken. These are not failures. The craftsmanship rivaled the work of his prime. Jack activated his dragon eyes, the golden irises piercing through the physical realm. Just as I suspected, he pointed a finger. The problem isn't your skill, Ganon, it's your furnace. Ganon gasped, completely floored. How did you know? Zik pressed on, cool as ice. Let me ask you. You optimized your own alchemy style, didn't you? It looks like you mixed various metals to create materials that are lighter and more precise. Zik grabbed a sword and slashed the ground. Clang. The blade shattered instantly. But the durability is trash. In cases like this, the issue is that impurities weren't properly removed during the heat treatment. Ganon looked as if he'd seen a ghost. That is, exactly right. It was terrifying. Not only did this young master instantly recognize his secret forging method, but he also pinpointed the critical flaw and the root cause in a split second. If it's this man... Ganon clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. Sir, this is sudden, but I have a favor to ask. Zik raised a brow. What is it? They retreated inside. Ganon pulled out a worn parchment. Could you look at this first? The blacksmith unrolled a blueprint that was insanely intricate and detailed. Zik scanned the drawing. He knew this well. It was Ganon's secret masterpiece, something that wouldn't be revealed to the world for years, the blueprint for a magical blast furnace. Memories of a past life surfaced. Ganon had once said, "Why hide it from the man who saved my life? A furnace where heat is controlled by magic. That is my legacy." Back in reality, Zik nodded. With this, your alchemy method would be flawless. Ganon grinned like a mischievous child. I knew you'd recognize its value instantly. You have the complete design, Zik observed. So why haven't you built it? Ganon's face fell shadowed by gloom. The core component, it requires the aura energy law. To commission the magic tower for that, it costs 10,000 gold. Zik did the math internally. A normal family of 4 survives on 10 gold a month. This was 1,000 times that amount. It meant Ganon had spent 10 years scraping together every copper. The blacksmith continued, his voice trembling. That is why I need to ask you a favor. You are a Jack Draker and a Pureblood Awakener. If you build this furnace for me, I will fulfill any request you have for free unconditionally, until my last breath. Zik pondered. This is tricky but possible. As the family's guardian knight and a Trueblood, he could theoretically request 10,000 gold in support. But I can't give up on the aura sword for myself. He analyzed the situation. The man's biggest hurdle was simply the aura energy law. Wait. The energy law. A realization hit Zik like a bolt of lightning. He grabbed the blueprint. Fine, I accept. Ganon beamed. Really, you mean it, sir? Zik turned to leave, waving his hand dismissively. I know a wizard. I'll ask him. If I get an answer, I'll let you know. Oh, and quit the booze. Ganon was overcome with emotion. Tears and snot streamed down his face in a gross display of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much, I will serve you forever. He looked like a sobbing mess. He bowed like Zik was his savior. Thank you, master. Zik sighed, exasperated. Good grief, I got it. Stop that. It's disgusting. I'll tell you when it's done. Later at the Jack Draker Academy's research wing, Zik walked with purpose. Why do those bastards at the Magic Tower charge such insane fees? The structure looks simple enough. He recalled that Professor Fan's specialty was the laws of aura energy design. His lab might have the answer. Suddenly Zik froze. His eyes narrowed as he stared at a dark alleyway. Unbidden old nightmares came rushing back. In that very alley a group of students had once tormented him. The old Zik had wept, hugging his tormentor's leg. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Please just let me go. The bully had glared. What? Zik had knelt face wet with tears. I apologize, Lord Conrad. A lowly piece of trash like me dared to touch your noble person. Conrad had shoved Zik's head into the dirt. Good. Well said. As a reward, I'll let you lick the ground you dirtied. The cowardly Zik had actually thanked him. The current Zik boiled with rage. Those bastards. The images were vivid, the phantom echoes of their insults ringing in his ears. A bug like you just gets in the way of human beings. Conrad had pummeled Zik's face until blood splattered everywhere. The crowd hadn't stopped it. They cheered. Conrad had screamed furious at Zik's potential. That son of a bitch, Zik. He triggered a golden light reaction. It's the classic awakening Manhwa trope, a true blood rising above them all. You piece of trash. Conrad couldn't accept that he lost to a lowly nobody. Just because of a lucky surprise attack before the match started. How could a waste of space who only won by luck become a true blood awakener? It makes no sense. Suddenly Zik stepped out from the shadows, interrupting the memory. Wow, that was fast. Found a replacement for me already. His gaze was lethal. I'll give you 3 seconds. Stick your heads in the ground or else. A terrifying pressure exploded from Zik. Opposite him, Liang broke out in a cold sweat. What is this overwhelming aura? It was the kind of intensity you only see in a top-tier leveling manhwa. Just a few months ago he was a bug beneath my boot. Why am I trembling now? The humiliation ignited a fire in Liang's gut. He forced himself to scream. How dare you speak to me like that, you lowly bastard? What are you waiting for? Get him! He barked orders at his dogs. The loyal lackeys charged at Zik, grinning like idiots, completely unaware they were running straight into hell. Zik sighed, bored out of his mind. Don't say I didn't warn you. He leaned back effortlessly, dodging the first clumsy punch. Before the thug could blink, Zik buried a fist in his face. Crunch blood sprayed as he collapsed. Spinning, Zik launched an uppercut into the next guy's jaw, sending him rolling. Another attacker swung a hammer fist from above. Zik caught the arm midair like it was a twig. He spun and hurled the guy into his comrade. Without pausing, Zik drove a brutal knee into another attacker's face. The thug's eyes rolled back, lights out instantly. Liang's minions were getting destroyed. Zik was serving up a beatdown with zero mercy. Against weaklings like this, one strike was all he needed. In the back, Liang watched his squad get dismantled. His jaw hit the floor. Impossible. Is this really the same Zik Jack Draker I used to know? Having taken out the trash, Zik turned his icy gaze to the ringleader. No need to be scared. Like I said, the pain will only last a second. Panic consumed Liang. He unsheathed the steel sword at his waist, his voice cracking. Stay back. Come any closer and I'll cut you. He was shaking like a leaf. Zik stared at the drawn blade, his eyes darkening. You really drew a live blade outside the training hall. Do you understand the weight of that action? Is that right? Murderous intent flooded the air. To answer the killing intent of Liang, who drew steel in a sacred space. I, a Jack Draker, will respond with my honor. This duel ends only when one of us stops breathing. The consequences fall on our shoulders alone. Liam Stone bear witness to this moment. Now, shall we resume? Zik's voice trembled with twisted excitement. That fool lion had handed him the perfect excuse on a silver platter. But before the main character could even strike, terror seized Lion's bladder. Steel clattered to the ground as his hands lost their grip. He shook like a leaf, begging, I'm sorry, Lord Draker, please spare my worthless life. Watching this pathetic display, a storm of memories crashed into Zik's mind. He saw his past self, broken, bloodied, bowing his head and begging for mercy just like this. The image of his former weakness made his blood boil. Damn it, he cursed silently. You stupid, pathetic moron. In this life, death was too easy. With a casual flick of his wrist, his blade sang through the air, slicing clean through Lion's left ear. A scream of pure agony ripped from Lion's throat. Zik sheathed his blade and grabbed a fistful of Lion's hair. "Consider that ear the price of your life," Lion wailed, clutching the bloody stump where his ear used to be. Zik pressed his hand down on the fool's head. "If I see that ear reattached the next time we meet, the next thing I take won't be cartilage. It will be your head." With those words, he shoved Lion's face into the dirt, forcing him to taste the same humiliation, the same filth that Zik had tasted in his previous life. Job done, he exhaled a long breath and walked away as if nothing happened. But Liam Stone struggled to his feet, calling out to the retreating figure. "Wait. Why did you help me?" Zik paused, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Don't overthink it. I wasn't saving you. I was saving myself." It was a whisper of farewell to the weak shadow of his past. Leaving the alley, he scratched his head, grumbling. "Menganon's memories are messing with my head. I almost spouted some cringy hero dialogue back there." Time skipped forward, shifting the scene to the cluttered laboratory of the mage Professor Vanner. Zik slammed a blacksmith's blueprint onto the table. "Well, is this system Manhwa build possible?" Professor Vanner studied the papers before replying. "To put it bluntly, yes, it is theoretically possible." Zek's eyes lit up like a kid in a candy store. "Seriously, so will you take the commission?" But in this Manhwa recap, nothing is ever that simple. Vanner didn't jump at the offer. "Hold your horses. You need to hear the catch first. As you said, the overall structure is basic. The problem lies here, the core. The heart responsible for the energy output. The core is the engine of this machine," the professor explained. "But the mana circuits required to handle it have insanely complex restrictions. It sounds minor, but we need massive energy input and a way to regulate the output with zero latency. This is unprecedented engineering." Zik's smile faded as reality set in. "But it can be done, right?" "Yes," Vanner nodded. "We have two paths regarding the core. Option 1, I personally redesign your schematic. However, re-engineering the core will take a decade, no, probably 15 years. 15 years, Zik roared. "That's an eternity." Vanner remained calm. "Then there is the second method. We skip the redesign and use a specific material instead. It saves time, but it requires a high-grade compressed mana stone." Hearing this, Zik nearly jumped out of his chair. "What, that's an ancient relic? Modern technology can't even synthesize that?" Professor Vanner shrugged. "Exactly. Ancient artifacts are rare, and scavenging them from ruins is even harder. To find a mana stone compatible with this design, the market price would exceed 3,000 gold. In short, speed requires a fortune." Zik slumped, his energy drained. "If anyone finds out I can't use aura, I'm done for. But 15 years is impossible, and 3,000 gold is a fantasy. Damn it, I can't give up on Gainon's aura sword. Everyone thinks I'm an awakening Manhwa type who uses aura because of the blessing ceremony. But that was just a trick using healing skills and raw energy. The truth is, I'm still powerless when it comes to aura." Zish admitted inwardly. "It's a force too volatile for normal humans to control. Aside from the spirit sense skill my master taught me, I have no sword techniques that utilize aura. Body reinforcement is fine, but it pales in comparison to the real thing. Aura is versatile and potent. That's exactly why I need Gainon's aura sword to bridge the gap. But where the hell do I find a high-grade compressed mana stone?" A dark cloud of despair began to loom over his future. While Zik panicked, Vanner was still lost in admiration of the blueprints, oblivious to his client's distress. "By the way, the creator of this is a genius. Even with the complex core, this design is superior. It rivals the craftsmanship of the Golden Age artifacts." Vanner's words struck Zik like a bolt of lightning. His body stiffened and his eyes blazed with sudden realization. "Wait. Golden Age artifacts. Right, why didn't I think of that sooner?" A confident smirk returned to Zik's face. He stood up abruptly. "Professor, keep those blueprints safe until I return." Vanner looked at him like he was insane. "What are you telling me? You're actually going to wait 15 years? Zik laughed heartily. "Haha, of course not. I'm going to go fetch one. A high-grade compressed mana stone. The Golden Age. A legendary era defined by the War of Liberation, where humanity rose up against the tyranny of the dragon race. That era ended when the evil dragon fell to the blade of Draker, the first head of the Draker family. That victory secured a century of peace for mankind. During that time, countless ancient artifacts were discovered in Dragonlayers. These were relics from the Hero King's era, the absolute peak of magical civilization. These treasures possess technology and magic far beyond modern standards. Among them lies the high-grade compressed mana stone, a relic powerful enough to power an entire city. The scene shifts to the heart of Dryer Academy, the central library. Though rarely visited now, it stands proud, a silent monument to a forgotten legacy. Legend has it that Torkin himself established this sanctuary during the Academy's golden expansion era. The archives here act as a vault guarding secrets and relics from the glorious Golden Age. Back in the days of the Great Excavation, countless artifacts were unearthed here. It sparked a fever that swept across the entire continent, a treasure hunt of epic proportions. Yet in the present era, their true value has been lost to time. Jack Draker prowled through the dusty archives hunting for a clue. After hours of fruitless wandering, he let out a heavy sigh. He could grope around in the dark all day and still find absolutely nothing. Out of options, he decided to trigger his trump card, the Dragon's Eye technique. The moment the skill activated, the world shifted in his vision. An anomaly appeared, a single wall tile glowing with an eerie crimson light. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and tapped the suspicious stone. The main character inspected the tile with surgical precision. A hollow echo rang out, confirming his deduction instantly. This was it, the hidden mechanism. Jack Draker's mind raced. Wasting no time, he channeled the power of his origin spirit, a high-level application of force he had inherited from his master. This technique allowed Jack Draker to manifest his sheer will into physical form, shaping it to cut or manipulate reality itself. But every god-tier power comes with a heavy price. The user must burn through a massive amount of energy to perform even a single action. His blade of pure aura sliced through the stone floor like a hot knife through butter. But the effort took its toll immediately. Sweat poured down his face as exhaustion hit him like a truck. It seemed wielding this level of power was still too much for his current body. Gritting his teeth, he lifted the stone slab and slipped into the darkness below. Careful to cover his tracks, he slid the tile back into place. The scene shifts underground, where Jack Draker found himself standing in a pitch-black subterranean palace. He was forced to light a torch just to see a few feet ahead. As he walked, he muttered to himself. The reports never mentioned the dungeon being this deep. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed in the dark, making him freeze. He instantly doused the flame, plunging himself into stealth mode. The sound grew louder, creeping closer. Jack Draker's suspicion rose. Wasn't this ruin supposed to remain undiscovered for at least another decade? Could someone else have beaten him to the prize? With bated breath, he slowly peeked out from his cover to assess the threat. Before Jack Draker's eyes stood two animated skeletons, one clutching a pickaxe, the other a shovel. Jack Draker frowned, analyzing the threat level. Just dry bones. All right then, this shouldn't be too much of a challenge. Jack Draker drew his blade from his inventory and triggered his critical strike skill. In a flash of steel, the pickaxe-wielding skeleton was decapitated before it could react. Following the momentum, a devastating overhead slash cleaved the second skeleton in two. The moment the undead crumbled to dust, a system window flashed before his eyes. You have defeated 2 skeletons. Reward, 2 karma points. Current karma points 22. Staring at the glowing text, Jack Draker felt like he had struck a different kind of gold. That's right, I can farm points by slaughtering monsters. It was just like the classic mechanics of a leveling manhwa. He had completely forgotten about the grind because he was so focused on the artifacts. Adrenaline pumping, Jack Draker gripped his sword tight, eager to find more of these lovely bone bags to send to the afterlife. Daddy is coming for you. My precious points. He realized these mobs were weak, slow, and completely harmless, yet they dropped valuable currency. As he casually farmed the dungeon, Jack Draker began strategizing his spending. The beginner quest book cost 45 points, while the mini-map was a steal at just 20. High-tier skills like Dragon's Eye Devour and second-stage abilities all demanded a hefty 50 points. With his current wallet, the mini-map was the only viable investment. Decisive as ever, Jack Draker purchased and activated the mini-map function. A holographic simulation materialized, scanning the surrounding area in real time. Spotting the red dot marking his location, Jack Draker grasped the layout instantly. The main character stared at the 3D map with wide eyes. He noticed a peculiar zone tucked away in the corner and wondered, what in the world is that? He reached out and tapped the anomaly. The system immediately shifted the interface from 2D to an immersive 3D projection for better tactical analysis. Looking at this flexible display, Jack Draker couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Magnificent. This is exactly the kind of cheat tool I needed. The protagonist's eyes locked onto a room pulsing with a crimson warning light. He questioned the anomaly. Why is that the only room glowing with a different color? Jack Draker tapped the chamber and the system responded with a prompt. Do you wish to generate a path to the selected location? The storage vault, choose yes or no. Seeing the label, Jack Draker was stunned. The storage vault. In the original timeline, the excavation team took days to locate this treasure trove. And yet here I am finding it with a single tap. Without a second thought, Jack Draker hit confirm and the system obliged, calculating the fastest route to your destination. The 3D map automatically traced a glowing path leading straight to the jackpot. Seeing this, Jack Draker burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is unbelievable. With this cheat, getting lost is logically impossible. Following the navigation, Jack Draker arrived before a colossal, imposing gate. He halted, muttering, "This must be the place, but how do I get in?" Jack Draker reached out to touch the heavy door, but instantly a defensive ward activated violently, repelling his hand. Jack Draker glared at the barrier, his brow furrowed. A security curse. Lucky I was wearing gauntlets, or I would have lost a hand just now. There is no way my current power level can breach this spell. Venting his frustration, Jack Draker called out to the interface. "System, can't you crack this thing for me?" Unexpectedly, the system responded. "Administrator request received. Connecting to the security mainframe. Security curse has been neutralized." Jack Draker's jaw dropped. "Huh. You can actually understand what I'm saying." The system replied, cold and robotic, affirmative. "Administrator, do you have any further requests?" The main character stood frozen in shock. He never imagined he could hold a conversation with the interface. Regaining his composure, Jack Draker asked the question haunting him. "If you can hear me, then tell me. Why was I forced to reincarnate?" This was the central mystery of his awakening Manhwa life. The system replied, "I cannot answer that question." Jack Draker pressed on. "Then what exactly is this administrator system? I cannot answer that question." "Then who created you?" "I cannot answer that question." "Do you have any further requests?" Administrator Jack Draker sighed, disappointed but not surprised. Damn it, stonewalled at every turn. He commanded the door to open. The system confirmed. Administrator request confirmed. The tomb of the Dragonslayer, the storage vault, is now unlocked. With a thunderous rumble, the ancient mechanisms groaned to life, and the giant gate began to part. Behind the massive doors lay a cavernous hall lined with row upon row of pristine wooden chests. Jack Draker's eyes lit up with pure greed. "Are those treasure chests?" Just as the name implied, this was a vault overflowing with invaluable artifacts and lost heritage. Finding just one of these relics would be considered a miracle in the outside world. He rushed to the nearest chest and threw it open. Inside, a hoard of jewels and mana stones radiated a blinding brilliance. Jack Draker was nearly dazzled by the sheer wealth. "Ha ha ha. Are there really 100 chests just like this one?" Drunk on excitement, Jack Draker began popping lids open left and right to gaze at the treasures. Finally, he uncovered 4 top-tier spirit stones. Jack Draker grinned, his heart racing. This is even better than I imagined. High-grade compressed mana stones, and 4 of them jackpot. I want to use points to expand my inventory, but there's still not enough space. Looks like I'll have to treat this place as my personal bank and come back often until I graduate. After stashing the loot, Z prepared to leave. But suddenly the air shifted. He spun around, a bone-chilling cold seizing his heart. What is this aura? This overwhelming sense of dread, Z placed a hand on the wall to investigate. Without warning, a complex magic circle blazed to life beneath his feet. Z stood frozen as the arcane formation engulfed him. In a heartbeat, space warped, and he was teleported away. When his vision finally cleared, Z realized the scenery had completely changed. He was standing in the middle of a massive ancient warehouse. Realizing he'd been forcibly teleported, his senses sharpened instantly. He scanned the area, hand on his weapon. "System report location. Where am I?" The system responded immediately. "Administrator is currently inside the Dragonslayer's sanctuary." Hearing the room was safe, Z let out a breath, lowering his guard slightly, though his eyes remained sharp. Z began to sift through the memories of his past life. A Dragonslayer's sanctuary here. In my previous timeline, there was never any news about a hidden chamber like this. He pulled up the minimap to check his coordinates, his mind racing with calculations. Just as I thought. It's not far from my last position, but there are no connecting paths. This must be a hidden dungeon, a completely undiscovered secret of this leveling Manhwa world. I can't ignore a find like this. Excitement bubbled in his chest. He shoved the heavy lid of a stone sarcophagus aside, revealing a set of majestic full-body armor resting within. At that exact moment, a blue window popped up. System notification: Dragonslayer's exclusive equipment detected. Z lifted the heavy armor, inspecting it with curiosity. Dragonslayer's gear, huh? Let's see what makes you so special. The design? It definitely doesn't look like anything from the Golden Age I know. He muttered to himself, turning the piece over until he found a distinct socket on the back of the neck. It looked like it was waiting for a power source. A spark of realization hit him. He immediately pulled one of the high-grade compressed mana stones from his inventory. Wait a second. Could it be... Well, no point in hesitating. Z shoved the stone into the socket. His instincts were dead on. The moment the stone clicked into place, a violent surge of energy erupted, jump-starting the ancient mechanism. Mana stone installed in Dragonslayer's equipment. Activating gear. As the notification flashed, the armor's eyes suddenly blazed with a terrifying light. The protagonist grinned with pure anticipation. A second later, the armor stood up on its own. Z stepped back, startled but impressed. Now that is what I'm talking about. But suddenly the energy spiked out of control. Warning: equipment malfunction. Overload detected. Activation failed. Explosion imminent. Please evacuate. The system's panic was palpable, but the warning came too late. The armor was already glowing like a bomb about to detonate. Boom. Z stood there, covered in soot, face bruised and annoyed. It already blew up, you useless piece of junk, the system replied sheepishly. Apologies. Putting the explosion aside, Z couldn't hide his shock. A high-grade compressed mana stone was just enough to turn it on. What kind of monstrous functions does this thing have to drain that much power? I'll have to ask Fan Nong later. Z shook his head and decided to explore the rest of the facility. He began prowling through the warehouse, but the search was disappointing. The other rooms are empty? This is the last one? Z muttered, walking into a final chamber. It was a spacious hall with a single glass display case in the center. Just one item. Compared to the treasure room, this place looks like it was built for a beggar. That's what he thought until the system dropped a bombshell. Discovery legacy of Terrakan Draker. The cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. He stared at the notification. The room looked normal, but cold sweat began to pour down Z's face. The pressure was suffocating. Terrakan Draker. That lunatic. He actually kept the heart of the dragon he slew as a legacy item. Z sighed, the weight of the situation crashing down on him. So that creeping horror I felt in the storage room came from this thing. But up close, the vibe is on a whole different level. He groaned, failing to notice that the ominous aura was thickening, wrapping around him like a suffocating blanket. It was beginning to seep into his mind. The cursed heart of Bahamut is reacting to the administrator. The dark mana of the black dragon began to twist Z's thoughts, warping his reality. Fine, I hear you. Seems I have no choice. I'll just kill them all. A foreign murderous thought slithered into Z's consciousness, but instantly the system fought back, skill-activated indomitable mental defense. Z's eyes snapped open, clarity returning for a split second. He saw the vile black mist coiling around him. What the hell is this? Get off me! He roared, struggling to comprehend the invisible attack. For the first time, the system issued a mandatory challenge. Sudden quest: Terrakan Draker's trial. Survive the curse of Bahamut's heart. Quest: reward ownership of Terrakan's legacy. The protagonist stood frozen, reading the text, but one of his eyes had already turned pitch black, consumed by the dragon's malice. Even the system's indomitable mental defense was crumbling under the sheer weight of the ancient evil. The defense had failed. Z was now alone in the dark, battling the corruption. 1,000 monstrous voices shrieked in his skull, demanding destruction, demanding he burn the world to ash. The pain was blinding, as if his head was splitting open. Desperate to silence the voices, Z slammed his forehead into the reinforced glass case with a sickening crunch. The impact shattered the glass. Shut up. You keep babbling about freedom. Z snarled, blood dripping down his face. Freedom isn't given. It's something you seize for yourself, you idiot. The protagonist let out a savage, bloodied grin. His sheer dominance and willpower crushed the foreign presence, silencing the whispers instantly. System notification. You have overcome the curse of the evil dragon Bahamut. Sudden quest complete. Reward: ownership of Terrakan's legacy acquired. The glass cage disintegrated completely. Floating before him was a heart engulfed in eternal flames. But Z didn't have the energy to admire it. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. Damn it. That was way too close. He wiped the blood from his eyes. I can't believe my passive skills failed. This truly is an S-class awakening Manhwa scenario. What just happened? Jack wondered, his mind racing. But while he was lost in thought, the system took control. System alert: self-healing art activated. Infinite stamina art activated. Commencing absorption of the cursed dragon Bahamut's heart. The main character stood, battered, blood masking his face. But then the dragon's heart pulsed with a terrifying rhythm, firing a beam of blinding light. It struck Jack's chest. Agony ripped through him as if his body were being torn into shreds. What the hell is this? He screamed in pure torment. Pure condensed mana flooded his veins, but he had no mana core to contain such power. The boundless energy ran wild, destroying him from the inside out. The air turned crimson with the overflow. I'm going to explode. So focus, Jack shouted to himself. He grit his teeth, forcing his broken body to move, wrapping the chaotic mana in a supreme sealing technique. Summoning every ounce of strength, he compressed the raging storm within him to seal it away. Boom! A catastrophic explosion rocked the area. Dust billowed out like a mushroom cloud, but as the smoke cleared, Jack stood unharmed. The violent energy thrashed for a few more seconds, trying to break free before finally falling silent. Only then did the protagonist exhale the tension leaving his shoulders. I'm actually alive. He scanned the ruins. The heart was gone. I absorbed Bahamut's mana. He realized, his eyes gleaming with a predator's curiosity. In the reflection of a shattered glass shard, he saw it. A menacing dragon tattoo now claimed the center of his chest. He traced the ink, stunned. Is this the seal containing Bahamut's power? Suddenly, blue screens flooded his vision. Classic system Manhwa mechanics. Absorption complete. Administrator body refined. Physique evolved to heavenly bone body. Power overload detected. 95% of power sealed for safety. Successor recognized. Access granted to Terracan Draker's vault. Activating beginner tutorial quest. It was too much info at once. Heavenly Bone Body Terracan's vault quests. Just another pile of insane cheat abilities. Jack waved his hand dismissively. I'll deal with it later. Dismiss. But another screen popped up, changing his expression instantly. Wait a minute. A sly grin spread across his face. My ancestor really left me the jackpot. The screen flashed. Do you wish to unlock the second legacy of Terracan Draker? Confirm, Jack commanded without hesitation. Second legacy unlocked. The item materialized. Even without a description, Jack's eyes widened in shock at the treasure before him. Time flew by. The scene shifts to Jack's private quarters at the Platinum Tower. After stashing his precious loot, Jack finally sat down to check his gains. Let's see just how much I've leveled up. Status open. He grinned as the window materialized. The data had definitely changed. Under titles, a new line gleamed: Heir of Terracan Draker and Ruler of Dragonkind. Physique Heavenly Bone Body. Art Dragon Technique. Word Soul Locked. So many expansions. Jack nodded. Let's dig deeper. He tapped the text. Ruler of Dragonkind allows the user to summon and command subservient dragon species. Heavenly Bone Body optimizes physical potential, accelerates martial arts learning, and amplifies mana conductivity. Jack narrowed his eyes. Text descriptions are vague. I need more details than just this. I saw a separate system tab for Terracan earlier. System, show me all logs related to that name. The system responded instantly. Accessing Terracan's vault requires data synchronization. Please move to the designated synchronization point. Display location on minimap. A physical location for a digital vault. Seriously. Fine. Show me. Jack scoffed. The minimap projected into the air. Jack's jaw dropped when he saw the glowing marker. Van La, the Elite Knight Academy. That place is a fortress. Even with my skills, sneaking into Van La is practically suicide. I wasn't planning on going there, but for Terracan's legacy, it's worth the risk. I guess I'm stuck with this cursed family a bit longer. He shifted focus to the next notification, the Beginner Quest. Beginner Quest tutorial for low-level administrator. Completion unlocks daily tasks to support administrator growth. Rewards granted upon completion. Jack nodded. Simple enough. Even an idiot could understand this. So, I do the work, I get the prize. Just like an Adventurers Guild commission. But what's this tutorial about? As if reading his mind, the system answered. Initiating low-level administrator tutorial. The room dissolved. The world twisted and warped, transforming into a virtual simulation space. Jack spun around, scanning the new environment. What the where am I? Another teleportation accident? No. The atmosphere is completely different. Suddenly a guttural growl echoed from the shadows behind him. A chilling sound pierced the air, and Zik spun around just in time to see the system spawning a horde of massive bloodthirsty orcs from thin air. A holographic interface materialized before his eyes, flashing a red alert. Tutorial mission initiated. Annihilate the enemy within the time limit. The conditions were absolute use, at least 2 skills, and he had exactly 60 minutes to secure access to the system store. It was the classic trope of a leveling Manhwa force the player to adapt or die, creating a scenario where he had no choice but to rely on the system. A little late for a tutorial, don't you think? Zik muttered, a smirk playing on his lips despite the danger. But the enemy didn't wait for his complaints. The orcs encircled him instantly, their massive spiked bludgeons descending in a synchronized crush of death. Boom! The impact shattered the stone floor, kicking up a storm of dust. But Zik, the veteran of countless battles, had never lowered his guard. In the blink of an eye, he triggered high-speed movement, his body becoming a blur as he unleashed a relentless chain of slashes. His blade flashed like a streak of lightning, moving so fast that the orcs were diced into pieces before their brains could even register the pain. This overwhelming dominance was the gift of the Heavenly Bone Constitution, a legendary body type that optimized physical prowess and amplified energy flow to godlike levels. Zik gripped his hilt, eyes widening in pleasant surprise. The sword feels weightless in my hand. Is this the true power of the Heavenly Bone Constitution? At this level, I could crush a commander-class beast without breaking a sweat. he thought, just as the system chimed to announce the tutorial's completion. Suddenly the simulated reality dissolved into pixels fading away like mist. Back to reality. So it was all just a hyper-realistic illusion. That level of detail was terrifying. Zik admitted, sheathing his blade as the system prepared to shower him with the spoils of war. Critical hit bonus acquired. Time attack bonus acquired. The notifications chimed in a satisfying rhythm. 40 points awarded. Store function unlocked. Zik's heart raced. This was the moment every awakened hunter dreamed of shopping for power. Jackpot. This is convenient beyond belief. Zik's eyes scanned the holographic shelves, instantly spotting items that could turn the tide of any war. Giant's Skin. For 10 points, a potion that hardened the flesh to match a titan's durability. Breath of the Fire Giant. For 2 points, a consumable that unleashed hellfire which could never be extinguished. Lesser Rune Stone of Speed. For 7 points. And Wings of the Sky. For 5 artifacts to grant the user the swiftness of a gale. Greed flared in Zik's chest. These weren't just items, they were treasures worth hundreds of gold coins. In the real world, he could make a fortune just by flipping them. But the system had another feature waiting. Please place the item you wish to sell into the designated slot. He could sell items directly from his inventory. The training sword was rejected, but then he selected the elven dagger. Selling price 4 points. Zik froze his hand, hovering in the air. 4 points. That was an insult to the artifact's legacy. 4 measly points, I could get at least 100 gold coins at a glorious auction house. Selling to the system is highway robbery unless I'm desperate. He swiped the screen away in frustration and stretched his aching limbs. What a day. I need to sleep for 1,000 years. Time flowed like water, and the scene shifted to the next morning at the Academy's prestigious research center. Zik stood before Professor Farron, placing the compressed spirit stone on the table. The young professor's composure cracked, replaced by pure shock. You actually brought a high-compression spirit stone in a single day. How in the heavens did a student manage this? Zik couldn't exactly reveal. He farmed it from a secret dungeon, so he waved it off with a charming smile. It's a long story. More importantly, is the machine ready? It is complete, Farron replied, his voice still trembling slightly. You are truly a wizard, Professor, Zik praised. No. So, the professor countered, eyeing the stone. The fact that you brought this here is the real miracle. Zik took a sip of tea, his inner monologue sharpening. This guy, he's too sharp for his own good. High-grade spirit stones are strictly tracked by the great powers of the continent. Every stone has a serial number revealing its origin, excavation time, and owner. But the stone I brought is fresh loot from an unregistered dungeon. It doesn't exist in any database in the world. Suspicion aside, the professor has a good eye. He knows quality when he sees it. Farron finished his final inspection and adjusted his glasses. I've verified the serial number, or lack thereof. Shall we begin? The duo headed to Ganon's forge, where the magic furnace roared to life, unleashing a tidal wave of scorching energy. It works. Ganon's face lit up with the joy of a master craftsman witnessing a miracle. Zik and Farron watched as the energy stabilized. I must leave for my lecture, the professor announced, bowing respectfully. Thank you for everything, Professor, Zik replied, as Ganon stood beside him, grinning from ear to ear. I never thought I'd see a fully operational magic furnace in my lifetime, Ganon admitted. This is truly a gift from the gods. Zik shook his head, a shrewd glint in his eye. It was just a transaction. Now about our deal. Of course, Ganon replied instantly. Zik reached into his bag, pulling out an item radiating ancient power. Forge me a sword with this. Ganon's jaw dropped as he recognized the material instantly. By the gods, the Fang of Bahamut, the Dragon King himself. Whoa, is this truly a dragon's fang? The sheer scale, the pristine condition? I've never laid eyes on a material of this caliber in any leveling manhwa. Where in the world did you unearth this divine artifact? To Jack, this wasn't just a bone. It was the second legacy of Terrakan Draker, straight from the celestial dragon. Holding it, he felt less like an heir and more like a grave robber plundering history. It's a long story, complicated to explain, Jack murmured, trying to downplay it. But then he noticed the blacksmith trembling before him, shaking violently like a man struck by a sudden fever. You didn't just gift me a magical furnace. You've granted me the honor of forging a dragon's fang. I swear upon my life, I will repay this trust 1,000-fold. I, Ganon, pledge my very soul to this blade. As he shouted, a blinding aura of determination erupted from his body, nearly dazzling Jack with its intensity. That vow triggered a wave of nostalgia. In his past life, Ganon had spoken those exact same words. A man of unshakable resolve then and now. Jack smiled internally, deciding to leave everything in the master blacksmith's hands. I trust you, Ganon. Show me the weapon that will shake the heavens. I'll be waiting. Scene shift to Jack's quarters. The adrenaline was still pumping, his mind racing with anticipation for the masterpiece the genius blacksmith was about to birth. Commissioning a custom blade is more thrilling than I thought. Jack grinned, barely containing his excitement. His mind drifted to the note from Uncle Duke. It had been a week since that bet ended, the deadline to return was up. Calculations complete. It's about time for the storm to arrive. Jack thought, sensing the shift in the air. And right on cue, a massive shadow loomed on the balcony. Uncle Duke stood there, his eyes burning with a rage that could melt steel. "Why didn't you come to me, brat? Hey kid, answer me honestly." Staring into the face of the red-haired demon, Jack couldn't stop his body from trembling. The man looked ready to murder him on the spot. Pulling himself together, Jack forced a calm reply. "Well, you said to return only if I wanted to challenge you. Naturally, since I had no intention of doing so, I simply didn't show up." That wasn't the answer Duke wanted. In a blur of motion, he lunged forward, seizing Jack by the collar with an iron grip. "I told you to be honest." Duke didn't give him a second to breathe. He hurled Jack straight out the open window. Jack's face went blank as gravity took hold. Too high a fall from this altitude means instant death. No healing factor can fix a splattered brain. Survival instinct kicked in. He twisted his body in midair, desperate to snag the balcony railing and save his wretched life. But before his fingers could graze the stone, a massive hand clamped around his neck like a vice duke, held him suspended over the abyss, his voice dropping to absolute zero. "So you don't want to challenge me again? I don't peg you for a fool who can't take a hint. It's the opposite. You didn't show up after losing, didn't even visit the infirmary. It feels like you're deliberately trying to piss me off. I'll give you 5 seconds. This time cut the crap and tell me the truth." The killing intent rolling off him was suffocating. Jack realized he might have pushed the prank a little too far into the death zone. Wait. He knew I was baiting him and still played along. Jack's fear vanished, replaced by a teasing glint in his eyes. How irrational. You haven't even revealed your true identity yet. Really, am I wrong? You're the keeper of the Dexter Garden. Hearing that, a grin split Duke's face. He tossed Jack back into the room like a ragdoll smashing furniture into kindling. "Fine. You win, brat. I used to be a Black Knight of the Draker family. My name is Duke Draker." He extended a hand. Now that the cards were on the table, Jack placed a hand over his heart in a formal salute. "Honorable elder of the clan and former member of the Black Knight Order. I sincerely apologize for the disrespect I have shown." He spoke with the poise of a true knight, but his lack of surprise made the old man suspicious. Is this the face of someone who already knew everything? Jack instantly wiped the intelligence from his face, replacing it with a mask of clueless innocence. No, not at all." He let out an awkward laugh, then pivoted to curiosity. "But Uncle Duke, what did you mean by used to be a Black Knight?" Duke shrugged as if it were nothing. "Simple. I was black, but now I'm red." Jack felt his brain short-circuit. Is that even possible? In this awakening Manhwa world, knight ranks can ascend, but I've never heard of a rank dropping. Duke cut the conversation short, clearly touching a nerve. "Kid, drop it. We aren't discussing that." As he spoke, his fists trembled uncontrollably, a physical struggle to contain his inner demons. Jack realized he'd stepped on a landmine. This was a taboo subject. He wasn't stupid enough to press further. "All right. Since you've been honest with me, Duke, I'll return the favor." Jack confessed his true motive, why he deliberately ghosted the older man. As he listened, the fire in Duke's eyes shifted from anger to intrigue. "So you deduced my identity from the start and poked the bear just to force me into taking you as a disciple. You've got some serious guts, kid." "Fine, I'll do it. I'll take you on as my disciple." Duke slapped his thigh with a thunderous laugh, leaving Jack wide-eyed. Just like that. No time to waste. Before the old man changes his mind, seal the deal. Jack dropped to one knee, instantly, words firing out like a machine gun. "I, Jack Draker, offer my eternal oath to you, the great Duke. Draker the knight among knights. I swear to follow your teachings with dedication, to cultivate virtue, to learn, and strive to uphold and elevate your honor." He rattled it off so fast that even Duke was baffled by the shameless speed of his transformation. "You even memorized the formal disciple oath. That's ancient stuff, rarely used these days." Duke muttered in disbelief. Jack replied without missing a beat. "Cultural literacy is a virtue of a knight, is it not, you sly little brat? I'll take that as a compliment." Jack grinned, victorious. But then a thought struck him. "Master, may I ask one question?" Duke sighed heavily. "You're calling me master already? That was fast." "Fine, shoot." Jack didn't hesitate. "What exactly did you see in me that made you agree to train me?" As he asked, memories from his previous life flooded back. This wasn't just idle curiosity. Duke was infamous for refusing disciples. In the original timeline, even Andre, the prodigy of the century, had to beg for years to become his sole student. So why? Why did he accept me so easily? I had a theory. He must have seen the dormant power within me during the bet potential that far eclipsed Andre's talent. The old man clearly had sharp eyes. The corner of Reich's lips curled into a smirk at the thought. Meanwhile, Duke didn't rush to confirm. Instead, he threw the question right back at the boy. Why do you think I chose you? Take a guess. Answering his master, Reich decided to be blunt. Naturally, it's because I'm a peerless genius, right? The answer was so absurd that Duke burst into a fit of laughter, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Your confidence is truly something else, huh? If talent were the only criteria, I would have taken Gina as my disciple. No, I chose you because of your sheer determination. Not every so-called prodigy ascends to the rank of a red or black knight. Those who grow up without facing walls crumble the moment they hit the slightest hurdle. Listening to the old man's wisdom, Reich found himself in complete agreement. The master was absolutely right. Countless geniuses expected to reach the red rank end up stagnating at purple or blue, their potential wasted. Turning back to his new disciple, seeing that the boy understood Duke's teaching spirit, ignited. Enough chit-chat. Follow me. Your first lesson begins right now. Yes, master. Reich's eyes lit up with anticipation. It seemed he was eager for Duke to pass down his legendary secret arts in this leveling manhwa. The two quickly made their way to the training grounds in the West Greenhouse. Reich was stunned by the sheer scale of the facility. Who would have guessed such a massive arena lay hidden beneath a simple greenhouse? What exactly is his plan here? He told me to run, so I ran. But it's been 3 hours already. Reich furrowed his brows, trying to decipher the training method. At the same time, Duke watched with a contemplative expression before finally calling out for him to halt. Reich slowed to a jog in place, turning to his master. Does this mean I can finally stop running? Yes, but I have a question first. Duke nodded solemnly. Yes, master, what do you wish to know? Reich responded, though the atmosphere suddenly shifted. Nothing too complex. As Duke spoke, he vanished, instantly reappearing directly behind the boy. In a blur of motion, he reached out to seize Reich's wrist. It was pure instinct. Reich's body reacted on its own. He violently swung his arm, deflecting the old man's grip, and leaped backward to create distance. Looking at his own palm, which was now slightly red from the impact, Duke let out a heavy sigh. Checking your energy flow? It seems that won't be an easy task. Reich remained silent, his guard up. All right, something has been off from the very beginning. From the infirmary during the aptitude test, the bet in the greenhouse, and even after that 500-meter run, I haven't felt a shred of aura from you. When I tried to check your pulse, you dodged. Tell me, kid. Don't tell me you can't use aura at all. It was a bullseye. Reich felt his heart skip a beat. His deepest secret was dangerously close to being exposed. Before Reich could formulate an excuse, Duke pressed on. The bronze statue reacted, didn't it? That unprecedented golden light caused such an uproar and brought you to this point. So why did you stop me from checking your pulse? The master stared intently at Reich's face, his expression one of intrigue rather than malice. Reich, however, averted his gaze, wary of the scrutiny. A few seconds passed as Reich regained his composure. He analyzed his master's expression. It was curiosity, not suspicion. A member of the Dreyer family unable to use aura was a grave issue, but it seemed Duke's curiosity outweighed the gravity of the situation. Luck was on his side. The man he was dealing with was Duke. Once I obtain the sword, no one will question my lack of aura ever again. Until then, I must be cautious. I don't need elaborate lies like in my past life, where I was branded the family's first failed awakening. Having made his decision, Reich slowly removed his gloves. He activated his unique skill, Reverse Spiritual Energy, causing the air around him to crackle with ominous red lightning. This partial truth will serve as the perfect smokescreen, a plausible explanation for this anomaly. Reich spoke up, weaving his narrative. It is as you suspected, master. I possess the ability to manipulate spiritual energy, a mark of true blood, but for some inexplicable reason, I cannot manifest aura. This truth should secure my cover, he thought before continuing aloud. I apologize for my earlier reaction. I was terrified. If word got out that a direct descendant of the Dreyer line couldn't wield aura, I would be exiled immediately. Tears welled up in his eyes as he spoke, painting a picture of vulnerability. It was a logical defense mechanism. However, Duke wasn't one to be swayed so easily by mere words. The master placed his hand on Reich, channeling his own aura into the boy's body to investigate the internal condition. Finding no blockage or anomaly, he withdrew his hand. Seeing the check was over, Reich asked tentatively, "What do you think?" Master Duke remained silent, his thick eyebrows knitting together in deep concentration. A child with such monstrous determination at this age. Yet why can I not sense even a wisp of aura within him? Even after the awakening ritual. Duke stroked his chin, puzzled. Meanwhile, Reich's heart hammered in his chest. Even if he checks my pulse, he can't be certain. The blessing ceremony is absolute law for the Dreyer family. Even if I truly couldn't awaken aura, he's the type who will invent a justification to satisfy his own logic. Reich's calculation was spot on. Moments later, Duke declared that the boy was a mutant. Hearing the diagnosis, Reich feigned surprise, though internally he remained calm. A mutant is it naturally, that's where his logic would lead. Since he doesn't understand the concept of karma or the mechanics of an awakening manhwa, that conclusion is perfectly rational. Committing to the role, Reich asked innocently, "What exactly is a mutant, master?" Duke began to enlighten his ignorant disciple. The term mutant refers to those born with anomalies, aberrations who defy natural laws, like wielders who can control both aura and spiritual energy, or seers who can peer into the future. Because they defy nature, mutants are often shunned or persecuted. So keep your mouth shut. Do not go around advertising that you might be one. But why do you suspect I am a mutant, master? Reich pressed. Duke explained, "It's your abnormal stamina and terrifying recovery speed. No matter how minor internal injuries require time to knit back together. Yet you recovered almost instantaneously." Duke was certain a massive amount of energy had been consumed to fuel that recovery. He fixed Reich with a piercing gaze. "So tell me, what energy do you think fueled that miracle? Was it aura?" Reich asked cautiously, testing the waters. "You think it was aura?" The old master nodded slowly, confirming his suspicion. "Precisely. My hypothesis is that any aura you generate is instantly devoured by your physical stamina and rapid regeneration, leaving absolutely zero trace for your senses to latch onto. If Jack didn't know the secrets of his own body, he would have swallowed that lie hook, line, and sinker." Still, the old man's logic was dangerously persuasive. Jack gathered his thoughts and spoke up. "Does this mean I am destined to never wield aura, master?" The red-haired instructor Dexter burst into laughter at the boy's concern. "Ha, fear not, kid. The whirlwind step requires no aura. It belongs to the realm of special arts, unique techniques forged by high-level knights. Usually these arts amplify aura-based dragon-slaying skills. But my whirlwind step, it relies purely on the absolute limits of physical conditioning. I will demonstrate only once. Don't blink." As he spoke, he tapped the tip of his boot against the stone floor. An ear-splitting boom shattered the silence. Instantly, Dexter's figure vanished from Jack's sight, moving faster than the eye could track. A barrage of sonic booms echoed from every direction. Jack couldn't even catch a shadow of his movements. Seconds later, the master reappeared at his starting point. "Did you catch that?" Jack countered with a question of his own. "I just need to trace the path of your footsteps correct. If you've grasped that much, words are unnecessary." "You've seen enough," Dexter replied. Jack nodded with overflowing confidence, sparking a glimmer of anticipation in the old master's eyes. "Your arrogance rivals that of a black knight. Very well. Show me what you are made of." Jack lowered his stance, his body coiling like a spring. His eyes sharpened, burning with cold determination to prove himself. He channeled raw power into his souls. Exploding into motion, he began to mirror the exact pattern Dexter had branded onto the floor tiles. The invisible pathways suddenly materialized in his mind. Attack. Dodge. Close in. Retreat. Not a single movement was wasted. Every step was a stroke of lethal efficiency. While Jack analyzed the flow, Dexter stood on the sidelines, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Impossible. It's only been a week. How can he possess this level of mastery? What kind of monster was born in just 7 days? He is a prodigy, straight out of an awakening manhwa. Cold sweat trickled down the master's face. Seeing the old man's shock, Jack flashed a triumphant grin. Does this justify my Black Knight-level confidence now? Internally, he praised his heavenly bone constitution. Thanks to this cheat-like body, his martial comprehension had ascended to a godly realm, and that was precisely why a veteran like Dexter was left trembling in shock. However, seeing that smug look on the brat's face made veins pop on Dexter's forehead. If only he could fix that rotten personality, he'd be perfect, he grumbled internally. Unable to hold back, he put his disciple in a headlock. "You brat, a minute ago you were whining and now you're looking down on the world. You're not going to go brag about this, are you?" Jack gasped. "That depends entirely on your attitude, my sharp-tongued disciple," Dexter retorted, giving Jack a headache. "Some former Black Knight you are." "Zero discretion," Jack muttered. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to the Academy's bustling dining hall. While devouring a mountain of food, Jack reflected on his progress. "It's been a month since I started training under Dexter. My appetite is becoming a bottomless pit." Before he could finish his meal, the voice of the celebrity instructor Andre cut through the noise. "Do you have a moment?" Jack was surprised the genius sought him out, but he simply shrugged. "Speak here. I am a busy man." Andre nodded stiffly and cut to the chase. "Fine. How did you do it? How did you convince Dexter to take you in?" "He's clearly rattled that I became a disciple, even though it's not official yet," Jack mused. Aloud he replied, "Persuasion wasn't necessary. Dexter chose me." Rage flickered in Andre's eyes. "I knew it. In the end, it was just because of your pure blood lineage." Jack paused mid-bite. He slowly looked up, glaring at the pretty boy knight standing before him. "Excuse me, is your inferiority complex that severe?" Andre's face darkened. "Is that all you have to say?" He hissed, his hands trembling with suppressed fury. Ignoring the threat, Jack continued calmly. "No, you're only half right. Even if my bloodline caught his eye, do you really think a legend like Dexter would take a disciple for such a shallow reason? I became his student because I sparked his interest. It was my talent. So instead of wasting time projecting your jealousy to boost your fragile ego, why not try becoming someone actually worthy of being chosen?" Jack's verbal beatdown left Andre's face twisted in humiliation, unable to utter a single retort. Later, at the greenhouse training grounds, Jack watched a knight sprinting like a madman. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked the red-haired master. "I'm just as baffled," Dexter admitted. "That kid lost his mind. He begged to stay near me, even offered to do manual labor if needed. I told him to run 300 laps without using a drop of aura if he wanted to stay. And look at him. He's actually doing it. A certified lunatic." Dexter sighed, but Jack looked at Andre with new eyes. 300 laps without aura. I thought he was just an arrogant prick, but the guy has serious resolve. The scene shifted to the academy gates, where a solemn crowd had gathered in formation. Confused whispers rippled through the students. "What is going on? Why did they summon everyone out here?" Another student scoffed at the ignorance. "You moron, did you forget today is the day the family head visits the academy?" Right on cue, a carriage emblazoned with the Draker crest rolled into view. A young knight shouted, "The family head has arrived." Principal Hogward Draker stroked his beard nervously. "Everyone look alive." "Yes, Principal," the group chanted in unison. The carriage ground to a halt. The door opened and a man with flowing silver hair stepped out, his presence commanding absolute silence. "Long time no see." Upon hearing these words, the stout Elder Howard immediately bent his waist in deep respect. "I offer my humblest greetings to the patriarch of the Draker clan." As his voice echoed, the surrounding crowd roared in unison. "We greet the patriarch of the Draker clan." Time flowed on the sun, now hanging high at 12 o'clock noon. A hand reached out. The silver-haired ruler stepped forward, clapping Howard Draker on the shoulder with a heavy grace. "You have endured much. I can only imagine the burden you carried." The elder shook his head frantically. "My struggles are but dust compared to yours, my lord. I shall continue to serve you with my life." This striking figure was none other than Arthur Draker, the absolute ruler of the Draker family, one of the 3 legendary Dragonslayer clans. Turning to Howard, the pleasantries ended. "Let us head inside. The sun is unforgiving today." However, before the elder could lead the way, Arthur raised a hand to pause him. Instead, he ascended to a high vantage point where his silhouette loomed over the gathered cadets. Spreading his arms wide, he addressed the crowd with the voice of a king. "Hear me, young Dragonslayers. You are the future and the burning hope of the Draker bloodline. Devote yourselves to the blade. Your growth is the very growth of this clan." Ignited by the patriarch's words, the cadets erupted with fighting spirit, their voices shaking the air. "We shall carve your words into our hearts, my lord." Satisfied with their fervor, Arthur finally turned to leave. "Very well. Let us move." "Yes, master." Time skipped forward, shifting the scene to the oppressive silence of Arthur's private chambers. For reasons unknown, our protagonist Zik had been summoned to stand before the absolute authority of the clan. Stepping into the room, Zik immediately bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. "To the master of all knights and guardian of Dragonslayer honor, Arthur Draker. I, Zik Draker, a humble member of this family, offer my deepest respect and greetings." Seated before him, Arthur chuckled at his son's rigid formality. "Ha! Even the soldiers at the Four Seasons Fortress don't offer such stiff salutations anymore. Drop the rituals and sit. I heard you have a taste for tea, so I brought a blend of the highest quality. I hope it suits your palate." He slid a freshly poured cup across the table. This simple gesture sent a chill down Zik's spine. Even my personal preference for tea was reported to the main house. There is a saying. The Emperor may be ignorant of some things, but the Draker clan knows all under heaven. Now I truly feel the weight of those words. Arthur wasted no time. "The reason I called you is due to a surprising rumor. I heard Duke has taken a disciple." Zik smirked internally. "Going straight for the jugular, are we no beating around the bush?" Outwardly, the boy replied calmly, "Sir Duke was simply showing me a moment of generosity." But across the table, Arthur's eyes gleamed with the knowledge that this was no mere whim. Yet he chose not to pry further. "Is that so? If that is what you claim, then let us leave it at that. I do not know what your ultimate ambition is, but as long as you follow Duke's teachings." Suddenly, Zik cut him off, his voice ringing with absolute conviction. "I will become the strongest existence on this continent." The patriarch's gaze sharpened instantly, but Zik, ignoring the shift in atmosphere, continued to lay bare his soul. "Stronger than anyone else. So that I may live more freely than anyone else." That is my sole purpose. Silence filled the room. Arthur slowly set his teacup down, his voice dropping to a freezing temperature. Does that ambition include surpassing me? In an instant, a terrifying pressure exploded from the patriarch's body. Zik's biological survival instinct screamed in panic. Cold sweat drenched his back as the suffocating aura of death wrapped around his mind. In this domain, the right to live or die is entirely in his hands. The pinnacle of celestial swordsmanship, aura manipulation that only a Black Knight can achieve. Though he was terrified enough to wet himself, Zik gritted his teeth and forced the words out. Naturally. Seeing the boy's stubborn defiance, a faint smile touched Arthur's lips. The crushing pressure vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Of all the reports I have received lately, that was the most entertaining answer. I came to this academy merely to offer some encouragement, but seeing you now, mere words seem insufficient. The patriarch reached into his inner pocket. Zik watched, heart pounding. I thought Duke's level was absurd, but this man, he is in a completely different dimension. Arthur placed a sleek black card on the table. Consider this a gift to commemorate your acceptance as Duke's disciple. Zek's eyes widened in disbelief. This is a black card. Whoa, are you really giving this to me? Arthur replied nonchalantly. Judging by your reaction, you are well aware of its value. Holding the cold metal, Zeke still couldn't process it. A card issued to only a handful of elites. It grants terrifying privileges and an unlimited spending limit. To think I'd see a legendary item like this with my own eyes. Arthur smiled pleasantly. I will register you as a joint user. Spend as freely as you wish. Zik bowed his head. Thank you, Father. I will use it wisely. But beneath the gratitude, suspicion brewed. Wait, his words are kind, but the trap is obvious. The card records every transaction. It's the perfect leash to track my movements. Still, the fact that he used a soft bribe instead of force means he doesn't view me as a significant threat just yet. While Zik's mind raced, Arthur checked the time. I cannot waste any more of your precious time. Zik, you said you would become the strongest. You may leave now. Understood, my lord. Zik retreated quickly. However, barely minutes after the boy left, another presence filled the room. His master Duke stepped out from the shadows. The muscular instructor scanned the room and sighed deeply. What a detestable personality you have. Hearing the familiar grumbling, Arthur responded without looking up. Why so temperamental, Duke? Duke raised an eyebrow, sarcasm dripping from his voice. Do you even have to ask? You abandoned that brat in a cradle years ago, and now you want to play the benevolent father. Arthur didn't flinch. He was seemingly immune to his old friend's sharp tongue. As the patriarch, I had no other choice. You know this better than anyone. Be careful, though your words border on treason against the clan head. Duke flopped onto a chair, waving his hand dismissively. Fine, fine. Arrest me then. Duke's reckless attitude made Arthur burst into genuine laughter. Ha ha. This is exactly why you are the only one I can truly converse with. He produced a bottle of exquisite liquor. Duke's eyes lit up instantly. Drink with me, we have much to discuss. Oh, is that the legendary Red Dragon's breath? You certainly have expensive taste. As they clinked glasses, Arthur lowered his voice, his tone turning grave. Have you heard the rumors? The continent is shifting, almost like the setting of a chaotic awakening manhwa. Duke let out a dry, cynical laugh. I'm stuck rotting in this academy all day. How would I know the affairs of the world? But Arthur wasn't buying the act. Don't play dumb. Your legendary reputation still echoes across the continent, doesn't it? Duke sighed, the weight of the conversation finally dropping his guard. You already know everything, so why bother asking, you cunning old fox? Arthur nodded, his expression darkening with genuine concern. The Emperor is consumed by his obsession with immortality. He's scouring every inch of the land. Do you think it's even possible? Duke's voice turned steel hard. Absolutely not. Eternal youth is one thing, but true immortality, that's a violation of nature. Arthur agreed, but then added a chilling caveat. Unless the rumors about the ancient dragon's relic are true. Duke's drunken haze vanished instantly. He slammed the table. What did you say? But lurking in the shadows of the adjoining room, Zik was absorbing every word. I told you magic can mask your age, but it cannot cheat death forever. Zik focused his senses, pushing his skills to the limit to catch the whispers through the wall. Is the artifact he seeks tied to the ancient dragons? Arthur mused. Duke's eyes widened. Has he actually found its location? Arthur's voice dropped to a grave whisper. It's possible. The Dark Knights reported high-probability signatures in the northern continent. Duke fell silent, the words northern continent hanging heavy in the air. That is intel the Empire hasn't fully grasped yet. Duke nodded grimly. True. But it's only a matter of time before they descend. This feels like the nightmares of the past returning. That lunatic emperor. The moment he seized the crown, he bathed the land in blood to unify the continent. He only stopped after devouring half the world. I thought his ambition had finally cooled, but I was wrong. Duke clenched his fist. If a relic granting true immortality exists, the continent will drown in flames once more. Because the stakes are this high, I've decided to head north myself. Duke stared at him, shock written all over his face. What, you intend to face the storm alone, knowing that tyrant emperor will go berserk? Arthur smiled, a dark, knowing glint in his eye. That is precisely why I called you here. You manipulative devil. Duke shook his head and they clinked glasses, a silent pact sealed in alcohol. You really are the best. You always leave the dirtiest work for me, Duke grumbled. Meanwhile, next door, Zik collapsed against the wall, sweat pouring down his face, his mana exhausted. Zik gasped for air. I pushed my soul perception too far. Even with Bahamut's heart, the side effects are brutal. He tried to steady his racing mind. The ancient dragon. It all makes sense. The statue I stole before my regression, it was an ancient dragon's artifact all along. The voice I heard at death's door and the system notification right before the rewind. The puzzle pieces finally fit. I had unknowingly swiped the key to the Emperor's dark ambition. No wonder he sent his hounds to hunt me down. Back then I didn't even care what it was. But now I have a lead. The administrator system that turned back time was clearly a feature of the ancient dragon's treasure. It was like the mechanics of a system Manhwa brought to terrifying reality. But who created it, and why? More questions, always more questions. Next door, the meeting adjourned. Duke stood up, waving a casual hand. I'll move out immediately. I'm counting on you, Arthur said. They parted ways, but suddenly Arthur's instincts flared like a warning siren. He froze in front of a nearby room. His gaze locked onto the door, suspicion clouding his eyes. Something isn't right. Inside, Zik was deep in thought. If that relic grants immortality, how does it connect to my regression? Suddenly a chill ran down his spine. Arthur kicked the door open, his eyes scanning the room like a predator, but silence greeted him. The room was empty, no trace of a living soul. He muttered, "Must be my imagination." Thanks to his sharpened instincts, Zik had already vanished through the window, blending into the night. Back in his own quarters, Zik channeled his frustration into his sword training. A knock interrupted his flow. Zik stopped, irritation spiking. "Didn't I say no interruptions when I'm training?" The old butler bowed apologetically. "Forgive the intrusion, young master. A classmate from the academy is here to see you. Shall I turn them away?" Zik frowned, confused. "A classmate? Since when do I have friends, is it Denna?" Curiosity won over and he nodded. "Fine, let them in." But the figure that walked through the door left Zik speechless. He scratched his head in disbelief. Of all people. Liam Stone. Why on earth would you be visiting me? When Zik remained silent, Liam bowed his head, his voice trembling with desperation. "Please, I beg you to accept me." Zik sighed, realizing this was going to be a headache. "Accept you? You mean, as a retainer?" Liam answered instantly, "Yes, master, I swear my absolute loyalty to you." Zik narrowed his eyes. "What about Garn?" Liam clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, the air around him cracking. "I've cut ties with him. My path leads to Valhalla, and he cannot take me there." Zik stared at him, baffled. "Even in this life, why is he so fixated on Valhalla?" Liam continued, "Please, I have nowhere else to turn." Zik scoffed. "Are you out of your mind? You should have chosen Jim or Turan. I have no family backing. I'm useless for getting you into Valhalla. And why should I trust a word you say? For all I know, you're a spy sent by Garn." Cold sweat trickled down Liam's face. Without a word, Liam reached back, drew his blade, and in one fluid motion brought the cold steel to his own ear. Slash. Blood splattered across the floor as he severed it. "You have every right to doubt me. I will prove it with blood. If you demand silence, I will sever my tongue. If you want me crippled, I will cut my tendons. I place my life in your hands." Zik watched, stunned. The sight triggered a memory of his own pathetic past self. He remembered the time he lost an ear. "Your trash life has no value," they had said. "But I'll take your ear as payment." Liam's voice overlapped with the echoes of the past. "Please, accept me." In his past life, a weak Zik had knelt before his master just like this. "I want to be stronger than anyone. Please teach me." "Sure, more master mai." The image of Liam overlaid perfectly with Zik's past trauma. "I beg of you." Zik's eyes went cold. He raised his sword. "One strike. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I will accept you." Liam managed a pained smile. "Thank you." Zik asked, "You healed that wound, right?" "Yes, I did." Liam stood up, bracing himself. But then a crushing pressure exploded from Zik. Liam's thought faltered. I thought taking one hit would be easy. I am a Drakkar aura user after all. But this pressure. Is he really the same age as me? Liam began to tremble, his face draining of color. Standing before Zik was like standing before a mountain. Even breathing became a struggle for survival. In a heartbeat they clashed. Zik unleashed a strike so devastating the very air screamed and trembled under the sheer weight of his power. Steel crashed against steel in a blinding flash. With a sickening crunch, Liam's weapon was blasted from his grip, spinning helplessly into the distance. Liam watched his world shatter, terror gripping his heart as he faced defeat. Zik stared down at him with cold disappointment. Is this truly the limit of your strength? Pathetic. You have resolve, but for Vanla, give up now. Zik turned his back, leaving the boy frozen in shock until a desperate cry pierced the silence. Master, Zik mused silently as he walked. It seemed the rumors were true. This boy really had been discarded by Jackson like trash. Without Jackson's backing, a lowborn like him never belonged in that elite sanctuary. Even I, with noble blood, was cast out. Seeing Liam expelled now would hardly be a plot twist in this Manhwa recap. His desperation was palpable. Zik halted mid-step as Liam scrambled forward, clutching his leg with the frantic grip of a drowning man. Is this really worth such indignity? Zik wondered. In the previous timeline, this boy rose from the ashes of expulsion to become the legendary Red Knight, the mercenary king. Tears streamed down Liam's face, washing away his pride. Please, I beg of you, just one more chance. Zek's eyes narrowed. Interesting. The boy's spirit wasn't broken yet. He refused to accept defeat. Moved by such raw determination, Zik finally relented. Fine. I will grant you an opportunity. But know this, if I order you to become mute, you cut out your tongue. If I say become crippled, you sever your leg. The air turned frigid as Zik placed a heavy hand on Liam's shoulder. So, cut off your right arm. The blood drained from Liam's face, leaving him deathly pale. He hadn't expected such a brutal demand. Cold sweat poured down his skin like rain. Seeing his hesitation, Zik sneered. What's wrong? Is your limb too precious? Zik knew exactly what he was asking for. A swordsman losing an arm was a death sentence. No sane person would agree to such a fate. When Liam remained frozen, Zik turned away coldly. I have training to do. If you lack the conviction, then get out of my sight. Without another glance, Zik resumed his practice. Time waited for no man, and he refused to waste another second on hesitation. Despite his cruel words, Zik silently rooted for him. I don't know what drives you to such despair, but don't break now, Liam. Even without Vanla, you are destined for the Red Realm. But then reality defied expectation. Liam didn't leave. He gripped his blade and raised it, ready to sever his own arm without a flicker of doubt. You absolute lunatic! Zik moved faster than thought, a blur of motion rushing to intervene. With a single precise strike, Zik blasted the weapon from Liam's hand an instant before the blade met flesh. The sword spun away, leaving Liam blinking in confusion. Staring at his intact arm, Liam couldn't process his survival. Zik seized him by the collar, his face twisted in fury. Are you insane? What if I had changed my mind? You swing your sword before even thinking. Liam, still dazed and teary-eyed, stammered a reply. I have something more precious than an arm that I cannot lose. Zik sighed, defeated by the boy's stupidity. If you ever pull a stunt like that again, I'll kick you out myself. Loyalty be damned. Remember that. Liam's eyes lit up with hope. Lord Zik, does that mean? Zik cut him off sharply. Hurry up, Liam. If my subordinate is missing a limb, it reflects poorly on me. Liam beamed, bowing low. Yes, I understand, my lord. Later in the grand hall of the White Platinum Palace. As they sat together, Liam still struggled to grasp his new reality. Touching his fully healed ear, he gasped. Am I truly worthy of such divine elixir? Zik sipped his tea calmly. Consider it an investment in your potential. Don't overthink it. He set the cup down, leaning forward with intensity. So tell me, what is this treasure more valuable than your sword arm? No. It's more important than my life. Liam's voice trembled. It's my mother. After Jackson discarded me, she collapsed with a fever. The fever broke, but strange red spots blossomed on her skin like roses. Her life force is fading by the day. Even the village healers are baffled. Zik nodded, connecting the dots. So that's why you were desperate to enter Vanla Academy? Yes. Their medical facilities are the finest on the continent. Zik picked up a quill, scribbling rapidly as he muttered, rose-like spots, periodic high fever, classic symptoms. It's the Rose Plague. A pandemic destined to ravage Middle Earth in 5 years. Highly contagious. Catastrophic mortality rate. This was knowledge straight from a system Manhwa database. In the future, it would claim countless lives before a cure was finally developed to extinguish the flames of the plague. Zek folded the paper and slid it across the table. This formula is the cure your mother needs. It's simple enough that even a village herbalist can brew it. Liam took the paper, eyes wide with a mix of gratitude and skepticism. Thank you, my lord. But how do you possess knowledge that eludes even the most learned healers? Zek shrugged effortlessly. The genius alchemy brothers Anne and Jeff created it to save a dying world. But the greedy alchemy guild tried to monetize the desperation of the dying. Enraged, the brothers released the formula to the public. It became common knowledge even among mercenaries like myself. Just tell them you have a connection with a skilled alchemist. You have the cure now. You no longer need Vanla, nor do you need to serve me. Liam's reaction was instant. Never. I have sworn my life to you. Falling to his knees, Liam clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. I pledge my eternal loyalty to you, master, Zek smirked. A vow of loyalty, is it? Having the future mercenary king as a subordinate. Reassuring indeed. If you fall behind, I'll leave you in the dust. So keep up. Liam's face brightened. Yes, I won't let you down. Master, time flew by like an arrow. The scene shifted to the academy where a voice echoed through the office. Is something the matter? Student Owen placed a fist over his heart, bowing respectfully. Principal, I have a request. For the upcoming exams, surely we can increase the difficulty. The principal's eyes widened in genuine shock. Why such a drastic measure? You ask. He might call it arrogance, but the truth is this year's freshman class is filled with absolute monsters. The heirs of the most powerful noble families have gathered, including 2 legendary Pureblood Awakeners. If we use the standard exam difficulty from last year, it will be a joke. We won't be able to rank their power at all. The principal nodded, seeing the logic in Owen's words. Indeed, the descendant of the Drake family is a variable we must control. I will consider your proposal. Very actively. Owen bowed respectfully. Thank you, Principal. Having planted the seed of his scheme, Owen exited the room, leaving the old man alone with his dark thoughts. The principal smirked, satisfied. That bloodline is unmistakable, he thought. To think Owen and I share the same fear. Better to cut off the cursed sprout now before it grows into a tree that destroys us all. The scene shifts to the day of the semester assessment. In this awakening, Manhwa world exams aren't written on paper, they are fought in the depths of a dungeon. The rules are brutal but simple. Students must escape the dungeon within a strict time limit, working in 2-man cells. But here is the twist. The difficulty is customized for each pair. A personalized hell designed to test their limits. That is the core feature of this assessment. On the waiting grounds, Zeke and Liam stood ready. Seeing his partner trembling, Zeke asked quietly, Are you scared, Liam? Liam stuttered, Yes, master. I am a bit nervous. Zeke chuckled softly. Good. Too much fear leads to mistakes, but too little leads to arrogance. Stay in the middle and you will survive. Suddenly, the announcer's voice boomed. Zeke Drake, Liam Stone. Zeke stepped forward with the confidence of a king. Let's go. Liam followed instantly. Yes, master. But as they moved to the entrance, a proctor's hand shot out, blocking their path. Hold it. Liam looked confused. The man pointed away from the main gate. You two. You're going over there. A pitch-black gate loomed before them, radiating an ominous aura. Zeke smelled the sabotage immediately, but he kept his expression cold. The proctor barked, What are you waiting for? Get moving, Cadet Zeke. Zeke let out a long sigh. He knew better than to argue with a rigged system. Understood. We follow orders. They stepped into the abyss. Usually academy dungeons are controlled environments with minimal risk. But for the protagonist of a Manhwa recap, nothing is ever safe. The objective: escape within the time limit. The countdown began the moment they crossed the threshold. They had exactly 96 hours. Combat prowess is part of the grade, so bringing back the head of a slain beast earns bonus points. But make no mistake, survival is the only stat that matters. If the clock hits 0 and you are still inside, it's an automatic failure. In this world, failing an exam can mean losing your future. After a long day of slaughtering monsters, Zeke looked calm. We're tired. Let's eat. Liam looked at him with worry. Master, you set up the camp and cooked. You did everything. You should rest first, my lord. Zeke smiled faintly. I can function for 4 days without sleep. Do not worry about me. Liam nodded, trusting his leader. Then I will rest first, if you insist. As Liam slept, Zeke sat alone by the dying fire, the darkness pressing in. Zeke checked his watch. 16 hours since the test began. But he had been awake for 3 days prior, preparing for this very moment. Total time awake, 90 hours. His infinite stamina trait could wash away physical fatigue, but mental exhaustion, that was a demon even he couldn't easily banish. In a dungeon, a single slip in judgment spells death. He needed to minimize risk. Once Liam wakes up, I'll switch shifts. Exhaustion finally pulled Zeke into a restless sleep. The nightmare came instantly. He saw a bell ringing violently in the middle of a blinding snowstorm. Zeke's eyes were shut tight in the dream, but the sound of the wind chime echoed endlessly. High on the castle walls, a red flag emblazoned with a golden lion snapped in the freezing wind. A figure appeared standing amidst blood-soaked snow. A vision of a fallen ancestor, or a premonition of his own death. Zeke gasped, jerking awake as the image burned into his mind. He was back in the cave. Just him and the embers. Zeke rubbed his face wearily. Damn it, that dream again. Wait. A sound cut through the silence. Ding. He recognized it instantly, the tripwire bells he had set at the entrance. Zeke smothered the fire in a heartbeat and hissed into the dark. Liam, wake up. Hostiles. Liam threw off his blanket weapon in hand, responding to his master's command with zero hesitation. Zeke moved like a shadow to the wall, scouting the tunnel. He thought, using my dragon eyes for a 4-day exam is too draining on my mana. I'll have to rely on natural night vision. Suddenly a pungent smell hit his nose. Sulfur. Rotten eggs. Could it be no? That's impossible. A pack hunter that reeks of sulfur hellhounds. A tier 3 danger beast. In his past life, a top student barely managed to hunt a simple orc here. But hellhounds in a freshman exam. Then a massive vibration shook the floor. Zeke froze. That's not a dog. Even an alpha hellhound doesn't weigh 3 tons. Zeke tightened his grip on his sword, angling the blade to catch the faint light from the tunnel. The reflection in the steel revealed a nightmare. Whatever was making that noise was massive. A mutant, a boss monster. Before he could process it, boom! A massive claw smashed the ground where he had just stood. Zeke rolled away as the earth shattered. Liam screamed, "Master, are you okay?" Zeke looked up and finally saw his executioner. Rage boiled in his gut. Those administrative bastards. They didn't just rig the test, they sent me to my death. A severed wolf head dropped to the floor, eyes still glowing with fading heat. Then a massive hand came into view, crushing the remains. Blood dripped from its fingers. A towering monstrosity stepped into the light, its jaw unhinged in a roar that shook the cavern walls. Liam went pale, his voice trembling. That's not an orc. That's a troll, a tier 1 calamity. This thing snacks on hellhounds. Trolls are the ultimate predator in any leveling manhwa. Their blood is the raw material for high-grade potions because their regeneration is absolute. They are unkillable engines of destruction. Suddenly a shadow blurred past him. It was Liam. He stood between Zeke and the monster sword raised. "Master, I'll be the bait, run, save yourself." Zeke just smiled, placing a calm hand on Liam's trembling shoulder. "Stop talking nonsense. Since when does a king abandon his knight? Do not fear. I trust in your strength, Liam." Zeke's eyes glowed with power. "I will support you. Now go and show them hell." Strength returned to Liam's eyes at the praise. "My thanks, Master." No more hesitation, they launched themselves at the Chow like twin lightning bolts. The true dance of death had officially begun. As blades carved into the beast's hide, Jack Draker couldn't suppress a thought. He's actually keeping up. Not bad. Piercing that iron-hard skin was feat enough, but striking the joints that required surgical precision. Had the boy been studying monster anatomy in secret? Suddenly the ground shook. A massive claw descended like a falling mountain, aiming to crush Liam. Jack Draker vanished, reappearing instantly behind his subordinate. A single flash of steel severed the limb. The Chow shrieked as its weapon hit the floor, but Liam stood frozen, trembling in the aftershock. I apologize, Master." Jack Draker shook his head calmly. "Raise your chin. For a debut battle, you performed well. Targeting the joints was wise, but you underestimated the beast's regeneration. Surface wounds vanish in seconds against a Chow. Brute force alone cannot outpace their monstrous vitality." The beast roared, raising its remaining arms to gather aura for a desperate final strike. Jack Draker's eyes narrowed. Time to end this farce. He moved faster than thought, driving his blade deep into the monster's core. Crimson sprayed the air as the Chow collapsed, silenced in a single devastating heartbeat. The battle ended. A mechanical voice chimed. "Mutant Chow defeated. You received 30 karma points." Jack Draker dismissed the notification, patting the corpse. Not a bad payout for a warm-up. Liam, harvest the loot. Now. The boy bowed sharply. At once, Master, and began the grisly work. Jack Draker opened the interface, a classic feature of this system Manhwa world, and saw a hidden quest, 2 birds, 1 stone. Hunt 100 monsters of 10 distinct species. Time limit 7 days. Reward double karma and a random box. A predatory grin spread across his face. Double karma. Now that is tempting. The timer showed 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 52 seconds remaining. Plenty of time before the exam ended. Slaughtering 100 trash mobs was child's play. but 10 species. Even in a massive dungeon, a standard exam zone usually only spawned 3 or 4 types. Unless this was a trap set by the Jackal Guild. If they rigged the dungeon, finding 10 species might be possible, but racing the clock to escape while completing the quest would be hell. Master, the harvest is complete, Liam announced. Jack Draker inspected the loot pile, nodding with approval at the boy's efficiency. He tossed the items into the recall bag provided by the exam. It was garbage compared to a true dimensional inventory, but it would suffice for hauling loot. Move out. We waste no time. Liam's voice was steel. Understood. The duo resumed their relentless grind through the dungeon depths. Size didn't matter. If it breathed, they killed it. In this brutal leveling, Manhwa reality time waited for no one. Even with Jack Draker's immortality, the endless combat began to weigh on his spirit. While Liam stood guard, Jack Draker broke the silence. How holds your resolve? We have spilled rivers of blood. Is the reality of combat sinking in? I'm not certain yet, Liam admitted. Jack Draker's voice softened. Do not rush. The warrior's mindset is forged over time, not born in an instant. Jack Draker fell silent, checking the system. His heart sank. Only 50 minutes remained on the clock, and the quest counter mocked him 9 out of 10 species. He had even crushed a vampire spider the size of a thumb. Yet the counter remained stuck at 9. They had scoured every inch of this hellhole. Those incompetent fools could have at least stalked the dungeon properly. Suddenly, a deafening roar tore through the cavern. The shockwave alone nearly knocked them off their feet. The earth split beneath them. Jack Draker lunged toward his disciple, screaming, "Liam, drop the loot bag! Move!" Liam froze, paralyzed by confusion. But Jack Draker was already there, his blade flashing in a desperate arc to shield the boy from the shadow rising from the abyss. Hot blood sprayed across Liam's face. Not the monster's, but Jack Draker's. The master's left arm hung limp, shattered while protecting his servant. Horror washed over Liam. Liam opened his mouth to scream, but Jack Draker cut him off. Stay calm. This is just the beast's filth, not mine. A blatant lie. The boy saw through the deception, guilt gnawing at his gut. Jack Draker pointed his sword forward. Focus, Liam, eyes on the enemy. I doubt it cares for your pity right now. It's a dungeon ruin, Jack Draker hissed. A high-tier predator designed specifically to liquidate purple-rank targets. Those treacherous dogs. Before the curse left his lips, the ruin lunged. They want to play dirty. Fine, I will drag them all down to hell with me. Let's see who breaks first. The impact threw up a choking cloud of dust. Liam watched from the sidelines, face drained of color. Cold sweat soaking his tunic as the Titan rampaged. Panic gave way to a spark of inspiration. Liam scrambled back to the discarded supplies, frantically rummaging through the bag, while Jack Draker bought him time. Steel ground against jagged fangs as Jack Draker parried a bite that would have snapped him in two. He slid out of the jaw's reach, carving a deep gash into the worm's flank. Even a blue-ranked knight would hesitate against a dungeon ruin in this terrain. Its ability to tunnel and strike from below made this a nightmare of attrition. Crash! The cavern wall exploded outward. Sensing blood, the ruin ignored the terrain and torpedoed straight for Jack Draker with unstoppable momentum. The beast opened a maw the size of a subway tunnel, ready to swallow him whole. Jack Draker sneered. You think size matters? You are 1,000 years too early to eat me? He sidestepped the death charge, ignoring the agony radiating from his mangled arm. Blood dripped, but his aura flared. He channeled every ounce of strength into one critical strike. His blade sang, carving a trench down the beast's hide. It screeched in agony. I will cleave you in two, Jack Draker roared, stomping the ground with enough force to shatter the bedrock. Launching himself into the air, he drove his sword into the ruin's spine, but the blade stuck fast. In that split second of vulnerability, the beast coiled around him like a python. Bone-crushing pressure constricted his chest. Jack Draker coughed up a fountain of blood as the ruin tightened its grip, preparing to crush the life out of him. Death seemed certain. Then Chick A blade pierced the monster's soft underbelly. It wasn't Jack Draker's sword. It was Liam. Summoning every ounce of courage, the boy dragged his blade to create a massive wound. The constriction loosened instantly. Jack Draker seized the opening, bursting free from the deadly coil. Master, are you all right? Liam cried out. Jack Draker landed, staring in shock. What did you do? Liam held up an empty vial. I coated my blade with the anesthetic. Jack Draker's eyes widened in realization. The anesthetic contained belladonna. To most, it was a mild numbing agent. But to a dungeon ruin, it was a virulent neurotoxic poison. In the heat of this life-or-death crisis, a brilliant strategy sparked in his mind. He recalled the ruin's fatal weakness to poison leaves and substituted it with a numbing agent. Such lightning-fast reflexes and adaptability, truly worthy of his title. He snapped out of his thoughts and barked an order to his subordinate Liam. On my signal, drive your sword in one more time. Taking Liam under his wing was definitely the right call. In a blur of motion, Rick launched himself onto the massive body of the ruin. Moving with purple-hued agility and grace, he closed the distance in a heartbeat. Reaching the monster's head, Rick roared, "Now do it!" Liam didn't hesitate. He plunged his blade deep into the ruin, eliciting another agonized shriek. But in that moment, the beast realized the true danger wasn't the sword in its back. Killing intent erupted like a volcano. The protagonist's aura coated him and his blade in a majestic, terrifying glow. The ultimate technique, Soul God Severing Slash, was unleashed with a single devastating stroke. The beast was cleaved in two. Rick landed posing like an absolute legend for the world to see. System alerts chimed like music in this classic leveling Manhwa moment. Hidden quest complete. Karma points earned were instantly doubled. 2 random gift boxes were awarded as a bonus. Current karma points 780. The scene shifts to the dungeon entrance. A crowd of students had gathered waiting to receive their grades after the trial. A voice called out, "Students who have exited, come here for your scores. Those who are finished may leave. Grading begins now." The 2 members of Vina's team responded clearly, "Yes, sir." Analyzing the pile of monster heads they brought back, the examiner announced, basic completion score 30 points. 20 goblins, 2 high goblins, and 1 orc. Total score 180. Whispers spread through the crowd like wildfire. Whoa, seriously. That's close to Lord Ain's all-time record of 200 purebloods are just built different. Their class is on another level. As expected of the Turan family, exceeding the passing grade by 130 points. Ren responded with feigned modesty. "You flatter me." All right, next group. Total score 120. 70 points over the passing line. Excellent work. Owen watched with bitter envy, thinking, "Ren Turan, you won't be able to act so high and mighty forever. If anything happens, I'll just handle it like last time." But just then, a familiar voice cut through the air. "Man, how long has it been since we saw sunlight?" Owen froze. He spun around, disbelief written all over his face. That voice. It couldn't be. Emerging from the dungeon like kings, Rick and Liam walked out with heads held high. And they weren't empty-handed. They dragged the massive severed head of the boss monster. Owen's mind raced. What the hell? How did that bastard survive, damn it? The students erupted into chaos. Wait, is that a ruin dungeon boss? I thought orcs gave the highest points. Did they actually hunt a ruin? Meanwhile, Liam slammed their trophy onto the ground with a heavy thud. Rick looked over with a smug grin, his eyes mocking. "You look shocked, Owen. Aren't you happy to see me alive?" Owen was seething, but he couldn't do a thing. He cursed internally, "Motherfucker!" The main character, acting like a true master of provocation, leaned in. "Where's that cool, indifferent face you usually wear?" "Actually, this look suits you better." Owen, filled with frustration and defeat, turned to storm off. Rick added fuel to the fire, leaving so soon. Owen's rage ignited like a powder keg, burning every nerve in his body. His breath came in ragged gasps, and he ground his teeth until they nearly shattered. Veins bulged on his forehead, pulsing with the rhythm of his boiling blood. He cursed silently. "Damn it, you damn purebloods! You'll pay for looking down on me." Watching Owen and his lackeys retreat in silence, Rick called out, "So tense!" Suddenly, the professor's voice pulled him back to reality. "Is the exam over?" Rick replied casually, "Ah yes, long time no see, Professor Andre." But the teacher was all business. Eyes fixed on his notebook, Andre scribbled as he spoke. "I'm starting the grading now." Rick added, "Aside from this big one, we have nothing else. Do you need to grade it separately?" Andre snapped on his gloves. "I am the examiner. Don't expect me to be sloppy." Noticing fragments of a retrieval bag stuck in the monster's teeth, Andre asked, "Was the loot bag swallowed?" Rick replied calmly, "That's right." Andre immediately began to observe, analyze, and inspect the remains. Rick smiled internally. "Lucky break. Because that damned ruin attacked us, all the heads I collected over 3 days were lost. I couldn't risk failing, so I used the ruin's head as a substitute. But other than Professor Andre, who would be meticulous enough to check the flesh stuck between its teeth, after a thorough inspection, the professor removed his blood-stained gloves and made his announcement. Confirmed kills include Gremlin Goblin High, Goblin Hill Goblin Orc, and finally a Cho. The students turned pale with shock. "A Cho? He took down a Cho too. That's impossible." The professor continued. "Judging by the blood loss, there were likely dozens, but confirming them all would be unfair to others. So I will count one of each type. Furthermore, although the Cho and the Dungeon Ruin are not on the standard grading list, data suggests their power equals a group of 3 orcs and 6 orcs respectively. Therefore, they are valued at 90 and 180 points. Total score, 368. What? Even the other professors were floored. "Back in our academy days, what did we even score?" Another professor replied. "In our time, we didn't even calculate heavy class monsters. 368. That's insane. A jealous student shouted in protest. Cheating. There's only the corpse of the ruin here. Another student frowned and shot back immediately. Hey, the ruin alone is 180 points. Does the rest even matter? Think about it. Whether it's a ruin or a Cho who here could face them and survive, is Rick really that powerful? This is like an awakening Manhwa legend in the making. Rick couldn't hide his satisfaction. So noisy. The vibe is totally different from when they used to mock me, huh? Not bad. Looks like I've caused a scene again. Simon tampered with the dungeon to eliminate me. Was this really just Owen's arrogance acting alone? No. Even someone of his stature wouldn't dare interfere with the Academy's official exams. The problem likely lies with me. It seems I am being watched far more closely than I anticipated. Revealing my true power this early would only backfire. For now, I must keep my abilities hidden and observe the situation from the shadows. With that resolved, he casually walked away. Suddenly a voice called out to Jack Draker. He turned his head and recognized Gina standing there. The girl furrowed her brows in annoyance and muttered, "You won this time." Without waiting for a reply, Gina and her entourage turned and left, immediately giving Jack Draker no chance to respond. The main character forced a confused smile. I won. What the hell is she talking about? Moments later, Jack Draker returned home and rushed straight into his training room. He shouted with excitement, "All right, let's get this started." The system interface immediately flashed a notification before his eyes. Dragon skill level 1 gluttony. Digestion speed increased significantly. Requirement to unlock 50 points. Current karma points, 780. Reading this, he muttered to himself, I thought this was a useless skill before, but now investing 50 points is a small price to pay. Do you wish to activate the dragon skill gluttony? Jack Draker answered without a second of hesitation. Yes. As the words left his lips, the very atmosphere around him seemed to warp, leaving him stunned as he whispered. Did the skill description just change? Dragon skill level 1, gluttony. While in the state of gluttony, you can devour anything and convert it into pure energy. Furthermore, if you consume a monster possessing a bloodline skill, there is a chance to absorb their inherent abilities. Absorb the abilities of monsters. I should have activated this cheat before the exam, converting matter to energy. I have to test this right now. He grabbed a small piece of dried meat and mentally commanded the activation of gluttony. A second later, a strange swirling aura erupted from the meat, freezing the main character in place. It wasn't just a visual trick. A faint dark mist began to creep up behind him, invading his personal space. He frowned. What on earth is this phenomenon? It felt as if he were being dragged into a deep, bottomless swamp. The dried meat vanished into the darkness, and a surge of energy flooded his system, refilling his depleted reserves. It felt like waking up from a power nap. His headache faded, and the mental fog cleared instantly. Not only that, but his entire body felt revitalized. Mental fatigue and even his physical endurance were completely restored. It was a small amount, but the recovery was undeniable. Spending 50 points on gluttony was the best investment I could have made in this system Manhwa life. This skill mitigates the risks of my other abilities perfectly. Mental exhaustion is solved by gluttony. My infinite stamina solves physical exhaustion. I can now train for 24 hours straight without eating or sleeping. I'm starting right now. But just as his excitement peaked, a knock on the door interrupted his flow. Jack Draker's expression darkened with annoyance. Are you deaf? I told you before. When I am in the training room, do not disturb me unless the sky is falling. The butler responded nervously. I apologize, young master, but I have urgent news that requires your immediate attention. Jack Draker raised an eyebrow. Urgent news. Not wanting to keep him guessing, the butler continued. Young master, your sword has been completed. A triumphant smile spread across the main character's face. Finally. Perfect timing. Jack Draker immediately rushed to the blacksmith's workshop and asked Ganon, is the blade ready? Yes, please wait one moment. In my past life, the weapon Ganon forged for me was a masterpiece of mithril and refined steel, the Sun Sword Gram. Anyone could tell at a glance that it was a legendary weapon. This time, even using a dragon's fang as the core material, I expected something similar to Gram. However, the object brought out before the main character lacked the brilliant shine he had imagined. What exactly is this? Jack Draker picked up the sword, examining it closely. On the surface, it looked like nothing more than a dull, ordinary blade. After a moment of silence, he asked, Did you intentionally leave the edge unsharpened? The blacksmith looked surprised and stammered. Originally, this is how the sword was meant to be. Jack Draker glanced at the blacksmith's reaction, then placed the sword back into its case, adding, So this is the form you believe suits me best. Ganon smiled, thinking to himself, exactly. An ordinary person would be confused, but he saw through my intention instantly. If it is him, then... Ganon spoke up. Actually, this sword does not yet have a name. I tried to name it, but nothing felt right. Could you bestow a name upon it? Jack Draker pointed at himself in surprise. Me. Memories of the past flooded his mind. The name Sun Sword Graham was originally given by Ganon himself, and now Ganon is unable to name it. I thought this would just be a variation of Graham since we used the Dragon Fang. But I was wrong. This is a completely different beast from Graham. Jack Draker murmured, "A name, huh?" He suddenly pulled a small utility knife from his pocket. This action caused the blacksmith's eyes to widen in pure shock. He shouted in panic, "What are you doing, my lord?" Without explaining, Jack Draker sliced his own palm, letting fresh blood drip freely. Ganon panicked, screaming, "Ah, hurry, blood. We need to stop the bleeding." But Jack Draker remained calm as he watched his own blood flow, thinking, "Even though my healing factor is active, I can control the skills I use." The system voice chimed in. Administrator request confirmed. Temporarily pausing the continuous activation of the job skill Elemental Healing. The moment the skill paused, the wound on his hand stopped closing. The main character nodded in satisfaction. Just as I predicted. "All right, let's begin." He closed his eyes tightly, allowing the blood dripping from his hand to fall directly onto the dull blade. Ganon watched in disbelief, but then realization dawned on him. He recognized what Jack Draker was doing. He thought, "Is this the naming ritual?" The naming ritual is a traditional ceremony of the dwarven race. The master drops their blood containing their aura or mana onto the blade. This activates the ritual. Once begun, the user falls into a deep subconscious state, wandering the void endlessly until the true name of the sword is found. Because of the danger involved, this ritual was all but forgotten. How does he know of the ancient dwarven rites? Just who is he? Meanwhile, the main character was drifting through a storm of thoughts. Amidst a million possibilities, he had to choose the one name that would accompany him on his journey to the top. A new name for a new weapon. As the countless options merged and vanished within his mind, only one name remained burning in the darkness. Black Sword Bahamut. Instantly, the system updated. Black Sword Bahamut has been registered as your equipment. Jack Draker's eyes slowly opened, shining with renewed power. Witnessing the glorious light fuse with the steel, a smile played on Jack Draker's lips. Of all names, did I really choose that wicked dragon's title? My subconscious might be more twisted than I thought. Hearing the name Jack Draker bestowed, the blacksmith stood frozen in awe. Your knowledge is extraordinary. Even among dwarves, few possess the ancient wisdom of the sword-naming ritual. The main character offered a humble, awkward smile. I merely stumbled upon it while studying the deep history of your people. Glancing at his freshly bandaged arm, Jack Draker mused. It has been an eternity since I was wounded like this. Ganon spoke up with excitement. Would you like to rest, my lord? There is something I simply must present to you. Jack Draker nodded calmly. Very well. No need to rush. Thank you, sir. As Ganon hurried off to retrieve the item, the room fell silent, leaving Jack Draker in contemplation. Staring at his bandages, he replayed the recent events in his mind. Administrator request confirmed. Temporarily suspending the continuous activation of the regenerative factor skill. Jack Draker thought to himself, the ability to control this power even while it remains active. This implies a massive shift in my potential. Just like during the forging process, I managed to conceal my true aura. There was no need to expose all my cards just yet. Sorry, Ganon, but these bandages come off the moment I leave. But right now there are more pressing matters. Jack Draker's gaze sharpened as it locked onto the blade. Time to appraise this masterpiece. Immediately the interface appeared classic for a system Manhwa displaying the stats of the Black Sword Bahamut, a weapon forged by a master blacksmith possessing the Heaven's Eye. Crafted with blue flame mana and the indestructible fang of the cursed light dragon Bahamut. Unique rank skill indestructible. Effect light aura conversion. Note, currently sealed. The seal will unlock progressively based on the user's growth. So the weapon evolves alongside its master. I have never heard of a blade like this in any legend. Furthermore, the indestructible trait, even for a dragon's fang that defies all logic. But regardless of the mysteries, one feature stands above the rest. The light aura conversion. I went through the trouble of creating a mana battery for Ganon for a reason. It was partly for his immense talent, but mostly for the core function of Graham. The special ability to transmute magical energy, turning stamina or any energy source into light aura. This specific ability is what allowed me, someone born unable to wield aura, to ascend to the realm of a red knight. After a moment, the blacksmith returned, scratching his head sheepishly. I finally found it. Apologies for the delay, my lord. You must have been waiting. But his words died in his throat. Ganon's eyes bulged in pure shock. The sword he had just forged was now wrapped in a ferocious, blinding coat of light aura. He stood frozen, mind reeling with joy and disbelief. That razor-sharp aura enveloping the blade. Has he already transcended the boundaries of a purple knight? Breaking the silence, Jack Draker exclaimed with genuine delight. This is truly a magnificent weapon. You have outdone yourself, Ganon. The blacksmith bowed humbly. Compared to the forge itself, this is nothing. However, would you please examine this? As the item was presented, Jack Draker instantly recognized the object. A scabbard, Ganon explained with pride. This scabbard was crafted by my late master. Jack Draker was skeptical. He recalled no famous master for Ganon in his past life. But the moment he saw the engraving, his heart stopped. What in the world, Golden Robert? The one hailed as the greatest blacksmith in history. Golden Robert. A legend among dwarves known as the continent's supreme artificer. Every artifact he touched was a masterpiece of perfection, possessing unique hidden mechanics. To collectors, these pieces are worth tens of thousands of gold coins. The main character could not hide his astonishment. I had no idea you were the direct disciple of Golden. Ganon's jaw dropped further. As expected of you, my lord, to think you can even decipher the ancient dwarven script. Jack Draker mused, if this is Golden's work, it is no ordinary scabbard. Precisely, Ganon beamed. If you rotate the mechanism near the mouth, it transforms into a shield like so. Forged from mithril and wyvern bone, it is virtually impervious to attacks. Rotating the handle mechanism downwards reverts it to its original form. It pales in comparison to the grace you have shown me, but please accept it. Jack Draker took the gift, his mind still reeling from the value. You could build an entire smithy just by selling this one item. Ganon laughed heartily. I could never sell my master's legacy to a random stranger. Jack Draker offered a wry smile. Seriously, Ganon. It is worth a fortune. The dwarf flinched, disbelief written on his face. What is it truly that valuable? Well, regardless, I will accept it with gratitude. Thank you. Holding it, the main character analyzed the dimensions. The scabbard seems a bit small for the blade. But if this is Golden Robert's work, logic does not apply. Just as predicted. The exterior appeared compact, yet as the blade slid in, the space warped to accommodate the steel perfectly. Admiring the masterpiece in his hands, a triumphant smile appeared. It exceeds my wildest imagination. Jack Draker spoke up, his voice filled with sincerity. I have received a treasure beyond measure. Thank you, Ganon. I am glad it pleases you. Jack Draker returned to his quarters in high spirits. Upon arrival, he opened his inventory to check his gear, only to be shocked again. Cloud iron. This material is incredibly rare. Item info: forged from cloud iron. Properties: exceptionally durable, yet lightweight. Special abilities: none currently active. Set effect: special abilities activate when a full cloud iron set is equipped. This came from the random box reward I got from that sudden quest, the main character realized. I expected a common chest, but the contents are top tier. Eyeing the remaining box, he steeled himself. Alright, let's see what the second box holds. A brilliant light flashed before his eyes. As the item revealed itself, the main character froze in pure disbelief. Holy! What on earth is this? Jack Draker held the parchment with trembling hands. A map. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Congratulations. You have discovered a map containing the traces of the great sword Saint Kaiser. Jack Draker's mind raced. Kaiser. You don't mean the Hero King Kaiser. The legendary Hero King and the Knights of the Clock Tower. That is the most famous chronicle on the continent. It records the journey of Kaiser and his knights since the founding of the Kingdom of Kronos, a civilization that once shone brighter than any other. However, the stories were so absurd and lacked historical evidence that most people regard it as nothing more than a fantasy novel. His hands began to shake uncontrollably. Did the Hero King really exist? As if to answer his question, the system chimed again. Processing. Restoring and decoding damaged sections of the artifact. Decoding complete. The target location has been marked on your minimap. Instantly, a holographic simulation projected into the air. The main character smirked as he recognized the terrain. Oh, the mountains of the giants. The territory of the barbarian tribes. This might be easier than I expected. The tutorial concluded based on the user's level. But suddenly, a new system window flashed before his eyes. You have discovered an item linked to a hidden quest. Achievement quest: The Vision of the Hero King Kaiser. Objective: locate Kaiser's vision within the ruins that hold his ancient traces. Time limit: infinite. Quest reward: System Administration Authority upgrade. From Junior Administrator to Intermediate Administrator. Reading this, Jack finally grasped the true nature of this system, Manhwa reality. The tutorial was merely a mechanism to raise his power to a necessary threshold. And now the guide for the Junior Administrator begins. Once the tutorial ends, the real Administrator quests commence. The main character smirked with satisfaction. Everything so far was just the prologue. The true game starts now. The rewards were on a completely different dimension compared to the tutorial phase. Excellent. With this power, he was confident he would devour everything in his path, leaving nothing behind. First, let's test these accumulated points. The system updated continuously. You have consumed 50 points to unlock Dragon Skill Level 2. He pulled up the details for the new ability. Dragon Skill Level 2. Dragon Scale. Dragon Scales crystallize to form an impenetrable armor granting superior magic resistance. Unlock complete. 78 points consumed. Dragon Skill Level 2. Dragon Claw. Summon the mighty claw of a dragon to annihilate enemies with a single strike. 80 points unlocked. Jack pondered the numbers. For now, he still had a surplus of points. But who knew when he would get another chance to harvest such a massive amount again? It was a shame, but he had to be strategic. He would only invest in a few potions and these 2 skills for now. Better to keep 400 points in reserve. With a thought, he reached out. You have activated the first dragon skill. The main character unleashed Dragon Claw. His hand erupted in blazing energy, burning with raw power. Without hesitation, Jack hurled that inferno forward with all his might. The earth itself cracked and groaned under the overwhelming pressure. Jack looked at the long trench carved into the ruins and laughed. Haha, this skill is absolutely god tier. Haha, alright, let's move to the next phase. It was time to test the dragon scale. Suddenly a steel sword was flung away violently. He thought to himself, even without infusing aura, my strike should have torn through anything. Yet the blade rebounded. Although he was shirtless, it felt as if he were clad in a full suit of heavy plate armor. Dragon Claw for destruction. Dragon Scale for protection. Simple, yet devastatingly effective. His body was fully warmed up now. It was time to push forward. The scene shifts to the central arena of Jack Draker Academy. The instructor's voice boomed across the field. The semester evaluation begins now. Before we start the test, I will summarize the rules. Do you see the training dummies behind me? They have been specially crafted for this assessment. Brute force alone will not leave even a scratch. But if you infuse aura into your strike, you can destroy them with ease. However, if you fail to leave a mark, you will be immediately expelled. All previous evaluations will be voided, and you will have to restart your training from the very beginning. Murmurs of panic erupted from the students below. Restart from the beginning. Does that mean we won't advance in rank? Just then the instructor shouted. Silence. Those whose names are called step forward. Next candidate. Aeon, he didn't dare hesitate for a second and immediately marched to the front. Owen watched from the back with a bored expression. For these novices, anxiety was natural. But for me, this training is no different from the aura cultivation system of my clan. After all, the aura training system of this academy was established by the great Cian family. Whether they are low-rank awakeners or purebloods, no one can match my control over aura. Ha ha. Owen was overflowing with arrogance regarding his talent. Finally, his name was called. He smirked with superiority and approached the dummies. In a flash, he launched himself into the air and unleashed a spectacular slash. A massive surge of powerful aura enveloped him. The students below dropped their jaws, terrified by his overwhelming display of dominance. Someone screamed, "Sword resonance." It's the sword resonance technique. Even the grading professor was stunned by Owen's performance. To execute sword resonance at only 13 years old. Truly a prodigy, another agreed. As expected of his bloodline. But for Owen, this was far from enough. He instantly gathered momentum and shot forward like an arrow. He unleashed a storm of razor-sharp strikes. Everywhere he passed, the dummies were obliterated. Every single target was carved up by Owen's blade. He didn't miss a single beat. The students watching were in a state of absolute shock, unable to believe their eyes. Owen had swept the entire field, leaving nothing standing. He stood there calmly basking in the admiration of the weaklings. An instructor approached to inspect the damage. Incredible. Worthy of the Cian name. At this rate, surpassing Lord Aben is only a matter of time. But the moment he was compared to Aben, his ego took a hit. He felt inferior. Furious, Owen slapped the instructor's hand away, his expression darkening with jealousy. He stormed off in a huff. Watching Owen's disrespect, a professor sighed. What an arrogant little brat. And so the examination continued without delay. Next, one by one, the students stepped up to test their limits. Many struggled desperately just to leave a chip on the dummies. The two instructors exchanged looks. It seems everyone is working as hard as an ox, but achieving little, another replied. They were mentally crushed after seeing Owen's display. Still, no one has failed yet. Even if it's a small amount, every student managed to infuse aura into their swords. As expected of the special class. But even in a place full of geniuses, the weak are destined to be culled. Suddenly, Gina stepped forward and spoke politely. Instructor, I have a request. Speak. I wish to be evaluated using the Dragonslayer arts. That is the evaluation standard reserved for high-ranking cadets. But Gina remained calm. Yes, I am aware. Owen scoffed from the sidelines. A Pureblood Awakener acting arrogant already. Merely transferring aura into a sword and executing the Dragonslayer arts are two completely different realms. Just maintaining aura on a weapon requires immense concentration. But the Dragonslayer arts, that is a different beast. You must control the flow and consumption of aura with every single movement. She will swing a few times, and her energy will be completely drained. It seems her own pride has led her to her doom. Gen Turan is it? The instructor asked sternly. If you choose the Dragonslayer arts, the criteria for failure will be much harsher. Are you absolutely certain about this? The instructor asked, his voice grave. Rina's reply was steady as steel. I am certain. Heh. Very well then. Proceed at your own risk. With a graceful bow hand over her heart, Rina replied, Thank you, instructor. Without hesitation, Rina raised her blade high, slowly channeling her aura into the cold steel. Below, the crowd held their breath, their gazes heavy with expectation for the Pureblood Awakener. But Rina shut out the world, her entire existence narrowing down to the weapon in her grasp. The blade tore through the air, carrying a bone-chilling frost. In a split second, she struck with the speed of lightning, leaving a brilliant arc of silver light in her wake. The steel met the training dummies, meeting absolutely zero resistance. They shattered the instant the blade passed through, fragments spun in the air, as if caught in a bladed tempest. With a final flawless pose, the dummies were reduced to mere dust and memory obliterated by a barrage of invisible strikes. A terrifying silence descended upon the arena. The ground was littered with debris, a silent battlefield echoing with the remnants of explosive power. The students watching were absolutely thunderstruck. Whispers erupted among the crowd. Whoa! I don't even have the will to compete after seeing that. I thought Owen was #1 in control, but he's not even in the same league. She's on a whole different level. Being compared like that made Owen's blood boil. Rage flared in his chest like a wildfire, consuming his sanity. The mixture of impotence and fury became a suffocating lump in his throat, making him want to scream. Every compliment directed at her felt like a dagger stabbing straight into his pride. The brighter Rina shone, the deeper he sank into the shadows of inferiority. He ground his teeth, his face twisting. Damn it all! Though panting from exertion, Rina leveled her blade forward. Owen flinched, thinking the steel was aimed at him. What the hell is she doing? Is she mocking me? But a split second later, he realized her intense gaze wasn't locked on him at all. Sensing the true target, he whipped his head around. No. She never even cared about him to begin with. That silent challenge was meant for one person, only Rick. The protagonist simply flashed a bright smile. Rick stepped forward, scratching his head in that familiar sheepish way. Man, talk about awkward. Can't exactly ignore a stare like that. Can I guess I have to answer the call? With a sigh, he raised his hand. Instructor, I'd like to be evaluated using the Dragonslayer art as well. The crowd gasped, faces twisting in disbelief. The instructor stepped forward, skeptical. You are Rick, correct? Just because Cadet Rina made it look easy, do you think the technique is some common parlor trick? Rina is a Pureblood Awakener, you can't. Another instructor cut in, waving his hand. Same conditions as Cadet Rina. You have no objections. Rick smiled, the picture of innocence. None at all. He strode to the center of the arena, ready to deliver a performance that would go down in history. The whispers grew louder. Why did the instructor agree? I know his name is on the roll call, but I've never seen him in class before. The senior instructor replied calmly. It's due to a bet between him and Instructor Andre. You're new here, so you wouldn't know the rumors. An unprecedented golden pureblood. The rookie who shattered Lord Aben's dungeon exploration record. That boy is Rick. Rick closed his eyes, centering himself as a terrifying energy radiated from his core. The familiar chime of a system Manhwa interface rang in his ears. The black sword Bahamut has resonated. Unique ability activated aura conversion. He transmuted the dark energy into holy aura, instantly wrapping the blade in blinding light. Staring at the weapon, even Rick was taken aback. Tsk. Holding back my power is actually harder than just letting it rip. All right, this should be enough, right? He gripped the hilt and raised the greatsword high. Rina watched, unable to believe her own eyes. Her eyes went wide with shock. That stance. The first form, Heaven's Splitter. It's not just on my level, it rivals even Instructor Andre's form. In that same heartbeat, Rick's blade descended, cleaving the dummy in twain before anyone could blink. He didn't stop there. Rick moved like a dancer in a trance. I used the Dragonslayer art every single day for 2 years before I regressed. The angle of the blade, the footwork, even the flow of the light aura. My body remembers it all, moving faster than my conscious thought. I used to be sick of this sword style, but getting back to basics isn't so bad. Rick paused, surveying his work. This should be just enough to light a fire under Rina, right? But the crowd was in an uproar. Did you see that? Did he seriously just coat that entire blade in holy aura? Yeah, the whole thing. Does that mean Rick has already reached the Death Knight realm? Rick overheard the chatter and flinched. He had been trying so hard to suppress his true abilities, but he'd slipped up. Panic set in. Crap, I focused too hard and let the aura leak out. I only meant to match Rena's level. My stupid instincts took over and made me the center of attention again. Even the instructors were shaking in their boots. Who could have predicted a first-year cadet reaching the legendary Death Knight realm? It was an impossibility made real. And unwittingly, this display of power dealt a critical blow to someone's fragile ego. Owen stood there seething, but impotent. A tremor ran through his body as shame washed over him, his arrogance evaporating like mist in the morning sun. But unlike Owen's despair, Rena's eyes burned with intense curiosity. She knew she hadn't been wrong about him. Later in the headmaster's office, the old man sipped his tea. I heard about your performance in the semester assessment. Truly a breathtaking result. Rick sat opposite him, shrugging. It was just pure luck, sir. The headmaster raised a brow. Reaching the Death Knight realm at 13 is luck. Come now. So tell me, what do you think about taking the advancement exam? Rick blinked. The advancement exam? You mean skipping a grade? Precisely, the headmaster explained. Perhaps a year, perhaps even more. It is a special privilege for prodigies like yourself. Rick remained silent, his mind racing. This is moving faster than I planned. Then again, I suppose I did show off a little too much. With a confident smirk that screamed absolute certainty, he declared, I'm in. He didn't waste a second slipping out the door and closing it with a gentle, deliberate click. Jack narrowed his eyes. The old man was definitely plotting something. Realizing this, our main character flashed a cunning grin. Fine then, I'm ready to play your game. Inside the office, the headmaster sat, frozen, his mind reeling. He fumbled in his robes, his voice trembling as he muttered, Ren Jack Draker and Jack Draker. 2 Pureblood Awakeners in the same exam. A voice crackled through the comms. Understood. I will proceed exactly as ordered. Things were about to get interesting in this leveling Manhwa. The scene shifts to the elite training hall of the Jack Draker Academy where Reyna and Jack were already waiting. The air was heavy, suffocatingly tense. Reyna's face flushed a deep crimson, her thoughts racing. Can't he at least pretend to look away? Suddenly the heavy doors groaned open. A commanding voice cut through the silence. So you two were already waiting for me. The figure stepped into the light. This was the proctor for today's advancement exam, the family's elite high knight, Sir Anisser. He possessed a cold, devastating beauty that demanded respect. The moment Jack locked eyes with him, his blood ran cold. He couldn't believe it. Is that the nameless sword? Memories from a past life crashed into his mind like a tidal wave. It was a day when the sky wept gray, matching the sorrow in men's hearts. He carried a lifeless body in his arms, his steps heavy with grief, walking a lonely path. Fate had placed Jack there that day. Seeing the tragic scene, he couldn't hide his shock. Jack Draker. Why is a dog of the Empire in a place like this? But as Jack looked closer at the corpse, realization struck him. The man didn't answer. He simply knelt silently, digging into the cold earth with his bare hands. Sensing the weight of the moment, Jack fell silent. Surrounded by forgotten graves, Jack grabbed a shovel, the sudden movement startling the grieving knight. Need a hand? Jack asked. Before the man could refuse, Jack struck the earth. Don't bother saying no. I'm helping whether you like it or not. Ya Z Mereda of the Northern Alliance. You're a Jack Draker, aren't you? The man replied, his voice hollow. No, I have discarded that name. Jack felt a strange kinship. Oh, turns out we're not so different. Then what should I call you? The man hesitated. Just call me the Nameless Sword. Back in the present hearing, the formal introduction left our MC stunned. Hi, Anisser, that name fits a cold-blooded killer like the Nameless Sword far too well. But seriously, a high knight overseeing a freshman exam. Pushing aside the shock, both students bowed with perfect discipline. Greetings, High Knight Anisser, Jack Draker. He was a true pillar supporting the Jack Draker bloodline, a title reserved only for those with overwhelming power, prestige, and combat experience. Absolute nobility. The instructor wasted no time. A standard sword duel. As long as you remain conscious and don't surrender, the fight continues. Show me every ounce of power you possess. Reyna stepped forward, her aura flaring with confidence. Then I shall take the lead. But the knight looked down on them with arrogant eyes. No need to take turns. Come at me together. Damn, talk about a death wish. Reyna prepared to launch herself forward, but Jack's hand shot out, blocking her path. Hold it. Don't be reckless. You can feel the gap in our power levels, can't you? Besides, the test has already begun. If you had rushed in blindly just now, we would have failed before swinging a single sword. Hearing this, Reyna glanced at the proctor in the back. He was scribbling notes, letting out a long, disappointed sigh. Though it bruised her pride, Reyna gritted her teeth and asked, "Then what's the play, Jack Draker?" The male lead smirked, his mind already 3 steps ahead. True to his reputation as a genius, his judgment was lightning fast. "I have the perfect strategy for this nightmare scenario. Let's give him a taste of true despair." With the plan set, the air crackled with killing intent. The real battle was about to begin. Jack analyzed the enemy's weapon instantly. A single-edged blade. The curved sword of the Eastern Empire. He hasn't changed his style at all. Reyna seemed worried about honor, but pride implies you have the luxury to choose. Against a monster like this, forget it. Focus on the plan. In a heartbeat they vanished. Both students lunged forward, their blades singing through the air. Steel clashed against steel, creating a cross-slash from 2 blind spots. But the High Knight merely shifted his weight. Their blades sliced through empty air as he slipped through their formation, counter-attacking with the speed of a phantom. A flash of silver, Reyna barely scrambled back the blade, missing her throat by a fraction of an inch. Jack, however, smiled like a maniac and rushed back in. They unleashed a storm of attacks, but the Jack Draker Knight stood like an immovable mountain. Clang, clang, sparks flew, but with a simple wave of energy he blasted both of them back. Reyna stared at Jack, terror creeping into her heart. Is this the true power of a High Knight? We aimed for his blind spots perfectly, just as Jack said, but we can't even scratch him. Desperate, Reyna channeled her mana. Dragonslayer Arts. Chapter 3. First Form. She swung with the intent to kill, pouring her soul into the strike. She thought she had him, but at the critical moment the knight flowed around the attack like water. Reyna's momentum carried her forward, leaving her wide open. The knight didn't use his sword. He simply backhanded her with raw aura-infused force. She was launched like a ragdoll. Her body spun helplessly in the air before slamming into the stone wall with a bone-shattering crunch. The impact was so devastating the solid rock exploded into dust. A support staff member rushed over, panic in his voice. "Reyna, Jack Draker, are you alive?" Reyna coughed violently, blood dripping from her lips. Her legs trembled as she forced herself up, but her arms hung limp, paralyzed. I'm fine," she stammered. "Stay back," she warned. Her mind raced. In a split second, my consciousness faded. The gap. It's absolute. I have 0 chance of winning. "But can you really pull this off, Jack Draker?" Her mind flashed back to the locker room, to the strategy Jack had proposed. Reyna had been furious. "I cannot agree to such a dirty tactic. You want to stain a sacred duel with filth." Jack had looked her dead in the eye. "Can you eat honor for dinner?" He leaned in, his voice cold. "This isn't a knight's duel. It's a test of whether you have the guts to kill." After a moment of hesitation, Reyna had no choice but to agree. "Fine. I was the one who asked for your opinion first anyway. But do you honestly believe this crazy strategy will actually work? Our opponent is a high-ranking knight after all." While doubt clouded Reyna's mind, Jack stood tall, radiating absolute confidence in his master plan. "We just need to create the perfect stage for it to work." Jack pressed on, his eyes sharp. "Think back to our fight at the cradle. Why couldn't you dodge my attack back then?" Reyna flushed with embarrassment. "Because I never expected you to use such underhanded tricks," Jack replied calmly. "Exactly. And a high-ranking knight won't expect it either. Just wait for my signal. It will work. One tiny opening is all we need." Back in the present, the duel raged on. Jack stood his ground, unleashing the raw power of the Dragonslayer art application. His body blurred, splitting into multiple afterimages that scattered across the arena surrounding the knight in a vortex of phantom strikes. Reality and illusion merged, leaving the eyes spinning in confusion. Finally, he unleashed a legendary technique kept hidden until this very moment, the shadowless wind step. However, the knight was a veteran of countless battlefields. He recognized the footwork instantly and gasped. "This technique, it belongs to Duke." As the knight scanned the area frantically, Jack lunged. Steel clashed against steel, blocked in a split second. Yet the main character smiled arrogantly. "You better brace yourself, sir." Snap. The floodlights died instantly. The entire arena was plunged into suffocating darkness. The knight stood firm, surprised. "Turning off the lights. I see. Using the mana interference of a Pureblood Awakener to disrupt my senses." With a scoff, he swept his blade, blasting Jack away with a wave of force, fighting perfectly, even in the abyss. Every strike Jack attempted was parried with casual elegance, as if the knight were merely swatting flies. Truly, the might of a high-ranking knight was a mountain that could not be moved. He scoffed internally. Childish tricks. Did he think blinding me would create an opening for a high-tier warrior? But then, a chill ran down his spine. What is this unsettling sensation? The darkness is so thick even I can barely see. Yet this boy moves as if it were broad daylight, seeing everything with perfect clarity. Jack grinned in the shadows. Time to test a new move in this leveling Manhwa simulation. He instantly activated the dragon skill Dragon Claw. Fast as a gale, the main character danced around the knight, forcing the veteran onto the defensive. The knight's eyes widened. Is this really the swordsmanship of a first-year student? No, calling it swordsmanship is an insult. It is something else entirely. Jack Draker had already transcended the limits of a mere academy cadet. Rena Jack Draker was also moving through the shadows with supernatural ease matching Jack's rhythm. Have they suppressed their aura to confuse my senses? Did they place a restriction on me? That tactic only works on equals. Roaring, the knight chased Jack's presence, unleashing a torrent of slashes into the dark void. The only light came from the violent sparks of clashing steel. Two blades met at speeds the human eye could never hope to follow. Before the sound of impact could even register, cold steel flashed in the air. Sparks erupted like fireworks in the night, vanishing instantly into the smell of burnt iron. Watching the knight's reaction, Jack smirked. His movement is almost identical to when the lights were on. He adapted to the darkness this quickly. Suddenly, the knight's instinct screamed a warning. He sensed something wrong. He swung a devastating blow forward, but hit nothing but air. The knight frowned, agitated. He vanished. He could only see vague outlines. It felt like battling a phantom. He slashed blindly at the empty space, but his target had completely disappeared from his senses. Suddenly, a single light bulb dropped from the ceiling right in front of him. But that was not all. Jack was slicing the remaining fixtures above. They rained down like a crystalline storm, all part of Jack's master plan. The crashing noise completely masked Jack Draker's presence, erasing him from the knight's radar. The knight stood frozen in confusion. Instantly, Jack materialized right in front of him, wearing a grin that was both bright and cunning. Right now, this is it. Before the knight could process the trap, a falling bulb plummeted straight toward his position. Jack recalled Professor Fan Nong's words, "The structure and materials are simple, but if left as is, it is a one-time consumable." "What magic will you infuse, explosive?" Jack had smiled calmly. "No. Just a flash spell and a sonic boom will do." Just as predicted, a blinding explosion erupted. This was the critical moment they had been waiting for in this awakening Manhwa scenario. Even the high-ranking knight was caught off guard. The deafening blast tore through the air, shaking the very foundation of the arena. Instinctively, he recoiled, his knees buckling as the sonic shockwave crushed his chest, and the flash blinded his vision. Only now did he realize he had been played. "I was a fool. I thought that energy was just waste, but it was a trap all along." Seizing destiny, Rena and Jack lunged together. Dragonslayer arts. Chapter 4, First Form. Full moon/2 majestic blades unleashed a wave of destruction. Boom! The impact was catastrophic. A shockwave blasted outward, kicking up a storm of dust and wind that battered the spectators. As the smoke cleared, the knight remained standing, though his face was twisted in annoyance and discomfort. He never anticipated such a daring gambit. Truly, fortune favors the bold. The medical team rushed in immediately to carry the battered Jack and Rena to safety. The knight stood like a statue, unmoving. An instructor approached respectfully. "Thank you for your hard work, sir." Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the hall. "You bastard, Draker! You beat my disciple into a pulp." Hearing the voice, Draker turned and bowed low. "Greetings, Knight Duke of the Gale." Duke approached, waving his hand dismissively. "Still as stiff as a board, I see. So how was my student?" The master laughed, throwing an arm around Draker's shoulder. The knight paused, reflecting on the final moment. When Jack's sword had reached him, the boy had intentionally stopped and shifted to defense. Why didn't he strike when he had the chance? Was his goal not victory, but merely to pass the evaluation? Did he only show as much strength as necessary? Draker finally spoke. "Jack has far exceeded my expectations." Later, the council gathered to decide the fate of the students. The academy headmaster surveyed the room, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. "Then it is settled. I take it everyone is in agreement with this resolution." The council responded in perfect unison, their voices echoing through the hall. "Yes, headmaster. No objections." Consequently, both Jack Draker and Gina were instantly promoted, skipping straight to the 5th year. Afterward, Jack Draker tried to fade into the shadows, living as quietly as a ghost, after inheriting the forbidden arts and seals from Sir Andre. While Andre took over Jack's position, Jack Draker maintained a respectful connection with Professor Fan. However, even those ties began to fray as destiny pulled them apart. Jack was scouted by the prestigious Royal Magic Research Institute, leaving the academy behind. With Jack gone, Jack Draker was finally free from the annoying politics of the noble factions. Yet amusingly enough, Draker still showed up every quarter demanding a duel with Jack like a man obsessed. Eventually, Draker seemed to experience a martial epiphany. He took a leave of absence to join a dojo for intense cultivation. Time flowed like water, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Back at the academy dorms, a joyous voice shattered the silence. Congratulations, young master. You are the youngest student ever admitted to Valhalla. The family head will be bursting with pride. Standing there was no longer the 13-year-old boy of the past. Jack Draker had grown into a sharp, handsome 15-year-old, his presence commanding attention. The headmaster himself had written the letter of recommendation. It was an unprecedented honor, a miracle in the world of academia. Yet Jack Draker's inner thoughts were far from celebratory. Great. The title of youngest student just ruined my plans for a quiet life. So much for 2 years of laying low. Resigning himself to the situation, he spoke up. There are still 3 months before the entrance ceremony, right? You should head to Atlas ahead of me. The butler was startled by the sudden command, but bowed to Jack Draker's will. Understood. But before he could finish, Jack Draker cut through his words with cold precision. I will be resting alone in total seclusion. I don't want to be disturbed by a single soul. Do you understand? The pressure in his voice left Decker no choice but to submit. Yes, young master. Alone at last, Jack Draker stared at the map, his mind racing with plans. His eyes locked onto the giant mountains, the resting place of Kaiser's ancient ruins. Using rest as my cover, I'll infiltrate the Argos Kingdom's Adventurers Guild to launch my expedition. There's no need to leak my destination to anyone suspicious. It was the perfect setup for a classic leveling manhwa adventure. Suddenly a knock echoed from the door. Jack Draker didn't look up. Enter. Liam stepped in, bowing low with exaggerated reverence. Your humble servant greets Master Jack Draker. Jack Draker turned a frown, touching his lips. Liam didn't. I tell you, that kind of greeting is unnecessary. Keep it simple. Decker, sensing the mood, quickly interjected. I shall take my leave then, young master. Yeah. Handle the Valhalla enrollment with the black card. Once the butler vanished, Liam looked up confused. Master, why did you summon me to the Platinum Mansion? Jack Draker replied casually, his voice steady. I heard you were transferred to the special class. As your master, did you think I'd just sit back and watch? I've compiled everything you'll need for your academy arc. Predicted exam questions, training manuals, and essential gear for the semester. He handed the stack of documents to Liam, who stood frozen in shock. Jack Draker continued, Go to Pafia's Breath and show them this list. They'll hand over the equipment. Also, when you hit the 4th year, you'll need a weapon that actually fits your style. Order a custom blade from Pafia's Breath. I've already paid the bill in full, so don't worry about it. I trust you won't let me down, Liam. Hearing this, Liam's emotions overflowed, tears welling up in his eyes like a waterfall. He bowed deeply again, his voice trembling with devotion. I swear on my life, I will never betray your expectations, master. Jack Draker sighed, rubbing his temples. I literally just told you to stop being so dramatic a minute ago. Liam laughed awkwardly through his tears. I will correct it immediately. The Kingdom of Argos, located in the northern reaches of the central continent. Along with Delterby and Alenia, it stood as a pillar of power in this world. The giant mountains marked the brutal border between civilization and the Beastlands. Filled with countless dungeons, it was a magnet for adventurers dreaming of a manhwa recap-worthy jackpot. The founding king of Argos, now just a faded name in history books, had the foresight to link adventurers with dungeons. He turned monster hunting into the kingdom's core industry. With royal backing, they carved the giant mountains into hundreds of sectors, establishing supply lines and transit points. This was the origin of the Argos Adventurers Guild, an organization that now spanned the entire continent. At the registration counter, a mechanical voice called out. Next number 546. Number 546. Are they absent? Next number 547. Congratulations, Zake Murray. You are officially an adventurer. Submit these papers to the licensing bureau to receive your tag. Jack Draker stood there, completely transformed by his disguise. He smiled, thanked the receptionist, and walked away. With a wig and magic-suppressing glasses, he looked like a completely different person. No one will recognize me in this getup. Heh. Looking at the papers in his hand, Jack Draker felt a surge of satisfaction. If I want to move freely, having an adventurer identity is essential. I can't just wander around openly with the name Jack Draker. Now then, let the treasure hunt begin. Outside, carriages packed with hopeful adventurers were already rolling out. Jack Draker secured a spot on a carriage, blending in with the crowd. Finding a seat during peak season is a miracle in itself, he thought. Suddenly a rough voice broke his concentration. Hey buddy, you an adventurer too? Jack Draker opened his eyes to see a group of rugged men grinning at him. Look how tense he is. Definitely his first time in a dungeon, right? Another man scooted closer, a sleazy smile plastered on his face. So how about it? Want to join our party, kid? Don't let our looks fool you. We're veterans. Dungeons have been brutal lately. Go in alone, and you're just walking monster food. Jack Draker remained silent, his expression unreadable. No matter where I go, trash like this always crawls out of the woodwork, he thought. They didn't let up, continuing their predatory sales pitch. They say your first party determines half your fate in the adventurer world. Surely you've heard that rule, haven't you? Jack Draker sighed internally. Textbook villain dialogue. They lure rookies and use them as bait or sell them to slave traders. Despite his thoughts, he kept his mouth shut. He didn't agree, but he didn't refuse either. The entire group stared at him, their pressure mounting. Finally, Jack Draker stood up, his voice cold and sharp. Shut your mouths. The command stunned them. Excuse me, what's your problem, pal? Did I say something wrong? But the protagonist ignored them, walking straight to the front. He leaned toward the driver, whispering through a small opening. 500 meters ahead, back left. Monsters. Looks like orcs. So this is a monster spawn zone. The driver looked baffled. What? What are you talking about? This is a designated safe route. Laughter erupted from the veterans behind him. Ha 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 ha, the rookie is hallucinating from the stress. Hey kid, don't you know this route is managed directly by the Adventurers Guild HQ? Even the wildest beasts wouldn't dare tread here, let alone monsters. But Rich's next words sent a chill straight down the man's spine. Tell me, what is that breathing down your neck? The man's eyes bulged, his brain refusing to process the horror. What? The grim reality stood right behind him. An orc, eyes burning crimson and teeth like daggers, roared in hunger. It looked at him like a prime cut of steak. Boom! Chaos erupted as the carriage came under instant siege. Fate, as always, is a cruel mistress. This wasn't just a stray beast. They had stumbled into a slaughter party. A whole legion of monsters had descended upon them. Axes swung in a frenzy. The scene dissolved into absolute pandemonium. Towering muscles, skin like granite armor, and eyes reflecting a maddening bloodlust. They raised their rusted hammers and heavy axes, smashing the carriage with devastating force. Wood splintered, and steel buckled under the assault. The horses screamed, trying to back away, but death was faster. A few desperate neighs, and then silence. The only sounds left were shattering timber and the clash of weapons ringing through the forest. The fool who had sweet-talked Rich into joining this suicide mission was clueless to the end. He poked his head out, completely unaware that an orc had marked him as the appetizer. Before his brain could even register the danger, a massive shadow eclipsed the sun. The Reaper was standing right in front of him. His face went pale as a sheet. In his final seconds, he clung to a pathetic hope, praying for mercy, begging for a chance to live. But life in this world isn't a fairy tale. Splat blood sprayed like a fountain. A brutal, messy end for an unlucky soul. Meanwhile, Rich moved like a phantom. He dove behind a massive tree, watching the orcs feast on their grisly prizes. The sounds of crunching bone filled the air. Observing the carnage, Rich calculated the situation. If orcs are rampaging this freely, the safe zone has already fallen. This felt like the brutal opening of a hardcore leveling manhwa. Time blurred. Once the monsters had filled their bellies and left, Rich stepped out into the silent aftermath. Corpses were piled up like straw. He was likely the sole survivor. He stood amidst the ruin. Just as I predicted, a complete disaster. Even the elite soldiers of Argos had been wiped out. But wait. Ordinary monsters shouldn't have been able to crush a force this strong. Rich squinted, and his expression darkened. He spotted a clean, precise slash mark on a body. That wasn't a claw mark. Only a weapon could do that. The bloody puzzle pieces clicked into place. This wasn't monsters. Humans did this. Staying here was a death sentence. He would only get entangled in a mess he didn't need. Priority 1, locate the Kaiser ruins. With cold determination, he resumed his journey. Further ahead, he passed a mountain of skulls and crossed bones. Territory markers, he noted. The barbarians are warning intruders. His minimap pinged. The ruins were close. But then a familiar sensation prickled his neck. He was being hunted. Imperial hounds. Here. Why would the Empire's dogs be this far out? The hounds. The Emperor's personal shadow unit. Elite killers culled from the best trainee knights, master of tracking and assassination. In this timeline, they were still a rumor, a myth that few in the Empire even believed existed. But Rich knew better. When the Great Continental War ignites, these shadows will emerge as the key players in the bloodshed. I watched their movements on the map. He could never forget that specific tracking pattern, because in his past life before the regression, they were the ones who killed him. Duke mentioned the Emperor was searching for something. It made sense. Even before the timeline reset, the Emperor was obsessed with ancient artifacts. Conquering the continent wasn't enough. The madman chased the delusion of immortality. If they're here, the Empire must have found the Kaiser ruins too. There was only one way to be sure. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Rich vanished. The hounds following him froze, scanning the forest in confusion. Where did he go? The leader, a man with a jagged scar, sensed the shift in the air. He reached into his coat for his gun, but he was too slow. An attack came out of nowhere, faster than sight. The gun spun into the air, and along with it, the hand that held it, a strike as sweet as revenge. "Eyes on me," Rich commanded. A yellow flare shot up the emergency signal. "Just as I thought. You're the captain. Only 3 of you a scouting party then. Usually you travel in packs of 12. Hearing this, another assassin stepped forward, shouting, "Who the hell are you? Who sent you?" Rich didn't waste breath on answers. Slash. The captain's head separated from his shoulders in a single fluid motion. Rich looked at the survivors cold-bloodedly. "You still don't get it, I'm the one asking questions. Think carefully. You have 2 mouths. If one stays silent forever, the other one won't be speaking much longer either. Make a smart choice. Spoiler alert. They didn't. Rich cleaned house with efficient brutality. Those assassins would never see the sunrise again. Rich wiped his blade and checked the map. So, this is their temporary base. It was crawling with them. Is this where they dumped the bodies to slaughter Kingdom soldiers like that? They must have found the artifact. Time to crash the party. Anyone who raised a sword against him today was signing their own death warrant. Meanwhile, at the enemy base, a guard let out a massive yawn. He looked down from his post and sighed. Seriously? Who would be crazy enough to attack a barbarian stronghold? Why do we even need guards? His partner nodded. Yeah, it's quiet. Too quiet. The sentence was cut short. Death arrived without a sound. The second guard followed him instantly. In less than a minute, both were down. A shadow slipped past them like the wind. Inside the base, a man in black paused. Something felt off. His comrade frowned at him. "Why are you freezing up? Get inside." "Wait," he whispered. "Didn't you hear a noise from the gate?" The other guy glanced back. "I didn't hear a thing." He didn't know his allies were already dead. Suddenly, crimson blood sprayed across the air. That noise definitely got his attention now. He barely had time to blink before witnessing a living nightmare. A stranger's blade flashed from the shadows, and his comrade's head flew from his shoulders. Panic surged through him like ice water. An intruder had breached their ranks. But before he could even scream, Rick moved like a streak of black lightning. A brutal punch to the jaw shattered his words instantly, silencing him forever. Mercilessly, Rick sent him straight to the afterlife to meet his ancestors. In seconds, crimson blood drenched his cold blade. Looking at this trash brought back bitter memories. It reminded him of the old days, taking orders from a boss worn down by a 5-year faction war, launching a suicide assault on the fortress of Pavelkale. The atmosphere was identical to that bloody past. Now Rick found himself encircled by enemies. From the high ground, their leader looked down with a sneer, his presence looming like a mountain. Southern dagger arts, or perhaps the Pavel style. It doesn't matter which rat hole you crawled out of. No one steps into this sanctuary and leaves with their life. Surrender now, and I'll grant you a painless death. Rick shifted his gaze toward the voice, his eyes cold and calculating. So this loudmouth is the squad captain. At best, his power barely scrapes the threshold of a blue knight. Compared to the monstrous hounds Rick had slaughtered in his past life, this guy was nothing but a greenhorn. Fear was non-existent in Rick's eyes. He scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. A painless death. That's rich coming from someone watching his squad get slaughtered like pigs. You should be screaming to tear me limb from limb to avenge your fallen men. Or are the warriors of the central continent just a bunch of spineless cowards? The taunt hit the mark instantly. The captain's face twisted in fury as he roared. You son of a bitch, grant him his death wish. Rip him to shreds while he's still breathing. On command, the pack lunged forward. Dozens of blades aimed for Rick's vitals in a chaotic storm of steel. But as he parried their basic strikes, a frown creased his brow. Something felt off. Is this truly the level of the Imperial Hounds, Rick wondered. Are they weak, or have I simply become a monster? Regardless, the testing phase was over. Without a sound, he triggered his mana reflection skill. Instantly, every light source in the cavern died, plunging the battlefield into absolute suffocating darkness. High above, the captain froze in bewilderment. A blackout. Now his mind raced. Is this Dragonslayer mana interference? No? That intruder was fighting with pure physical skill. He hasn't used a drop of aura. He used southern swordsmanship typical of an assassin. This darkness, it must just be a coincidence or a faulty magic lamp. Regaining his composure, the captain bellowed into the void. Do not panic, the lights will return. Hold your formation and focus on defense. But fate had a cruel surprise in store. When the magical lamps flickered back to life, a scene of pure nightmare was revealed. In those few seconds of darkness, Rick had slaughtered every single soldier on the ground. Bodies littered the cold stone floor like broken dolls. The captain's eyes bulged in disbelief, cold sweat pouring down his face like rain. His mind shattered. What the hell just happened? He didn't even hear death approach. Rick was already standing right behind him, his voice a low growl. Your Emperor has some nerve targeting the lost ruins of the hero King Kaiser. Trembling uncontrollably, the captain stammered. Kaiser's ruins? What are you talking about? He whipped around, but Rick was gone. Only a voice remained echoing from everywhere and nowhere like a phantom. Don't worry. Even if you keep your mouth shut, the dead always have a way of whispering their secrets. From the shadows, a hand dripping with killing intent emerged, Rick's blade pressed cold against the captain's throat. Realizing his end was seconds away, the man shrieked, Wait! Please, we don't know anything. Ignorance, Rick whispered, is not an excuse for survival. A spray of crimson painted the walls. The captain slumped forward, his final breath rattling in his chest. The deed was done. Rick walked silently toward the blinding light of the cave exit. He tossed a specific sword onto the bloody pile, a calculated move to frame the Meekin Syndicate for this massacre. McCann, the ruthless criminal underworld of the southern continent. The very same organization Rick had served in his past life, a den of vipers who would sell their own souls for coin. After the kingdom of Cusco fell into the ashes of civil war, the south became a lawless wasteland, a prize of blood torn between the Meekin Syndicate and the Pavela faction. He could have erased them with his dragon arts, but he chose southern swordsmanship for a reason. Leaving the calling card of Meekin was a masterstroke of deception. By giving the Empire a clear enemy, he kept himself in the shadows. They would undoubtedly blame the southern gangs for this slaughter. If the Empire retaliated, they would simply destroy Meekin for him. It was a perfect plan, using his enemies to wipe out his ghosts. But the letter he found on the captain's corpse revealed a chilling truth. The Emperor was far more insane than Rick had calculated. The orders were ostensibly to find ancient relics, but the campaign map was madness. It targeted not just the central continent, but the eastern lands currently under a fragile ceasefire, and even the mysterious Dark Sea. The Emperor had unleashed his hounds on every corner of the world. Their military power already rivaled the peak of his previous life. But they hadn't found Kaiser's legacy yet. Rick had to move, and he had to move now. Suddenly a piercing shriek tore through the air. From the enemy encampment, a crimson flare shot into the sky, painting the clouds in the color of blood. Rick, already a distance away, glanced back with a grim smile. A red flare. Is this the signal for the inescapable heavenly dragnet formation? This feels just like a classic Manhwa recap scenario. He burst forward like a gale force wind. Leaves crunched violently under his boots as he sprinted. His heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum, but he didn't dare slow down for a heartbeat. A rustle from behind caught his ear. Rick risked a glance over his shoulder. They caught up already. These dogs are fast. The red flare signaled the 5-point heavenly dragnet. It was a masterclass encirclement tactic. He had to break through their net no matter the cost. Using the flare as absolute zero, they would sweep the perimeter and constrict the circle like a python. It was an indefinite kill order, a brutal mechanic often seen in a leveling manhwa. Every hunter in the zone would hunt him until the command was revoked. It wasn't just a pursuit, it was a walking death sentence. In his past life, this very formation had killed him after he stole the Emperor's relic in the north. But things were different now. This was a system manhwa reality, and he held the controls. As he ran, the blue holographic interface floated before his eyes, pinpointing every enemy location. He had the cheat codes now. Suddenly a shadow burst from the brush, a blade swinging for his neck. Cold steel flashed in the gloom. The strike was heavy, tearing through the air with enough kinetic force to cleave Rick in two with a single hit. But Rick flowed like water, tilting his body just enough for the blade to whistle past his nose. He didn't even have time to counterattack before the thunderous sound of reinforcements approached from behind. Enemies poured out of the forest like a plague of locusts, their eyes burning with murderous intent. A storm of steel descended upon him, dozens of blades screaming through the air in a symphony of destruction. The world seemed to slow down. Cold light reflected off the falling blades, descending upon him like the inevitable scythe of the Grim Reaper. The assassins closed in like a pack of wolves, leaving Zek zero room to breathe. One wrong move meant the Grim Reaper's scythe would claim him instantly. But a smirk played on his lips. This manhwa recap moment was worth testing his limits. He launched himself backward in a blur. Steel kissed steel, sending a shower of sparks flying through the air as he parried their relentless assault in a symphony of destruction. That maneuver bought him a heartbeat of time, breaking their formation. His eyes narrowed, analyzing the threat level. These elites were in a completely different league compared to the trash in the dungeon. Just then, reinforcements arrived, their killing intent suffocating the air. Every single one of them looked ready to tear him apart. Zek was completely boxed in by the enemy encirclement. He scratched his head, feigning distress. Ah, man. Talk about a massive headache. Where am I supposed to run now? According to his minimap, he could slaughter them all if he unleashed his full strength. But that would shatter the useless F-rank persona he had crafted so carefully in this leveling manhwa. Was there no other choice? He really didn't want to use that item here. With a sigh of resignation, he pulled a weathered bone horn from his inventory. Desperate times called for chaotic measures. It was his only play. Zek brought the instrument to his lips and blew. A deep guttural sound erupted, small in size, but carrying the weight of an ancient war cry tearing through the forest's silence. The vibration rippled through the mist, bouncing off the trees like a sovereign's command, awakening an army in the distance. The haunting melody mixed with the howling wind, creating a horror movie atmosphere. The assassins looked around in confusion. What was that reinforcements? But before the leader could finish his thought, he frowned. A sharp hiss cut through the air. It's a trap smoke grenade. The sound was just a diversion. Boom! The canister detonated instantly, swallowing the battlefield in a thick, blinding gray fog that devoured the entire forest. Visibility dropped to zero as the dust choked the air. Amidst the chaos, Zek stood calm and collected, a devilish grin spreading across his face as he watched them panic. His eyes gleamed with the thrill of the hunt, observing the hunting dogs running blind in his domain. This wasn't a fight anymore. It was a game, and he was the game master. By the time the smoke began to clear, the protagonist had vanished into thin air. The assassin leader roared in frustration. Hold your ground. We've set up the heaven and earth net formation. A fly couldn't escape this perimeter. Watch the smoke track any movement. But his commands met empty air. They had no idea that Zek had completely erased his presence from the battlefield. The leader thought, does he think a little smoke will let him escape? Or was that horn significant? Suddenly a wet tearing sound echoed from behind him, confirming his worst fears. Crimson liquid splattered across the grass. The leader spun around, his composure shattering. What the hell is happening? His pupils dilated, shaking violently as terror gripped his heart. His breath-hitched lungs refusing to draw air as the pressure of death weighed down on him. He couldn't believe his eyes. Pure primal fear paralyzed every muscle in his body. What stood before him wasn't human. It was a nightmare made flesh that defied all logic. The barbarian tribe. Why are they here? The leader's mind raced. We never provoked the barbarians. This makes no sense. If it were just one or two scouts, maybe they could survive. But this was an entire war party descending upon them like a natural disaster. One foolish mercenary screamed, "Filthy savages!" and swung his blade with full force. Clang. The sword bounced off the barbarian's skin as if striking iron. It didn't even leave a scratch. The mercenary froze, his bravado instantly replaced by the realization that he had just kicked a steel wall. Impossible. I've never seen them this enraged before. Before he could even regret his life choices, a fist the size of a boulder launched forward. Wham! The impact obliterated the mercenary's skull. Blood misted the air as his body was launched backward, life extinguished before he even hit the ground. A literal one-hit kill sent him straight to the afterlife. Watching from a distance, the captain realized the grim reality. We're finished. Without hesitation, he fired a white flare into the sky, screaming until his throat tore. Abort mission, retreat, run for your lives. But the barbarians were in a frenzy, their roar shaking the very earth. Hearing the retreat signal, the assassins broke rank, fleeing like frightened rats, dignity completely forgotten. The forest floor thundered with the stampede of cowards, branches snapping as they scrambled to escape the slaughter, not daring to look back at the demons chasing them. In seconds, the chaotic battlefield was empty, leaving only fading smoke and the echoes of absolute terror. The ground shifted and Zek clawed his way to the surface. He had buried himself like a mole to avoid the crossfire. Dusting off his clothes, he flashed a radiant smile. Works like a charm. That horn was a tactical nuke in this awakening Manhwa world designed for instant battlefield communication. In his previous life, he had forged a blood alliance with the Mohacan tribe. He knew their signals by heart, including how to craft their war horns. The tune he just played translated to "Filthy outsiders are desecrating the sacred ancestral graves." Nothing triggers a barbarian faster than that. People called them savages, but they possessed a complex culture and civilization. Zek had simply manipulated their honor code. He pulled the strap, looking at the cracking instrument. Cheap craftsmanship. Looks like it was a one-time use item. With the threat neutralized, silence returned to the forest. Time to get back to business. Zek pushed forward until he reached the true objective of his expedition. But in a system Manhwa, the trials never end. He peeked from behind a wall. Blocking his path was a colossal nightmare, a multi-headed serpent. The interface chimed, "System alert, corrupted dragon species detected. Entity is consumed by foul miasma." Zek frowned. A corrupted dragonkin, seriously. The map indicated the gate was right behind the beast. He queried his interface. "System, can you bypass the lock?" The system responded instantly. Affirmative. Verifying administrator rights, connecting to the control mainframe. Connection established to the resting place of Hero King Care. Opening gate. As the massive stone doors groaned open, the monster's head snapped toward the noise. The corrupted Hydra uncoiled its massive body in the shadows, hissing as it prepared to strike. The Guardian had awakened. Towering heads pierced the gloom, jaws unhinged to reveal razor-sharp fangs dripping with the metallic scent of blood. Their eyes burned with a sinister, hellish light. Scorching heat blasted from every maw as forked tongues tasted the air. A bone-chilling hiss echoed. The Colossus roared, a living nightmare, hungry to devour any fool who dared challenge it. Jack smirked, realizing stealth was completely off the table. Time for Plan B. He activated the Dragonslayer art, his body moving as swift and silent as the wind itself. He triggered the shadowless step technique, blurring his presence to confuse the beast's vision. He sprinted straight toward the dungeon entrance. Almost there. Jack thought, his heart racing. But suddenly, Roar the Serpent struck like a streak of black lightning, jaws wide open to intercept him. The very atmosphere tore apart. The wind screamed in protest as the massive body twisted, launching a strike packed with the weight of absolute death. Dagger-like fangs glinted in the dim light, snapping shut on empty air. Jack barely dodged in time, sacrificing only a few shreds of his clothes to the beast's hunger. Instantly, his blade materialized. Purple energy exploded outward, the aura thick enough to choke on. No hesitation. Dragonslayer art. Chapter 7. First Form. Dragonhead Decapitation. He struck back but paid the price. Blood seeped from his wounds. Acidic blood, Jack realized, watching the corrosion. The splatter hissed, eating right through the stone wall behind him. But as an undying player, fear was irrelevant. He instantly triggered his regeneration skill. As his flesh knit back together, the main character analyzed the threat. A 9-headed Hydra with acidic blood. In his past life, even his master barely soloed this thing. Different life, different outcome, he gritted out. Let's test that theory. The hideous maw lunged straight for him. Jack had no room to dodge. He clenched his jaw and raised his sword to block the impact. Steel clashed against fangs, screeching like a death metal symphony. But the Hydra wasn't done. Another head loomed, eyes glowing ghostly green, exhaling a killing intent that solidified the air. Jack held his ground. Exhaustion tugged at his limbs, but he slid back into a balanced stance, muttering a complaint to the indifferent heavens. Damn it, what's the point of a Dragonslayer skill when true dragons are extinct? I'm stuck fighting these knockoff draconian hybrids. And this thing regenerates faster than I can chop. Jack finally admitted the hard truth. His current level wasn't high enough to finish this boss. The entrance to the Holy Land was only 30 meters away. Decision made. He barked a command. System, close the gate. The system replied in a robotic monotone typical of a system Manhwa. Administrator request confirmed. Closing the gateway to the Hero King Kaiser's sanctuary. Boom. As the massive doors began to grind shut, Jack stabbed his blade into the earth. The ground cracked, unleashing a shockwave so powerful even the serpents recoiled. Jack roared, secret martial art wind slash. A blinding arc of energy tore across the battlefield, aiming straight for the cluster of snaking necks. Slash. One head popped like a bloody balloon, purple ichor sprayed like fireworks. Seizing the chaos, Jack launched himself toward the closing gap like a bullet. While it's distracted by the pain, I'm out of here. Forget the XP, survival comes first. But the Hydra wasn't just a beast. It was a predator. Its eyes locked onto him like high-tech targeting lasers. It knew his plan. It lunged, every remaining head snapped forward from different angles, trying to crush him into raw meat. Jack was inches from safety. Then snap. A lightning-fast bite tore his arm clean off. Crimson blood sprayed across the ceiling gates like a grim painting. He tumbled inside, face twisted in agony. "Motherfucker," he hissed. "You chased me this far." Rage overtook pain. His eyes turned crimson as he pointed his sword back at the beast. "You want my arm. Keep it." Ignoring the blood soaking his gear, he leaped into the air, slashing wildly at the nearest neck in a frenzy of violence. This is the power of a leveling Manhwa protagonist. Jack possessed true immortality and infinite regeneration. Even as he swung, bone and muscle knitted together. A new arm burst forth from the stump. The Hydra shrieked, realizing brute force wouldn't work, and decided to play dirty. A cloud of neon green poison blasted out. Jack frowned. Poison breath, seriously? Are we done playing games yet? The system chimed in. "Warning, you are afflicted by Hydra's neurotoxin." Jack didn't flinch. He channeled every ounce of mana into his blade. A flash of light dissected the air and the serpent's torso. Another head-severed fountain of slime. The Hydra's eyes went wide, staring in helpless terror at the monster it had provoked. Jack was drenched in sweat, his skin turning a sickly purple from the toxin. Yet his grip on the sword never wavered. The fire of battle still burned in his gaze. The final head roared in desperation, launching a suicidal strike. One last life. One last hope. It was all or nothing. "Not today!" Jack screamed. At the critical moment, he unleashed his trump card, Dragon's Majesty. An invisible weight, heavy as a falling meteor, crushed down on the beast. It was as if the sky itself had collapsed upon the Hydra's skull. The air vibrated with dominance. Jack's eyes glowed with lethal intensity. "I'm not joking around anymore," he growled, his voice vibrating with power. "Get lost, unless you want to be chopped into snake steaks." The Hydra, previously so arrogant, instantly wet itself. Its survival instinct kicked in hard. Sweat the size of quail eggs rolled down its scales. The massive monster trembled like a leaf in a hurricane. With a pathetic yelp, it turned tail and fled, vanishing faster than a thief in the night. Jack finally exhaled, collapsing to the ground, panting like an old man. "I can't believe Dragon's Majesty actually worked on a draconian species. Should have led with that." But then a wave of dizziness hit him. "Wait, why am I drained? I have infinite stamina. Is it the poison?" As if on cue, a system window popped up to clarify the situation in this Manhwa recap. "You have etched primal fear into a dragon species. Target is corrupted by fear energy. Do you wish to activate Dragon Ruler authority to tame the target?" Jack blinked. "Wait, it worked because I used Majesty at the end, so I can actually tame that absurd monster." A wicked grin spread across his face. "Now that is what I'm talking about." Rex opened the interface, expecting a victory notification. Instead, he froze as a ruthless alert popped up. "Insufficient administrator authority to tame the fallen dragon species." His voice cracked in disbelief. "Not enough authority? Seriously, I thought I just scored a free legendary pet. Damn it. Even a broken skill like this has limits." Before he could curse again, agony exploded in his skull. It felt like a dragon was stomping on his brain. Rex's face turned purple, his hands clutching his head as his body shook uncontrollably. The system's cold voice rang out. "Warning, Hydra neurotoxin has exceeded critical levels." He hissed through gritted teeth. "Damn it. My regeneration is useless against this cursed poison. Is this how it ends?" As his consciousness faded, a spark of memory ignited. That's right, the Tier 1 dragon skill. Gluttony. In the state of gluttony, matter doesn't just disappear. It is digested and converted into pure energy. If I devour a creature with special traits, I can absorb its powers. Rex's mind raced. A monster with poison this potent must have a bloodline resistance to it. He didn't hesitate. System activate dragon skill gluttony. Instantly, the giant serpent's corpse began to melt. It sizzled and smoked like it was being grilled by the fires of hell. The system spammed updates, consumed the severed head of the fallen dragon species tainted with dark energy. Target completely consumed. Skill gluttony has evolved from novice to proficient rank. Energy restored, absorbing incomplete bloodline trait, total poison immunity. Detoxification in progress. In a heartbeat, Rex felt lighter, as if he'd just stepped out of a celestial spring. The agony vanished like smoke in the wind. His muscles knit together, his eyes glowed, and his skin looked healthier than a skincare model's. Hydra toxin detected and completely neutralized. You have acquired the trait Total Poison Immunity. This grants resistance and cleansing against almost all known poisons. Rex's status window popped up, immediately glowing like a top-tier drop in a leveling manhwa. Administrator level low tier 1. Name Rex. Class unique, immortal. Title The One Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Successor of Terrakan. Constitution Heavenly Bone Body. Total Poison Immunity. Authority Dragon Ruler. System functions 100 slot inventory. Mini-map Beginner's Quest Log. Class skills, Self-Regeneration, Iron Will, Infinite Stamina, Battle Sense. Weapon Arts, A-Rank Proficient. Aura Reflection, A-Rank Novice. Area of Effect, A-Rank Novice. Dragon Skills, Tier 1. Dragon Eyes. Proficient. Dragon Fear. Proficient. Gluttony. Proficient. Dragon Tongue Initializing. Dragon Skills Tier 2. Dragon Scale Armor. Proficient. Dragon Claw Proficient. Tier 3. Locked, requires 300 karma points. Total Poison Immunity cleanses and resists the majority of poisons. Rex stared at the new stat and smirked. From now on, anyone trying to poison me is just wasting their time. But looking closer at the description, Rex frowned. The word majority is a bit concerning. But with this cheat skill, at least I won't die foaming at the mouth. Wait, Gluttony went from novice to proficient. He blinked in disbelief. Skills don't usually level up this fast. Ah, right. It must be the bonus from eliminating a designated kill target. Designated targets are monsters marked by the system for deletion. Wiping them out yields massive bonus rewards. Rex nodded in satisfaction. That's good intel. Killing the system's enemies means sweet loot. He didn't linger. Rex stood up, dusted off his coat, and walked away as if the Hydra hadn't just beaten him half to death. That snake slowed me down. I need to move. Next stop, the hero King Kaiser. Half human, half elf. A living legend. Well, a dead legend now. Son of a wise sage and the Elf King. Like any true protagonist in an awakening manhwa, his life was tragic from the start. A dark witch stole him from his parents and tossed him into the forest, literally threw him away like trash. Luckily, a divine wolf, probably an SS-rank beast, found the crying baby. It raised Kaiser as its own cub. Thanks to that wild upbringing, Kaiser grew up fierce, righteous, and ripped with a six-pack and flowing wind-swept hair. He saved humanity from extinction and built a sanctuary kingdom for mankind, Kronos, located right in the center of the continent. Every child knows this story. It's a fairy tale legend. But in the modern era, zero data remains. All traces of Kronos vanished as if Kaiser only existed in dusty old books, until today. Standing silently before him were the ruins of Kronos. Quiet, magnificent, and echoing with forgotten history. Rex muttered, "Why is it so small? I thought a kingdom would be massive." It was hard to believe this ruin was the entirety of the legendary Kronos. Then again, the Dragonslayer sanctuary had this same vibe. Divine, mysterious. And it screamed, main scenario quest. As he approached the ancient gate, the system pinged. Analyzing, Kaiser's sigil confirmed. Opening the Hero King's sanctuary. Without hesitation, Rex stepped inside. Dim light reflected off a glowing blue crystal. Rex reached out his fingers, grazing the cold surface. Is this the Hero King's vision? Suddenly alarms blared like a bank heist. Chain quest started achievement, the Hero King's vision. Rex jumped back. Whoa, hey, I didn't click accept. Where's the consent? Warning, you cannot leave this area until the quest chain is complete. Ha! Excuse me, Rex shouted like a student who just found out the exam is today. Bam! The stone doors slammed shut, sealing his fate. Quest chain, the footsteps of Hero King Kaiser. Objective within the ruins, collect the recordings of Kaiser's journey. Time limit none. Reward Tears of the Votian. Rex squinted at the text. Tears of the Votian, he muttered, confused. That's Kaiser's mother, the entity that blessed humanity, and I get her tears. I have no idea what it does, but with a name like that, it's gotta be a god-tier item. He asked the interface. System. How do I progress? Ping the system updated with the attitude of an annoyed AI assistant. Administrator request confirmed. Extracting data from magical recording devices. 546 magic videos of Hero King Kaiser detected. 12 videos match current criteria. Playing the first record. The crystal screen flickered with magical static. A blurry image formed accompanied by an ancient voice speaking a lost language. The system auto-translated it to the common tongue. And then poof, a figure appeared. Absurdly handsome, radiating power like a hurricane. You ask, what is the sword? It's just a sword. What else would it be? Those old geezers spout philosophy about the way of the sword, but they haven't swung a decent strike in their lives. Absolute nonsense, a voice shouted from behind the cameraman. Hey Satan, focus on filming, the screen is shaking. Rex held his breath. No way. The figure speaking on screen was none other than the legendary Hero King Kaiser, flanked by his loyal guard Satan. This was no forgery. It was the holy grail of swordsmanship records. You want to master the blade. It is simple. Swing it. Swing it until your hands bleed. How much you ask? Let me show you the pinnacle of effort. On the screen, Kaiser raised his blade into the obsidian night. The steel gleamed with a cold light sharp enough to sever the very fabric of a soul. Just watching the recording felt like invisible blades were mincing his heart. Jack fell back, limbs trembling, sweat pouring like rain. Even through a digital screen, the sheer pressure was enough to make him faint. So this is the true progression of a Hero King. Jack's eyes lit up like a child on Christmas morning. A wild grin spread across his face. Now this is what I call a leveling manhwa experience. System replay that footage from the start. Administrator request accepted. Time flowed like water in the abyss. 4 days had passed since Jack was thrown into this place. It looked like a dungeon, but it was actually a hyperbolic time chamber designed for Kaiser's successor. 3 doors stood before him. The first was a pantry stocked for a king. The second, a suite rivaling a 5-star hotel. And the third, a military archive overflowing with weapons and ancient manuals. Jack dedicated every waking second to the grind, swinging his sword tens of thousands of times. He mimicked the moves, yet that heaven-crushing pressure Kaiser possessed remained out of reach. That is until the sweet chime of the system echoed. Progress of Hero King Kaiser acquired. Basic elemental sword mastery unlocked. Jack jolted upright. Elemental sword. Suddenly notifications flooded his vision like a lightning storm. Basic training phase complete. Initiating application phase. Summoning the soul of Hero King Kaiser. A magic stone erupted with blinding light. From the mists of ancient history, a majestic ethereal figure materialized. The man descended with the weight of a mountain. Hero King Kaiser, the immortal ruler of Kronos, had returned. Jack's face turned paler than a sheet of paper. Wait, hold on. You cannot be serious. The real Hero King is actually standing right in front of me. Before Jack could process reality, Kaiser gripped his hilt. His eyes were cold enough to freeze hell, looking ready to bisect our main character. Without a word, the king launched a strike faster than thought itself. Relying on pure instinct, Jack drew his blade for a desperate block. Clang! The sound of colliding steel shattered the silence. Jack gritted his teeth, screaming in confusion. What is happening? A surprise attack. This is insane. A split second later, boom! The force of a hurricane hit him. Jack was sent flying like a ragdoll, tumbling across the floor until he was a bruised mess. Jack gasped for air, his lungs burning. A voice dripping with absolute authority rang out from Kaiser's direction. Stand up. Did you think sword training was a game of whack-a-mole? Jack pushed himself up, thinking he wants to teach me by beating me to a pulp. This feels disturbingly like my master from my past life. Kaiser walked forward, his voice lecturing. In my time, we were taught that true swordsmanship is forged in the fires of combat. If the knights of old saw your pathetic display, they would die of shame all over again. The pressure radiating from him was suffocating, but Jack was confused. What is this old monster planning? Is he testing my strength, or does he just enjoy torturing me? Kaiser gave him no time to think. He swung again, a wave of energy carving a deep trench into the ground, heading straight for Jack. Jack screamed like he was being chased by a demon beast, rolling away frantically. Is he actually trying to kill me? Cold sweat soaked his back. This was a true awakening Manhwa nightmare. Can I even block that this guy is a monster in human skin? Kaiser smiled, an expression that was equal parts amused and terrifying. Jack wanted to punch that smug face, but could only gulp in fear. Don't overthink it. Just go all out like always. Jack gripped his hilt until his knuckles turned white, drawing his legendary blade. Aura exploded from his body, boiling like magma. He took a deep breath. Let's do this. Kaiser blinked, intrigued. You are a student of Satan. Finally a success. And that power. Is that Aurora? Jack didn't answer. He charged his blade, tearing through the air like a thunderbolt. But Kaiser merely flicked his wrist, blocking it as if swatting a fly. He tilted his head, muttering, still not quite right. Jack strained against the blade, his face flushing red. This clash felt like lifting a mountain. It was heavy in every sense of the word. Kaiser smirked and launched a counterattack at Godspeed. No matter, as long as it is entertaining. Come show me how long you can dance. Boom bang crash. The two collided in a cataclysmic duel. Steel sang against steel, sparks illuminating the darkness like a chaotic fireworks display. But slowly Jack began to fade. Sweat blinded him, limbs shaking. He knew he was outmatched, but being crushed like an insect, is this the true gap between a player and a hero king? Then he looked up and grinned. But I'm not done yet. Jack activated a cascade of skills. The system alarm blared like a warning siren. Activate Dragon Kill. Activate Dragon Speed. Activate Chain Slash. Activate Dragon Claw. In an instant, Jack transformed. A spectral dragon avatar enveloped him, bristling with berserk energy. He charged at Kaiser with savage fury. The air trembled, threatening to tear apart, but Kaiser held his ground. The king manifested a giant spectral claw, unleashing a devastating blow. Debris flew everywhere. Standing amidst the dust, Kaiser looked at his own attack and clicked his tongue. Oh, you possess dragon skills, despite not being a dragonkin. How fascinating. But Kaiser failed to notice Jack had already shadow-stepped behind him. A glint of light flashed in Kaiser's eyes. He glanced back. Elemental power, too. Jack unleashed a soul art, his body splitting into multiple afterimages, striking like a tornado. Boom. Two colossal powers slammed into each other, creating a shockwave that rippled through the void of the training room. Sword aura, killing intent, dragon force, elemental energy. It was a symphony of destruction. But after the dust settled, the result was inevitable. There was no miracle turnaround, no last-minute power-up. Just our main character flattened on the floor like a pancake. Moments later, Jack opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. His expression screamed, "Who am I? Where am I? And why does my entire body feel like shattered glass?" Nearby, Hero King Kaiser sat with his legs crossed, looking as relaxed as if he were enjoying tea in a garden. Seeing Jack stir, he smirked. The weakling finally wakes up. He spoke casually, as if reading a report card. You have talent, I will give you that. Satan's technique, the might of the dragon race, and even elemental force. A truly interesting system, Manhwa combination. Jack lay there, mind reeling, but Kaiser frowned, seemingly discovering something even more intriguing. Hold on. The legendary figure stepped closer, towering over Jake. His gaze bore into the young man's soul as his voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Is your very soul resonating with the spirit realm? Jake grimaced, thoughts racing. What in the world is a spirit realm? But Kaiser simply continued his lecture like a tenured professor of violence. You have danced across the boundary of life and death more than once. For a mere mortal vessel to achieve such a feat, it makes your affinity for elemental force almost inevitable. Jake's eyes went wide. Another barrage of arcane logic assaulted his ears, relentless as a monsoon rain. After a heavy silence, our main character let out a long, weary sigh. Master, you keep throwing words like Satan's spirit realm and elemental force at me, but I am completely lost. Can you break it down so a human can understand? Kaiser's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes sharp enough to cut glass. Are you playing the fool, or is your skull just that thick? He turned his back, pacing slowly, with his hand resting ominously on his sword hilt. His voice was low, but radiated suppressed power. Do you not harbor ambitions far greater than these trifles? I see the truth of your training even clearer than you do. He stopped and glanced back, his eyes burning with intensity. It is the elemental sword. Elemental force is the purest essence of nature, the foundational building blocks of the universe: water, fire, earth, and wind. The four supreme elements. And the elemental sword technique is the ultimate crystallization of those four legendary forces. Words were cheap, so the hero King Kaiser let his power speak. Boom. A terrifying vortex of energy erupted from him, a god-tier storm that tore through the space and cracked the very ground beneath them. Behold the tyrant wind sword, the absolute manifestation of the wind, a tribute among the four great elements. Kaiser's voice boomed like thunder from the heavens. To wield the elemental sword, the core requirement is none other than aura, the spiritual energy of the cosmos. Behind him, the blood drained from Jake's face. Wait, what? It sounds like magic, but the execution is pure swordsmanship. But before Jake could process the contradiction, Kaiser spun around. Now, it is your turn. The main character froze, his mind buzzing like a kicked hornet's nest. Aura is the source of elemental force. But I didn't sense a shred of aura coming from Kaiser just now. Is the secret in the conversion process? He hesitated for a heartbeat, then inhaled sharply. If that is the case, can you teach me how to transmute my aura into elemental force? Kaiser raised an eyebrow and scratched his chin. Before he could utter a word, whoosh! His blade suddenly ignited, erupting into a crimson inferno that threatened to incinerate the void. Well, you just do it. No need for long explanations. Jake stood petrified, blinking like a confused calf. Why are all my prospective masters absolute lunatics? It's not that I can't sense it. It's that the aura is microscopically faint. He's suppressing it to the extreme. I have to focus my entire being just to catch a ripple. Despite the difficulty, he refused to back down. Understood. I will attempt it. Kaiser smirked. You have got quite the attitude, kid. In the corner, Jake was racking his brain. Don't trust my eyes alone. If Kaiser calls that elemental force, then isn't my soul skill connected to it somehow? Action followed thought. The main character immediately summoned his wind attribute soul skill. But not even 3 seconds later, whack, a god-smacking blow rained down on his skull, nearly resetting his factory settings. The culprit was, of course, Kaiser. He sat there shaking his leg in annoyance. I told you to use elemental force. Who told you to wave around those clumsy dark arts? Jake clutched his head, tears of pain welling up. Dark arts? You mean dragon speech? Kaiser snorted coldly. Correct. Dragon speech is a secret technique exclusive to the dragon race. For a human to use, it is suicide. Every usage cracks your soul. You lose more than you gain. It is laughable who dared to counterfeit the majestic dragon speech into such a cheap parlor trick. Enough talk. Try again. Suddenly a memory flashed in the main character's mind. He had seen dragon speech before, back when he absorbed the heart of Bahamut in the Dragonslayer's resting place. Back then, the system notification was clear. Dragon skill, dragon speech. Words containing power. Status locked. Administrator maturity level insufficient. This was a classic trope in any system manhwa. If my soul skill is built on the foundation of dragon speech, then once I fully awaken and unlock it won't. I have absolute control over the soul skill itself. While Jake was lost in philosophical contemplation, Kaiser's patience evaporated. He raised his sword to the sky and bellowed, Do you need another beating to wake up? Get up! Jake sprang to his feet with Pavlovian reflex. Yes, I am up. Practical training was hell compared to theory. But thanks to the Holy Tower Kaiser's god-tier demonstrations and a generous serving of beatings, Jake finally began to grasp the principles of the elemental sword. Just as magic uses circles to channel mana, the elemental sword uses aura as a bridge to summon elemental force, the raw power of the spirits. Once the operating principle was clear and he mastered the flow of aura, unleashing the elemental sword was no longer an impossible feat. After days of grueling training soaked in sweat, tears, and mostly Jake's blood, Kaiser finally spoke the words that sounded like salvation. You look barely passable now. But do not celebrate yet. The advanced stage will make you wish you were licking rocks instead of training. Rest for today. Understood, Master. Jake saluted like a rookie recruit. Then scratching his head, he ventured, while we are resting, may this disciple ask a few questions? Kaiser gave a slight nod. Ask. But seeing the Hero King floating in midair like a deity chilling on a cloud, Jake paused. His eyes darted to the faint lights dancing around Kaiser, shimmering specks that moved with a will of their own. So are those things also elemental force? Eyes flashing with curiosity, Jake cut straight to the chase. When we first met, you saw me use Orama and called me a disciple of Satan. What did that mean? Kaiser raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by the question. Then his voice dropped heavy with the weight of an ancient dramatic saga. The name Orama. I called you that because the technique you wield was created by that man, Satan. He always preached that humans could never comprehend the elemental sword, yet he hypocritically created a technique based on aura. Even worse, he discarded my teachings to spread his own bastardized version. Kaiser's eyes darkened with a centuries-old grudge. That man, Satan Draker, that absolute bastard. Jake jolted as if struck by lightning, his heart taking a metaphysical punch from the revelation. Wait. Satan. The noble knight, the Hero King's most trusted confidant. The legendary figure known across the continent as the founder of Orama cultivation. He carried the name Draker. Does that mean the true ancestor of the Draker house isn't Tarakan, as history claims, but this ancient figure named Satan? Why has no one ever mentioned this? Before the shock could fade, Jake pressed on with another burning question. Then what about the spirit realm? This place where spirits supposedly exist. Where on earth is it? Sensing the raw spirit energy was one thing, but grasping the true nature of this realm was a different beast entirely. Before Rex could finish his thought, Kaiser snapped his fingers with the casual flair of a street magician. Instantly, a violent gale roared to life, shredding the air and forming an invisible, impenetrable barrier right before his eyes. Rex reached out his fingers, meeting resistance. It felt like the wind itself had been compressed into a wall of solid steel. Was this truly how the wind force could be utilized? Realization dawned in Rex's eyes as Kaiser's voice boomed from beyond the vortex. It is complicated to explain precisely, but think of it this way. The spirit realm is the yin, while the world you live in is the yang. When a physical body leaves the mortal plane and crosses into the spirit realm, it is like stepping over a line of no return, a dimension, with no exit strategy. Those trapped here can never return. Rex felt a jolt of shock. But Master, didn't you say that a fragment of your soul was still lingering within the spirit realm? Then why are you standing right in front of me now, manifesting as a spirit entity? Kaiser slowly relaxed his posture, and a terrifying yet invisible power began to radiate from him, shimmering like a luminous mist. He stretched his muscles with lazy arrogance. Yeah, well, your case is a first for me too. But there are always loopholes to bypass the boundaries of the spirit realm. He glanced over, a smirk playing on his lips. A prime example is standing right here. Luckily, a dragon gave me a hand. A dragon. Rex's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Really? He gulped, stammering. Wait, dragons actually help humans. Are you kidding me? I have never heard of such a thing. Kaiser furrowed his brow, looking ready to throw a punch. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Among all races, the dragon clan cherishes humanity the most. Rex froze his brain, doing mental gymnastics. What on earth? Dragons cherish humans. But didn't catastrophic raid bosses, like the Dragon King Bahamut, nearly wipe this entire world off the map? Does that mean the relationship between humans and dragons in the ancient era was completely different? What exactly is going on here? Kaiser shrugged his eyes, smiling, but his tone laced with hidden meaning. I don't need to explain the details, because you, my foolish disciple, are living proof. He stepped closer to Rex, tapping him lightly on the chest. That heart beating inside you and the fang used to forge your sword, didn't Bahamut personally gift them to you? He chuckled, his voice teasing yet proud. Even though his temper is as volatile as a dog in a heat wave, he never refuses a sincere plea. Honestly, he is actually quite adorable in that way. Rex stayed silent, awkwardly scratching his head. It seemed Kaiser and the evil dragon Bahamut had a close bond. It was definitely best to keep the details of the past subjugation raid buried deep. Thinking quickly, he forced a stiff smile. Yes, that is right. My family has served Lord Bahamut for generations, so we were rewarded for our loyalty. I must have misunderstood. Kaiser laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. He hasn't changed a bit, has he? Always looking out for his people. But you must have suffered too, cleaning up the messes caused by his eccentric temper. Because of that fiery personality, he used to get into arguments with Kronos all the time. Rex's eyebrows shot up. Wait a minute, Kronos was the name of a dragon too. He paused, then asked, I have heard of the kingdom of Kronos, but isn't that a country? Does that mean the kingdom was named after him? Kaiser nodded, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Correct, because I was his contractor. Back then, we were racking our brains for a name. Everyone suggested garbage while he just sat there sipping tea. I got annoyed and just named it after him to shut everyone up. Rex forced a smile on the outside, but internally he was cracking up. A dragon drinking tea. Do not tell me they used polymorph magic like in the legends. Kaiser crossed his arms, closing his eyes as if laughing at himself. Well, Kronos wouldn't be surprised by that question. Perhaps he predicted this would happen. In truth, I just wanted his name to be remembered by future generations. Thousands of years ago, in the era when Kaiser walked the earth, humans and dragons lived in harmony, bonded like blood brothers. It was a golden age that now exists only in myths and ancient runes. However, if a dragon with such cataclysmic power helped humans unconditionally, the balance of the world would tip, and reality itself could be pushed to the brink of destruction. For that reason, the Dragon Clan made a fateful decision to seal away their own overwhelming might. They used polymorph magic to take human form, and formed contracts with worthy individuals. They ceased direct intervention, choosing instead to support humanity from the shadows of history. Those chosen humans who signed pacts with dragons were known as contractors. So that is how it works. Rex muttered deep in thought. No wonder those ancient artifacts are so brokenly overpowered. They had dragon magic infused in them. But if that is true, why did the bond between dragons and humans shatter? From allies to enemies, the light faded into obscure legend. I really need to reread the entire chronicles of this world, Rex promised himself. Suddenly a familiar grumble cut through the air. Hey, I have been waiting until moss started growing on my face. Rex grinned sheepishly. You waited 2,000 years for a successor. A few more minutes won't kill you, Master. Kaiser narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping to absolute zero. You cheeky little disciple, let's see how long you can keep that attitude. He took a deep breath and declared, The final stage of your advanced training is a direct duel with me. The atmosphere shifted instantly. An invisible pressure crushed down on Rex's shoulders like the sky was collapsing, but honestly, this level of intensity wasn't much different from their previous bouts. Kaiser smirked, his eyes gleaming with dangerous intent. Therefore, I am adding a special restriction to this training session. He raised one finger. From this moment on, you will not eat and you will not sleep. The battle continues endlessly until I say it is enough. Rex swallowed hard, but kept his cool. And the next condition. Kaiser tilted his head, his gaze sharp as a razor. You are only allowed to use the elemental sword of the same attribute as mine. Boom. The air detonated like a spark hitting a barrel of oil. In a split second, Kaiser unleashed the fire elemental sword, setting the entire dimension ablaze. The temperature spiked drastically, the heat making the ground tremble as if an underground volcano was about to erupt. Before Rex could even blink, Kaiser was right in his face, his stare boring into Rex's soul. You asked what happens if you violate the rules. His voice was a low, terrifying growl. If you have an extra life to spare, feel free to try. He continued. Elemental swords are divided into 4 force fields, each corresponding to an element. First is the fire force. Based on the fire element, it incinerates everything with hellish heat and catastrophic flames, boasting overwhelming destructive power, typical of a high-tier system Manhwa skill. First, we have the earth force. It is built on absolute suppression, allowing the user to control density and mass at will. Then comes the wind force. While it lacks the destructive explosion of fire, its speed is unmatched, birthing razor-sharp sword aura, perfect for rapid combat. Finally, the water force. It is the ultimate all-rounder, capable of offense, defense, suppression, and total domination. It is a power that flows like the ocean, harmonious and formless. Wham! After taking a hit that felt like a falling mountain, Jack Draker gritted his teeth. Damn it. What the hell was that? His power. His sheer scale. It is in a completely different dimension. How can the gap between us be this vast? Recall the moment he raised his blade, crashing down with the force of a waterfall. Jack Draker cheered in triumph, until Kaiser smacked him upside the head with the flat of his sword. Jack Draker spun around, holding his head. What now? Master Kaiser scoffed. You fool. That was the heaviness of a waterfall, not the essence of water. Jack Draker scratched his head in confusion. Isn't activating the attribute enough? Kaiser replied calmly. For other styles, simply unleashing power is sufficient to create destruction. But I have told you 1,000 times. The water force is about fluidity. Softness overcomes hardness. Do you still not understand? Do it again! Jack Draker clenched his jaw, his mind racing. Damn it, softness overcomes hardness. What kind of philosophical nonsense is that? In his past life, he bowed because he was weak. He lost everything because he couldn't protect it. To survive, to uphold his conviction, he chased nothing but raw power in this system Manhwa world. And now he speaks of softness. How can that convince a man forged in fire? Jack Draker blocked Kaiser's strike, his expression darkening. Is this old man sleepwalking during a duel? Boom. Instantly, Kaiser blasted him away, sending him skidding across the dirt like a ragdoll. Right, Jack Draker thought bitterly. I stopped counting after day 15. It had been over a month of this hellish training, an arc worthy of a top-tier awakening manhwa. No food, no rest, just endless combat. I learned one thing. Infinite stamina means nothing against a monster with transcendent ability. Suddenly, Kaiser's eyes flashed with predatory intensity. The master unleashed a devastating slash. Jack Draker barely parried the blow, his bones rattling. Shit, my arms. They feel like lead. The ground was slick and treacherous. Jack Draker slid back, narrowly evading the next strike. But this time, he moved like water, using the slippery terrain to his advantage. Facing his master's cold gaze, a smirk played on Jack Draker's lips. Trying to crush me with weight, too late. I flowed right past it. This is softness, overcoming hardness. From the grip on his sword to the stance of his body. Only by letting go of everything did he finally understand Kaiser's lesson. Trying to force the blade was a shackle. He cut the chains. Like water cascading from the heavens, he let the sword find its own destiny. Yes, Jack Draker whispered in his soul. I felt this sensation in my previous life too. The boundary between man and blade dissolved. He was one with the world, violent as a storm, yet gentle as a stream. Steel sang against steel in a beautiful dance of destruction. Both warriors smiled in satisfaction. Then Kaiser swung for the finale. Jack Draker wasn't running on empty fumes yet. He dropped a knee and channeled every ounce of aura. Both unleashed the ultimate technique, Water Force Horizon's slash. Outside, the earth trembled from the impact. Inside, the dust settled, revealing the sunlight. Kaiser nodded in approval. Well done. My successor has walked my path. Jack Draker slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed his forehead. Did I pass out? This wasn't the first time. It happened with Duke when the system warned of overuse. For user safety, consciousness is forcibly shut down. Back then, dragon skills drained him. But this is the first time since his regression that he collapsed purely from physical limits. Jack Draker sat up, massaging his throbbing temples, his eyes darting around for Kaiser. The silence was deafening. He must have returned to the spirit realm. Did I pass? I think I finally grasped the flow of water at the very end. He summoned the interface. Instantly, a barrage of holographic windows popped up. Linked quest complete, bonus time added to rewards. Jack Draker roared with joy. After surviving that hell, I deserve nothing less. This is the peak of a leveling manhwa moment. The system continued. Reward acquired, Tears of the Void Fairy. 500 karma points. 3 random skill cards. Achievement unlocked. Administrator rank upgraded. 500 more karma points. 3 random chests. Authority raised to intermediate administrator. New features unlocked. Rookie quest book evolved to intermediate equipment slot enabled. Minimap and teleportation gate online. Administrator's soul has matured. The Heart of Bahamut unsealed partially. Current seal status 90%. Administrator status window open. Name Jack Draker. Class the unique immortal. Title blessed by the ancient dragon. Successor of Terracan Draker. Authority dragon species dominance. Constitution, heavenly bone body, immune to all poisons. System features expanded. Skills mana break, self-regeneration. Mental fortress, indomitable infinite stamina, battle sense. Martial arts, rank A. Sword mastery, rank S. Rookie skill spirit counter, rank A. Dragon skill level 1, dragon eyes. Dragon fear mastered, dragon tongue locked. Devour mastered. Dragon skill level 2, dragon scales and dragon claw mastered. Level 3 locked. Requires 300 karma. Current balance 1,465. Jack Draker grinned at the glowing screens. Not bad. Just reading this is a workout. He rubbed his chin. But first, the Heart of Bahamut. System shows 90% sealed. It was at 95% when he first absorbed it, the core of his manhwa recap journey. He tried to force it open back then, but the system locked it down. He knew all too well the horror of wielding power beyond one's vessel. Now he can handle 10%. Even if Dragon Tongue and Dominance can't be bought with points, they are tied to the seal's release. Scanning the notification window, Zik muttered under his breath. I'll keep tabs on that for now. But first, the random treasure chests. The system chimed with the rewards for the admin rank up quest. 500 karma points, and 3 mysterious random boxes. As the lids creaked open, the system voice echoed. First item, boots forged from meteorite iron. Incredibly durable, yet light as a feather. No unique skills, but they possess a set effect, unleashing hidden power when the full armor is equipped. Second item, greaves forged from meteorite iron. Strong enough to stop a blade, yet weightless. Like the boots, they triggered a set effect, activating only when the complete meteorite iron suit was worn. Third item, Exquisitely carved crystal earrings. Their unique ability, a massive 15% boost to mana recovery. Though the note added cheekily, looks best with a red dress. Weighing the earrings in his palm, Zik grinned. If I sold these to a mage, I'd make a generational fortune. Plus, with the boots and greaves matching my gauntlets, I finally have a complete set. He turned back to the glowing interface. Next up, the random skill cards. Just as the name implies, there should be skills inside. The system initiated the opening sequence. 3 golden cards materialized. Before exploding into blinding rays of light, the system listed his new arsenal. Static electricity rank C. Generates a shock to stun anyone he touches. Flash bomb rank C. Fires compressed energy skyward, detonating in a blinding explosion to steal the enemy's vision. And finally, Sonic Breaker rank C. Emits a high-frequency screech, shattering the opponent's eardrums and destroying their balance. Zik stared at the floating cards, his shoulders slumping. All of them are just rank C. He scoffed. Ha, if they handed out S-rank skills for free, all my suffering would have been a joke. He immediately triggered static electricity. Blue lightning crackled from his hand, flowing into his dagger. In an instant, a massive sphere of condensed lightning manifested in midair. Witnessing the destructive potential, Zik gasped. This is rank C. The output was insane for its grade. I can definitely use this in combat versatility. If I combine Flash Bomb and Sonic Breaker, the effect will surpass even the artifacts I used during the Awakening exam. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface shifted. His authority upgrade had unlocked a new feature. Zek's eyes narrowed as he spotted it. Here we go. System Alert Equipment Slot unlocked. You can now utilize slot items as active skills. Zik stroked his chin in thought. Using items as skills, this could be a lifesaver in a pinch. Since he possessed infinite stamina and self-regeneration, I won't waste these slots on potions. I'll fill them with tactical gear. But as he scrolled through the menu, Zik froze. A chilling thought struck him. Wait a minute. Even a perfect skill has a blind spot, doesn't it? There's no guarantee I won't face a monster like Care again, someone my infinite stamina can't outlast. He didn't know the true limits of his regeneration yet. I need a backup plan. He tapped the screen, purchasing the Elixir of Salvation, rank A. The system chimed. Purchase complete. Current karma points 1,465. Item registered high-grade healing elixir. Equipment slot active. The Item of Salvation. A masterpiece by J.B.I. Ibn Hassan. Instantly heals fatal wounds and restores vitality. Special note, due to its overwhelming potency, it cannot be used on the same target twice, and side effects remain unknown. Scanning his inventory, Zik muttered. Spent more than I planned. But at this level, it's a small price for life. It was his insurance policy if his regeneration failed, and now the crown jewel of his rewards. Zik pulled an exquisitely carved vial from the void. The Tears of the Elf King. System description. Tears of the Elf King. Drops shed by the hero King Kaiser when he fell to the schemes of a wicked warlock. Using this tear as a medium, one can summon the Elf King from the spirit realm. Gripping the vial, Zik's heart raced. Summon the Elf King. Legend said the king granted a wish to humanity. If the myths about Kaiser are true, could I actually get a wish granted? But it was a one-time opportunity. He couldn't waste it on a whim. Zik stored it away safely. I'll hold on to this. A time will come when I desperately need it. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a complex magic circle illuminated the ground. Space warped and Zik materialized. Looking around the bustling camp, he blinked. Is this the adventurer's outpost? Did the teleportation actually work? The system's new warp gate feature was terrifyingly convenient. System query. Do you wish to use the warp gate? Please select your destination. Argos Kingdom. Adventurer Outpost number 8. Zik whispered. I just tapped the minimap and... boom. The system continued. Travel to Kaiser's Sanctuary requires 150 points. Travel to Outpost 8 requires 0 points. Aside from distance-based costs, there were absolutely no restrictions. Analyzing the map, Zik smirked. If I have the points, I can hop between continents instantly. It wasn't just fast. It's the perfect way to shake off pursuers. This changes everything for my future plans. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Golden petals blooming on a nearby tree. Flowers in the dead of winter. His face paled as he screamed. Don't tell me. No way. Scene shift. The Central Continent's premier night academy. Valhalla. Students swarmed the campus grounds. But inside the administrative office, a deep sigh echoed. Good heavens. In my 10 years as headmaster, I have never seen such a case. It was Headmaster Frobert. Snip, snip. He trimmed his bonsai tree as he spoke, a new student appearing a full month after the entrance ceremony. Zik stood there crying internally. I had no idea I was trapped in that dungeon for 4 months. The instructor's recommendation letter was clear. Missing the ceremony could lead to immediate expulsion. It was up to the headmaster's discretion. Waiting for next year is too late. He needed access to the Terracan Jack Draker's secret archives. Now, he had to talk his way out of this. Zik bowed deeply, his voice trembling with feigned sincerity. Headmaster, the truth is, I fell into a deep trance while training to overcome my weakness. I lost all sense of time. Frobert froze. He slowly set the shears down on the mahogany desk. A trance state. His voice dropped an octave. Is that the best excuse you could conjure up for being late? Headmaster Frobert, former captain of the Royal Guard, a knight revered across the entire continent. Legend had it that Chairman Adro personally visited him 3 times, just to beg him to take this position. He was a man of steel principles and honor. To him, cheap excuses were an insult. Zik bowed, lower, sweat forming on his brow. I have no excuse for my absence. Even with 100 mouths, I could not justify it. But I swear on my honor. It is the truth, Headmaster. Frobert's stern expression softened slightly. He hummed in thought. Achieving a trance is no small feat. If any other student said this, I'd throw them out for lying. He sighed. But since you come recommended by the chairman, I will make an exception. Zik flinched slightly. Robert continued, his voice stern. If I judge that your external training holds more value than a month here at Valhalla, I will grant your admission. Zik voiced his gratitude to the principal, but internally he scoffed. It irked him that damn Howard had paved the way, but this was no time to be picky about his pride. Robert pressed a buzzer, and an attendant entered instantly. Prepare an empty training hall, he commanded. Summon the professors for a supplementary admission evaluation. Now. Yes, Principal. The attendant bowed. The scene shifts to the high-end private training facilities of Valhalla Academy. Zik stood in the arena, a bead of sweat tracing his jawline. He frowned slightly. Valhalla really is different, he thought. Every professor in the gallery was a legendary knight he'd seen in the continental headlines. Once the gallery was full, Robert's voice echoed. Everyone is present. Now show us the fruits of this training you claim to be doing. Heavy gazes weighed on him from all sides. Zik drew his blade, the steel singing as it left the sheath. What should I show them to shut them up? I can't reveal the elemental sword here. The pressure in the room was suffocating. These were the mentors of the continent's strongest knights. Half-baked tricks wouldn't even make them blink. In that case, the corner of his lips curled into a confident smirk. I suppose I should get a little serious. As energy exploded from Zik, a professor gasped. Impossible. Is that an aura blade? Another chimed in disbelief, coloring his tone. He's reached the Blue Knight realm at only 15. Wasn't the previous record held by Lord Aben at 19? Another replied, truly we are witnessing the golden age of a real-life awakening Manhwa generation. Suddenly Zik frowned, Kaiser's mocking voice echoing in his memory. You ask what I think of aura. That's just a cheap trick for the weak. I've been sparring with that monster Kaiser for months, he realized. I almost forgot to suppress my power. Luckily they bought it. Before meeting Kaiser, the Blue Knight level really was his limit. But after mastering the hydraulic field and the elemental sword, he had shattered his human limits, ascending to the next legendary realm, the Red Knight. The divide between blue and red is absolute. A Blue Knight uses aura merely to sharpen the blade to its peak. But a Red Knight, they amplify the power of imagination itself. While a Blue Knight is bound to the sword's original shape, a Red Knight transcends form, freely morphing the aura based on their sheer will and visualization. Good thing I stopped at a simple aura blade, Zik thought. If I showed them the rest, things would get infinitely more annoying than they are now. Excellent, the praise rang out, making Zik wince internally. Robert stepped forward, his eyes gleaming. Compared to a month at Valhalla, no, this achievement is in a league of its own. An enlightenment this profound is worth years of study, let alone months. Zik sheathed his weapon. They act like I've transformed into a completely different species. He clasped his hands respectfully. You flatter me, Principal. Once again, I apologize for missing the entrance ceremony due to sudden family matters. Robert laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I told you it was fine. He turned to the faculty. And you all. Does anyone object to Zik's admission now? The professors exchanged looks. Geniuses always get special treatment. One spoke up, no objections here. His aura blade was incredibly distinct. Even among active knights, such clarity is rare. The bald elder nodded sagely. Agreed. No further testing is required. Robert turned back to the boy. Then it is decided. Welcome to the Academy, Jack Draker. The scene shifts to Midland, a metropolis rivaling kingdoms sitting at the continent's heart. This city hosted the headquarters of Valhalla, the premier knight academy, and the Jack Draker family's stronghold, the Four Seasons City. Four Seasons City was the true seat of power for the clan head and elites. Zik arrived at his private estate in Atlas, standing before a palace-like structure. Truly magnificent, he muttered. As he pushed the doors open, he sighed. I already have the black card. Adding this mansion is a bit ostentatious, isn't it? The moment he stepped inside, boom confetti exploded everywhere amidst loud cheers. Congratulations on entering Valhalla. Spotting familiar faces, Zik blinked. Master and Instructor Ray. What are you doing here? Duke slapped his shoulder, grinning. Disciple. You really are a superhuman monster. In all my years, I've never seen a brat bold enough to skip the Valhalla entrance ceremony. Duke pointed behind him. The protagonist has arrived. Let's get this started. Zeke tilted his head. Huh. Start what? It turned out to be a surprise party Duke and Ray had plotted. I wondered why the people supposed to be at the academy were here, Zik mused. Turns out Duke was recalled to the main family and had shamelessly been squatting in Zik's mansion for over a month. Ray scratched his cheek sheepishly. And I decided to join Valhalla as an assistant instructor. Sorry about that, looks like I'll be in your care for a while. Zeke narrowed his eyes. These two definitely conspired together. Watching them laugh, a vein popped in his forehead. This is my house, who gave you the right to decide that? Hours later, the table was littered with empty bottles and polished plates. Duke and Ray passed out cold. Night had fallen. In a dim tavern, a hooded figure slid a gold coin across the counter. One dark ale. The bartender flinched, noticing a specific mark on the coin. The hooded man continued, his voice low. I want to meet Kai. Instantly, the atmosphere froze. Every patron in the pub turned, killing intent saturating the air. The hooded man grinned. It was Zich. If you want a piece of me, come get it. Recognition dawned on them, followed by fearful whispers. The bartender forced a terrified smile. Apologies. I should have realized sooner. He grabbed a bottle from the shelf and gestured toward the back. I will escort you to the branch manager. Following the cue, Zich stepped into a hidden corridor. As he walked, Zich scanned the walls. Layers of defensive magic seals. Typical. This paranoia is exactly Kai's style. Before his regression, when people spoke of the continent's top intelligence networks, they mentioned Jack Draker's Black Mist, or the Roman Empire's Bureau. But there was a third player in the shadows, the Syndicate. Originally a ragtag smuggling ring until a criminal named Kai transformed their supply lines into a massive information empire. In his past life, after being expelled from the academy, Zeke had drifted into the criminal underworld, joining the mercenary cartel. After struggling through hell to survive, he had climbed the ranks to become a master assassin, a backstory worthy of a dark leveling manhwa. In the shadows of the past, Kay, the Syndicate's branch manager, was tasked with a single brutal mission: secure the transport lines. But she didn't just clear the path. She built an empire, transforming the Syndicate into an intelligence network that rivaled the legendary Black Fog. With sheer will, she carved out her own kingdom. But in a timeline where Zik lost everything to the Empire. Broken and bleeding, a stranger offered him a lifeline. This intel concerns the relic the Emperor craves. Heed my warning, the path ahead is paved with death. In his quest for vengeance, Kay became an indispensable ally. She claimed it was strictly business to grow the Syndicate, but without her Zich would never have touched the artifact or stood here today. Information is the ultimate weapon. Just like Ian at the blessing ceremony, destiny is a chaotic storm. In this Manhwa recap, not even the gods know how the dice will fall. Guided by a servant, Zik approached the heavy doors. His mind, however, was already playing 4D chess with the possibilities. Kay is a monster of efficiency. If this deal goes through, she won't just be a partner. She'll be the sharpest blade in my arsenal. The room was vast, echoing like an empty warehouse. In the center sat a table, 2 chairs, and a figure waiting in the gloom. A match flared to life, illuminating Kay's gaze. Zik didn't flinch. Some habits, it seemed, transcended time itself. Smoke curled from her lips as the lights flickered on. The shadows retreated, revealing the face of the Syndicate's boss. She broke the silence. So the rising prodigy of the Draker family graces me with his presence. Why is that? Mercenaries bristled in the corners, hands hovering over steel, hanging on every word. Zik ignored the threat completely. Cut the small talk. I'm here to do business with the Syndicate. Kay paused, her eyes narrowing. A high-born noble, a 15-year-old Blue Knight awakening. Why would a pureblood descend into the muck with criminals like us? She knows about the Vanla incident already, Zik realized. Her information network is terrifyingly fast. You're skeptical. I get it. But before you dismiss me, Zik placed an object on the table with a heavy thud. Inspect the merchandise. Earrings, Kay scoffed. Not just jewelry, Zik countered. A heavy-duty artifact. Put them on and prepare to have your mind blown. Kay slid them on. Instantly crimson mana surged around her, the air thick with raw, suffocating power. "Simina recovery button," she started to sneer. "Cheap tra." Then her eyes widened. The cigarette dropped from her lips. "Wait. This isn't 10%. It's 15%, panic flared in her mind. Standard artifacts grant 1%. 3 at best. This is 5 times the limit. How does this exist? Does he have a private dungeon? A legendary crafter? She stared at Zik, sweat forming. "Who the hell is this kid?" Zik smirked, sensing the shift. "Ready to talk business now. Use my details to open a secure account. I'm the registered rep. Pick up the goods at the North Atlas Bank." "I see," Kay thought. "He's fencing black market relics with unknown origins. Clever. Commission is 10%. If profit exceeds 10,000 gold, I pay a bonus." It was the exact ceiling Kay had mentally set. "He even knows I'm a mage. This kid's intel is dangerous." Kay scanned the paper. "The contract is sealed. I'm counting on you, young master." Kay turned to leave, but Zik raised a finger. "One more thing. How is your ghost ship holding up?" The air froze. Shadows coalesced into assassins surrounding Zik in a heartbeat. Kay's voice dropped to a growl. "Where did you hear that?" Zik waved it off, smiling. "Just making conversation." "Why so tense?" His eyes darkened. "Intimidation is cute, but do you really think this is enough to bury me?" Murderous intent exploded from Zik, crushing the room like a gravity well. It was the pressure of a true predator in this awakening Manhwa. Cold sweat drenched Kay's back. "Damn it, my intel was wrong. Zik Draker isn't just a prodigy. He's a monster. Even if the whole branch attacked, we'd be slaughtered." Zik stood slamming his hand on the table. "Shall we change seats, partner?" Scene change. Inside the private office, Kay handed Zik a parchment. A blood oath, typical mage paranoia. The blood oath, a binding contract etched in vitality. Simple to execute, but the consequences are absolute when the system activates. The signature burns into the skin. Betrayal means death. Even indirect treachery triggers a curse so foul you'd wish for the grave. Kay pushed the paper forward. "If you know the risks, sign it. I need insurance too, in case you get any funny ideas." Zik didn't hesitate. He sliced his thumb, blood welling up like ruby ink. "Fair enough." He pressed his bloody thumb down. A magic circle flared to life, sealing their fates. The sigils burned into their arms. "If this buys your trust," Zik said, "I'll sign 1,000 of them." He turned, his demeanor shifting. "Now that we're partners, let's talk about the cargo. You're moving Soma from men, aren't you?" Kay rubbed her temples, defeated. "I don't know who your spy is, but yes, we're moving Soma." Soma, an illicit mana potion banned across the continent. But in the lawless southern lands torn apart by civil war, it's liquid gold. "Because of the ITA family's blockade, right?" Zeke asked. Kay lit another cigarette, regaining her composure. "Exactly. No merchant with half a brain challenges a transcendent family. The desert root is under their iron grip. Years ago, the ITA sealed the borders. Total lockdown. The South was cut off from the world. Land routes are dead, and Pavella owns the sea," Zich mused. "So you need the syndicate," Kay smirked. "And that is why in this brutal leveling Manhwa world our price is steep." Morgan and Pavella stood as the two titans of the criminal underworld, carving up the lawless South between them, with the central jungle as their blood-soaked border. To the north lay Morgan's dominion, while Pavella ruled the South with an iron fist. Morgan had always relied on land routes to transport the precious Soma, enjoying a lucrative monopoly. However, in a bid for total control, Pavella had shifted their gaze toward the sea. When the nation of Estar sealed its borders, Morgan lost their land route and desperately turned to the ocean, only to find Pavella had already checkmated them. Kay turned to Jack, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Tell me, how exactly do you know about our phantom ship?" The Syndicate's phantom ship was Kay's own masterpiece, a vessel cloaked in absolute invisibility magic. It evaded both pirates and the Navy, serving as the Syndicate's most guarded cash cow, a secret that should have been impossible to uncover. Jack smirked internally, the truth locked behind his lips. "I can hardly tell her she was the one who spilled the secret to me in my past life." He flashed a confident smile. "A broker asking about sources? That's hardly professional. Shouldn't you be more concerned with Pavella's offer right now?" Kay flinched, her composure cracking. "You're right. Pavella approached me recently. They offered double the pay on the condition that I sever all ties with Morgan." Before she could weigh the options, Jack cut in sharply. "Refuse them. The Syndicate thinks this is just a business tactic to squeeze Morgan. But if you yield now, Morgan loses their Soma route forever." "But what if Pavella is actually the same group as the pirates the Silver Knights wiped out?" Kay slammed her hand down, shouting. "That's absurd. Pavella values order and rules. They are nothing like those bloodthirsty barbarians." Jack remained calm, his voice steady as a rock. That is merely the mask they wear for the world to see. Pavella's true ambition is to seize the one secret maritime route they haven't corrupted yet, the route belonging to the Syndicate. Morgan keeps the ship for long-term profit. But if Pavella discovers the Phantom ship's true nature, they will seize it by force instantly. Kay frowned, doubt clouding her eyes. But Pavella and the Southern pirates are sworn enemies. How can you be so sure? Jack slammed his hand on the table, silencing the room. Listen, Kay. Before you question me, you need to pay the price for the intelligence I've already given. My price is simple. Connect me to Johann, the boss of Morgan. Do this, and I will make you the new queen of the Syndicate. Hearing his vow, a heavy silence fell over Kay. The sky had turned to a deep velvet night. Jack walked through the streets with a calm stride, his mind racing. Kay has good intel, but it's not enough. Before I turned back time, the fastest way to dominate this world was to swallow the Southern Continent's intelligence network whole. It was a classic move, like something out of a strategic leveling manhwa. Just you wait, Johann. The spark I've just lit will soon become an inferno, burning your entire empire to ash. The scene shifts to the prestigious night training grounds of Valhalla. The campus was buzzing with energy, students gathered in clusters, chatting excitedly. Jack, our main character, wandered through the grounds, his sharp eyes scanning every detail. The atmosphere here is definitely more liberated than the boot camps, he noted. Gazing at the surrounding classrooms, he muttered to himself. The headmaster said a guide would be waiting for me, but I don't see a single soul. Suddenly, a voice dripping with hip-hop swagger echoed from behind. A man approached Jack, bouncing on his heels. You don't tell me you're the guy the headmaster was yapping about. Hearing his name, Jack turned. Looks like I found my target, he thought. The stranger immediately threw up a hand sign, a greeting overflowing with street style. His fashion and vibe were loud, to say the least. Jack furrowed his brows, feigning confusion, which made the guy awkwardly freeze mid-gesture. The man stepped closer, slinging an arm around Jack's shoulder. I guess our new homie isn't used to the Valhalla vibe yet, huh? Jack immediately brushed the arm off his face, stoic. Are you the guide the headmaster sent or not? The guy mimicked Jack's serious tone mockingly. Jack, are you the guide the headmaster sent? Then switching back to his upbeat voice, he laughed. Damn, why so tense, bro? He started throwing rapid-fire hand signs. Don't be so prickly like a hedgehog. Peace. Let's walk this path in harmony, man. As you can see, bro, I'm the one the headmaster personally assigned to show you every corner of Valhalla. Watching the bizarre display, Jack sighed internally. This guy talks without a cooldown timer. Where did they dig up this character? After his monologue, the guy slapped his forehead. Almost forgot the intro name's Diego. At that name, Jack's eyes widened slightly. Diego continued, striking a pose. I'm a pioneer spreading the gospel of New Age music, mixing medieval melodies with traditional Southern beats. He stuck out his tongue, trying to look cool. That's me, Diego Villa. Let's make some magic happen. Jack immediately turned on his heel and walked away. Right. Look forward to it. Stunned by the cold shoulder, Diego stood frozen for a second before scrambling to catch up. Whoa, the air just got frosty, didn't it? Jack kept walking, not looking back. That's just your imagination. He glanced at Diego sideways. The Rhythm Knight Diego. I never expected to cross paths with a future legend in this awakening manhwa reality so soon. The 5-star knights were the heroes who defined the Great Continental War before Jack's regression. The list included the Silent Knight Bysoft, the Arena Knight, Jeffrey the Illusion Knight, Aster the Lightning Knight Jer, and finally the Rhythm Knight Diego Villa. Following Diego's erratic footsteps, Jack remained lost in thought. Come to think of it, the rumors said all the 5-star knights originated from Valhalla. I need to verify if that legend is true. If it is, I can fast-track my plans and build an unstoppable force. The two walked across the campus. Diego draped his arm around Jack again. All this walking's got me starving. Want to go smash some Southern cuisine? Jack shook his head. I don't exactly have fond memories of that food. Diego grinned. That's just 'cause you haven't been to the right spot, my guy. Moments later, they entered the academy cafeteria. Jack picked up a piece of meat and took a skeptical bite. Instantly, a symphony of flavors exploded in his mouth. This is actually incredible. Seeing his reaction, Diego burst into laughter. Just. Haha, told you, brother. That's shark dragon meat, a Valhalla exclusive. Even a Southern native like me has to admit this is top-tier stuff. Jack nodded, genuinely impressed. Yeah, you're right. It's strictly top tier. Better than the local food back there. Diego paused, a curious look on his face. Wait, you've been to the Southern Continent? Jack quickly deflected. Just a figure of speech. They shifted gears, chatting idly about the academy. Jack asked, By the way, why would a Southern soul like you come all the way to Valhalla? Diego stared into his teacup, his playful vibe vanishing for a split second. That is a long story. Actually, my parents were once the rulers of a small kingdom in the south. Sieg's mind raced as he processed the words. A rhythm knight is actually southern royalty. The southern continent used to be an alliance of petty states orbiting the kingdom of Gusco. Most of them likely migrated to the center after Gusco collapsed into civil war. Diego sipped his tea, a carefree smile playing on his lips. In other words, you are looking at a high and mighty prince right now. Sieg furrowed his brow, staring at Diego's casual attitude. Lineage means nothing these days, but to think a royal has absolutely zero dignity like this guy. Diego sighed deeply, savoring the aroma of his tea. But my old man keeps insisting that I preserve the royal family's traditional swordsmanship. That's why a natural-born genius like me was exiled all the way to this remote Manhwa. He flashed a thumbs up and a blinding grin. But honestly, I'd rather shred on a guitar than swing a sword. Witnessing this bizarre attitude, Sieg's frown deepened. What a waste. What about the people pinning their hopes on this clown? Diego chirped happily. Hey, why don't you join the new Southern Fusion Music Club with me? Hearing such a ridiculous offer, Sieg immediately turned his head away. I have no interest in such nonsense. After their meal, the duo headed toward a massive lecture hall. Sieg scanned the area, skeptical. Are we allowed to just waltz into a seniors class like this? Diego slung an arm around his shoulder, grinning. My friend, you really haven't experienced life, have you? Manhwa is the land of freedom. Anything that aids your growth is permitted. Attend any class you desire. He lowered his voice. Besides, this isn't a normal class. Rumor has it something legendary is waiting for us inside. Sieg gave a dry laugh. This guy really doesn't have an off switch. Suddenly, hushed whispers from the crowd caught Sieg's attention. The atmosphere shifted. Is that him? Yeah, no doubt. A student stared intently at Sieg. The youngest cadet to ever enter Manhwa. That's Jay Draker. Another whispered back. I heard he's from the direct bloodline. Didn't he crush an instructor during the entrance exam? Hearing the commotion, Diego turned to Sieg, confused. Wait, what, you're a Draker? Sieg looked at him in disbelief. Seriously? He raised his hand, displaying the family crest emblazoned on his gauntlet. What did you think this was all this time? Diego blinked. A cool glove. Seeing his ignorance, Sieg snapped. You moron, this is the Pureblood Gauntlet, the symbol of a pure-blooded awakener from the House of Draker. Diego's jaw dropped and he stammered, what the hell? You didn't even take it off when we were eating? I just thought it was some edgy fashion concept. Oh my god, that's an actual Pureblood Gauntlet. I had absolutely no idea. Sieg side-eyed Diego with disdain. How can he be at Manhwa and not recognize a Pureblood Gauntlet? Then again, for a commoner facing a noble from an awakening Manhwa lineage, perhaps this shock is natural. Diego remained in a daze before realization struck. Ah, so that's why you were acting all high and mighty earlier. It all makes sense now. Sieg just waved his hand, too exhausted to explain anything to this fool. Sieg gritted his teeth, muttering, this guy has zero clue. Diego suddenly slapped Sieg's back, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. Well, if you're a Draker, you should have paid for lunch. You're loaded. Ha ha. Just kidding. Mostly. Watching Diego's antics, Sieg felt a vein pop in his forehead. I thought he'd be intimidated. Instead, he's even more annoying than before. Suddenly, a professor strode into the room, clapping his hands to command the room. Silence. Everyone focus up front. Every eye locked onto the podium. Sieg rested his chin on his hand, scanning the packed room. Why is this place so crowded today? It turned out the special lecture was hosted by the principal himself. He beamed at the audience. Just looking at the sheer number of you here tells me how high the anticipation is for this event. Ignoring the speech, Diego shoved a lyric sheet at Sieg. Hey buddy, check this rhyme scheme. Fire right. Sieg pushed Diego's hand away. If you dragged me here, at least pretend to listen, the principal continued. Enough with the long introductions. Let's get straight to the main event. A guest I had to pull many strings to invite. The Black Knight of the Draker family has returned, hearing his clan's name. Sieg's expression instantly shifted from boredom to intensity. He's back in Four Seasons City. Does this mean he's coming out of retirement? Striding onto the stage was none other than Sieg's drunkard of a Master Duke Draker. The appearance of a living legend sent a shockwave through the students. Is that the Storm Knight Duke Draker? The Black Knight who vanished without a trace. The rumors were true. He's really here. Duke stepped up to the podium, tapping the microphone. I left the front lines a long time ago. I'm surprised you brats still remember an old ghost like me. It is truly an honor. I hope today's session provides some value to your journey. Now I, Duke Draker, will share how a mediocre student clawed his way up to become a knight. Sieg muttered under his breath. That old man always loves the sound of his own voice. Acting all polite today, huh? Initially, the students were captivated. But as Duke rambled on, the atmosphere grew heavy with boredom. Before long, only Sieg and Diego remained conscious in their seats. Sieg groaned internally. He's been bragging for 2 straight hours. When does this torture end? Duke droned on. As I said, you must reconsider. Suddenly, the principal rushed the stage, cutting him off. As much as the students are enthralled, we are out of time. Relief washed over the students. Thank you, Principal. You saved our lives. The principal regained control. Our second speaker needs no introduction. Despite her schedule, a guardian knight has graced us with her presence. Sieg jolted upright. A guardian knight. In the system Manhwa hierarchy of the Draker clan, there are 4 ranks: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and guardian. The guardian knight is the apex predator holding authority equal to the Council of Elders. There are fewer than 10 in existence. This is a legendary figure. Sieg trembled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Diego was still furiously scribbling lyrics in his notebook. The principal checked his watch. The clock struck 4. Precisely on time, a woman with flowing silver hair clad in pristine white armor strode into the hall. Sieg narrowed his eyes. Platinum hair. White armor. She has an overwhelming presence, but who is she? The students erupted in whispers. We are so lucky to be at Vanha. I never thought I'd see the Silver Knight in the flesh. Hearing that title, Sieg whipped his head around, his eyes widening. Wait. The Silver Knight. It was unmistakable. The woman standing before them was the eldest daughter of the clan. The Silver Knight. Callie Draker. Far away, the port city of Isen stood as the continent's heart of maritime trade. In the present era, Isen boasts a geographical advantage that is nothing short of absolute, allowing it to dominate trade routes, not only with the Dota Commercial Republic, but also the southern continent and the pathways to the east. However, rewind the clock just over 10 years, and the reality was a living hell. Back then, Isen was a lawless wasteland under the iron heel of southern pirates, a breeding ground for every crime imaginable. But the moment Callie became an official knight of the family, she launched a crusade of annihilation. 5 years into her relentless purge, not a single pirate dared to cast a shadow over Isen again. Under the ironclad protection of Callie Draker, the city rose from the ashes to become the continent's greatest port. The surviving scum were forced to flee to the Dead Sea in the south of Dota. For the legendary feat of reclaiming Isen, Callie was anointed as the youngest guardian knight in the family's long and bloody history. It was a monumental achievement that even Aben, who held the world in his palm before the regression, never managed to accomplish. Looking down at the figure on the podium, Jack thought, I expected a big shot, but to think it's my eldest sister. A direct liner clashing head-on with Aben Draker for the right of succession. It makes sense that I didn't recognize her face immediately given the circumstances. Callie closed her eyes, tapped the table, and uttered a single word: silence. Instantly, a terrifying pressure crushed down on every student in the lecture hall. Those with weaker constitutions began to tremble uncontrollably under the sheer weight of her presence. Seeing the panic, Jack smirked internally. Everyone was so hyped a moment ago. For a guardian knight to rely on fear. What a joke. As the hall settled, Callie spoke coldly. Even with an instructor present, the atmosphere remains lax. My alma mater Van Law would never tolerate such chaos. If your seniors saw this display, they would shake their heads in shame. Do you think the peace you enjoy simply fell from the sky? No. It was paid for with the blood and sweat of our ancestors. Understanding with your mind is meaningless. Only through action does knowledge gain true value. Hearing his sister preach, Jack chuckled softly. So that is her philosophy, huh? Callie slammed the table, her voice booming. Only through bone-breaking training and discipline can one become a true knight. Jack rolled his eyes internally. She really loves the sound of her own voice. Once the lecture ended, the students flooded out. Whispers of shock erupted across the campus. That was absolutely terrifying, one muttered. His friend replied, no kidding. I actually miss Lord Duke's boring lectures now. Jack glanced at them, lost in thought. Her advice wasn't wrong, honestly. It just fell on deaf ears with these greenhorns. He frowned, looking ahead. Is Diego really just taking off like that? The scene shifted to Diego marching forward and waving back enthusiastically. Sorry, buddy, I spent the last 5 hours composing masterpieces and igniting my artistic soul. I've already done enough explaining about Van Law. I'm heading out first. Jack kept walking, his mind racing. Come to think of it, I'll be busy recruiting talent and adapting to academy life from now on. Since I have some free time, maybe I should check out Terracan's secure archives. He picked up the pace. Better go now. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind, followed by a loud call. Jack Draker. Hearing the familiar voice, Jack froze. Callie stepped up behind him. Can you spare me a moment? Moments later, they stood in the Van Law training arena. Without a word, Callie drew her blade, her killing intent sharpening the air. Jack eyed her weapon. Is that the blade the city-state gifted her? The neighboring kingdom had once suffered greatly from the pirate scourge, but after Callie's campaign wiped them out, the kingdom was liberated. In gratitude, they forged her that sword and a suit of 100% pure mithril armor. Her title, the Silver Knight, came from her dazzling appearance in that very armor. Callie stared Jack down. I hope you won't hide your true strength. Jack cracked his knuckles, staying silent. Seriously, a direct challenge right off the bat. She must have heard the rumors that I reached the Blue Realm by manifesting my sword aura. He drew his sword, muttering, You want a show? He channeled aura into the blade and spoke aloud. Sorry, sister, but I can't satisfy that curiosity. It's not just her, he thought. Too many eyes are watching. Showing my hand now brings zero benefits. The Draker family rule is simple. The strong devour the weak. Reaching the blue level at 15 is already a history-shattering achievement. If I reveal my true red aura, Simon, who is fighting me for the succession, will try to eliminate me, and the Patriarch will try to leash me under his control. If I reveal my cards, it has to be after I surpass the Patriarch. All I need right now is the reputation of a super-transcendent descendant. Don't expect me to play nice. Instantly, they lunged at each other. Steel clashed against steel, sending a shower of sparks into the air in a symphony of destruction. Suddenly, Callie shifted her trajectory. She slammed Jack's blade into the ground, and before he could react, she spun her sword upward, nicking his cheek. At that exact moment, a holographic window flashed like something out of a system. Manhwa administrator request confirmed. Temporarily deactivating passive healing factor. Jack stared at Callie. My opponent is a guardian knight. She would definitely notice if my wounds healed instantly. He remembered the fight with Duke. Why do you heal so fast? Duke had asked. Jack grit his teeth. I won't make that mistake again. He swung his sword, exchanging a flurry of blows with Callie. Jack launched himself into the air for a downward strike, but she didn't flinch, blocking it effortlessly. The impact kicked up a storm of dust. Feeling the vibrations in his blade, Jack muttered, as expected of the Red Realm. Fighting back while capping my power at blue is a nightmare. But Callie gave him no respite, stomping the ground and rocketing into the sky straight toward him. She unleashed a devastating slash, but with godlike reflexes, Jack drew his blade to parry. Two colossal energies collided, triggering a massive explosion that swallowed the arena in dust. Even as the smoke lingered, their swords continued to roar against each other. Seeing Jack's weapon still in one piece, Callie voiced her shock. A standard-issue sword. That strike should have snapped it in two. Your blade mastery is exceptional. Without waiting for a reply, she switched to a relentless offense. Jack was forced into a defensive stance, a thin trail of blood trickling down his cheek as the pressure mounted. Summoning his strength, he parried Callie's blade aside and leaped back to create distance, wiping sweat from his brow. Damn it. Taking on a red-rank knight head-on, while suppressing my power to the blue aura stage that was pure recklessness. Noticing Jack trying to catch his breath, Callie taunted him. You think gaining a little distance means you can lower your guard. The battle isn't over. Jack was confused for a split second, then his eyes widened in horror. I forgot. Besides her title as the Silver Knight, Callie had another terrifying nickname in this leveling manhwa. Her aura blade wasn't just a sword, it was a weapon of mass destruction. It was her signature technique, the Titanic Blade. In an instant, Callie's sword elongated, stretching over 10 meters in length. She swung the massive beam of energy right at Jack's face, catching him completely off guard. The sheer atmospheric pressure from the blade turned Jack's face pale. He gritted his teeth and sprayed a mouthful of blood, his body sent flying like a kite with a cut string smashing violently into the corner of the training hall. When the dust finally settled, only Jack's sword remained stuck in the ground. The corner where he landed was still obscured by debris. Callie muttered, Oops, I might have overdone it. Suddenly her eyes widened as a silhouette emerged from the haze. Jack stepped out of the rubble, leaning one hand against a shattered stone slab. He looked straight ahead, whispering through the pain. So does that satisfy you even a little bit? Seeing Jack still standing after taking her ultimate attack, Callie couldn't hide her admiration. Truly phenomenal. Jack, did you really block that strike? You have far exceeded my expectations. Jack managed to stay upright, though his entire frame trembled from the aftershocks of that terrifying blow. Callie sighed softly and spoke, Jack, the truth is, I have a matter I need to discuss with you. But the moment she spoke, Jack's limits were reached. He swayed and collapsed face first onto the ground. Callie panicked and rushed over, shouting, Jack, are you all right? Cradling him in her arms, her thoughts raced. Severe internal injuries. Did he damage his core by overusing his aura against me? She hurriedly reached into her pouch, pulling out a vial. She poured the liquid into his mouth, whispering, This is the family's high-grade recovery elixir. Drink it slowly, don't choke. As the medicinal energy spread through his body, repairing the damage, a holographic window appeared. The system Manhwa interface confirmed the administrator's request, passive skill, regenerative factor activated. Jack slowly regained consciousness, muttering to himself. This should be enough to fool her, right? In reality, his collapse and the subsequent healing were all calculated moves. It was all a grand performance. Even the way he suppressed his power to look like he had just reached the blue aura stage was part of the act. When that massive blade came crashing down instead of blocking, he had intentionally used minimum defense to get swept away by the impact. Though strangely, he had felt a tiny gap in her attack right before it hit. Thanks to that, everything went according to plan. He allowed Callie's aura to invade his body. Since he couldn't use his own aura to expel it yet, it naturally caused internal injuries. Now, Callie would be convinced that he knew how to use aura, and she would assume his injuries were simply due to power overload. After playing dead for a few minutes, Jack began to stir. He sat up, rubbing his throbbing head, and groaned. Ugh. Seeing him awake, Callie leaned in anxiously. Are you feeling any better? Jack smiled weakly. Yes, much better. Thank you. Relieved that he wasn't permanently crippled, Callie stood up and extended a hand. Just call me Big Sister. Relax, we're on the same side now. Jack was genuinely surprised by her sudden friendliness. The scene shifted to a secluded alley on the outskirts of Aslas, where the two were now traveling in a carriage. Inside the carriage, Callie had set up a tea table to help Jack recover after the duel. She lifted 2 cups and smiled. I heard you enjoy tea, so I prepared some specially for you. This is a rare blend shipped all the way from the eastern continent. I hope it suits your taste. Jack nodded politely. Ah, yes. Thank you, sister. Even the head of the house said the same thing Jack thought. Just how far has the rumor about me liking tea spread? He looked around the spacious interior. Wait, we are inside a carriage, right? Who would imagine the inside looks like a palace compared to the outside? Callie explained, it's camouflage magic. A guardian knight's carriage tends to attract too much unwanted attention. Noting her secretive behavior, Jack analyzed the situation. First, she drags me to the dojo, and now she's smuggling me out of the city in a magic carriage. He decided to cut to the chase. Is the matter you want to discuss so sensitive that we can't let anyone else hear it? Callie fell silent for a moment before answering, It's about the slaughter knight Abend Draker. Hearing that name, Jack froze. Callie continued, I need your help to stop him. Jack was stunned by the proposal, staring straight into her eyes. Excuse me, what did you just say? Isn't Abend the second young master of the Draker family? Callie lowered her voice, bowing her head slightly. I apologize for being abrupt. Let me explain properly. She took a breath. Currently, Abend is acting in violation of the Oath of Neutrality, one of the most sacred laws of our family. The oath forbids us from interfering in conflicts between nations. But he has sided with the Rom Empire, personally intervening in their war against Alenia. Jack listened intently while sipping the exquisite tea. So Abend is making his move this early. Jack set his cup down, his expression hardening. Does the City of Four Seasons not know about this? Callie replied calmly. No, they know. They know everything, but they are turning a blind eye. The city is in chaos. Several members of the Council of Elders have already sided with the Empire and aligned themselves with Abend. Jack frowned. You mean the Elders are being manipulated? Callie nodded. Exactly. Only a few of us still hold on to our neutral stance. Jack scoffed. A conservative council like that simply remaining neutral. It's only a matter of time before they are completely forced into submission. Hearing him voice her exact fears, Callie nodded in confirmation. You're right. Your assessment is spot on. We are investigating his methods, but we can't just sit here waiting for concrete evidence. If we let Abend run, wild war will break out sooner than anyone expects. That is inevitable. Jack's face turned grim. The prophecy from my past life was absolutely correct. It has been 3 years since I returned to this point in the timeline. In 7 years, the Draker family will fall to Abend, and once he joins hands with the Rom Empire, a catastrophic war will swallow the entire continent. Countless lives will be lost. The sky will be scorched black, and the earth will be stained red with blood and ash from the battles to come. Callie continued, her voice filled with resolve. That is why I have made up my mind. I must build a force strong enough to stop Abend. He is slowly seizing control of the Draker family's upper echelon. He believes that if he controls the leaders, the subordinates will follow like sheep. But a true knight never bows to power. They only bow to their ideals and justice. She declared with fire in her eyes, I will act on my beliefs. I will gather the commoner knights, the true backbone of the City of Four Seasons, and we will stand up for what is right. She looked at Jack with a gentle gaze. However, I won't force you to take my side. You are young, a Pureblood Awakener with a limitless future and countless paths to power. Jack sipped his tea, his eyes locked on Callie. I think I've finally grasped the true nature of the woman named Callie. She possesses an iron will, yet is humble enough to bow for the sake of justice. A paragon of pure righteousness. That slight opening in her great sword strike earlier, it was hesitation. born of worry for me. She wears the stoic armor of the Draker bloodline, but deep within her soul lies an unbelievably soft heart. Callie's expression darkened as she spoke. If this fails, I could be branded a traitor. Please think carefully. Jack set his cup down, his voice steady. Thank you for your concern. He rose and knelt on one knee, bowing his head. But I have made my choice. Though I am young and lacking, please allow me to fight alongside your noble spirit of chivalry. Surprise flashed across Callie's face before softening into a warm smile. Thank you. After their talk, Jack headed straight for the Academy's research district. As he walked, he pulled up his system interface. Even in my past life, I monitored the clan through Callie. But I never realized the rot had set in long before the Great War erupted. I originally planned to abandon the House of Draker to escape Abin's suppression, intending to build my own forces in the shadows. But now that I have a comrade with the same vision, there's no need to flee. In fact, this is the perfect opportunity. Staying within the clan allows me to monitor Abin's every move. Using Callie as a shield will deflect suspicion from me. But first, I must become an official knight to shift public opinion in her favor. Even as the eldest daughter and guardian knight, Callie failed to reform the clan in my past life, because she lacked the pure blood lineage of the ruling class. But if I, a Pureblood Awakener, become an official knight and declare my support, it could tip the scales and shatter Abin's dominance. That means I have to participate in that ridiculous knight examination. Jack rubbed his ear, irritation bubbling in his chest. After navigating the corridors, he checked his system map. Well, looks like I've arrived. He stood before the central library of Valhalla Academy. His true objective lay hidden within the top-secret archives of Terrakan. Inside, he found a massive repository of knowledge. Ding, you have reached the secure archive. Jack looked around, bewildered. This is the place. He scanned the shelves, disappointment washing over him. It's just a rundown warehouse filled with useless ancient texts. There's nothing of value here. The system marked this spot. I expected a legendary artifact like the Heart of Bahamut or a Dragon's Fang. Jack frowned. Unbelievable. Was this trip a total waste? But as he took a step forward, ding, data update point detected. An invisible bookshelf shimmered into existence before his eyes. Jack stared in shock. What is this? System linked and synchronized with the secure archive of Administrator Terrakan Draker. Jack's eyes widened. What does this mean? Terrakan was a user in this system Manhwa world just like me? If this shelf only reacts to the system's interference, it explains why no one else has discovered it for centuries. Information from Terrakan Draker's archive has been successfully linked to Administrator Jack's interface. You may now access Terrakan's classified data at any time. Generating category suggestions for convenient lookup. 1 Organization Operation Manual. 2 Dragonslaying Guide version 5.21. 3 Reference Materials. 4 Growth Quotes Collection. Jack scowled at the floating text. Ugh, ignore that administrative junk. System, find me the manual that provides the most explosive growth right now. Request confirmed. Locating the most suitable material for the administrator. A single book on the shelf began to radiate light. Oh, there it is. Jack grabbed the worn tome and read the title. The Secret Art of Dragon Slaying. I've never heard of this technique before. He flipped to the author page and froze. Wait. The author is the closest retainer of the hero king Kaiser Sandraker. The familiarity of the name struck him like a thunderbolt. Before passing down this dragon-slaying art, I, Satan Draker, must explain my reason for creating it. The bond between dragons and humanity began with the great Hero King, though frail humans could form contracts with the supreme dragon race. Yet the dragons did not aid us out of nobility or justice. It was pure pity. Compared to other races, humanity was pathetic, weak, and lacking in every way. The number of contractors exploded, and a civilization bloomed around them. But amidst that rapid glory, a terrifying unease took root in my heart. I feared the dragons. If these transcendent beings helped us on a whim, they could just as easily turn against us and annihilate humanity without effort. That fear consumed me. I saw visions of humanity facing extinction in a single night, unable to offer even a whisper of resistance. I swore to find a weapon against them. First, I looked to magic, but magic was the very first gift the dragons bestowed upon us. Human hearts cannot generate mana. It was the dragons who carved magic circles into our very hearts, granting us that power. Fighting dragons with magic is like trying to drown the ocean. It is using their own strength against them, an utter absurdity. Next, I considered the Hero King's elemental sword a weapon even dragons feared. But that power is locked behind the bloodline of the High Elf King, a boundary I could never cross. So I dedicated my life to finding a new power. A power that belonged solely to humanity. I pushed past the limits of human capability, mastering the primal sword arts of the North and the mystical energies of the East. Ironically, the one who aided me most was Kronos, the Hero King's own contract dragon. When asked why, he simply laughed and said, "For amusement." But beneath his amusement lay a cold, razor-sharp intent. After years of agonizing research, Kronos and I finally discovered a new power aura. It wasn't raw elemental energy, nor was it magic. No, this was a power unique to humanity, a latent force waiting to be unleashed in this awakening Manhwa. After discovering this truth, I dedicated my life to the study of aura, even after the Hero King departed this mortal coil. I spent an eternity systematizing everything from the core concepts to the deadliest combat applications. I condensed this wisdom into the dragon-slaying secret arts and distributed it across the continent. But in a world where power was gifted by dragons on a silver platter who would choose the path of blood, sweat, and tears, my manual requiring sheer human effort was ignored by the masses. Fate has been kind so far. The dragons haven't turned on us. Yet. But I know deep in my bones that the day will come when this sword art becomes our only salvation. If you are reading this, I pray you understand my burden. Steel your heart and master these techniques. These were the final words of Satan Draker. Jack Draker lowered the tome, his gaze snapping forward as a glowing blue interface manifested in thin air like a classic system manhwa. System Alert Achievement Quest. Successor of Satan unlocked. Objective, master the sword, Saint Satan Draker's dragon-slaying arts. Time limit 3 months. Reward coordinates to the lost treasury of Kronos. Jack Draker stared at the screen, his pulse hammering against his ribs. Talk about perfect timing, he whispered, carefully shelving the book. The treasury of Kronos. The artifacts inside must be legendary, far beyond anything I've ever encountered. But then reality hit him, his brow furrowed. Wait, only 3 months. Is this technique more complex than elemental swordsmanship? He rubbed his chin, a fire lighting up his eyes. There's no other choice. I have to dedicate every waking second to mastering this art. The number 3 again. He chuckled dryly. It seems Satan's worst fears are finally coming to pass. The Great Liberation War. A storm that shattered the continent's fragile peace. Jack Draker scanned the dimly lit secret library. System, he called out. Is there any other useful data here? Something like Tarakan's diary, perhaps. Request confirmed. Administrator access verified. Retrieving data. Playing magical record diary of Tarakan. The air warped instantly. The ancient bookshelves dissolved into mist. Suddenly, a vast scorching desert stretched out before him. The heat was suffocating. Where the hell am I? Jack Draker thought, his heart racing. Is this a simulation constructed by the system? It felt just like the previous illusion. Jack Draker stood alone amidst the endless dunes, a heavy sense of dread pressing down on him. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from behind, casting his shadow long across the sand. Instinct screamed danger. Jack Draker crouched, hand flying to his hilt. Boom! The earth exploded. A colossal dragon burst from the sand, its roar shattering the very sky. Jack Draker's eyes widened, his heart skipping a beat. A dragon. Skill activated, unshakable will. His body trembled not from fear, but from the sheer majesty of the beast before him. So this is the apex predator, he thought. The pressure. It feels completely real. This is no ordinary simulation. The dragon's eyes burned like twin suns. Jack Draker's voice shook with excitement. Is that Bahamut? It really is him. The evil dragon Bahamut. But then a terrifying presence manifested behind him. Jack Draker spun around. A figure walked toward him. The killing intent was so refined, Jack Draker hadn't sensed it until the man spoke. This guy, Jack Draker realized, is a monster in a league of his own. The stranger walked right through Jack Draker's body. I see. I really am just a spectator in a recorded memory. This was the legendary duel. The Dragonslayer Tarakan versus the evil dragon Bahamut. Bahamut didn't wait. The dragon raised a massive claw to strike. Jack Draker watched breathless. It's starting. The myth was coming to life. Bahamut stomped the desert, quaking, but the attack passed harmlessly through Tarakan. Bahamut's voice rumbled like thunder. Why do you hesitate, Tarakan? The warrior remained silent. How disappointing, the dragon sneered. To think I once chose you as my contractor. Jack Draker gasped. What Tarakan was a contractor just like Kaiser and Kronos, but the legends say he slew the dragon. Suddenly the vision began to glitch, the world distorting. Damn it, why now? Jack Draker shouted. Tarakan's form was fading. He was saying something to the dragon, but the audio was lost to the void. System, Jack Draker yelled. Fix the playback. Error request denied. Jack Draker gritted his teeth, fury rising. But then a realization struck him like lightning. Satan had said dragons never betray humans. If there is betrayal, it comes from the contractor. Jack Draker looked at the fading image of Tarakan with suspicion. Is history a lie? Before him, Bahamut's massive body began to crumble into dust, blowing away in the desert wind. Jack Draker watched in awe as Tarakan's figure also began to dissolve, swallowed by the collapsing dimension. But then something glittered in the sand. Jack Draker leaned in. What is that? He focused his gaze and his heart nearly stopped. It was the dragon heart and claws, the same loot he had obtained from the Dragonslayer's sanctuary. Impossible, Jack Draker thought. When a dragon dies, they return to nothingness. Why did these parts remain intact? Unless Bahamut was an anomaly. But before he could connect the dots, the sky above him began to fracture. The desert reality shattered into fragments like a torn painting. In a heartbeat, Zik was yanked back to the unmatched library, surrounded by the eerie glow of magic lamps. The abrupt dimension shift left him stunned. He muttered in disbelief. Is that seriously where the recording ends? He collapsed onto the floor, a crushing wave of exhaustion washing over him. I can't make heads or tails of this, he groaned, his voice heavy with frustration. That's enough for today. Zik began to piece the puzzle together. After hacking the Valhalla Research Center, he had linked his interface to Tarakan's secret archive, granting him remote access to every clone in the network. He had immediately replayed Tarakan's logs. But just like a corrupted file in a mystery system Manhwa, the footage glitched at the climax, masking the final words between Tarakan and Bahamut with static. A complete waste of time, he muttered, his eyes dim. Yet within that chaotic sea of data in the secret archive, Zik had unearthed a single crucial truth. The dragon-slaying art was merely a derivative. Its true origin was the ancient dragon-severing sword style. Tarakan had diluted the original technique to create the dragon-slaying art for mass adoption. But in doing so, he stripped away its lethality. It was too weak to even scratch a true dragon's scales. Calling it dragon-slaying is a bad joke, Zik thought, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his lips. However, if one synchronized the art with their own unique attributes to create resonance, it could still be potent. It sacrificed raw power for utility, a compromised success. Zik nodded, a flicker of hope returning to his eyes. But the technique wasn't what troubled him. It was the glaring contradiction between Tarakan's diary and the legends. History books claimed Tarakan defeated Bahamut to usher in an era of peace and prosperity, a classic hero's tale. Yet the logs revealed they were bound by a contract as partners. No historical record mentioned this alliance. This isn't a simple clerical error. Zik whispered, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Someone buried the truth. Walking down the empty corridor, Zik opened a letter from Kay, his former colleague. Long time no see, it read. I don't know why you're suddenly digging into ancient history, but I found what you asked for. I scoured every legend about the Dragonslayer across the continent, including raw manuscripts that haven't even been translated into the common tongue. As expected, there is zero mention of human-dragon contracts. But here is the kicker. Every single source uses the exact same phrasing as if the narrative was scripted. When I tried to dig deeper, the Draker family sent a personal warning. My guild had to pull the plug on the investigation immediately. Clashing with the Draker household was not part of the plan. Zik incinerated the letter, watching the flames devour the secrets line by line. He walked on, his inner voice turning cold. It's confirmed. The Draker family is censoring Tarakan's history, but why? Their entire legacy rested on the glory of Dragonslayer Tarakan, elevating them to one of the 8 great transcendents of the era. And yet they are the ones suppressing the truth about his bond with Bahamut. Zik frowned, a sense of foreboding rising within him. This conspiracy runs deeper than the abyss. With his mind racing through a maze of theories, Zik returned to the unmatched library to hunt for clues. He stepped inside and mentally commanded, "System activate." Suddenly his eyes narrowed. The atmosphere had shifted. He scanned the room, noting that on a holiday like today, Decker and the staff should be gone. Duke and Andre were also delayed on a mission. He stepped deeper into the shadows, his footsteps silent, his senses heightened to the max. "Whoever you are, come out," he muttered, his gaze piercing the dark. From a concealed corner, a figure clad in black watched his every move. "System display minimap," Zik commanded. The interface flashed, "Administrator request confirmed." The holographic map materialized, revealing 2 red dots, one inside the room, one lurking by the window. Zek's expression darkened. 2 targets. Are these hunters from the Great Mountain impossible? I never used my blade there, let alone the dragon-slaying art. Even bloodhounds couldn't track me here. He paused in thought. It's not about who they are, but who holds their leash. Zik slammed a door shut, baiting the intruder. The assassin flinched, but Zik had already moved, appearing instantly on the windowsill behind him like a phantom. "Did Aben send you?" Zik asked, his voice cutting like ice. The sudden question shattered the assassin's composure, and he spun around in shock. Zik stepped into the hallway, his mind analyzing the variables. Had Aben discovered his alliance with Kay, or was this a ghost from his past? If that's the case, everything fits. Zik drew his blade, the steel singing a deadly note. Silence is an answer too. He launched a lightning-fast strike. The assassin barely parried, panic flashing in his eyes. Sparks flew as steel crashed against steel, the battle spilling down the stairs and tearing through the first floor. This was no amateur. Realizing brute force wouldn't work quickly, Zik backflipped away to create distance, his gaze locking onto the enemy's stance. You can hide your face, but you can't hide your martial arts. That close-quarters combat style. The Northern Goka Kingdom. You wield the kukri. These were the elite guardians of the North mercenaries who cost a fortune in the central continent. Aben wouldn't hire Goka. They don't do grudge hits. Zik noted the enemy's defensive posture. I left openings, but you didn't bite. You're not here to kill me, you want to capture me alive. Suddenly a projectile shattered the window, whistling through the air. Zik caught the scent instantly. Mandragora root, a potent sleep agent. He covered his nose but let his sword clatter to the floor. Feigning weakness, Zik crumpled to the ground, his body going limp. The assassin hoisted him up and signaled the accomplice outside. Slung over the enemy's shoulder, Zik controlled his breathing, though his heart pounded with adrenaline. If not Aben, then who and why kidnapped me? As the question swirled, a text box reminiscent of an awakening Manhwa chimed. Mandragora toxin detected. Passive skill, poison immunity activated. An internal smirk formed on Zik's lips. Game on. Let's see where this rabbit hole leads. He allowed himself to be carried off into the night. A mysterious figure lay in wait. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Atlas under the morning sun. Here, Zik found himself imprisoned within a chamber as cold and dark as the void. Arcane shackles bound his wrists, pulsing with a mystical light. Zik let out a heavy sigh, his voice dripping with a mix of exhaustion and sheer boredom. Well, I never expected my captor to be you. Standing before him was a golden-haired man, his presence marked by a mysterious black eye patch concealing one eye. It was none other than Cliff Renherd, the iron-willed chairman of the Renherd Merchant Guild. His gaze was razor-sharp, boring into Zik as if trying to strip away the secrets of his soul. He leaned against the table, his voice calm yet radiating absolute authority. If you know who I am, we can skip the pleasantries. Zik met his stare, a furrow crossing his brow as a shadow of the past resurfaced. We share a destiny from a time long forgotten. In this Manhwa recap, the Renherd Guild stands as a titan of commerce, holding the lifeline of the Arenia Kingdom. But if the gears of history turned unchanged, the continental war waged by the Empire would soon reduce both the kingdom and this mighty guild to ash. Zik recalled the timeline of his previous life. Cliff Renherd had been a fierce resistance fighter against the Empire, a warrior of conviction just like him. Yet after delivering the critical intelligence needed to topple the tyranny, he returned to a crumbling Arenia. His end was tragic, dying in agony after a desperate escape. Zik shook his head at the memory. Patriotism or foolishness? Either way, it was a senseless waste. Cliff's expression softened, his deep voice carrying a trace of genuine guilt. Regardless, I apologize for the rough hospitality. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his subordinates to release the prisoner. The mana-infused chains clattered to the floor, leaving a tingling numbness in Zek's wrists. Cliff continued, his tone shifting to diplomatic courtesy. The guild will send a formal apology for this transgression. So let us discuss this sieve. Zeke cut him off instantly. His eyes flashed like drawn blades, his voice cold and unyielding. Save the empty pleasantries. Get straight to the point. What do you want from me? Cliff's brow twitched. He hadn't expected such commanding decisiveness. As expected, a Draken is a predator from birth. Even veteran knights would crumble under this pressure, consumed by anxiety and fear. Yet Zeke remained completely unfazed. Though Cliff had staged this scene to dominate, Zeke's presence was an immovable mountain that refused to bow. Cliff composed himself, his voice dropping to a serious register. Very well. Before we discuss my request, examine this. He slid a stack of classified papers across the table. Zeke flipped through them, his eyes scanning the data with razor-sharp focus. This is a registry of victims from a new plague ravaging the southern continent. Zeke frowned, feigning ignorance. And why exactly are you showing this to me? But on the final page, a name stopped his heart cold. Elena Stone. The mother of Liam Stone, his first and most loyal guardian. She had contracted the Crimson Blossom Plague, but his alchemy had saved her. Rage flared within him like a dormant volcano awakening. He slammed the documents onto the table. Spit it out. What is your game? Cliff remained unshakable, pointing a gloved finger at Elena's name. In the south, they call it the Crimson Blossom. A nightmare with a 100% mortality rate. Elena Stone is the sole survivor in history. She made a full recovery, but the attending physicians remained tight-lipped. He locked eyes with Zeke, his gaze heavy with implication. Do you happen to know the secret behind this miracle? Zeke suppressed a cold smirk. The game was afoot. I sensed something was off, yet he still tested me. Typical merchant. Was Cliff's goal to monopolize the cure for this leveling Manhwa-style plague? With such a catastrophic death toll, the cure would be worth more than a mountain of gold. But Cliff Renherd was not a man blinded by mere greed. He wouldn't risk war by kidnapping a Draken heir for profit. Zeke made his calculation and answered with supreme confidence. Of course I know. I was the one who gifted her the formula. Cliff shot up from his chair, his eyes blazing as if he'd discovered a legendary artifact. He slammed his hands down, abandoning all decorum. I must have it. Name your price, anything. But before the echo faded, Zeke raised a hand, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Why so desperate? That doesn't seem like the behavior of a seasoned merchant. Cliff's face flushed with embarrassment. He realized Zeke wasn't interested in gold. This was about life and death. Zeke's smile didn't waver. Let us negotiate like proper businessmen, shall we? Cliff took a deep breath, regaining his icy composure. You require me to accept 3 conditions in exchange for the formula. Zeke nodded sharply. Precisely. And it's far simpler than you imagine. Name them. I haven't decided yet, Zeke replied mysteriously. I will call upon them when destiny demands it. But fear not, I won't ask for the impossible. Cliff weighed the risks in silence. Finally he nodded. As long as it is within the guild's power, we have a deal. A look of satisfaction settled over Zeke's features. He grabbed a quill and rapidly inscribed the alchemical formula. Here, follow these instructions to the letter. Cliff reached out, his eyes trembling with hope. Is this truly it? But just as his fingers grazed the paper, Zeke snatched it back. One last thing. Who is the patient? Cliff froze, a flicker of panic darting through his eyes. What does it matter? The guild merely seeks a high-value commodity. Zeke shook his head, his gaze piercing through the lie. You mobilized the Northern Mercenary Guild to kidnap a pureblood noble. You lost your composure completely. This isn't the calculated efficiency of the Renherd Guild, I know. Realizing he had been checkmated, Cliff slumped slightly. It is, for the royal family of Arenia. Zeke raised an eyebrow. Oh, which member specifically? That I cannot reveal. Zeke feigned disappointment, but the gears of his mind were spinning wildly. The memory of their final encounter in the previous timeline played out before his eyes. He had warned him, do not return. The kingdom has fallen. Only death awaits you there. But Cliff had simply turned away, a tragic smile on his weary face. Thank you. But I am tired. I wish to meet my end in the land of my home. Back in the present, Cliff locked eyes with Jack Draker. His gaze was firm yet swimming in agony. Forgive me, but my lips are sealed on this matter. Observing that intensity, Jack Draker analyzed the situation. This wasn't the look of a soulless puppet. Whoever this was for, they clearly meant the world to Cliff. Though the kingdom of Arenia faced the Empire, and the Joy clan suffered internal strife, the Great Continental War hadn't erupted yet. A connection to the Arenia royal family now would be a golden ticket for the future. Jack Draker extended the cure, his voice smooth as silk. Very well. If you wish to keep your secrets, I won't pry. Cliff snatched the vial, his knuckles turning white. His eyes trembled with raw emotion, as if a mountain had just been lifted from his shoulders. Jack Draker sliced through the emotional moment with a sharp smile. Apologies for ruining the mood, but I'm cashing in my first favor right now. Cliff flinched, but quickly composed himself. Name your price. Anything within the guild's power is yours. Jack Draker's grin widened with arrogance. Then for starters, enroll me in your merchant guild. Looking for work? Or are you planning to trade goods? Jack Draker shook his head. What I need is a cover identity, a temporary mask to wear, Cliff countered. If that's all, you hardly need our involvement. Jack Draker leaned in. I intend to use it on the southern continent. That place is crawling with sharks who can smell a fake from a mile away. A sloppy disguise would be a death sentence. But the Renherd Guild. That's a name even the Kel Syndicate trusts implicitly, isn't it? Cliff nodded, though the hesitation was clear. After a heavy sigh, he relented. Fine, I understand your play. If you operate under my cousin's name, the underworld vultures won't dare question it. Jack Draker immediately pushed his luck. Excellent. Furthermore, I require regular transport to the south and a private safe house. The residence must be spacious enough for inventory. Consider that my official request. Oh, and since you kidnapped me, I assume you have a carriage ready for my return. Cliff's face stiffened at the audacity. Rage bubbled beneath the surface, but he plastered on a bright businesslike smile, thinking, this brat has skin thicker than castle walls. Finally, he forced a polite tone. Agreed. I'll contact you when arrangements are complete. The ranger team will escort you home. Jack Draker accepted, instantly calculating internally. For the renowned Renherd Guild to fold this easily, that patient must be incredibly valuable to them. The ranger squad turned to leave. Seeing Jack Draker still seated, one of them barked out. Hey! He pointed to the exit. Move it. Outside, a muscular steed awaited. Jack Draker whistled, impressed. Oh ho, that is one magnificent warhorse you have there. He brushed past the warriors, whispering, I'll put this beast to good use. The moment Jack Draker mounted, the duo turned to leave. The brown-haired ranger threw a remark over his shoulder. Business is concluded. We're out of here. But Jack Draker's voice froze them in their tracks. So does this mean your contract with Renharat is officially terminated? They spun around, drilling holes into him with their eyes. You speak the Goka tongue, the ranger demanded. Do the Draken people even bother learning our language? Jack Draker smirked. Call it a hobby. He waved off the surprise. But enough small talk. Let's discuss currency. I have a job for you mercenaries. A rescue mission from Morkan prison. The brown-haired man exchanged a glance with his partner, falling into a thoughtful silence. Seeing their hesitation, Jack Draker pressed. What's the matter? Is my offer not tempting enough? The ranger flinched. No, the gold isn't the issue. In fact, compared to Renharat, it's a fortune. The problem, he continued, is the client. Our king despises dealing with the transcendent families. Jack Draker furrowed his brow, letting out an exasperated sigh. Are you serious? You're hesitating over politics. I already have the cover identity Renharat prepared. Just file the commission under that alias and send the papers to Goka. The logic held. The brown-haired ranger nodded. Fair point, as long as we don't get caught. Jack Draker raised a finger. But before that, we still have a score to settle, don't we? The ranger looked genuinely confused. In a blur of motion, Jack Draker slammed 2 daggers into the earth at their feet. The blood drained from both rangers' faces instantly. For the rangers of the Goka kingdom, the kukri is not just a blade. It is the soul of a warrior. A partner as sacred as their very lives. The fact that Jack Draker had lifted their weapons without them noticing meant he could have slit their throats just as easily. Jack Draker's voice dropped to absolute zero. Consider this payback for the kidnapping. Terror seized them as they realized the impossible gap in strength. Cold sweat dripped down the brown-haired man's face as he grit his teeth. What in the hell? Is this monster? Jack Draker shot them a playful glance, his smile laced with danger. I see your command of the mainland common tongue is quite fluent as well. Farewell, until we meet again. With the Renharat business concluded, Jack Draker officially began his quest to recruit his party, a crucial arc for this Manhwa recap. His targets, the legendary heroes known as the 5-Star Knights Warriors, who etched their names into history during the Great Continental War before the regression. Recruiting them now would secure a powerhouse lineup for the battles ahead. Thanks to Principal Frobert, who had a soft spot for him, Jack Draker confirmed they all hailed from Valhalla Academy. The only issue was timing. The silent knight Bisoft Kastic had already graduated and was serving in the JBY Kingdom's Knight Order, the Black Tortoise Knight. Jeffrey Solma was busy with senior year field internships. Meanwhile, Aster Aladop had dropped out, plagued by severe insomnia. Jenna wouldn't enroll until next year. However, as a fellow pureblood, Jack Draker knew their paths were destined to cross eventually. Jack Draker clenched his fists, calculating his moves. That leaves only Diego. The scene shifts to a club where Diego is belting out a song as the lead vocalist. The band jammed on their instruments, and surprisingly, Jack Draker was among them. His face screamed boredom as he thought, wait a minute, what on earth am I doing here? He recalled coming to Diego's clubroom to recruit him not to join a band, but Diego threw an arm around his shoulder, grinning like a fool. Bro, your timing is impeccable. We have a vacancy, and it's got your name on it. Jack Draker blinked, confused. Excuse me, Diego cut him off. Oh, come on. Just admit it. You're dying to play some music. I get it, I really do. Congratulations on officially joining the Fusion New Music Research Club of the Southern Continent. After a bout of depression, Jack Draker decided to hell with it all. He surrendered to the rhythm, his body moving wildly with the crew, thinking, let's just enjoy the moment. Later, he stumbled out of the club, limbs heavy as lead. He muttered, damn it. I got completely swept up in Diego's rhythm. Returning to the training hall, the butler was already there to receive him. Jack Draker loosened his shoulders and commanded, I begin my cultivation now. Tell the servants no one is to disturb me. Gazing at the obsidian blade, Jack Draker focused. First, channel the aura through the meridians. From the microcosmic orbit to the macrocosmic orbit, he pored over the ancient tome Tarakan had left behind. What in the world? These terms. They're archaic, completely foreign to modern theory. It started to make sense why Satan evolved this technique into the Dragonslayer arts. It wasn't about finesse. It was about compressing a cataclysmic amount of aura and unleashing it all at once, something ordinary skills couldn't handle. This swordsmanship wasn't designed for dueling mere humans. It was forged for one purpose, only to slaughter dragons. Its destructive potential rivaled even the elemental swords. Gripping the black blade, Jack Draker realized every movement in this art was exaggerated for a reason. A single strike had to be enough to decapitate a behemoth, compress the aura to its absolute breaking point, and bring the heavens crashing down. As he translated theory into action, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence outside the training hall. The butler watched in awe as Jack Draker executed the Dragonslayer arts. Each slash tore through the air, whipping up a storm of dust. Yet Jack Draker wasn't winded. He smirked. Ha! This heaven-blessed body is truly a cheat code. A blue window popped up, a classic trope of this leveling manhwa. System alert. Heaven-blessed body, active. Physical potential maximized. Technique comprehension accelerated. Aura conductivity significantly boosted. With this buff, the path to mastery wasn't a guess. It was a roadmap. Jack Draker could see the trajectory of perfection glowing right before his eyes. Repetition brought refinement. I can feel it, he thought, his blades singing through the air. Faster, sharper, stronger. He swung upward, a vertical slash that seemed to rend the very fabric of space. But Jack Draker froze, eyes wide. What was that? He had only just broken through the red wall of limitation. So why was he standing before the black wall already? In his mind's eye, a towering obsidian barrier blocked his path. He muttered, "They say if you rush your cultivation, the walls to the next realm only grow higher and harder to scale." But deep within his core, the heart of Bahamut roared in resonance with the Dragonslayer arts. Power flooded his veins. I can't lose this sensation, Jack Draker told himself. One more swing. As he pushed past his limits, a crimson magic crest seared itself onto his chest. His eyes rolled back, turning pitch black as veins bulged against his skin. The system blared. Warning. The heart of Bahamut is reacting to Satan Draker's technique. Ancient memories carved into the dragon's heart began to overwrite reality. Jack Draker gasped. Is this a flashback? Bahamut's memories? His consciousness was pulled into a void of darkness. I can't see. Then a presence emerged. A masked figure spoke, "O ruler of Twilight Bahamut, I have a request." Bahamut the Dragonlord stared down at the human, letting out a heavy ancient sigh. The man produced a tome from his robes. I wish to entrust you with the Dragonslayer arts. The ultimate technique I created. Bahamut glared at the human hero. I knew you were an insolent pest, Satan, but I didn't realize you were completely insane. Watching from above, Jack Draker realized, that's Satan Draker. Bahamut continued, voice dripping with disbelief. You intend to give a dragon-slaying technique to a dragon. Precisely. Kronos has already given his blessing. You know the reason why. The moment Satan spoke that name, Bahamut stomped, shattering the earth beneath them. Killing intent exploded from the dragon, suffocating the air. Kronos has been seduced by humanity, Bahamut roared. He has lost the right to be the coordinator. Space warped around the dragon as countless magic spears materialized. Satan gripped his blade, his stance shifting instantly to battle readiness. I will not heed the prophecy of a fallen god. Bahamut bellowed his roar, freezing the very atmosphere. The sky rained death. The magic spears launched at godspeed. Satan didn't flinch. His sword became a blur of steel, deflecting the titanic projectiles. He deflected one only for a dozen more to take its place instantly. It was a relentless bombardment. Satan fought like a demon, shattering the constructs with overwhelming force. But in a split second of vulnerability, a spear slipped through, detonating mere feet from his face. The blast shook the foundations of the world. Mercilessly, Bahamut rained more spears into the smoke, layering destruction upon destruction. Jack Draker watched, trembling in sheer terror. Is this the draconic ultimate magic? This is the apex of power. Absolutely incomprehensible. If that were me, I'd be dust after the first hit. Yet Satan, he's tanking it all. As the dust settled, Satan stood unscathed, having neutralized every attack. Jack Draker's jaw dropped. That human, he's a monster that defies logic. Seeing his assault fail, Bahamut's rage spiked. Leave my domain, Satan Draker, or the next spear pierces the heart of the Kronos kingdom. Satan remained calm, his voice steady. Are you certain? Walk that path and you will face the retribution of karma. Bahamut sneered. Retribution? Don't make me laugh. What do you short-lived insects know of cosmic law? I can squash you pests by the millions and the universe won't blink. To prove his point, the dragon summoned a sphere of annihilation poised to erase Satan from existence. Satan drove his blade into the earth, his expression hardening. In the end, it seems Kronos' prophecy was inevitable. He revealed an artifact that made the Dragonlord's eyes widen in shock. Bahamut immediately conjured a massive magical greatsword, screaming, You think a trinket of Kronos can suppress me? The Dragonlord brought the Colossus blade down, and for a terrifying moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Sat flipped the cover of the pocket watch, and the hands struck high noon. Instantly, a golden magic circle blazed into existence beneath him. Zeke watched in awe as the massive greatsword froze mid-air, inches from Sat's face. Zeke's mind raced. Is Bahamut launching an attack? No. The dragon isn't moving. He's completely paralyzed by Satan's spell. Zeke narrowed his eyes, the realization hitting him. That terrifying magical pressure. It's all coming from that watch. Bahamut's words echoed in his mind. You think the power of Kronos can stop me? There was no mistake. That artifact held the primordial authority of the time god Kronos. The mana around the dragon vibrated violently, the shockwaves heavy enough to crush bone. Zik grit his teeth, shielding his ears as pain spiked through his head. Is the seal breaking already? He risked a glance at the beast. Bahamut slammed a massive claw down, forcing Satan to pour even more mana into the suppression circle. The dragon's body slammed against the invisible weight of gravity. The ground shattered under his claws, and Bahamut glared at the human with eyes burning with ancient fury. Sat Jack Draker. That illusion just now. Satan nodded solemnly. Indeed, it was the prophecy of Kronos. Now do you understand why I entrusted you with the dragon-slaying arts? Bahamut cursed, his voice a low rumble of thunder. Damn it all. Signing a contract with a human was a mistake from the very start. I agree. Humanity must learn to stand on its own 2 feet. The dragon's voice softened slightly. Fine. Show it to me. This so-called technique to butcher my kind. Bahamut scanned the manual, a deep growl rising from his throat. You actually dared to create something this dangerous. Satan remained calm. It is necessary to protect this world. Bullshit, Bahamut spat. You mean to protect your precious humans, not the world. I will hold on to this, but hear me well, unless the prophecy comes to pass, this power must never see the light of day. Satan didn't hesitate. Agreed. As the man walked away, he threw one last truth over his shoulder. Even without the arts, humans will eventually awaken their aura. The dragon glared at his retreating figure. When that day comes, I will wipe you all out myself. Such power is not meant for insects. Satan offered a faint, bitter smile. How ironic. I created the art out of fear. Yet I trust you and Kronos more than my own kind. He paused, turning back to the beast one last time. Kronos used to say something constantly. That one day even you would find a contractor worthy of sharing your heart. Satan vanished, leaving Bahamut alone in the freezing darkness of the cave. The thought lingered like a curse. Share my heart, ridiculous. Such a thing will never happen. Snap! The vision shattered, expelling Zik from the dragon's memories. Staring at the ceiling, he whispered into the silence. Most of that was a riddle. But one thing is certain. Having absorbed his heart, I can feel Bahamut's deep-seated paranoia towards humans. So why the hell did he contract with Terracan? It doesn't add up. Driven by the memory, Zik dove into an investigation, but the truth was buried. The Jack Draker family had falsified everything. In this era, Bahamut, the dragon who trusted Satan, was painted as a villain, his true history erased. While Zik continued honing the dragon-slaying arts, a notification pinged. It was Renharis. The first request was ready. He flipped the golden invitation card in his hand. Vice Branch Manager of the Southern Continent. They really went all out. Isn't this a bit excessive? Suddenly a carrier pigeon tapped at the window. Zik smirked. Looks like Kay has finally made her move. Scene changed, the secret garden of the Syndicate's Atlas branch. Zik passed through the gilded doors, entering the VIP lounge hidden within the hotel's garden. Kay was waiting. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw him. Welcome, partner. Zik raised an eyebrow. Partner, huh? That has a nice ring to it. He walked to the window, gazing out at the sprawling metropolis. Silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken thoughts. The city lights glittered like jewels. I've been in Atlas for a while, Zik murmured. But seeing it like this, it still feels unreal. I suppose it makes sense. My memories are filled with ruins and war. This peace. It feels more alien than the battlefield. He turned back, shaking off the gloom. I didn't expect a place like this in Atlas. Kay poured a drink, amused. Mesmerized by the scenery. It is majestic, isn't it? This hotel is just a side hustle for the Syndicate. Those of us in the shadows always need a quiet place to talk. Zik held up a hand. Hold on. I'll pass on the wine. Next time have some tea ready. Kay giggled, covering her mouth. Excuse me. Don't tell me you're refusing because you're a minor. I didn't take you for the cute, law-abiding type. Zik scoffed, annoyed. It's not that. Drinking just feels pointless. His mind flashed back to the Academy celebration. He had tried to drink then. But just like in any classic system, Manhwa, his passive skill, 10,000 poisons immunity, treated the alcohol as a toxin and neutralized it instantly. Before I regressed, I drank to forget. Now I can't even get tipsy. I'd rather just enjoy a good cup of tea. System alert, alcohol detected, purging toxins. Kay shrugged, pouring herself a glass. Fine. You're a tea person. Got it. Anyway, enough small talk. I have something to show you. She turned, rummaging through her bag. Zik sighed internally. She really hears only what she wants to hear. Kay slammed a stack of photos and documents onto the table. That guy you're backing, Pavella, turns out he used to be a pirate. I dug into his past. The evidence is overwhelming. It's strange no one noticed sooner. The White Silver Knights wiped out the pirates at the exact moment Peerless started his meteoric rise. But that's not even the best part. I found something even more interesting. Zick leaned in, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Kay pointed at a photo. Joaquin Fernandez, a Kal Mencho, a key figure in the Jack Draker organization, caught trading with his supposed enemy Peerless. The intel was a ticking time bomb too explosive to report up the chain just yet. Sometimes letting the chaos brew within the syndicate is the superior strategy. She continued, voice steady. Regarding that artifact you asked me to fence? But the moment the words left her lips, Kay's face drained of all color, seized by sudden terror. Jack cut in, his voice commanding, "You've done a magnificent job, Kay." He began to outline the master plan to throne her as the syndicate's new boss, the scene shifting to a desolate train station under a weeping sky. Jack strode through the downpour, his gaze locked on the holographic interface hovering before him. Warp gate. Activate at designated coordinates. Staring at the glowing system panel, Jack smirked. Excellent. Preparations are complete. It cost a fortune in karma points to abuse this feature. But using the minimap's teleportation function, a staple cheat in any system, Manhwa ensures I'm completely off the grid, eliminating even the slightest possibility of being a suspect. In a world where even the 3 transcendental families struggle with spatial magic, a caster capable of personal teleportation is a creature of legend. Moving between cities usually requires the massive warp gates of the magic tower. Simply put, this crime was perfectly camouflaged as a tragic natural accident. Jack's inner thoughts turned dark. Just imagining the look on that old bastard's face. He couldn't suppress a sinister grin. Tonight, the world is going to burn. The scene shifts to the dead of night, the air warping from the heat as a hellish inferno erupts. Civilians screamed, "Fire! Call the water mages. If we don't stop it, the whole block will go up in ash." Where is the building owner? Why aren't the mages here yet? Jack stood motionless in the panic-stricken crowd, a silent predator watching his handiwork unfold. Cutting to Kay, she lit a cigarette with trembling hands, thinking, that boy, he truly has the Devouring bloodline. He's not just bold, he's completely, utterly insane. Flashback to their meeting. Kay slammed her hand on the table, rage flaring. What, you intend to burn down every Soma warehouse owned by Min in the central continent? Jack nodded calmly. Precisely. Now hand over the coordinates. Kay shot back. That is top-secret intel known only to Min, the syndicate executives, and myself. If we do that, we'll be exposed instantly. Jack merely shrugged, a devilish smile playing on his lips. Even better. I never planned to hide it. We're going to frame Min for everything. The fewer suspects there are, the easier the cleanup. Besides, the syndicate still doesn't know Pavel is actually a pirate, do they? Kay nodded slowly. Right, I haven't reported that yet. Then realization struck her like a lightning bolt. Wait. Surely you don't mean... Jack grinned, anticipating her horror. I knew you were sharp. He swept his arm across the table, shattering the wine glasses. Exactly. We don't need to get our hands dirty. Jack's expression twisted into pure madness as he continued. We just need to drag every undecided executive, those fence-sitters between Min and Pavel, into this game, and then leak everything to John Johan. Kay froze, her blood running cold at the sheer audacity of his scheme. She bit her lip until it bled, stammering. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Jack replied, cold as steel. I know exactly what I'm doing. Kay's voice shook. This is suicide. You know the fate awaiting traitors in this organization. Jack slammed his fist down, the sound echoing like a gunshot. When the executives are wiped out, who will be left to define what betrayal is? Do you plan to be a pawn for the rest of your life? You accepted the offer to become the leader, didn't you? From this moment on, there are no minions, only rulers. Make your choice. Kay fell silent, the weight of his words crushing her hesitation. He's right. She clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms. I didn't join this hellhole just to remain a servant forever. Jack DeVere possessed supernatural intelligence, uncovering Pavel's pirate identity, and locating ancient ruins that no one else could find, hoarding high-tier artifacts like a dragon. After witnessing his god-tier abilities, Kay knew she had no choice but to board this sinking ship and sail it to glory. She reached out, grabbing the wine bottle from Jack's hand. Her body trembled violently, fighting her survival instincts. How can I back down now after hearing a plan like that? With resolve hardening her eyes, Kay chugged the wine straight from the bottle, shocking Jack. She slammed it down, screaming, Is that all you got? If we fail, we die anyway. This is the biggest gamble of my life. She wiped the wine from her lips, staring into Jack's soul. I'm all in. Seeing her reckless determination, Jack smiled with bloodlust. Now that's the spirit. I promise you this is one bet you won't regret. Back in the present, Kay gripped her cigarette, her arm shaking uncontrollably. She grabbed her own wrist to steady it, whispering, Jack Deaver, I'm betting my life on you. On the table lay a newspaper detailing the catastrophic fires across the central continent. Was it coincidence or calculated malice? Last night, multiple infernos erupted simultaneously across the region. Investigators have concluded that due to the vast distances, a coordinated crime is impossible. The buildings were incinerated down to the foundation. Not a single scrap of evidence survived the flames. The final verdict, a tragic accident caused by human negligence. The scene shifts to the imposing mansion of John Johann. He sat in his office, staring out at the dark abyss of the night, muttering, "I don't know who you are, you rat. But I swear, I won't let you die a peaceful death." Meanwhile, back at the academy dorms, Jack tapped his finger rhythmically on the desk. Another semester ending. It's been 6 months since I revealed my blue realm aura in this leveling Manhwa world. I knew I'd have to leave eventually, but actually holding the invitation to the promotion banquet, my heart is racing. The promotion banquet. A rite of passage for the Devouring bloodline, celebrating those who have transcended the golden swordsman rank to achieve the title of knight. For a Devouring reaching the blue knight realm usually takes 20 years. Those who fail often choose death. That is why they call this the Devouring debut. Jack closed his eyes, lost in memory. It's been nearly 3 years since I saw the family head. I just hope the reunion doesn't turn bloody. Scene transition to the opulent banquet hall in the City of Four Seasons. Arthur stood among the elite, swirling a golden goblet. A figure approached, bowing deeply. "Greetings, Lord of the Deaver clan." Arthur turned his gaze toward the man, his voice echoing with authority. "Oh, you've arrived." Ian smiled respectfully. "I trust you have been well, Patriarch." He scanned the room, adding, "I must say I've never seen so many heavy hitters attend a mere promotion banquet before." "True. Very true." Arthur replied, his gaze sweeping over the vibrant festivities before him. A faint, satisfied smile played upon his lips as he spoke. After all, being the youngest blue knight on the continent attracts attention like a moth to a flame. Hearing this, Abel forced a polite smile, but beneath the surface, a dark, indescribable rage boiled in his gut. I was the record holder before him, Abel thought bitterly. Why do they have to keep rubbing it in? Suddenly, Arthur turned, cutting through Abel's toxic spiral. "It seems Jack is arriving soon. I must prepare for the ceremony. A pity we couldn't speak longer after all this time." Abel immediately bowed, displaying perfect etiquette. "Please pay it no mind, Patriarch," Abel replied smoothly. Arthur turned to leave, tossing back a casual command. "Make sure you enjoy this precious banquet while it lasts." "Understood, my lord," Abel answered instantly. But as he watched Arthur walk away, the mask slipped. A terrifying flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The scene then shifts to our protagonist, Jack. Adjusting his collar, Jack muttered, "This atmosphere is truly suffocating." He turned to Duke, curiosity in his voice. "It's been incredibly hard to catch a glimpse of Master lately, hasn't it?" Duke groaned. "Don't get me started. I'm supposed to be retired yet. Here I am, worked like a beast of burden. I can't even go home," he scoffed. "I'm buried in work because of that damned Arthur. And today I'm reduced to a tour guide." He had the nerve to say, "A master guiding his disciple is only natural. That blockhead has absolutely no shame." Hearing the old man's grievances, Jack furrowed his brow. No wonder his complexion looks so terrible, he thought. "The old man is being worked to the bone," Jack asked. "So are we heading to the Spring Garden?" Duke nodded solemnly. "That's right. Within the Four Seasons city, it's the only sector where outsiders are permitted entry." Jack mentally reviewed the layout, a classic trope in any system manhwa. The Draker stronghold was divided into 4 distinct zones. As Duke said, Spring Garden was the public face, hosting almost all external events. The summer sector served as the administrative heart, handling all clan affairs and housing the Patriarch's personal office. Autumn was the sacred ground for internal rites like the induction of clan knights. Finally, there was Winter, the vault, storing ancient artifacts amassed over thousands of years of history. "I've only ever heard stories," Jack realized. "This is the first time I've actually set foot on these grounds. In my past life, at this exact point in time, I had already been expelled from the academy." After a long walk, they stood before a colossal gate. Duke let out a sigh. "We have arrived." He turned to Jack, his expression serious. "From here, you must walk alone. This gate opens only for the main character of tonight's banquet." Placing a heavy hand on Jack's shoulder, Duke added, "I have other duties, so I cannot attend. But don't lose heart. Walk in there with your head held high." Jack offered a faint smile. "Having someone actually worry about me. It's not a bad feeling," he mused. Aloud, he teased, "Master, you really do worry about everything, don't you?" Duke let out a hearty laugh. "Ha, just make sure you don't cause a scene, all right." As Jack stepped through the threshold, ceremonial trumpets and drums thundered in welcome. The announcer's voice boomed. "The guest of honor, Lord Jack Draker, is now entering." Under Abel's watchful gaze, Jack strode forward with regal confidence, drawing gasps of awe from the crowd. Whispers rippled through the onlookers. "Oh, is that truly Lord Jack? Only 15 yet, he's reached the Blue Knight realm truly worthy of the golden bloodline awakening. But I never imagined he would shatter Lord Abel's record for the youngest Blue Knight. Another voice chimed in. Oh, you haven't heard? Lord Jack didn't just beat the record. He obliterated every single achievement Lord Abel ever set in the academy. The listener gasped in pure shock. Jack reached the dais and knelt on one knee before Arthur. The patriarch leader of all Dragonslayers declared, I hereby proclaim that Jack Draker shall take his first steps on the path of the night. Arthur rested the ceremonial blade upon Jack's shoulder, his voice resonating through the hall. In the name of Draker, I bestow blessings upon Jack's radiant future. You shall walk a path of glory. From this moment forth, Jack Draker is anointed as an official knight of the Draker clan. Jack's eyes widened, his composure cracking for a split second. Arthur continued relentlessly, and he is hereby granted the title of knight. The declaration sent a shockwave through the guests. One nobleman stammered, What an official knight of Draker at merely 15 years old. Even for the youngest, Blue Knight, isn't this decision far too rash? Jack himself was reeling. The requirements for official knighthood in the Draker family aren't just about raw power, he analyzed. The Draker bloodline is blessed by aura itself. Awakening early or reaching the Blue Realm is considered almost a given for us. That is precisely why the clan values tangible achievements far more than simple cultivation realms. Even Abel, the previous prodigy, had to spend at least 3 months accumulating merit before receiving his official knighthood. That delay proves how absolute the merit requirement is. Yet Arthur's declaration just now completely shatters the established tradition. Although granting titles is the patriarch's prerogative and no one dares object, something feels off. Jack narrowed his eyes. What exactly is that man plotting? Arthur extended a hand toward the crowd. Today I am honored to introduce my son. Not only is he the wielder of the unprecedented Golden Awakening, but he is also the youngest to ever reach the Blue Knight realm. I have faith that one day he will surpass even me to become a legendary knight. Raising his wineglass, Arthur smiled charismatically. But I have no desire to be a doting father who brags endlessly, so I shall stop here. Let us conclude this ceremony with a toast. To the limitless future of this talented young man, and to the eternal peace and prosperity of our continent. He raised the glass higher. For Draker. The crowd roared in unison. For Draker. For Draker. As the chant faded, Arthur and the guests drank, sealing the celebration. Jack watched him coldly. In my past life, when the academy expelled me, this man stayed silent. He didn't lift a finger. And now he's playing the role of the proud father just because his son showed some talent. Jack. Arthur's voice snapped him back to reality. Jack quickly bowed. Yes, Patriarch. Arthur commanded, let us move to a more private location. I desire a conversation between just the two of us as father and son. As they departed, the banquet swung into full gear. A young man with glasses leaned in toward Abel. Hey, Abel. Don't you think you should control your expression a bit? Abel's face was a mask of twisted fury, radiating an aura so murderous it made others tremble. The glasses-wearing noble continued, That isn't the look an older brother should have when celebrating his youngest sibling's success. Hearing this, Abel instantly wiped the emotion from his face, returning to a cold, impassive mask. The crowd began to murmur with restless impatience. Where is the prince? He claimed he would arrive the moment this tedious ceremony concluded. Surely he must be here by now. Aben turned, his voice cutting through the noise. Then, we must make haste. The blonde noble nodded in agreement. My thoughts exactly. The scene shifts to Zeke. Having finished his private audience with the family head, he stepped out of the chamber. In his hand, he clutched a heavy badge bearing the intricate crest of the clan. His mind raced with possibilities. A token. One that can be exchanged for a legendary artifact from the family treasury. Why would the patriarch entrust such a thing to me? A storm of questions clouded his mind. He scratched his head, muttering to himself. Well, it is not exactly a curse. I suppose it is a blessing in disguise. Damn it. I simply can't wrap my head around his intentions. But a far greater crisis loomed before him. This banquet wasn't a one-night affair. It was a marathon stretching over several grueling days. How in the world am I supposed to survive this? How do they maintain those porcelain masks of perfection for days on end without cracking? Truly surviving the battlefield of high society was a feat not everyone could master. Suddenly a voice chimed from behind. Sir Zeke. The sound pulled him from his thoughts. Zeke turned to find a young woman approaching, dipping into a graceful curtsy. This is the first time I have had the honor of meeting you in person. I am Melissa Alenia, the first princess of the Kingdom of Alenia. Zeke's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied her. His gaze sharpened, assessing every detail like a blade testing armor. Isn't she the prime candidate for the throne? With the king bedridden and incompetent, she had taken the reins, pushing radical policies that shattered barriers for the common people. Because of that, the people adored her. To them, she was a beacon of hope, a warm fire burning brightly in the coldest of nights. But that light cast long shadows. Her actions had sparked a silent war with the Elenian nobility, those desperate to cling to their ancient privileges. Zeke felt silent memories of the pre-regression timeline flooding back like the lore of a dark leveling Manhwa. If Melissa officially takes the crown, those snakes will eventually come crawling to her feet. Right now they fight her tooth and nail. But in my previous life, when the conflict with the Rom Empire reached its boiling point, this promising princess suddenly cut all diplomatic ties and vanished into thin air. Rumors spread like wildfire that the Empire had assassinated her. But when Elenia fell in the flames of war, the truth was buried forever in the sands of history. Zeke pressed his lips together, his gaze intense as he scrutinized the delicate features of her face. In this timeline, however, she has remained surprisingly quiet. But her presence here at my promotion ceremony, it suggests the gears of fate are still turning smoothly. For now, at least. A spark lit up within Zeke's eyes. He squinted slightly. Wait a minute. A memory flashed Cleve's words during a private conversation. The royal family of Elenia. Zeke looked at Melissa, her blue hair framing a warm, friendly smile. Without hesitation, he placed a hand over his heart and bowed with perfect courtly elegance. The honor is entirely mine, Princess Melissa. He smiled, stepping forward to welcome her. Your reputation precedes you. I am truly humbled that you would grace my celebration with your presence. Melissa's eyes widened, a soft gasp escaping her lips. Oh, you know of me. His warm reception caught her off guard. Of course, Zeke replied smoothly. I have long admired your policies regarding the welfare of the common folk. His calm voice cut through the raucous party atmosphere like a clear bell. While the guests hear chatter, he continued, Many assume your actions are merely for show. Simple charity from those who have too much to spare. Zeke tilted his head, his smile professional, yet laced with deep understanding. But the reality is different, isn't it? From the budget allocation to the finest details, every move was a calculated masterpiece. His sharp insight left Melissa speechless. Her eyes shimmered wide with shock. She covered her mouth, hiding her surprise. The rumors were true. He is nothing like the other knights. Seeing her silence, Zeke panicked slightly. Forgive me, did I overstep? Melissa shook her head, a radiant smile breaking through. Not at all. I just didn't expect anyone to understand the true burden of it. I admit I am a bit moved. She bowed politely. I should let you attend to your guests. It was a pleasure, Sir Zeke. Zeke blinked, caught off guard. Oh, you are leaving already. The blue-haired princess gave a gentle, knowing smile. I would love to speak more, she admitted, but I cannot monopolize the main character of the evening. Zeke frowned slightly, glancing around the hall. Silence had fallen, though no one spoke. Heavy, curious gazes pressed in on them. Melissa could feel the weight of their scrutiny. Her voice softened, carrying a hidden promise. Do not be too disappointed, Sir Zeke. She chuckled softly behind her hand. I am certain fate will bring us together again. As Zeke politely saw off the final guest from that wave, he let out a long, heavy sigh. He watched the procession fade away. Finally, the greetings are over. I can breathe. On the outside, he remained the picture of stoic perfection, but inside he was exhausted. These banquets are torture. I would take a brutal training session with Kaya over this any day. Clang, clang. Heavy footsteps echoed, accompanied by the grinding of steel plates. Zeke's instincts flared. He scanned the crowd, his guard instantly up. Who brings full plate armor to a banquet? A booming voice thundered through the hall. A crimson cape snapped in the air. Ah, there you are. I have found you at last. A man stepped into the light-polished armor, gleaming a longsword at his hip. His presence was overwhelming, radiating pure, unadulterated authority. You must be the hero of the hour. It was Carlos, the fourth prince of the Rom Empire, the very man who, alongside Aben, ignited the great war that consumed the continent before Zeke's regression. He strode forward with the confidence of a lion. Zeke, the youngest to ever earn the title of Blue Knight, correct? Carlos extended a hand, his tone friendly, yet dripping with imperial arrogance. I am Carlos Nova Constantine, fourth prince of the Rome Empire. Instead of taking the hand, Zeke stepped back. He placed one hand on his chest, the other behind his back, a bow of perfect distance and respect. It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness. Thank you for gracing my humble celebration. Carlos froze. He hadn't expected the handshake to be dodged with such polite precision. A shadow crossed his face but vanished in a heartbeat. He laughed, slinging an arm around Zeke's neck like an old drinking buddy. Oh, come now, drop the stiff formalities, let us drink like men. Zeke felt the heavy arm on his neck and the life drained from his eyes. He stared into the void. Carlos ignored the awkwardness, shouting to the servants with wild excitement. You there, bring the wine, the best you have. This is a historic moment, the meeting of Carlos, the continent's greatest lover, and Zeke, the future strongest knight. Crimson liquid flowed into the goblet, swirling violently until droplets splashed over the rim. Carlos raised his glass high, his voice booming. Come, this is a gift from the Empire itself. Drain it to the last drop. The onlookers watched nervously as Zeke took the glass, whispers rippling through the room. Is he really accepting the fourth prince's invitation so easily? He may be a blue knight, but he is still a novice in the game of politics. Oblivious to the tension, Carlos let out a wild cheer. Whoa, that was intense. The crowd buzzed with whispers. This prince is truly arrogant. Given the prestige of the Ako clan, you'd think he'd tread more carefully instead of acting so crude. Carrot threw his head back in laughter, his voice booming with excitement. Good, magnificent, I like you. Tonight you drink with me until our legs give out. Suddenly a sharp voice sliced through the tension. Your Highness, when did you arrive? The man placed a hand over his heart and bowed. Greetings to the rising sun of our great empire. Carrot slapped Aben on the shoulder, grinning. Oh, Aben. Will you join the revelry? Aben replied, his tone dripping with respect. I am honored by the invitation, but I have urgent matters to discuss with your Highness privately. The prince's grin vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. If it is urgent, speak your mind. Aben lowered his voice, an air of mystery surrounding him. There are too many prying eyes here. It would be wise to relocate. Deke watched in silence, feeling the heavy tension in the air. Carrot nodded. Very well. If you say so, I shall heed your counsel. He turned with a flourish, his red cape snapping majestically. Apologies I invited you yet. I must depart. Next time we shall drink under the moonlight and share epic tales of the Dragonslayer legend. Carrot and Aben marched off with their entourage, leaving the crowd trembling. Murmurs erupted. Is a man like that truly a prince of the Empire? The Eastern Empire has always lacked legitimacy, another whispered. But Lord Aben's handling of the situation? Impressive. His high reputation is well earned. Deke's eyes narrowed as he took it all in. Interesting. The crowd has nothing but praise for Aben. To the ignorant, it looks like he saved the prince from embarrassment. Deke's expression hardened. But this meeting happened far sooner than in my memories before the regression. This isn't just a standard Manhwa recap. History is changing. Their familiarity suggests a long-standing alliance. He imagined them conspiring in the shadows. The Continental War. It is closer than I anticipated. At the Grand Estate, the sunlight struck the architecture, emphasizing its overwhelming power and solemnity. Deke stared at the insignia in his hand, a token to claim a treasure from the Ako clan. His mind drifted back to his private audience with the Patriarch. Is your plan to become the strongest on the continent proceeding well? The Patriarch asked. Deke replied cautiously, yes, all thanks to the family head. The old man's words seemed harmless, yet they weighed on Deke like a mountain. Salfit's family head we are in private. Call me father. Deke lifted his teacup, taking a sip while discreetly shifting his gaze. It echoed Kaya's words, call me sister. He set the cup down deep in thought. Now I recognize that unsettling feeling. Aben is making bold moves, even swaying the Council of Elders. Kaya noticed and prepared countermeasures, but Patriarch Athu seems oblivious. Or perhaps he is turning a blind eye. If he knows of Aben's scheme yet repeats Kaya's words, is it a warning or mere coincidence? Regardless, I must act assuming Athu sides with Aben to ensure my survival. He glanced at the Patriarch, sipping tea, and replied softly, yes, father. Athu smirked. Father, that sounds pleasant to the ear. Very well. I shall grant you a gift to fuel your ambition. He slid an object across the table, the solitary badge. This token grants you access to the treasures hidden within the East Vault. Deke held it, unable to suppress a smile. The East Vault, famous across the continent for holding the rarest ancient artifacts. Athu raised a hand. However, heed this warning, amidst the priceless treasures lie piles of magnificent trash glittering only on the surface. Deke nodded. I will remember, father. Back in the present, Deke stood in the dim corridor clutching the token. His eyes gleamed. I don't know his true angle, but rumors say the Dragonslayer artifacts are in the East Vault. He grinned. Whatever can be used, I will exploit to the fullest. Upon arrival, an elegant receptionist approached, her voice soft, yet commanding. I have been expecting you, Lord Deke. Before you enter, allow me to brief you on the archive rules. Please follow me. She led the way with confident strides, her sharp eyes betraying a deep familiarity with every shadow of this place. According to records, this archive holds 17,000 rare relics, unique treasures. You may choose based on quantity, and there is no time limit for your selection. Her voice dropped grave and warning. However, once you leave, you may never return. Please keep this firmly in mind. Deke scanned the vast, silent hall. Not a soul in sight. He frowned suspicious. A repository of such rare artifacts yet unguarded. The receptionist smiled faintly, a glint of arrogance in her eyes. Because guards are unnecessary, she explained, her tone smooth. The security magic here rivals the Patriarch's office. Every artifact is catalogued and bound by high-tier spells. Theft is a virtual impossibility. Deke nodded slightly. True enough. One should never judge a book by its cover. She led him to an ancient metallic pedestal shimmering in the dim light. Now please insert your token here, she urged. Her voice held a hint of impatience. Deke complied, slotting the token into the lock. Instantly the space trembled violently, as if the room itself was undergoing an awakening Manhwa transformation. The colossal doors groaned open. Dust billowed out, carrying the scent of ancient history from a place long untouched by time. Deke stood, frozen eyes wide. His heart hammered against his ribs as a breathtakingly vast dimension revealed itself. Towering shelves overflowed with the Ako clan's treasures. He stepped inside, gaze darting wildly. It's even more massive on the inside, as expected of this legendary family. The receptionist bowed from the entrance. I shall take my leave now. Deke nodded, then turned back with a smirk. Just checking the stats of these artifacts would take a lifetime. He looked up, eyes blazing with determination. System. Can I sort these artifacts according to my specific criteria? This is a classic system Manhwa moment after all. A holographic notification flashed. Administrator request confirmed. Activating link with Dragon Eyes. Please utilize Dragon Eyes to scan items. Deke muttered. Scan with Dragon Eyes. Realization dawned, and his lips curled into a predator's grin. Ah, I get it now. He stretched, joints popping. Time to get to work. All right, time to warm up. The system chimed in with a new update. Dragon's Eye, activate time to see the hidden truth of this world. Administrator privileges confirmed, custom filtering enabled. Kay slammed his foot down, channeling the wind/art, and the shadowless stepped to break the sound barrier. He became a blur, tearing through the aisles like a hurricane. His gaze was razor sharp, processing data at a speed that defied logic. After a lap around the vault, he skid to a halt, exhaling a sharp breath. That should cover it. The system responded instantly, mapping all registered artifacts to the mini-map now. Total count 17,138. Kay furrowed his brow at the holographic display. That's way more than I anticipated. He barked out a command. Filter out the trash. Remove all common items and consumables. The system obeyed without question. Sorting inventory per administrator's request. Remaining count 9,832. Kay sighed, shaking his head. Still a haystack. Time to raise the bar. Remove any weapon with stats lower than my black sword. A cascade of notifications flashed as thousands of dots vanished. Kay watched the purge. A satisfied smirk curled on his lips. Every single sword, gone. Does that mean my black sword is the apex predator here? But then, something caught his eye. He scoffed, pointing at a lone blip. What is that? Why is the data corrupted? Following the coordinates on the HUD. Kay flashed toward the mysterious signal. There it sat. A simple jade-green bracelet. It looked so ordinary. He frowned, whispering to himself. A piece of junk like this is blocking my scan. But the moment his fingers grazed the jade, a new alert exploded in his vision. Kay's eyes went wide with shock. An item resonance detected, heir of Arcana. He stared at the bracelet. A slow, predatory grin spread across his face. It recognizes my bloodline. So this is the true legacy of the ancients. He inspected it closer. Still, the stats remained hidden. Until suddenly, the truth revealed itself. Sacred Guardian Stone. A bracelet embedded with the power to command spirits. Passive ability Soul Summon. Calling forth a beast that mirrors the user's very soul. Special note contains the blessing of the Elf King. The system didn't stop there. Sacred Guardian Stone has successfully bound to the administrator. You may now summon your guardian beast. As the text faded, the bracelet dissolved into light, merging with his very being. Kay jumped back, yelling at the air. Hey, wait a minute. Soul binding. Who gave you permission for that? Undo it now. The system's reply was cold and robotic. Request denied. Binding complete. This item is soul-bound to the heir of Arcana. It cannot be removed. Kay trembled with frustration. Damn it, I haven't even checked the other artifacts. My entire looting plan is ruined. He forced himself to take a deep breath. Calm down. Think. If this belonged to the legend himself, it has to be stronger than anything else in this vault. He rubbed his wrist where the bracelet vanished. Fine. Let's see what you've got. System, activate the passive ability. The interface pulsed. Acknowledged. Activating Guardian Stone. Scanning user's soul frequency for compatible spirit beast. Suddenly his wrist erupted in light. The brilliance swallowed him whole. He was pulled into a dimensional rift. A massive magic circle materialized, humming with ancient power. Elf King's blessing detected, expanding search range to the celestial tier. Guardian beast identified. Kay's eyes widened. His heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum. The system boomed. Perfect soul match found. Commencing summoning ritual. A pillar of energy crashed down from the heavens. Dust and debris exploded outward. Kay shielded his eyes, bracing himself. Through the blinding light, 2 majestic hooves stepped forth, followed by a proud, noble snout. The light faded, and there stood a creature of legend. A magnificent Kirin radiating pure divinity. Summon complete, the dragon horse. Kay stared up at the beast. Awe flooded his veins. This is my guardian. The spiritual pressure was suffocating. He looked at his wrist, excitement trembling in his voice. First the heart and fang of Bahamut, and now a beast summoning artifact. Just how many god-tier items am I going to hoard? The dragon horse lowered its massive head. It huffed a breath right in Kay's face, startling him. He reached out, brushing its snout. A strange warmth filled his chest. It felt like reuniting with an old brother in arms. He leaned his forehead against the beast's. All right then, I think I like you too, buddy. After a moment of bonding, Kay checked the status screen. Name your beast to enable instant summoning. A name, huh? He stroked its mane. How about short for Buffaler? The creature let out a joyous neigh. Kay grinned. Guess that's a yes. Boo it is. Analysis complete. Boo the dragon horse. Attribute Holy Aura. Passive skill Lightning Mane. Generates storm energy from its mane. Rank Ultimate Spirit Beast. King of the Dragon Horses. Kay rubbed his chin. King, huh? Sounds impressive. But I've never seen one before. Just how strong are you really? Suddenly Boo bit down on Kay's cloak. The beast tugged him forward playfully. Hey, whoa, what's gotten into you? With a swift motion, Boo tossed Kay onto his back. Kay steadied himself. You want to go for a ride? He gripped the electrifying mane. He understands me perfectly. Truly a top-tier beast. You knew I wanted to test your stats, didn't you? Kay grinned, adrenaline spiking. All right, Boo, full speed, let's fly. Boom, Boo shot forward like a lightning bolt. Yet, silence. Zero sound. Pure velocity. Kay laughed maniacally. This speed is insane and absolute stealth. What kind of monster did I just tame? Then he saw it. Magic crests blooming under every hoof strike. Void steps, Kay roared with laughter. This was pure leveling Manhwa logic at its finest. We're literally walking on air. This is the peak. Scene shift, back in the mortal realm. A carriage rolled smoothly down the cobbled road. Kay lounged inside. His eyes glinted with mischief. He recalled the receptionist's skeptical face. Are you sure you want that thing, sir? He chuckled to himself. She had looked at him like he was an idiot. They say the vault holds priceless artifacts, but it's also filled with glittering trash. That bracelet. To anyone else it was just a cheap trinket, until it met its true master. Even the system was blind to its power at first. So how could mere mortals understand its worth? I've scored the jackpot. Deek's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. I assumed a relic of Torgakan would be locked behind some hellish raid boss, but to think it fell into my lap so easily, Lady Luck is truly smiling on me. He sank deep into the chair, letting the tension drain from his muscles. Regardless, this loot is legendary. After the chaos at today's banquet, I've earned a comatose-level slumber. But fate had other plans. The moment he stepped across the threshold, a voice cut through the silence. Welcome home. Or should I say, Sir Knight of the House. Deek shot a sharp glare at the mysterious figure waiting in the shadows. Cut the formalities. It sounds fake coming from you. Kirk simply offered a glistening, knowing smile. You are officially a knight now. Respect is mandatory. Deek scratched his head, dropping into a seat with a heavy sigh. Fine, fine. Just stop appearing out of thin air like a ghost, all right? If anyone catches wind of our secret alliance, my entire roadmap for the future goes up in smoke. Kirk nodded, a flicker of genuine apology crossing his face. I deeply apologize, my liege. However, we have a guest who practically threatened to tear down the door if she didn't see you immediately. He gestured to a cloaked figure sitting in the dim light. Slowly the hood was lowered, releasing a cascade of radiant golden hair. She placed a hand over her heart, an aura of nobility radiating from her. We meet again. I am the master of the Heart Merchant Guild, Melissa. System alert character identified. Melissa Alenia, first princess of the Alenia Kingdom. The playful atmosphere evaporated instantly. Deek's gaze sharpened into a blade. His voice dropped heavy with caution. The first princess of Alenia is the true master of the Heart Guild. Melissa covered her mouth, a bell-like giggle escaping her lips. Her eyes danced with the thrill of a shared secret. Oh, by that reaction I assume you had already deduced the truth. She tilted her head, her tone playful, yet razor-sharp. Princess Melissa, a recluse who famously shuns the public eye. Yet you chose to reveal yourself at my promotion banquet of all places. And coincidentally, a terminal patient made a miraculous recovery using the elixir you provided at that exact moment. One would have to be a fool not to connect the dots, she purred. Deke remained silent, mentally rearranging the puzzle pieces of this political chessboard. Finally, he nodded. You caught me. Melissa's smile widened a conqueror's confidence. Then let us dispense with the pleasantries and get straight to business. I rushed here tonight because I require your assistance, Sir Deke. Deke eyed the map she slid across the table. Assistance, be specific. Read this first. She pushed a dossier toward him. These are the latest reports on the Crimson Blossom Plague outbreak at the Alenia border. It includes a magical pathology analysis from the Nirvana clan. Deke flipped through the pages, his eyes scanning the data at supernatural speed. Suddenly his pupils contracted. Shock hit him like a physical blow. Is this data accurate? His voice was a low growl. This isn't a natural plague. It's a biological weapon crafted by magic. Melissa nodded grimly, sliding another document forward. The Nirvana clan, one of the 3 great families, staked their reputation on this analysis. Deke crushed the paper in his grip, grinding his teeth. A man-made curse, spreading faster than any historic pandemic. Did my regression trigger a butterfly effect? Is history changing? Melissa's voice cut through his thoughts, grave and heavy. There is more. The outbreak began between the Zom Empire and Alenia, yet it refuses to spread toward the Rom Empire. It is moving exclusively into Alenia territory. Wait, Deke interrupted. Are you suggesting... Precisely. Melissa confirmed, her expression dark. We believe the Rom Empire engineered the plague to cripple Alenia. Deke's jaw tightened. This is worse than I thought. In his previous timeline, Alenia had fallen to the Zom Empire. But the root cause had been the devastation of this very plague. So that explains your desperation. Deke set the documents down, his demeanor shifting from warrior to negotiator. You want the rights to mass produce and distribute the cure. Am I correct? Melissa didn't flinch. That is exactly what I need. Our previous agreement only covered the theory. To save the kingdom, I need a new contract for nationwide distribution. Deke smirked, tapping the paper. You've also included quite the fascinating clause here. Melissa's eyes gleamed. I have no intention of breaking our deal. In business, showing your hand first is a weakness. But with you, Sir Deke, I consider it a necessary investment. Deke chuckled softly. Truly the master of the Heart Guild. You didn't build an empire by playing it safe. Since it will be distributed as emergency aid, the formula remains secure. And naturally, your compensation will be astronomical. She leaned forward, dropping the bombshell. I offer you 20% ownership of the Heart Merchant Guild. Deke's internal calculator went haywire. 20%. That's the kind of reward you'd only expect in a top-tier system, Manhwa. If we stop the war, those shares could be worth tens of millions of gold. An offer fit for a king. But I have questions. How do you know I'm not a spy for the Zom Empire? Handing over sensitive intel and a fortune just for relief supplies? It doesn't add up. Melissa's eyes gleamed with absolute conviction. I will answer you plainly. First, I know with absolute certainty you are not with Zom. Beyond my title, my survival instinct is my greatest weapon. I watched you from the shadows, after the banquet. You were polite, yet your eyes were cold as ice toward the Zom delegation. And most tellingly, you refused to shake hands with the 4th Prince, Karis. Others saw a socially awkward genius. I saw visceral disgust. You looked at him like he was filth you refused to touch. Deke inwardly whistled. Her intuition is terrifying. Melissa continued, her voice soft but unyielding. Second, if 20% of my wealth saves my people, it is a bargain. Silence hung in the air. A memory from the ashes of the past slammed into Deke's mind. Alicia, please. Stop. The voice of a fallen comrade echoed across time. We can stop the Empire now, but if the king falls, if the heart of the nation dies, what is left to save? In the fragmented shards of his memory, Alicia's gaze pierced through him, her voice steel-hard, yet haunting. Kay, if my life buys even a second for the people to escape, then that is a trade I will gladly make. Snapped back to the harsh reality, Deke fought to suppress the sorrow swirling in his eyes. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, I moved heaven and earth to prevent this tragedy. Yet Melissa's words echo Alicia's exactly. After a silent war within his own mind, he finally let out a heavy, resigned sigh. Fine, we have a deal. Melissa's face instantly lit up like a sunbeam. She clapped her hands, bubbling with excitement. Really, you won't regret this. But Deke's voice dropped an octave, cold and serious. Just one condition. Guard my identity with your life. No slip-ups. 2 weeks flew by. Deep within the villa's reinforced basement, Deke was locked in a grueling cultivation session, his black sword dancing in his grip. His strikes were a blur, faster than the wind itself. Every slash was precise to the millimeter, the sheer pressure pulverizing the stone floor beneath his feet into dust. He channeled a massive surge of mana into the blade, unleashing a devastating slash forward. A violent whirlwind erupted around him, painting a picture of absolute, overwhelming power. As the dust settled, Deke exhaled sharply, driving his sword into the ground. His eyes darted to the blue holographic interface materializing before him. System notification. Successfully comprehended the beginner-level dragon-slaying sword art. A smirk of satisfaction played on his lips. Finally. It took a whole month of grinding, but it's done. The system chimed again. Quest completed, conditions met for the heir of Satan's legacy. Completion time bonus applied. The rewards list cascaded down the screen. Coordinates to the lost kingdom of Knosser's treasure. New title, the successor of sword arts. 500 karma points acquired. 2 random gift boxes obtained. Deke's eyes widened as he scanned his updated status window. 2 random boxes, now that is a jackpot. This almost makes up for the points I burned torching McKenn's warehouse. Grabbing his sword, he muttered, "All right, let's inspect the big prize first." A small, intricate compass materialized in his palm. He whispered, "So this leads to the legendary Knosser hoard." The system beeped in confirmation. Admin request approved. But suddenly, a glaring red warning flashed: error coordinates currently undecipherable. Deke flinched. What the hell? Wise system. The ancient seal must be restored to activate the coordinates. Objective: gather and fuse the scattered seal fragments. Fragment locations have been synchronized to the minimap. Deke analyzed the holographic map. 2 in the central plains, 1 in the south, and 1 in the frozen north. They're scattered across the continent. Collecting these is going to be a long grind. He stared at the screen, a knowing, arrogant grin spreading across his face. No wonder this quest line never triggered before. The final system notification pinged. Hidden quest linked the legendary kingdom's treasury. Task: retrieve the scattered fragments of the Knosser seal and restore them. Time limit infinite. Reward title: the heir of Knosser. Deke fell silent, rubbing his chin in deep thought before voicing his confusion. Hold on, that's it, just a lousy title. The system ignored his complaint, simply flashing the quest details again like a broken record. Find the fragments, restore the seal, no deadline. The text seemed to mock him. Staring at the heir title, Deke began to theorize. Does restoring the seal and finding the actual loot count as the real reward here? Or is it like the last time when that artifact resonated with my title? Does this new title unlock some kind of broken cheat-like ability in this system, Manhwa or Rao? He took a deep breath and stashed the map into his inventory. Whatever. I'll shelf it for now since there's no timer ticking down. I've got immediate threats to neutralize first. The treasure can wait. Luckily, a communication from Kay came through just in time. Deke's expression shifted to one of pure anticipation. It's been ages since I've toyed with those corrupt mana traders in the south. Scene change, the southern port city of Golda. Deke had already arrived, seamlessly blending in disguised as the vice president of a powerful merchant guild. As he walked, the salty sea breeze mixed with the metallic stench of blood hit his nose. The southern air is just as rotten as I remember, he thought. Spotting him, a group of men ahead bowed low in terrified respect. They chanted in unison, voices trembling, "It is our supreme honor to serve you, my lord." Faced with such intense loyalty, Deke offered a polite, practiced smile. "You've all worked hard." The men eagerly responded. "We have been counting the days until you officially reclaim your seat as vice branch manager." The flattery was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Deke mentally cringed. "All right, ease up. That's a bit excessive even for me." Even after turning back time, some things never change, he mused. At least their loyalty remains absolute. But I need to stay sharp. He steeled himself. In the distance, a figure waved enthusiastically. Mater. Seeing the man. Deke thought perfect timing for the next phase of the mission. Standing there were 2 familiar silhouettes, the Northern Janger mercenaries. Deke looked them over and quipped, "Well, look at you 2. Those merchant robes actually fit you savages surprisingly well." They grinned at the compliment. Deke leaned in, voice lowering. "Did you memorize the strategy attached to the mission briefing?" The mercenary with the jagged scar nodded. "Every word. On the day of operation, we used the chaos as cover to extract the girl from McKenn's clutches." Deke tapped the man's chest firmly. "Good. But remember, extraction is only half the battle. You must deliver her to the safe house alive. Do not let your guard down for a split second." The mercenary nodded solemnly. "Understood." However, I have one question. Deke raised an eyebrow. Speak. The mercenary hesitated. The briefing was vague about the specific nature of the distraction likely for security. But this chaos you mentioned, is it some kind of southern festival? Deke's smile turned predatory, a cold glint in his eyes. A festival, hardly. It's going to be far more entertaining than that. That is the day McKen gets wiped off the face of the map. The sheer weight of his declaration made the scar-faced mercenary's blood run cold. A dozen questions raced through the mercenary's mind, but the murderous aura around Deke choked them back. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. There you are, Vice Branch Manager. Seeing the interruption, the mercenary quickly bowed. We'll finish this later. I'll return when you're free. Deke turned to the newcomer. You're the guide from the guild. Don't worry, we're finished here, Deke said, waving him off. Lead the way. The guide bowed nervously. Understood, sir. The carriage is prepped and waiting. As Deke walked away, the two mercenaries exchanged worried glances. Is he serious? Does he actually plan to go to war with the Meekin Syndicate? Deke paused, hearing their whispers. Without turning back, he raised a hand and laughed lightly. No way, I was just kidding. Don't take it so seriously. But the mercenaries weren't convinced. That definitely didn't feel like a joke. I got goosebumps, the other agreed. Moments later, the team was settled inside the moving carriage. Deke looked at the mercenaries. Did you inspect the safe house I arranged? The scarred man grinned. Checked and double-checked. It looks like a ruin on the outside, but the interior. It's got amenities that rival a 5-star hotel. Jash exhaled a long breath, a smirk playing on his lips. Fortune smiles upon us, doesn't it? His gaze hardened, shifting back to business. Now, to ensure absolute precision, let's review the operation one last time. Tonight is not merely a celebration of John Duan's birth. It is a gathering of wolves, a summit where the highest leaders convene to secure their upcoming dark dealings. Kay chimed in, her voice trembling slightly. So I am the linchpin of this entire charade, and you, Jash, you are just the humble assistant, correct? He nodded, his eyes cool and detached. Precisely. How many times have we rehearsed this script? Is this the 5th time? The words were burned into his mind, memorized down to the faintest syllable, like a system notification. Seeing his nonchalance, Kay snapped, frustration boiling over. What choice do I have? I don't have nerves of steel like you. Panic is a normal human reaction in a Manhwa recap situation like this. You dragged me into the lion's den and won't even let me vent. Jash ignored her outburst, lost in thought. I sensed a disturbance in her aura, but it turns out she's just terrified. Kay clutched her head, her body trembling like a leaf in a storm. She muttered, terror swimming in her eyes. If they find out we were the ones who torched the Soma warehouse, we're dead. Rumor has it Meekin's traitors are paralyzed and fed alive to the shark dragons. Her face went pale as death. I'll never sleep again. The smokescreen was perfect, though. Surely no one saw through it. Witnessing her spiral into despair, a mischievous urge rose within Jache to tease her further. He turned to her, his voice smooth. Kay, you are a mage. Your punishment would be unique, so do not worry. She blinked, confusion overriding fear. Unique, what do you mean? A dark smile touched his lips. In the southern continent, legend says a mage's flesh wards off curses. They wouldn't waste you as bait. They would likely harvest your limbs one by one to sell as lucky charms. Kay's scream nearly shattered the air. Wait, so those rings the Meekin executives wear? They aren't ornaments. They are actual severed fingers. She wailed, clutching her hands to her chest. Oh gods, what will become of my poor fingers? She looked at him with teary eyes. Partner, if I fall, promise you will gather my remains and bury me somewhere sunny. But then realization struck her. Wait a minute. How do you know such twisted details? Jake's eyes turned distant, cold as the abyss. How could I not know, he thought. I am the one who understood the southern continent better than any soul alive. The mercenary who orchestrated Mikan's golden age and its ultimate destruction. Before my regression, it all began when I was expelled from the academy. Captured by slavers. Sold like livestock to Mikan's Soma farm. I didn't just harvest Soma. I was thrown into the meat grinder of faction wars as a human shield. Yet against all odds, I was the sole survivor time and time again. Back then, I was just grateful to breathe. But looking back, perhaps my survival instinct had unconsciously awakened a latent healing skill. After surviving the suicide missions half a dozen times, John Duan took notice. He forged me into a weapon, a mercenary assassin. And look at that, his twisted intuition was spot on. The path of blood suited me. Luring enemies into a false sense of security, then striking from the shadows. Even bringing down a violet-rank knight became child's play. However, blue-rank knights were a different breed of monster. Even with my presence completely erased, their instincts screamed of my approach. Even when poisoned, they could manipulate their aura to burn out the toxins. But a blue knight is still mortal. I learned to exploit the physiological flaws that no human can escape. Once I mastered that, blue knights fell before my blade. When my kill count hit double digits, I cemented my status as the Grim Reaper of the Meekin organization. My legend grew with every war I won, culminating in the total annihilation of the Peerless Syndicate. I reached the peak, adopted by John Duan himself, promised the throne as his official successor. But on the night of the coronation, I slaughtered them all. John Duan, the executives, everyone. I walked away from the ashes of Makan. He shook his head. Ancient history. No use dwelling on a past timeline now. Beside him, Kay was still rambling. Seeing him zone out, she pointed an accusatory finger. Hey partner. You've been dodging my questions. Are you actually a spy from Mekan? Are you planning to use me as a pawn to topple the Renha's guild? Is that it? He glanced at her for a split second, then looked away, his gaze piercing the distance. Kay froze, petrified by his indifference. I'm right, aren't I? His silence was louder than any scream. She shouted, "Say something, damn it, partner!" Jake chuckled internally. Kay is so different in this timeline. Still naive, still innocent. Teasing her is a distinct pleasure. Ha ha. After a long journey, they finally arrived at John Duan's fortress. The air inside vibrated with the energy of a lavish, chaotic banquet. They stood before the throne room. A subordinate announced, "This is Kay, the executive agent I mentioned." Hearing her name, she bowed with practiced elegance. "It is an honor to stand before you." Jake scanned the room, his eyes analyzing every threat. Filthy rich, he mused. Not just Meekin assassins. Mages, mercenaries, even gangsters. They prepared well. They were now deep within the VIP sanctuary, a secret chamber hidden behind the main hall. The titans of the underworld turned their predatory gazes upon the newcomers. John Duan, seated at the center like a king, smiled. "A pleasure to meet you, Kay. I heard rumors of a mage, but I didn't expect a woman. A beautiful young lady is rarer than the finest gemstone in this line of work." His voice dropped an octave, the air growing heavy. "I look forward to your wisdom. Begin." Crushed by the overwhelming pressure of a leveling Manhwa boss, Kay swallowed hard and spoke. "Regarding the incident a few months ago, do you recall the fire at the Soma warehouse?" The temperature in the room plummeted. Rage twisted the faces of the executives. John Duan remained an unmovable mountain, extinguishing his cigar. "Of course I remember. How could I forget such a disaster? Why bring up old wounds now?" The killing intent was suffocating. Kay stammered, forcing the words out. I believe there is a traitor here who conspired with Peerless to burn it down." Chaos erupted. The executives roared like beasts. What did that crazy witch say? Drag her out and skin her alive? Amidst the turmoil, John Duan remained still, until bam. His hand slammed onto the table, the sound echoing like a gunshot. Silence fell instantly. His eyes were voids of absolute zero. "Those words you just spat out, are you prepared to stake your life on them?" His aura made Kay freeze in her tracks. He leaned forward. "Very well, speak. Tell me who dares to betray Makan." A wave of terror washed over the room. Everyone had skeletons in their closets. Suddenly, Jake moved. In a blur of speed, he grabbed an executive, a blade pressed cold against the man's jugular. "The pleasure is all mine, gentlemen. John Duan. I am Zemode. Regarding the dilemma you mentioned earlier, I believe I hold the solution." John Duan turned his gaze heavy. "The pleasure is mine." The Don remained ice-cold, methodically slicing the tip of his cigar. "On my birthday, you bring a blade to my doorstep instead of a gift," Z replied calmly. "The gift is standing right next to you. What more could you ask for?" John Duan raised an eyebrow. "You refer to my sworn brother Joaquin as the traitor." Z's eyes darted toward Joaquin, sharp as daggers. "Hey Joaquin, or should I say El Mencho, you know the truth better than anyone. Why not confess your sins yourself?" Joaquin's heart hammered against his ribs. How does he know? He thought, panic rising. Secrets even the boss never unearthed. How did this stranger dig them up? Desperation took over. He barked at his elite guards, his voice cracking. "You useless trash. Why are you just standing there? Earn your keep and take him down." But the guards hesitated, trembling in their boots. "We can't, sir. His stance, it's flawless. He's a professional. There isn't a single opening to strike. One wrong move and he'll use you as a meat shield." Z's voice cut through the air, cold and absolute. "He's likely a spy sent by Peerless himself. So this is the legendary right hand of Meekin." Joaquin spat back, trying to regain control. "You accuse me when you reek of Peerless corruption yourself. You dare doubt my loyalty. Though fear threatened to consume him, Joaquin kept his mask on. Z smirked, seeing right through him. Cover blown, so you start spewing nonsense classic. Confident. I like that. Z's eyes gleamed. You think I walked into the lion's den without proof? He signaled Kay. It was time for the reveal. A crimson magic circle flared to life in her palm. From the arcane light, a thick dossier materialized, hovering right before John Duan's surprised eyes. John Duan seized the documents, his eyes scanning the pages. His expression darkened with every line. You've brought me something very intriguing, Zimode. Not only is Joaquin colluding with the syndicate, but those Pavella bastards are pirates. The word pirate detonated in the room like a bomb. The air instantly turned heavy with killing intent. Z smirked internally, watching the reaction. Perfect, he thought. I knew that single word would trigger a bloodlust frenzy. In the South, hatred for pirates runs deeper than marrow. They suffer the most from the coastal raids. To them, pirates are not criminals, they are monsters. And for John Duan, it wasn't just business. Pirates had slaughtered his entire family. His vendetta was a bottomless pit of rage. The Dawn would burn the world to crush a pirate ally. He looked up, eyes burning with cold fury. So, outsider. What is your play here? Joaquin stared at the dossier, his mind racing. Damn it. Where did he dig up that photo that shouldn't exist? And that report. It links my smuggling directly to the Somme warehouse fire. This is bad. That alone puts a target on my back. Thud. John Duan slammed the file onto the table. The sound echoed like a gunshot. I've seen the papers, Z. But do you truly expect me to execute my sworn brother? Based on flimsy paper trails, Z narrowed his eyes. Tough crowd, he thought. I didn't want to play my ace card yet. But the Dawn leaves me no choice. His voice dropped to a sinister whisper. El Mencho. He murmured a few words that made Joaquin's blood freeze in his veins. John Duan gripped his axe, his patience wearing thin. If this is a bluff, you will pay for slandering my kin with your life. Suddenly, Joaquin screamed, cutting him off. Boss, wait. He's right. The one colluding with Pavella is me. Silence swallowed the room instantly. The Don lowered his head, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. So it's true. To think you would betray me. The shame is unbearable. He stepped forward, his shadow looming over the traitor. A confession demands a sentence. And you know the price of betrayal, don't you? Joaquin's eyes widened in sheer terror. Steel flashed. The axe sang through the air and buried itself in Joaquin's skull. Blood sprayed like a crimson fountain. The traitor hit the floor lifeless. Z watched the brutality with detached interest. Macon's right hand, taken out like trash. Whatever game these Southerners are playing, it feels like a twisted leveling Manhwa plot. He recalled his whisper to the doomed man. Confess now, and I swear to the Almighty, your secret family will remain untouched. Z casually wiped a speck of blood from his cheek. A holy vow to God. It's the only thing a sinner trusts in the end. Truth be told, Z never planned to harm the innocents. But in the underworld, leverage is the only currency that matters. John Dune was a beast of instinct. He didn't kill Joaquin because he believed the lie. He killed him because the situation demanded a sacrifice. The Somme warehouse fire had crippled Macon's operations. Someone had to take the fall for that catastrophe. A scapegoat was required. When Kay linked the traitor to the arsonist, Z orchestrated the perfect checkmate. He forced the traitor label onto El Mencho until the man broke. The revelation that Pavella were pirates threw the room into chaos. While the Dawn remained a statue of ice, his men were a raging fire of confusion. And in the eye of that storm, Joaquin sealed his own fate with a confession. Even if he was innocent, John Duan had to kill him to preserve the organization's discipline. The Dawn chose order over truth. A cold, rational monster. Squelch. He ripped the axe from the corpse and stared at the bloody blade. Murderous intent flooded the room, suffocating everyone present. His voice was the knell of doom. If the captain is a rat, then the crew must be vermin too. Terror seized the remaining subordinates. Their hearts hammered against their ribs like war drums. They knew what was coming. He gestured to the bloody dossier with his axe. The report says the fire was your initiation rite. A gift to join the pirates alongside Joaquin. Show the same courage as my brother. Confess now, and I'll grant you a swift, painless death. One guard snapped, screaming in denial. Lies, this is slander. We never plotted anything. That witch cooked this up with her dark magic. He never finished that sentence. A dagger flew from Z's hand, piercing the man's skull instantly. Kay trembled, witnessing the cold-blooded efficiency of a true predator. John Duan was baffled by Jack's sudden move, demanding an answer. What the hell do you think you're doing? Jack didn't even flinch, his voice ice cold. I'm just taking out the trash for you, boss. Joaquin already confessed, and you handled him personally. As for the Renhat rats, they were conspiring with him from the start. That gives us every right to execute them under the law of the underworld, doesn't it? John Doan's eyes narrowed, a chill running down his spine. I wondered what this kid was planning. Turns out, he just used my hand to wipe out the Renhat faction. He lowered his head, his voice dripping with suspicion. A noble excuse. But tell me, Jack, are you a savior sent from the heavens? Or a demon here to drag me to hell? Jack smirked, unfazed by the killing intent radiating from the boss. I'm no angel, and I'm certainly no demon. I'm just a businessman looking to close a deal. John stared at him, intrigued. A business partner, is it? Jack nodded firmly. Exactly. I know what you're thinking. You want to purge the Syndicate, restore order, and bring everything back to its former glory. But with the ITA's crackdown and Cavella locking down the sea routes, the only way to move Soma now is through the organization's network. You're sharp enough to see the board clearly. That's why you hesitated to execute them even when you knew they stabbed you in the back, Yimmerstuck. John's expression darkened as he processed the words. This kid. He talks like he's been watching me from the shadows for years. Relax, Jack continued smoothly. Kay has already taken over the Federation's distribution lines. Beside him, Kay was still trembling, the bloodbath she just witnessed haunting her mind. Jack slapped his chest, radiating confidence. From now on, Kay and I will cut out the middleman and handle the main Soma distribution ourselves. John sank back into his chair, weighing the audacious proposal. It's a tempting offer, Jack. But in this world, deals are built on trust. And how am I supposed to trust a kid I just met 5 minutes ago with my entire supply chain? Jack stepped forward, nodding. Fair point. Without breaking eye contact, he casually tossed his bloody axe aside. He swept the documents off the desk and slammed a dagger into the wood. The name that left his lips made John flinch. Bo Santos. I'll wipe out that coward's territory for you. They call him Bo the Crave, don't they? The man who values his own skin above all else. That's why his reputation is in the gutter despite being an executive. John's face remained stoic, but his mind was racing. He knows about Bo, even the nickname. He shrugged internally. Well, if he can pull it off, it's pure profit for me. He stood up, decision made. All right. Bring me his head and you'll have my trust. But I can't let you die yet. I'm sending the main elite assassination squad to back you up. Jack scoffed internally. Back me up, please. They're just babysitters sent to make sure I don't run. Consider it insurance, John added. While you prove your courage, I have to take my own precautions. He turned his cold gaze to the girl. Little lady, you'll stay here under my personal protection. Jack knew exactly what that meant. She was a hostage. But he played along. Understood. Keep her safe, boss. The scene shifted to the rugged coast of La Catorce. Deep in the forest near the docks, Jack raised a hand. Halt. Manuel, the veteran assassin leader, froze, instantly obeying before he even realized it. Manuel watched Jack's back, sweat forming on his brow. After seeing what this kid can do, only a suicidal fool would ignore his orders. He's got infinite stamina, moves faster than the wind, and navigates this northern terrain like he was born here. But it's his combat instinct that's terrifying. He tears through high-level beasts and wolf tribe mercenaries like a monster from a leveling manhwa. He's a straight-up anomaly. The silence shattered as Jack spoke up. You lot wait here. Manuel blinked, confused. But our orders are to supervise. We can't intervene, but we need to see. Jack cut him off with a glare. This ridge has the best vantage point of the factory, and cut the crap, I know you're not here to help. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Jack vanished into the darkness before the sentence was even finished, leaving Manuel staring at empty space. A subordinate whispered nervously, Captain, what do we do? Manuel sighed. We do exactly what he said. We watch. We're just spectators today. No need to get our hands dirty. Everyone stay concealed and keep your eyes open. Down below, an explosion rocked the factory, flames roaring into the night sky. Manuel grimaced. He's already started the party. Inside, it was absolute pandemonium. Bodies littered the floor as the inferno spread. A survivor screamed, It's a mage. He's got magic. We're getting slaughtered out here. Get the magic weapons squad now. Jack walked through the flames unfazed. Typical. They see the elemental sword and instantly assume I'm a wizard. Another guard pointed a shaking finger. There he is. The intruder. Jack took a steady breath, analyzing the situation. Not bad for a northern gang. Their reaction time is sharper than I expected. A dozen thugs rushed him, thinking they had him cornered. Jack didn't even blink. He swung his blade, unleashing a torrent of embers that latched onto their heads and ignited instantly. He landed softly amidst the screaming men, looking down at them with pure disdain. Pathetic. That wasn't even a warm-up. He glared toward the command center. Bo Santos, you paranoid lunatic. Suddenly the ground rumbled. Jack found himself staring down the barrels of high-tech tanks. Are you kidding me? A mana tank battalion. Do you know how much money you're burning? Hiring mages would be cheaper. The tanks opened fire, but Jack stood his ground. his sword dancing through the air to deflect every single shell. With a casual flick of his wrist, he deflected the bullet, sending it flying back to trigger a catastrophic explosion behind him. A smirk played on his lips as he whispered, "Unless you're a criminal, you wouldn't agree to such a shady deal." Then, unleashing the power of his elemental sword, he summoned a violent tornado that tore through the enemy tanks like they were made of paper. He chuckled internally. Before his regression, the mere sight of that magic tank would have sent him running, but in this life, it was barely a warm-up. Deep in the underground bunker, a river of blood flowed past corpses littering the hallway. The last survivor scrambled desperately, trying to escape the Reaper. But luck was not on his side. Jack materialized behind him like a ghost delivering a swift, merciful end. That takes care of the trash, he thought. The big boss should be showing his face right about now. Suddenly a whistle cut through the air, an arrow aimed straight for his skull. His reflexes were godlike. He snatched the shaft mid-flight and crushed it, unleashing a cloud of purple venom. A holographic window popped up, a classic trope in this system, Manhwa. Warning: Black Mamba poison detected. Status complete, immunity active. With a scoff, he tossed the useless weapon aside. The system chimed again with a penalty notice. Admin command confirmed. Due to excessive skill spamming, the recovery factor has been temporarily suspended. Staring down the trajectory of the arrow, he muttered, "Took you long enough to crawl out." From the shadows emerged Paolo, a crossbow in hand and arrogance in his eyes. "What the hell is my underground army doing?" Paolo spat. "How did a single intruder make it this deep into the base?" He stepped into the light, sneering. "That gas you just inhaled, it's a lethal neurotoxin. Not even your aura can block it." He paused, offering a devil's bargain. "Tell me who sent you and I might just give you the antidote." He dangled a small vial tauntingly in front of him. "He thinks this is a stalemate." Jack analyzed, noticing the eerie silence of the dungeon. "But judging by the quiet, his backup is already dead." Paolo pressed on. "Accept the deal before your lungs melt." Jack narrowed his eyes, unimpressed. "You really want to trade with something that doesn't exist? Do I look like an amateur to you?" In the southern continent, everyone knew the horror of Mamba poison. It was a death sentence that killed in minutes. Even a high-ranking Blue Knight would struggle to purge it, leaving them crippled for life. True, it's a legendary poison, Jack thought. But against my 10,000 poisons immunity, it's nothing but flavored air. Without a word, he flicked a pebble with the force of a bullet. Crack. The antidote vial in Paolo's hand shattered instantly. Paolo's face twisted in rage. "You lunatic, you just destroyed your only hope. Do you want to die?" But his scream died in his throat as he saw the murderous aura radiating from Jack. Jack's voice was colder than ice. "Relax. My body is immune to all toxins." He took a step forward. "And the reason it's so quiet, I've already slaughtered every single one of your men." The words hit Paolo like a physical blow. What did you say?" He stammered, denial washing over him. "Stop spouting nonsense. Those were Pavella's elite forces. They were armed with demonic gear." Jack cut him off, bored by the excuses. "If you don't believe me, go verify the corpses yourself. That is, if you can leave this room alive." Paolo roared, losing his composure. "Who are you? Who hired you to do this?" Jack replied calmly. "Use your brain. You've probably already guessed." Paolo grit his teeth, the realization dawning. "Is it Merkin?" Jack let out a mock gasp. "Oh, you're sharper than you look." "It has to be," Paolo muttered. "Only Merkin has the power to shake Pavella like this." "But we had a territory agreement. Why break the truce now?" Jack sighed at the hypocrisy. "You really have no shame, do you? You call respecting boundaries, sneaking into our distribution lines, and smuggling goods." Paolo flinched, his guilt exposed. "Pavella crossed the line first. That was a declaration of war." Jack's eyes glowed with intensity. "The boss has vowed not to stop until your entire organization is burned to ash. He also swore to wipe every dirty pirate off the southern continent. We know exactly where you rats came from." Realizing he was outmatched, Paolo threw his crossbow down and turned tail. "Damn it all!" Jack watched him run, shaking his head. "You really think there's an exit?" The hunt continued. Jack tracked him into a massive cavernous chamber, losing sight of the coward for a moment. Enough playing tag, Jack thought. He looked around. Where is this? It looks completely different from the mine dungeon. The path here was rigged with endless traps. I had to pretend to get caught just to lower their guard. What a pain. He noticed something odd. These aren't ancient mechanisms. Someone installed these traps recently. Bastards at Pavella, he cursed. What are they hiding down here? While he scanned for Paolo, a presence locked onto him from the darkness. Sensing a blind spot, an assassin lunged. Gripping a heavy broadsword, the enemy aimed a skull-splitting chop at Jack's head. But Jack's perception stats were off the charts. With a subtle pivot of his foot, he sidestepped the blade as if choreography, letting the steel slice empty air. Jack leaned in close, whispering into the assassin's ear. "And who exactly are you supposed to be?" The mute attacker didn't answer, swinging his sword again in a desperate frenzy. Jack was done defending. He gripped his dagger, channeling mana until a whirlwind encased the blade. With one casual swing, he unleashed a storm, sending the assassin flying back, his body carved by 100 invisible cuts. The wind blade was devastating. The assassin died before he hit the ground, a final gargled scream echoing in the chamber. Stepping over the fresh corpse, Jack moved deeper, only to find another squad blocking his path. He sighed heavily. Does this trash ever stop spawning? A man with a jagged scar stepped forward, clearly the leader. This is why I hate working with you southern dogs. You were supposed to handle your own mess within your borders. He glared at Jack. Bringing rats into our sanctuary, you've got a death wish. Since you're here, don't expect to leave with your head attached. Jack studied Scarface, his mind racing back to the intel. The tactical map I found on those hunting dogs at the giant mountain. It marked ruins in the southern continent. His eyes widened slightly. Could this be it? One of the ruins holding the Emperor's relic? The scarred man didn't wait for an answer. He eyed the glowing dagger in Jack's hand, then signaled his subordinate to attack. That dagger might look ordinary, but a storm of mana is swirling around it. Treat it like a high-grade cursed artifact and stay sharp. His gaze locked onto Z, but then he spotted the item in Z's hand. He spun around, screaming in panic. That's a magic scroll. Battle positions now. Seeing them panic, Z chuckled calmly. Relax, don't be so dramatic. It's just a silent seal and a defensive barrier. Harmless. Simply put, for the next 30 minutes, this space is isolated from reality. No matter what happens here, no one outside will hear a thing. Besides, it's rare I get to test my new skills without interference, so I intend to enjoy this. Z pulled a blade from his subspace inventory, his eyes flashing coldly as he raised the sword. Wait. The Scarface thug froze as he watched the sword appear. Subspace storage. No, that felt different. It didn't come from a storage ring. It was like he pulled it straight from the void itself. That strange weapon earlier was the same. A mage who wields a sword. What kind of monster is this? Suddenly a blinding light erupted from Z's arm. The thug's eyes widened in terror as he recognized the energy. That's aura. Is this guy a blue knight? Z didn't give him a second to process. He lunged, executing the dragon-slaying sword art, Chapter 1, First Form, Heavenly Slash. The air itself seemed to shatter under the weight of his strike. The sheer pressure of the attack sent the entire group flying like ragdolls. The leader took the blade across his shoulder, his eyes rolling back instantly. The impact was so immense it made the soundproof barrier tremble violently. Moments later, the barrier dissolved into mist. Inside the room, Z was already tidying up the battlefield with practiced efficiency. He piled the bodies and set them ablaze. Fire leaves no traces, he muttered. They'll think Moken hired a battle mage alongside knights for this ambush. This should escalate the war between Moken and Pavela nicely. But why are Pavela and the Rom Empire working together here? If I had to guess, they're collaborating to find the ancient ruins in the south. Before I regressed, there were no signs of this alliance. Makes sense, since that was 3 years in the future of this timeline. Maybe they found the relic and left. Whatever. Even if it was an accident, I managed to screw up that bastard Emperor's plans. Job done. Z turned to leave. Time to head back. But a sudden noise from the shadows made him freeze and look back over his shoulder. A figure emerged from the darkness, sighing, "What a hassle." I sensed a massive surge of violent energy, but then it vanished like magic. Had to investigate. He moved silently like a phantom. Clearly an uninvited guest with power to spare had arrived. Z scanned the stranger's gear. That armor? Is that a Hrozen? The enchanted plate mail gifted to the Rom Empire's Red Knights. It's a legendary artifact among artifacts stacked with support magic, everything from weight reduction to auto-regeneration. But his version looks different from the Empire's standard issue. Z narrowed his eyes. Who are you? That looks like Hrozen armor. Are you an Imperial Red Knight? Instead of answering, the stranger drew his blade and slashed instantly. Z reacted on instinct, summoning his sword to block the strike. Their eyes met, sparks flying amidst a torrent of killing intent. After a brief exchange, Z was blasted backwards, smashing into a wall. The force was so great, he punched through multiple stone pillars before skidding to a halt. Dust swirled around him, but as it cleared, Z was already back in his battle stance, eyes sharp. The assassin didn't give him a moment's respite. With a glint in his eye, he swung again, a blow heavy enough to shatter the earth itself. Z didn't dodge. He swung his blade to meet the monster head-on. Damn it, Z thought, gritting his teeth. His strength stat is insane. It's like fighting a final boss from a leveling Manhwa. Does that armor have strength multipliers? The pressure was crushing, forcing Z onto one knee. He tried to hold his ground, but the enemy's sword slammed down, triggering a massive explosion. Smoke billowed out, but when it cleared, Z had vanished into thin air, leaving the opponent stunned. The knight scanned the area, but Z was already behind him. Elemental sword art, metal surge. Instantly, jagged metal spikes erupted from the ground, encasing the assassin in a prison of steel. The trap was tight, but the knight smashed through the walls in seconds. He glared out with bloodlust, only to be blinded by a brilliant flare of light Z had cast. Z had activated Heavenly Flash. While the enemy was blinded, Z reappeared behind him, winding up for a critical strike. He swung with blinding speed, sure of the hit. But impossibly, the knight parried the blow without even looking. Z's eyes widened. What he blocked an aura blade worse. The scratch on the knight's armor repaired itself instantly. This is bad. Z immediately triggered his defensive skill, Dragon Scale Armor. Golden scales shimmered over his skin as he leaped into the air, narrowly dodging a counter-slash before landing at a safe distance. The knight scoffed. "You really have a bag full of tricks, don't you? You asked who I was earlier. Someone with your skill deserves to know before they die." He proclaimed, "I am Kenkin Jimin Constantinus." Hearing that name, Z's expression turned grim. Constantinus, that name is reserved exclusively for the imperial bloodline of Rome. And that middle name, it belongs to the elector families who have the power to choose the next emperor. So the Gaiman clan, the great house of Draco, is actually a vassal of the Rome Empire. As he pondered this system, Manhwa mystery, the air grew heavy. Ding. The system screamed a warning, demonic energy detected. Eliminating the target grants bonus points. Rex narrowed his eyes at the twisting shadows. Demonic energy, here. I don't know what it is, but it reeks of death. Suddenly, Kane erupted with power. A massive wave of mana exploded outwards, wrapping him in a terrifying shroud of darkness. Kane gripped his blade, eyes cold as the void. "To find a knight of your caliber in this god-forsaken wasteland, I shall honor you with my full strength." The moment he spoke, he raised his sword to the heavens. A phantom blade materialized above him, a colossus of energy hundreds of times larger than the steel in his hand. His voice was a judge's gavel. "I grant you a glorious death," Rex grit his teeth. "I can't block that with normal techniques. Even my elemental blade would shatter against that monster. There is only one path left to survive this Manhwa recap moment." Rex stomped the ground, shattering the stone beneath him. Dragon-slaying sword art. Chapter 8. Second form. Dragon scale. Pierce. It's not enough, Rex realized with horror. His defense is impenetrable. As long as that Hezen armor is active, my aura blade can't land a fatal blow. I have to drag him down to hell with me. Skill activate mana reflection. The moment the skill fired, Kane's armor began to flicker. Kane flinched, his composure cracking. "What the Hezen—" "It shut down," he roared at Rex. "What did you just do to me?" Rex smirked through the pain. "Who knows? I have no idea what you're barking about." Kane burst into maniacal laughter. "Shoo." Interesting, keeping secrets is the true thrill of battle. The atmosphere screamed as both warriors charged their ultimate attacks. Like arrows loosed from the bow of a god, they collided. The impact shook reality. Lightning tore through the chamber, shattering the stone pillars like glass. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion swallowed the room, turning the ceiling into a honeycomb of destruction. The pillars crumbled. Rex sat in a pool of his own blood, cursing. Damn it! System warning. Administrator demonic corruption has exceeded critical levels. Healing efficiency compromised. Rex clutched his stomach, blood soaking his fingers. This is really bad. But his opponent. After that earth-shattering clash, Kane stood with only scratches on his armor, scratches that were already vanishing. Kane walked forward, his voice filled with respect. Truly a descendant of the Draco bloodline. Magnificent. Rex wheezed. How? Do you know? Kane revealed the truth. Only the Draco sealing magic could neutralize the Hezen, and that final strike, it mirrored the Dragonslayer arts perfectly. Rex's eyes went wide with shock. He recognizes the Dragonslayer arts. My technique is the origin of the Slayer arts, so similarities are expected. But Dragonscale Pierce is a secret technique, a forbidden art never taught to outsiders. If an Imperial Knight knows it, the Gaiman clan must have betrayed the technique to the Empire. Wan Sitar. Nausea hit him like a hammer. Rex coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Kane sighed, looking down at him. The corruption is eating you alive. The pain must be unbearable. To leave a warrior like you in this state would be an insult to your honor. He raised his blade, pointing it directly at Rex's heart. The executioner's stroke. Go in peace, warrior. Rex's vision faded to black. His consciousness slipped into the void. Kane watched for a moment, then turned his back. A worthy opponent, at long last. But the moment he took a step, whoosh! A dagger flew from the shadows with lethal precision. It sheared a lock of his hair and left a thin red line on his neck. Kane spun around, eyes wide. Impossible! Rex was already there, standing behind him like a ghost. His hand gripped the sword, eyes glowing with the cold fury of a predator. System Supreme Recovery Potion Salvation used. Vitality restored. In that split second of arrogance, Rex claimed his head with a single silent slash. The blow landed true, but Rex's body was at its limit. He collapsed to his knees, hacking up blood. Good thing. I hotkeyed that potion. The Salvation System. A masterpiece by Jabilio. Instant recovery from fatal wounds. But it's a one-time miracle card with unknown side effects. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. I almost died. And the internal damage from his aura. It isn't healing. System alarm skill overuse. Fatigue levels have breached the danger threshold. I can't go on. His mind screamed to fight, but his body had nothing left to give. His muscles turned to jelly. Darkness took him. System Administrator consciousness disconnected for safety. A final spark of will flickered in the dark. No. Need. More power. His fading gaze fell on the potions scattered on the floor. I must survive. Suddenly a dragon's avatar roared within the depths of his soul. Rex hit the ground. Dead weight. The silence of the tomb returned. Boom, ancient power exploded from his unconscious form. Skill activated Dragon Clan's Gluttony. The dark aura surged forward, devouring Kane's corpse whole. System devouring corrupted entity. Health, mana, and spirit are being forcibly restored. The lingering power in Kane's body flowed into Rex, a river of energy healing the broken warrior. Crack. The sound of evolution echoed. System design capability absorbed. Passive skill, Static Resistance, has evolved into Lightning Strike Class A. This is the true power of a leveling Manhwa protagonist. As the healing ritual concluded, the golden remnants of mana began to dissolve into the ether like morning mist. Suddenly Jack's eyes snapped open, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. He pushed himself up, checking his wounds with a grimace, and cursed under his breath. Damn it, I thought I was punching my ticket to the afterlife. Thank God the predation skill kicked in. His gaze then locked onto a set of armor floating ominously before him, and he whispered, Wait, is that Kane's armor? The system chimed instantly. System has received anonymous armor. Do you wish to register as the owner? Jack furrowed his brow, staring at the blue screen. Why doesn't it show a sender name? But survival came first. Without hesitation, he tapped yes on the interface. System registration complete. You are now the owner. The moment the choice was made, the metal plates flew toward him, snapping onto his body with magnetic force. He now looked exactly like Kane, but the system added a note: user may customize the cosmetic illusion at will. This was the kind of high-tier gear you'd expect to see in a top-tier leveling manhwa. Out of 28 grand magic arrays engraved on the suit, 3 were currently active and humming with power. It looked bulky, yet on his skin it felt lighter than silk, a masterpiece of engineering. This is incredible, Jack smirked. But if I walk around looking like this, the Imperial dogs will spot me in a heartbeat. Better unequip it for now. I'll change the skin later. He decided the inventory, swallowing the gear. Right now, priority 1 is getting the hell out of here. Just then, a pungent scent assaulted his nose, drifting through the stale air. What is that? He turned toward the source, his expression darkening. Blood and rotting flesh. He followed the stench to a hidden chamber and froze. It was a human experimentation lab, filled with scientists dissecting victims like cattle. Jack's teeth ground together, rage boiling in his veins. Those Imperial bastards! The moment he stepped into the light, the mages panicked. Intruder, don't let him escape, seize him. On command, they shattered vials held in their hands, releasing a cloud of purple gas. Jack's voice dropped to a growl. You dare use human lives as your playthings. System alert, magically synthesized toxin detected. Warning: toxin potency exceeds 100 poisons immunity. Status: poisoned. The venom raced through his veins, burning like acid, but Jack was prepared. He instantly crushed a high-grade antidote from his inventory. System high-grade antidote administered. If you like playing with death, Jack roared, mana flaring around him, then you'd better be ready to pay with your own lives. With a wave of his hand, the lab was engulfed in a catastrophic storm of flames. Amidst the inferno, he grabbed a stack of documents from a desk. I need to secure their research data before it turns to ash. This is an Imperial lab. It might hold the cure for the red flower disease. But as he scanned the papers, a voice dripped with malice from the shadows. Was it you? The rat who turned my precious laboratory into a pile of rubble? An old man stepped through the smoke, eyes burning with murderous intent. Jack didn't waste a second on dialogue. He gripped his sword muscles, coiling like springs, and launched a lethal strike. The blade glowed with a blinding light, causing the old mage to gasp in recognition. That radiance? Sword aura. The mage raised his hand to summon a defensive circle, but Jack was a blur of motion. Moving faster than the eye could follow, he slashed through the defense and cleaved the old man's torso in two with a single stroke. It was a clean kill, or so it seemed. The mage's body didn't bleed. It crumbled into sand, and within a heartbeat, the grains flowed backward, reconstructing his form perfectly. Jack watched the phenomenon, analyzing the magic circles. Sand manipulation and regeneration. He's from the Desert Scorpion clan, a forbidden arts user. A sixth circle mage. This is going to be a headache. I can't believe the Empire is in bed with these heretics. System anti-mana skill active. Even with the skill, the old man reformed in seconds. The mage spat on the ground. Damn it. Are you a Drayer Pureblood? Realizing the threat, he ripped a magical scroll in half, unleashing a surge of energy. The moment the seal broke, the ground quaked. A massive pillar of sand erupted from the floor behind the mage, twisting and solidifying. In seconds, a towering behemoth loomed over Jack. He sized it up immediately. A synthetic chimera. The old man laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha! Behold my magnum opus. Even a Drayer cannot stand against this beast. The monster roared and lunged, its massive claws tearing through the air toward Jack. Jack raised his weapon, catching the blow. Clang. The sound of metal meeting an indestructible hide rang out like a bell, sparks flying wildly. They traded blows in a blur of violent shockwaves, cracking the walls. Jack's eyes narrowed, his mind racing as he looked for an opening in this classic Awakening Manhwa boss battle. Mana surged into his legs, glowing blue. At the same moment, the monster slammed its claws down, shattering the stone floor where Jack had stood a fraction of a second ago. He was gone. Using the shadowless wind step, Jack flickered out of vision, reappearing directly behind the abomination. The chimera was fast. It sensed him and whipped its scorpion tail backward like a spear aimed at his heart. But Jack was faster. His sword flashed, slicing the tail clean off. Damn, he thought, landing gracefully. This thing has 0 blind spots. I can't waste time here. If this drags on, the Imperial Guard will swarm the place. He had to end this now. As he steeled himself, a notification popped up on his interface that changed everything. System Dragon Ruler Authority detected. Target contains dragon bloodline. Do you wish to attempt taming? Jack blinked, stunned. Wait, this system Manhwa mechanic allows me to control dragons too. He didn't hesitate. Activate Dragon Fear. Instantly, the spectral image of a gigantic golden dragon eye manifested behind him, exuding an aura of absolute terror. Submit, Jack commanded, his voice echoing with ancient power. The chimera froze, its instincts screaming. It looked at Jack not as a prey but as a predator, trembling like a scolded puppy. System target is a lesser dragon species. Fear effect super effective. Jack smirked internally. Dragon fear combined with dominance. It's the perfect combo. They must have spliced dragon DNA into this thing when creating it. System confirmed domination of dragon species target. Jack reached out and tapped the screen. You're mine now. 2 ethereal golden chains burst from the void, wrapping around the chimera. The beast bowed its head in total submission. System taming successful. Jack grinned. Jackpot. He walked up and patted the terrifying monster on the nose. Who's a good boy? From the shadows, the old mage's jaw hit the floor, his brain unable to process the absurdity. Why has the chimera ceased to obey my commands? His attention shifted to the beast, his eyes cold as absolute 0. Silence. Mere seconds later, the creature collapsed into a pool of its own blood, taking its unspoken frustration to the grave. He stepped forward to claim his spoils, beginning his inspection. Let's see here. Glancing at the retrieved document, he muttered, Gulaban Lumani. If I recall correctly, this guy is the number 2 figure of the Scorpion clan. He was puzzled, intending to ask his new pet, but suddenly 2 holographic windows materialized, cutting off his train of thought. A classic trope in this system, Manhwa. System. Do you wish to name the subdued draconic species? A named draconic species can be summoned at any time by the call of the authority holder. Staring at the notification, he felt a sudden whim. You want me to name it? From now on, you are Gurap. System alert. Summoned beast registered. Gurap. The creature's expression instantly darkened. He narrowed his eyes. What is it you don't like it? Too bad, I've already decided. Job done, he returned to Jodon's mansion. Seeing him return unscathed, the boss clapped his hands in praise. Truly astonishing. Simply incredible, Jack Murray. I never expected you to handle that coward Paulo as well. He responded with a nonchalant tone. I always keep my word. The old man nodded in agreement. Indeed, you have proven yourself. I have no choice but to trust you now. A valiant warrior deserves respect. I have always loved and cherished powerful warriors as if they were my own children. I wish to treat you the same way. Hearing those words, Z fell silent for a few seconds. Memories of his past life flashed back and he cursed internally. Children. By children, do you mean tools you can freely exploit and discard? You dare say that to me again, you son of a bitch, I will kill you with my own hands. The old man then stepped forward, eager to show him something. Z. Murray, take a look at this. A gift I have prepared for you. Following his gesture, a pile of gift boxes came into view, stacked high and still stained with fresh crimson blood. This sight caused his eyes to narrow slightly in surprise. The boss continued. Didn't you want to become my business partner? Then we need proof of trust commensurate with that ambition. He stepped forward to inspect the gifts. After observing the exterior for a moment, he sighed internally. Definitely. With this size and weight. As he spoke, he slowly pried open a box. Immediately, the images of the syndicate members flashed through his mind. Inside were the severed heads of the syndicate's leadership. Seeing him silent for a long time, the old man probed, "Are you satisfied?" He maintained his composure, not answering immediately. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile of dark amusement as he cheerfully replied, "Of course, boss." He thought to himself, "Good. Everything is proceeding exactly as planned. This wipes out the syndicate's leadership. Now all that remains is to place K at the top." The old man turned, interrupting his thoughts. "But listen, a problem has arisen." He asked, "What problem?" The boss explained, "It seems Pavela has discovered that we were the attackers. They are spouting nonsense that I mobilized both knights and mages." He exhaled sharply, thinking, well, it probably looked that way to them. The old man continued, "Therefore, taking this opportunity, I want to warn those filthy pirates decisively. The master of this southern continent is me." Hearing this, he thought, "So you want me to attack Pavela again?" Despite his internal monologue, he didn't refuse outwardly. "I will do it." His sudden agreement surprised the old man. He explained, "I will go to Pavela and clearly convey the boss's will. However, in exchange, I have a request. Please grant more power to Kay so she can become the center of the new syndicate." The old man pondered the proposal for a few seconds before immediately agreeing. "Very well. I will take responsibility and become her guardian. And for you, I will send our best assassin along with a squad from Kato." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, 4 figures materialized around them with blinding speed. A man with a chillingly cold expression appeared behind him. The assassin stared at him without a word. The boss explained, "He will be very helpful." Looking at the man, he fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, in Paulo Santos's territory within Pavela Chell, the intelligence bureau lay in ruins after a bloodbath. 2 pairs of feet slowly stepped inside. The person in the back spoke up. "Ian, the investigation is finished. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau has already looked it over. There's nothing left to dig up. We've received the results, haven't we? The attackers included at least a squad of knights and mages. They fought a fierce battle." Ignoring the chatter, Ian crouched down to examine the scene. He detected a faint trace of residual mana lingering in the earth. Puzzled by this strange action, the man behind called out his name. Ian explained, "No. There was only one person here." This revelation shocked the blonde youth. What are you saying, sir?" "Only one person. But there are sword marks and traces of magic everywhere," Ian asserted, a being at least at the level of a red knight or higher. "That single individual wiped out everyone here. There are signs that the Intelligence Bureau cleaned up in a hurry, which means there is something even we aren't allowed to know. We must find out what the Empire is hiding." These words sent a shiver of pure terror down the subordinate's spine. He stepped forward to stop him. "Wait. You plan to investigate the Intelligence Bureau. What about the consequences?" Ignoring the anxiety, Ian reminded William, "There is something in this place I absolutely cannot miss. My instincts tell me it's right here. You know how much I have hungered to make Draker and the Empire my own, don't you?" The scene shifts to the harbor of Pavela Chell. The pirate's gaze locked onto a small boat preparing to dock. One thug stepped out from the crowd shouting, "Whose boat is this? Which faction are you from?" Jack Draker didn't hesitate for a heartbeat. Gripping his blade, he launched himself into the air with explosive speed, delivering a swift, lethal slash that sent the questioner straight to the afterlife. Below, Simon watched the pirate's body free fall toward the sea. Without a wasted movement, he tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes flashing with grim determination. Target locked, he hurled his sword, pinning the pirate against the wall with surgical precision. The decisive kill earned silent praise from Jack Draker. Handled perfectly, not a sound, straight into the water. "Job done," he pointed behind him, commanding, "Move up, Simon." The assassin maintained his icy demeanor, offering no reply. Sim Zapatero. In his past life, this was the very man who taught him martial arts and the assassination techniques of the South. Even in dreams, he was surrounded by nothing but terrible people. He is the only soul I can trust in this timeline. Even after turning back the clock, his combat synergy is flawless. Recruiting him would be a massive advantage. The city above was crawling with enemies. He scanned the perimeter, noting that soldiers were stationed at every conceivable angle. Simon frowned, looking for an opening. Is there even a way to breach the central sector? He smirked. Naturally. This was once the territory of the Azure Empire. The ancient sewers still run beneath us. Simon scoffed at the idea. The sewers. You're kidding. Navigating that underground maze without a map is suicide. Hands casually in his pockets, he radiated confidence. Just watch and learn. I have a plan for everything. System navigation to Mateo's quarters initiated. He followed the holographic minimap without hesitation. With this system, Manhwa cheat code, no labyrinth could hold him back. Too much heat up ahead, he signaled. We are taking the scenic route. Listen up. High-ranking knights won't appear on the radar, so stay sharp. That is how Kane got the jump on us last time. He glanced back. We are close. We split up here. Plant explosives everywhere you can. I am taking down target number 2, Mateo. The team nodded in unison. Understood. Assignments distributed. He spun around and vanished toward his destination, the central waste disposal plant. Scaling the massive pipes, his mind raced. If I take out Mateo, the Pavella boss will lose his mind. Total war with Mien will be inevitable. With a surge of strength, he ripped the iron grate from the wall, slipping into the darkness. As he ran, doubt crept in. Did Johan really send me here for the mission? Or does he want me dead? That man would kill his own shadow to maintain order. No, he definitely wants us to die here. A one-way ticket to hell. He plans to use this raid as a warning to Pavella, proving that our lives mean nothing to him. Too bad for you, Johan, because I am actually going to pull this off. Reaching the tunnel's end, he kicked the manhole cover into the sky. The soldiers gasped. Who is there? He descended like a god of war, moving faster than the eye could follow. Steel flashed and hearts stopped before they even hit the ground. After slaughtering the fodder, he paused. Something is wrong. Pavella allied with the Empire, so where are the Imperial troops? The minimap was silent. Suddenly a blinding light erupted, swallowing his vision. As the glare faded, he was surrounded. Imperial knights and mages encircled him. Capture him alive! 3 soldiers lunged. He grabbed the first attacker, using the momentum to launch himself into the air, spinning into a devastating kick. His blade pierced a second soldier's skull, sending the corpse flying. The lead mage screamed. Mage squad, fire at will. System skill activated haste. His speed doubled instantly, leaving the magical barrage hitting nothing but afterimages. He retrieved a blade from his inventory. Skill elemental sword, wind force. With a single effortless slash, the mages were obliterated. He scoffed. Weaker than the Purple Empire's grunts. Did they send this trash just to say they tried? Glaring at the survivors, golden aura exploded from his body. I will offer you one act of mercy. System skill activated Dragon's pressure. His voice thundered. Kneel and live, or charge and die. The sheer killing intent broke their spirits. But as the dust settled, a new question formed. Why is the Empire operating this far south? Suddenly a wave of dark energy rolled toward him. High above, a cold voice echoed. A mere worm dares to interrupt the great work. He looked up, stunned. When did he get there? I didn't sense his presence at all. He shouted back, Who are you? The mage didn't answer. Dark magic poured from his ring, infecting the corpses scattered on the ground. The dead began to rise. Seize him, the mage commanded. I will harvest his soul personally. He watched the zombies shamble forward. Mass resurrection in seconds. Is he a high-tier necromancer? But usually only the Scorpion clan has that power. And he is casting without circles or chance. His eyes glowed gold. He blurred into motion, tearing through the undead. System corrupted, zombie eliminated. Plus 10 karma points. He checked the notification and grinned. Points now, that is a reward I can use. It was time for a classic leveling Manhwa grind. For the next few minutes the system pinged incessantly. Plus 10 points. Plus 10 points. He decapitated the final zombie. Is that the last of them? The dark mage watched in silence. Then his body dissolved into mist, vanishing without a trace. Running away already? He sheathed his weapon. Next time I will turn him into XP as well. Area clear. Mateo's office is just ahead. It is time. But suddenly his path was blocked. He stopped, his expression calm. I have been waiting for you, Simon. The traitor stared back, ice in his eyes. He smiled grimly. Did Johan send you a quick execution before things get complicated? Simon didn't speak. He simply gripped his dagger, switching it to his dominant hand. The real fight was about to begin. The blade pressed cold against his neck again. Simon growled, threatening that the boss planned to wipe out the Chel Pavella cartel, and there was no room for outsiders in this bloodbath. Zaire didn't flinch. He simply asked, If I hadn't stepped in, wouldn't the distribution network already be in Pavella's hands? Simon sneered. The Syndicate uses tools like you until they break. You're expendable. Zaire scoffed. Is that so? Suddenly a blue window flashed before his eyes, a classic trope in this system, Manhwa. Admin request confirmed. Pausing regenerative factor. His voice dropped heavy with confidence. Then why are you hesitating? Kill me. He reached up, gripping the sharp blade with his bare hand and pulling it deeper into his own throat. This reckless move caught Simon off guard. How do you know the name I used when I was a wanted outlaw? Zare's eyes bore into him. Simon Zapatero. I know every shadow of your past and exactly why you bow your head to John Johan. Simon tried to deny it. What madness are you spouting? Simon roared. Zare cut through the noise. You're doing it to protect the last drop of royal blood from the kingdom of Cusco, aren't you? Bullseye. The truth hit the mark and Simon's killing intent exploded outward like a shockwave. How could you possibly know that? But Zare sensed the shift and leaped back. Incoming. Zare summoned his sword from thin air, his grip tightening as he parried Simon's desperate lethal strike. Zare's gaze turned razor-sharp. Simon pressed the attack, screaming, You bastard! How deep does your intel go? Who the hell are you really? A calm smile spread across Zare's face. My identity fine. I'll tell you. I am of the true bloodline of House Drur. My name is Zare. The name struck Simon like a bolt of lightning, freezing him in place. House Drur. Could he be the legendary prodigy, the youngest ever to ascend to Blue Knight? If the Drur family gets involved, the balance of the entire southern continent will collapse. Zare interrupted his spiraling thoughts. Relax. This has nothing to do with the family. This is my own solo operation. Simon lowered his guard slightly. Then why reveal your true name so easily? You could have kept that card hidden. As they spoke, they exchanged blows again, but this time Zare effortlessly sent Simon's blade spinning into the air. Zare shouted, commanding the room. Stop wasting your loyalty on John Johan, pledge it to me. Instead, I won't just protect the Cusco bloodline. I'll help you rebuild your entire kingdom. The offer was so audible it made Simon flinch. What did you say? Zare continued. I know it's hard to believe, but look at the reality before you. You know there is no hope clinging to the Merkin Syndicate. Think, Simon. If you kill me right now on his orders, what then? How will you handle the Pavela army marching on your doorstep? Has John Johan ever sent reinforcements for you? Or does he leave you to rot? The realization crashed down on him. No. I've always fought alone. Zare drove the point home. And remember who took over the Cusco lands after the fall? It was the Cell Cartel. John Johan wants loyal dogs like you dead so he can sell the lonely princess to the rebels for a high price without interference. 10 years ago, when the kingdom of Cusco burned, Simon had fled to the borderlands clutching the newborn princess in his arms. He became an outlaw, walking a dark path solely to gather enough power to one day drive out the rebels and restore the princess to her throne. That was the only reason he joined John Johan's assassins. But John knew everything. In the original timeline, Zare recalled Simon was purged as a liability. The princess was sold off. Before he died, Simon begged me to save her, but by the time I found her, nothing remained. That is why I must get you out of Merkin. Simon stood silent for a moment, then spoke. We have no time, so I won't ask how you know these secrets. But you're right. Merkin seemed unshakable, yet now it trembles. And you are the epicenter of this earthquake. From the boss's birthday to the Pavela invasion, the timing is too perfect. What is your true goal? Zare sighed, feigning hurt. Didn't you just call me an interfering outsider? Whatever. My immediate goal is to make these two syndicates slaughter each other. When the dust settles, I'm coming for Merkin. Simon's eyes widened. Your target is John Johan. Zare nodded. Dead serious. And I want you by my side when I do it. Simon cut him off, his voice trembling with emotion. Then promise me 2 things. Ensure the safety of my men and swear you will protect the Cusco bloodline and restore my kingdom. Promise me. Zare didn't hesitate. He slammed his fist against his chest in a salute. I swear it upon my honor as a knight. The tension broke. Slowly the proud warrior dropped to one knee. Simon Zapatero, captain of the Royal Guard, greets his new Master Lord Zare. Zare smiled. Excellent, Simon. But drop the formalities. Stand up, we'll talk details, once we're alive. Where is your squad? Simon replied. Waiting for my signal. They're rigged to blow the perimeter and retreat. Change of plans, Zare commanded. Signal them now. Bring all your ships to the underground port. Simon nodded. Understood. And target Mateo is bound and secured inside. Perfect, Zare grinned. I'll see you shortly. Inside the dark room, the muffled screams of a desperate man echoed. Mateo writhed on the floor, yelling, You bastard, do you think Merkin will let this slide? Zare leaned in close, his shadow looming over him. You think you have a future. When war breaks out, no one sleeps soundly. And it's all thanks to you. Much obliged, Mateo. Zare jammed a crumpled paper into the man's mouth. Bite down. Consider this piece for a man who dared point his sword at Merkan. With a swift, decisive strike, Zare sent him to the afterlife. Job done. Zare patted his coat. He had the secret ledgers. Time to make my exit. He stepped into the corridor. Simon ran up. Boss, I've signaled the Zer suddenly yanked him back, shouting, Simon, get behind me! Zer's scabbard transformed, instantly expanding into a massive shield just as a hail of arrows slammed into it. The ambushers screamed, Intruders, capture them! Zer unleashed his fire elemental sword, the blade erupting in flames as he charged alone into the enemy ranks. After clearing the path, the group regrouped at the underground port. Simon looked down at his confused troops and declared, Bow your heads, this is our new master. We pledge our loyalty to the new lord. The crowd roared in unison. But he cut them off cold. Save the pleasantries. We move now. The hunting dogs are already on our scent. They vanished into the sewers like shadows. But his senses, sharpened by the system, flared in the darkness. They're already here. He spun around, eyes narrowing. Halt! We split here. I'll be the bait to draw their aggro. You take the brethren and fall back. Regroup with K at the syndicate. Drop my name and he'll fall in line. Simon hesitated, fear flickering in his eyes. But the princess is still in Selman's clutches. A smirk played on his lips. You think I'm playing checkers while they play chess? Every variable is already within my calculations. I activated a sleeper agent hours ago. You did memorize the strategy file I uploaded, didn't you? The subordinate nodded efficiently. Chapter and verse, sir. Amidst the chaos of D-Day, we extract the hostage. His eyes glinted with approval. Excellent. You understand the mission parameters. His lips curved into a predatory smile. The princess has already been secured. Meanwhile, in the southern continent, Johann Doan slammed his fist on the table, rage distorting his face. You call this reasonable? It's been 1 month since we struck Ciel Pavela, and in that time, we've been bled dry by endless raids. 50% of Kuhlman's management wiped out. He sank into his chair, the weight of a crumbling empire crushing him. Damn it, these aren't just enemies, they're monsters. I set an impossible difficulty quest to break them, but instead, it triggered a berserk state in Ciel Pavela. A subordinate stepped forward tentatively. Sir, Johann snapped, veins bulging. What, you want to flee the guild too? You want me to run like a coward? No, sir, but those pirate bastards are blinded by their thirst for vengeance. They're arrogant. They'll siege Kelman soon. That is our opportunity. Johann's eyes lit up with malice. We lure the rats into a trap and exterminate them. Precisely. You will command the slaughter from the safety of the Tawan Villa. The suggestion soothed Johann's bruised ego instantly. Excellent. As any villain in a leveling Manhwa knows, crisis is just a chance to evolve. We will come out stronger, won't we? The room erupted. Yes, boss. The room cleared, leaving only the blonde strategist. He turned to leave, but a shadow materialized behind him. Rick was there before the air could even shift. Cold steel kissed his throat. You have a silver tongue. The traitor stammered, sweat pouring down his face. I did exactly as you ordered. He's at Tahuan. Please, my reward. Slash. No hesitation. The body hit the floor. Your reward is silence. Good work. Now it's time for the main event. Tawan Villa. Johann stepped out of the carriage, sighing heavily. His inner monologue was dark. To think they forced me into hiding. I will grind those pirates into dust. Night fell, wrapping the villa in an ominous silence, save for the golden glow of the windows. Johann swirled his vintage wine, gazing at the abyss outside. The door creaked open. He didn't bother turning around. I didn't summon any servants. Get lost. Silence answered him. Rage flared. He spun around. Are you deaf? I said get the hell out. It wasn't a servant. It was Jack, radiating a killing intent so dense it felt like gravity. He slowly lowered his mask. Enjoying your vacation? Dawn. The air grew heavy. Johann's eyes widened in recognition. Jay, Murray. He froze, then let out a hollow laugh. You think I climbed to the top of this syndicate without facing a few assassins? He poured another glass, feigning calm. Cheap theatrics. Cling. A flash of steel, and the wine glass was severed in two. Good, Jack whispered. I was worried you'd beg. Revenge is tasteless if the prey doesn't struggle. Johann slammed his hands on the desk, abandoning his composure. You insolent brat, you dare threaten me. Guards dragged this filth to his knees. Save your breath, Jack interrupted coldly. No one is coming. What? Because the Reaper has already visited them all. In my past life, I didn't have the luxury of time to make you suffer properly. It was my greatest regret. I still see it in my nightmares. The years I spent as your dog slaughtering innocents just because you pointed a finger. Johann stumbled back, confused. What? What madness are you spouting? I never gave such orders to a nobody like you. Do you know what their ghosts whisper to me? Jack lunged, pinning Johann against the window frame. Save me, please. They begged the monster who built his throne of gold on a foundation of their blood. No, you're wrong, Johann shrieked. I am a chosen one, a savior designated by the gods. Without me, those peasants would— Shut your mouth. The blade flashed. Blood sprayed as Johann's ear hit the floor. The room filled with the pig-like squeals of a broken man. Jack wiped the splatter from his cheek, his eyes void of mercy. Now, die slowly. Feel every ounce of the agony you inflicted on them. The next morning, Tahuan Villa. The pristine hallways were now a canvas painted with bloody footprints. Jack descended the stairs like a king dusting off his crimson-stained cloak. At the bottom, Kay and Simon stood at attention. "Is it finished?" Kay asked. Jack nodded. "It is done." "What of the syndicate?" "Just as you predicted," Kay replied. "I trusted your script and it played out perfectly. The managers tried to defect to Pavella, and Johann liquidated them himself. I handled the operations, so I walked away clean. No penalties." "Excellent. The syndicate is now yours to command." He tossed a stack of documents onto the table. They landed with a heavy thud. "What's this?" Kay flipped through the pages, eyes widening. "Trade guild contracts, orders. The guild plans to launch a pharmaceutical front to crush us. We're going to beat them to it. High-quality production distributed through their own channels. If processed correctly, the heart-piercing plum becomes a panacea. I'm entrusting the logistics to you." Kay gaped at him. "Wait. Mass production. But what about the logistics? Surely we can't move this openly under our own banner." He headed for the door, his mind already racing. "Once we aid the Sia Kingdom, we'll secure the cultivation permits we need." He let out a heavy sigh. "I have the rest planned out, but time is a luxury I don't have right now. We'll discuss it later." His dismissal sparked a flash of irritation in her eyes. "Hey, aren't we supposed to be allies in this?" Scene shift. Deep within the forest, he moved alone, silence wrapping around him. "All right then, let's take care of this nuisance." He pulled a letter from his inventory, an invitation from Prince Krusnova Konstantinus. According to the intel from Decker, the prince never returned after the banquet. He was still lingering in Atlas, but traveling to the central continent from here would take days. If I arrive late, the prince or the vipers surrounding him will get suspicious. They might even figure out the real reason for my delay. His mind drifted to the worst-case scenarios. Perhaps Jack Drecker is linked to the Mage Guild's collapse, or maybe the prince has already begun to doubt my loyalty and summoned me to test it. It's just a theory, but in this game of power, caution is king. I need to create an ironclad alibi. He scanned the bulletin board before a smirk curled his lips. This spot is perfect. A magic circle flared to life beneath his feet. System alert. Please designate destination coordinates. Target locked Atlas ruins. Cost 600 system points. In a flash of light, space bent around him and he vanished from the forest. With the warp function of this leveling Manhwa system, nowhere is out of reach. The scene shifted to the high-rise lounge of the Atlas Hotel. A voice called out as he approached. "Oh, look who finally decided to show up!" The man waved enthusiastically. "Over here, Zik!" Zik glanced at the source of the noise. Just as I expected, they're all here. Krus was there, of course. But the man beside him? It was his older brother, Aben. Aben turned a mask of friendly warmth plastered on his face. "You've arrived." Zik immediately bowed, playing the part of the loyal subject. Zik answers the summons. "May I ask what urgent matter requires my presence?" "Your Highness," Krus laughed boisterously. "I called you here for a matter of national importance." He threw a heavy arm around Zik's shoulder and shouted. "You see, Aben and William are geniuses, but they can't hold their liquor. But Zik, you know how to party, don't you?" "That is exactly why I summoned you." The prince's words triggered a memory of the mansion. Zik frowned internally. "Is that really the impression I left on them back then?" He noticed Aben's gaze piercing through him, but he chose to ignore it for now. Prince Krus, Aben, and William. It wasn't hard to guess what they had been discussing. And judging by the atmosphere, Aben had his own agenda with Zik tonight. Krus poured a glass of vintage wine and shoved it towards him. "Come on, don't stand on ceremony, drink up." Zik feigned hesitation. "Very well, then." He joined the festivities, matching them glass for glass. Cheers. Hours passed. Krus was wasted, but thanks to the system, Zik remained stone-cold sober. System notification, alcohol detected. Activation, 1,000 poisons immunity, passive skill. Toxin neutralized. This feels like cheating, he thought. I'm the only one awake and I actually feel a bit guilty. Once Krus passed out, Aben finally made his move. "I apologize," Aben said softly. "I heard you were in closed-door cultivation. I shouldn't have interrupted." Zik smiled, masking his guard. "Not at all. I was hitting a wall anyway, so the break is welcome." Aben nodded. "That's a relief then. Sit down. Let's share a drink, just the two of us." Zik hesitated for a split second. I didn't expect Aben to create such an intimate atmosphere. Whatever was coming next, it was going to be heavy. The moment Zik touched his glass, Aben dropped the facade. Zik, what is your stance on the Drecker family? The question hung in the air. Before Zik could answer, Abin continued coldly. Because, as for me, one day I will erase the Drecker name from history. The sheer malice in his voice made Zik flinch, instinctively rising from his seat. Abin waved him down, his eyes gleaming. You reek of it, Zik. The same scent that clings to me. Blood, battle, death, and victory. These are things a true-born killer possesses. You have the aura of a predator. We are cut from the same cloth, you and I. I believe you understand exactly what I'm saying. Zik cursed internally. Damn it. He's obsessed with this bloodline rhetoric again. After a moment of silence, Zik spoke. So, your alliance with the Empire, is that just a tool to overthrow the family? Abin didn't answer immediately. He downed his wine in one gulp and slammed the glass down. Many call Atlas the greatest on the continent, but my vision goes beyond that. I cannot be satisfied with a single city. To be the true apex, one must be absolute. Look at the Dorm Empire. Do you not see their relentless expansion? From the frozen north to the south. They are even attempting to unify the eastern continent. Rhodes culture resources. The moment everything connects with Dorm, the world will evolve. His fist clenched, trembling with ambition. A utopia where all are united under one banner. Zik cut him off. That sounds like a speech only an emperor should be making. The name flashed in Zik's mind, Ken Simon Constantinus. The man backing Abin shared the middle name, Simon. The connection is undeniable now, Zik realized. Abin, Simon, and the Empire are in bed together. Abin continued, his voice lowering. Zik, my blood brother, talent deserves its reward. If you join me, I can promise you the brightest jewel in the crown I will forge. Come under my wing, Zik. Zik pondered the offer. He wants to make me his right-hand man, his executioner. He placed a hand over his chest. I am grateful for the offer, brother. However, I have already chosen my own path. I'm afraid I must decline. Zik turned to leave without hesitation. Abin's voice stopped him at the threshold. You won't regret this, Zik answered flatly. Not for a second. As the door clicked shut, Zik gritted his teeth in fury. Does he think I'll become a mindless butcher just like him? Moments later, William entered the office. But why are you alone? Where is Zik? Abin remained silent, staring at the empty glass. Slowly, a terrifying aura of rage began to boil around him. My dear blood brother. He says he will walk a different path. Abin's eyes darkened. Tell me, William. Since he refuses to bend, I have no choice but to crush the seedling before it grows. Do I? Suffocating killing intent flooded the room, making William shudder. I gave him one last chance. He chose his fate. The scene shifted to the entrance of the Valhalla headmaster's office. Jack had arrived at the scene. He stood tall, reflecting on his progress. 17 years old and already a second-year cadet at Valhalla Academy. But I have no intention of waiting a whole year to graduate. I need to clear this early. As an official knight, my duty is to bring glory to my family immediately. However, remaining a mere student shackles my potential. I cannot make waves while stuck in a classroom. That is why I have come to ask for this favor, honorable principal. Reviewing the letter he had just penned, Jack clenched his fist, confidence surging through him. With a presentation like this, an early graduation interview is practically guaranteed. Suddenly a voice called out from the distance. Yo, Ju, you heading to the boss's office too? Jack turned to greet Diego, but his eyes drifted to the stranger walking beside him. Hey, Diego. Jack responded, but his gaze remained fixed on the third person. Who is that? That is a face I have never seen before. Who could he be? The blonde youth yawned, looking completely drained of life. As the trio gathered, the principal looked up. Excellent timing, cadets. Diego and Aster, too. It has been nearly a week since I saw you, hasn't it? Jack froze. Aster. As in the Illusion Knight, Aster Elidor. This was a twist worthy of a Manhwa recap. The legendary 5-star knight from before the timeline reset. A ghost with 0 public records. I never expected to encounter a heavyweight like him here. Aster scratched his messy hair, looking sheepish. Sorry, Principal. My insomnia is killing me. It makes it kind of hard to attend class. Jack analyzed him closely. That exhaustion runs deep. It looks severe. Diego grinned, elbowing the sleepyhead. Want me to sing you a lullaby, Sleeping Beauty? Aster waved him off irritably. Buzz off. My head is splitting, so keep it down, will you? Jack's mind raced. In my past life, Aster was a loyal dog of the Empire. If I can bring him to my side just like I did with Diego, my forces will be unstoppable. The principal cleared his throat, bringing them back to reality. Listen up. The reason I summoned you three today is simple. You are the only ones bold enough to apply for early graduation, so I am addressing you together. The faculty agrees your academic scores are flawless. However, to prove you are ready for the real world, I have decided to assess your true power through a special mission. Jack scanned the paper in his hand, a joint operation document with Delpa. The principal continued, "Have any of you heard of the Black Yaksha?" The other two looked blank. Jack stepped forward. "A public enemy of the continent, originally a lawless drifter. Public enemy implies a threat the entire world has sworn to eradicate." "Correct. The Black Yaksha is one of those nightmares, and he has recently surfaced in Delpa," the principal explained. "Your duty is to cooperate with the Delpa Knights and hunt him down." The principal's voice grew grave. "These lawless ones awakened their aura solely for slaughter. Their combat style is savage, completely unlike the honorable swordsmanship of knights. That is why they specifically requested warriors of purple rank or higher. Make no mistake, this mission will be a bloodbath. If anyone wishes to withdraw, speak now." Diego smirked, scanning the mission details. "So, how many rounds is this little test?" 3 rounds total, the principal replied. "This is merely the first." Diego nodded eagerly. 2 more to go after this, then." The principal looked at the others. "Any other questions?" Silence filled the room. The principal laughed heartily. "Good. I see you all possess the hearts of lions. Go now. Prepare for war." Outside the office, Aster clutched his head, groaning in pain. "My skull is going to explode." Jack approached him from behind. "Aster." The blonde knight spun around, eyes narrowing defensively. Jack smiled calmly. "Do you need a cure for that insomnia?" Aster blinked, confused. "A cure?" Jack reached into his coat, pulling out a small pouch. "Trust me. I just happen to have a miracle remedy right here." Aster looked at him with skepticism and waved his hand. "Thanks, but save it. I have tried every potion in the kingdom. Nothing works on this curse." Jack pressed on. "Just try it first. If it works, sign a contract with me and I will ensure you never have a sleepless night again." Aster's eyes narrowed, ready to refuse. "No, it is pointless anyway." But the moment the scent from the pouch hit his nose, his eyes rolled back. He collapsed like a puppet with cut strings, snoring instantly. When he finally woke, his energy was explosive. "I signed it. It is all signed, Guildmaster." Jack stared at the paper in shock. "You signed it that fast? Did you even read it?" "That is a master-servant life contract, you know." Aster grinned like a maniac. "As long as I can sleep like that, I do not care." Jack raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" Jack looked at the contract, satisfied. "Having a system Manhwa store is practically a cheat code. All I need are points, and I can buy legendary artifacts." That was the Sandman's sleeping sand, a mythical item. "With this, Aster is bound to my faction even after graduation. None of these 5-star knights are normal. Diana seems to be the only sane one." Aster stretched, marveling at the sky. "So bright. Is this what Valhalla looks like to the well-rested?" Jack watched him. It would be a waste to leave it at this. "Since we are here, let's see what he is really made of." "Aster," Jack called out. The sudden noise made the blonde jump. "Huh. Oh yes, Guildmaster." Jack unsheathed his blade, the steel singing in the air. "Before we deploy for the mission, show me your strength." Aster's goofy demeanor vanished. He slammed his spear into the ground, spinning it with lethal grace before settling into a combat stance. Jack noted the shift. The moment he holds a weapon, his aura changes completely. "Don't hold back," Jack commanded. "Use your aura." Aster's eyes gleamed. "Then I won't be polite." They clashed, sparks flew as steel met steel. Jack analyzed mid-combat. His range is massive because of the spear. He parried my strike perfectly. "Is he a defensive specialist?" Jack smirked. "Let's test that theory." He activated the flower shadow step, his body blurring out of sight to evade the strike. In a heartbeat, Jack appeared behind him, aiming for a blind spot ambush. But as the blade descended, Aster did not even flinch. Click, Aster twisted his spear, splitting it into twin batons. One blocked the strike with an impenetrable defense, while the other tip aimed for blood. With a fluid motion, he deflected Jack's heavy blow and launched a lightning-fast counter-thrust. He drove his blade into the earth to anchor himself, then launched into the air to dodge the lethal strike. In his mind, he marveled that shape-shifting spear technique was truly unpredictable. It was a dirty fighting style, typical of outlaws. But he had to admit the guy was interesting. Without missing a beat, he summoned another blade, hurling it forward like a deadly projectile. The opponent's eyes narrowed in pure focus, instantly reassembling his weapon to deflect the flying sword with a heavy impact. But in that split second, the protagonist vanished. He circled Aster like a predator, looking for the slightest opening in his defense. Aster tried to split the spear again, forcing him to pause his rhythm for a heartbeat. That trick again. This time he seized the initiative, charging in while thinking, "You cannot block this move with cheap tricks." Dragon-slaying sword, art. Chapter 2. First verse. Earth severing. Aster realized the danger, instantly spinning his spear to activate the Yop family's ultimate counter-flow reversal spear. The spear swept out to intercept Jack Draker's charge. As the two legendary weapons collided, the very space around them seemed to crack from the pressure. Scene shift to the aftermath. Staring at his trembling hand, Aster gasped. Ugh, is the president a monster? He scratched his head, embarrassed. I am a recognized genius. How was I defeated so easily? The protagonist replied coldly. It is because you live on praise that your spear point has dulled. His eyes flashed with a mocking, killing intent. You are still far too weak. From now until graduation, I will put you through special hell training. Seeing that terrifying look, Aster felt a chill run down his spine. I have a very bad feeling about this. Later, the protagonist returned to the dormitory. Decker bowed immediately. Welcome back, my liege. He nodded in acknowledgement. The butler continued. A guest is waiting for you, sir. The person Decker mentioned was none other than Jian. The young smith was wandering the hallway, eyes wide as he admired the decor. Your mansion is truly magnificent. The protagonist approached him. Long time no see, Jian. I called you here because there is something I need you to see. Jian jumped, startled. Me, is there a problem with the dark sword that was made in the arcane forge? It shouldn't be scratched so easily. Hearing this, he thought to himself. Come to think of it, Jian's reputation must be skyrocketing in this Manhwa recap timeline. Thanks to the magic forge I built in his past life, he is crafting weapons far beyond expectations. I must make him my exclusive blacksmith soon, before anyone else poaches him. He explained calmly, Bahamut is fine, but the issue lies elsewhere. He summoned Ken's armor, causing the smith to flinch. He continued. I acquired this recently. Jian's eyes widened in shock. He screamed out, Oh my god, what in the world is this, my liege? He shook his head. I do not know either. That is why I called you. This is an item I cannot investigate publicly. So can you analyze it for me quietly? Jian took the armor, nodding vigorously. Yes, of course I can. A moment later in the guest room, Jian scratched his head. I apologize, sir. Among all modern artifacts in this system Manhwa world, I have never seen anything like this. Are there any traits to identify the material? He stood silent for a few seconds, recalling the duel with Ken. He began to describe the armor's properties, specifically how it deflected sword aura. Hearing those words, Jian jumped up in shock. What did you say, sword aura? There is only one metal in existence capable of that. That is the metal of the gods orichalcum. Jian could not hide his astonishment. Unbelievable. I never thought I would see real orichalcum in my lifetime. The protagonist asked, Is it really that rare? Jian replied, It is beyond rare, sir. It is the perfect matter created by the gods. Its mana conductivity surpasses any other metal, allowing it to hold significantly more magic enchantments. He marveled, Is that so? Then how many grand magic circles can regular metal hold? Jian replied, What do you mean how many ordinary metal cannot hold even a single grand-scale magic circle? Hearing this, he stroked his chin. I knew it was extraordinary, but I didn't expect it to be this broken. It defies logic like a glitch in an awakening manhwa. He asked, Can we change its shape? Jian gasped, Huh. You want to reshape orichalcum? Absolutely impossible. Even if it is a divine metal, it can be processed, but not like this. The problem is that this armor is already in a completed state. If we tamper with it and damage the magic circuits, this legendary gear will become nothing but scrap metal. Of course, if it were my master, it might be a different story. The protagonist asked, You mean the famous artisan Golan? Jian nodded. Yes, if it is master. He could reshape it without affecting its functions. The protagonist asked, Do you know where Golan is right now? He replied, He is likely in Himonas as always. The name of that place made the protagonist pause. Jian explained, Perhaps you do not know where Himonas is. It is a region in the far north. The protagonist finished the sentence, the territory of the northern Grand Duke. His words made Jian jump. Hey, how did you know people from the central continent rarely know about the northern Duke? He replied simply, I just happen to know. Speaking of the north, an image of an old acquaintance flashed in his mind. He stood up and spoke. Anyway, thank you, Jian. If you want to study the metal further, feel free to stay at the mansion. Jian bowed. Thank you very much, sir. Walking out, he thought to himself, Himonas, huh? Why is he there of all places? I still have time. I should handle my current tasks before heading there. Remembering something important, he hardened his resolve. That's right, I must do it that way. Scene shift to the Renheret Merchant Guild. He sat with Cliff and Melissa. Cliff spoke up. Regarding the potion manufacturing you mentioned, we can proceed without issues. However, at least within the central continent building, a factory to process raw soma is difficult. Hearing this, he thought, just as I expected. If rumors spread that the princess is backing soma processing, her reputation will take a hit. He asked, "What if it is already processed?" Cliff replied, "If it is processed, it is classified as medicine. As long as the magic tower verifies its safety, there will be no problem." He made his decision instantly. "Very well then. We will build the factory in the southern continent and import it for distribution through the Renherat Guild." Melissa hesitated, her brow furrowed with worry. "Lord Zik, forgive my bluntness, but our treasury is far too thin to construct a mega factory on another continent right now. Just completing the production facility for the red flower cure stretched us to our absolute limit. We need to find an alternative solution for the construction costs." Zik's expression remained calm as a still lake. "Put your mind at ease. I will personally fund the construction. All I ask is that you handle the magic tower permits to ensure our trade routes remain open." Melissa flinched, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You, Lord Zik, do you mean the Jack Draker family will finance this directly?" "This has nothing to do with the family," he clarified, his voice steady. "This comes from my private funds." He then slid a sealed letter across the table. "But this is the real storm we need to discuss today. Read it." As Melissa scanned the document, the color drained from her face. "Good heavens. The Empire is conspiring with the Scorpion clan to synthesize deadly biological poisons." Zik nodded grimly. "If the red flower virus was indeed a man-made magical plague, then it stands to reason that Alenia was merely a testing ground for the Empire's twisted clinical trials." A tremor of pure fury shook Melissa's frame. Her knuckles turned white as she clenched her fists. "I had my suspicions, but to think they would treat their own citizens as lab rats. Your Majesty—" Zik interrupted, his tone shifting to cold calculation. "I brought this to you because we must bury this secret deep. For now." Melissa's emotions compressed like a spring snapped. She bolted from her chair. "What madness are you speaking? We must expose the Empire's atrocities to the world immediately, so this history never repeats." Zik remained unmoved. "I understand your rage, my queen. But in the court of diplomacy, this evidence lacks the fangs to kill. The Empire has already cleverly shifted the narrative, framing the Scorpion clan as the sole masterminds behind these experiments. Since the Scorpion clan is a notorious syndicate of dark mages, the world won't be shocked to hear they're experimenting on humans. It fits their profile perfectly. The Empire will simply deny involvement, shed a few fake tears, and cut ties. But if we hold on to this information, it becomes a weapon." Melissa paused, confusion clouding her anger. "What are you suggesting?" "The Empire doesn't know we've seen their cards," Zik explained, his eyes glinting. "They are operating on a massive scale. Sooner or later, a smoking gun that links them directly to the crimes will appear." Realization dawned on her. "You mean, we wait to seize undeniable proof, to hold a blade against the Empire's throat that they cannot ignore?" Zik nodded. "Precisely. However, the reason I showed you this now is for preparation." Melissa tilted her head. "Preparation? If they tested the red flower virus in the disputed territory of Alenia, it is highly likely they will field test their new synthetic poisons there as well. We must synthesize antidotes before the first drop of poison falls." Melissa's mind raced. If they unleash those biological weapons during a conflict, our soldiers would be slaughtered by toxins before they could even draw their swords. "But," Zik continued, "if we already possess the cure, we not only minimize casualties but also deliver a fatal counterstrike to the Empire's blind spot." Determination ignited in Melissa's eyes like a rekindled hearth. "Yes, my instincts were right about you. Aligning with you and your merchant guild was the greatest strategic victory for Alenia." Zik stood up, smoothing his coat. "I won't be able to attend meetings for a while. My schedule at Vanha Academy is becoming demanding." "I understand," Melissa replied with a warm smile. "If fate allows, I would love to welcome you to Alenia as a guest one day." Zik raised an eyebrow. "Alenia? That is the land famous for its majestic peaks and crystal lakes, is it not?" Melissa beamed. "Have you visited before?" "I've only heard rumors of its beauty," Zik said with a charming smile. "If I do visit, you must be my guide to these scenic wonders." Melissa bowed. "It would be my honor." They exchanged formal bows, sealing their pact. "Safe travels, Lord Zik." With politics behind him, Zik returned to his true calling, hellish training. After a grueling session, his two friends were sprawled on the dirt, gasping for air. Diego groaned, "Zik, I'm going to die before we even start the mission." Zik looked down at them, looking as fresh as if he'd just taken a nap. "Pathetic. Instead of wasting breath on complaints, use it to swing your sword one more time." Diego sprang up, fueled by sheer irritation. "You're a literal demon. That cold-blooded Jack Draker DNA isn't just for show, is it?" As he shouted, Diego launched another desperate attack. Zik smiled, effortlessly parrying. "See, you only get motivated when I strike a nerve." Under Zik's tyranny, Diego and Aster were evolving rapidly. It was like watching characters in a leveling manhwa, their stats rising with every torture session, especially Diego, who was shedding his lazy persona for true strength. Suddenly a voice cut through the sound of clashing steel. Aren't we working hard today? Diego froze, surprised by the intrusion. Standing there was none other than the Golden Lion himself. Oh, greetings, Professor. Zick lowered his weapon, curious. Professor Andre. What wind blows you all the way out here? Andre smiled mysteriously. I came to deliver some news to my 3-star pupils. Zick narrowed his eyes. What kind of news? You 3 are being drafted for a continent-level subjugation mission. Naturally, we can't send students alone, so I will be leading the charge. Days later, the team sat aboard the royal train. Andre's voice broke the silence. I honestly didn't expect you all to volunteer for the night yaksha hunt. As I mentioned, this isn't a field trip. Let me brief you on the terrain. Do you boys know what kind of place Delpha is? Zick, sitting opposite him, answered calmly. I recall the theory classes. Unlike other regions, Delpha is a society where mages are the nobility and knights are second class. Correct. Andre nodded. Their combat doctrine is unique. The Knights of Delpha primarily master the Great Shield, unlike the offensive swordsmanship taught elsewhere. Their sole purpose is to push the enemy back into a cluster, creating a kill zone for the mages to rain down destruction from the rear. Aster raised his hand, frowning. Wait, wouldn't our frontline troops get caught in the friendly fire? Andre pointed a finger. Sharp question. That is exactly why Delpha Knights train to run with shields rather than fight. And it is also why Delpha's Mage Corps loves hiring graduates from Manhwa. We make excellent meat shields. Diego scoffed, disgusted. So basically, that entire knighthood exists just to serve the mages. They don't respect warriors at all. Looking out the carriage window, Andre gave a grim warning. You have the right idea. But don't let your guard down when we reach Delpoa. The mages there possess an arrogance that is truly repulsive. Moments later, they arrived at the mage city of Delpoa. As soon as they disembarked, a delegation was waiting. Andre stepped forward with noble grace. A pleasure to meet you. I am Andre Jack Draker, assistant instructor from the Van Academy. The welcoming representative bowed respectfully, his voice filled with awe. I never imagined the Jack Draker family would personally send an envoy. This is a tremendous honor for us. Scratching his head with a humble grin, he introduced himself. I am George, captain of the 8th Knight Order of Delpoa. Andre's gaze swept over his 3 students with pride. These students are the most elite prodigies of Van. They will be no burden to the mission, so please put your mind at ease. He offered a reassuring smile. Ha ha ha. Hearing that lifts a weight off my shoulders. George gestured toward the ornate carriage behind him. Our commander is waiting inside. Diego, however, was confused. Commander, I thought that bearded guy was the leader. Jack immediately cut in, his voice cold. Silence, Diego. This is Delpoa. The hierarchy here is different. Suddenly the carriage door swung open, revealing a blond man radiating pure disdain. His cold eyes swept over them like they were insects. Diego couldn't help himself. Wow, he looks like a real piece of work, Jack hissed. I told you to be quiet. Internally, Diego wondered, is that the commander of the Delpoa Mage Corps? To think even a knight captain has to cower before him like a servant. The power dynamic in this Manhwa recap is insane. George stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. Ah, the commander says he wishes to travel alone. You'll need to find another carriage, Diego snapped. What the hell? Watching the luxury carriage roll away, Diego shouted, What kind of greeting is this? He treats us like garbage and just leaves. This is unacceptable. We traveled all this way for a joint operation and bam. Before he could finish, Jack delivered a brutal kick to his shin, making Diego yelp in pain. Oh, Jack, you absolute demon. He clutched his leg. And why isn't Professor Andre saying anything? Andre remained silent for a moment before finally speaking, his voice heavy. Once you graduate and serve as knights, you will face this disrespect daily. Etch this moment into your memories. This is the reality you will face from now on. Scene shift to nightfall. A cynical chuckle echoed in the dark. Ha ha. While his teammates snored, Jack remained wide awake, staring at the ceiling. The difference is night and day, he mused. Our quarters are falling apart, mere scraps thrown at us. Meanwhile, the mage facilities we passed were dripping with wealth, spending money like water. I didn't expect luxury, but this is an insult. He sat up, his eyes sharp. I need fresh air. Pacing down the silent hallway, his thoughts churned. I don't actually care about the poor treatment. In my past life, I endured hell far worse than a lumpy mattress. What truly concerns me is the subjugation mission against the Black Yaksha. In the strategy meeting, Captain George and his knights were silenced the moment the mages spoke. I knew the hierarchy in this system Manhwa world was twisted, but this is extreme. Just as he sighed, a shadow loomed over him. What are you doing lurking here alone? Jack shifted his gaze, recognizing the intruder immediately. That arrogant mage commander? The blonde mage looked down at him with undisguised scorn. Humph. I actually had something to say to you. Convenient that you're wandering about. His voice dripped with venom. You lot from Van will be useless here. Don't interfere with our high-tier magic and cause trouble. Just stay silent and go back to where you came from. Jack's expression darkened, a vein pulsing on his temple. If we're so useless, why request a joint operation? He clenched his fist. Damn it, I can't just punch a commander in the face. Suddenly the mage's eyes narrowed at Jack's hand. That gauntlet. Are you a Pureblood Awakener of the Jack Draker lineage? Jack replied coldly. I am. Is there an issue? The mage's face twisted in irritation. Watch your tone, brat. Keep that gauntlet on if you want to survive this mission and return with your life. With that ominous warning, the mage spun around and stormed off. Jack stood there analyzing the interaction. He's incredibly sensitive, but it makes sense purebloods naturally disrupt the flow of mana. Before he could move, another voice called out from the shadows, making Jack spin around in surprise. Is that really you? Jack stared blankly for a second before his eyes widened. Professor Ben. Ben smiled warmly. Huh, I knew it. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Have you been well? Jack nodded respectfully. I've been fine, sir. But what is a scholar like you doing in a place like this? Ben scratched his head sheepishly. There's no better place for a mage to gain combat experience. Theory wasn't enough, so I volunteered. And you? I'm here for the Black Yaksha subjugation, Jack answered. Ben's face went pale. What? He immediately grew serious. Jack, come here. Closer. The sudden shift in atmosphere put Jack on edge. Sir, is something wrong? Professor Ben grabbed Jack's arm, his grip trembling with intensity. Listen to me. Tomorrow's mission. You absolutely must not participate. Jack frowned, confusion washing over him. Professor, what are you saying? Ben's voice dropped to a whisper. That mission. It is destined to fail. It's a death trap. Jack stood frozen, the weight of the warning crashing down on him. Back in the barracks, Diego tossed and turned. Ugh, damn it. I'm so tired, but I can't sleep. But Jack's mind was elsewhere, replaying the conversation. Professor Ben said he couldn't reveal more. Destined to fail. What does that imply? In a situation like this, there are usually two scenarios. Either the higher-ups in the subjugation squad are embezzling funds, or they've made a dark deal with the target itself. Delpoa mages are power-hungry, but blatant military embezzlement seems too risky even for them. Collusion with the monster, that sounds far more plausible. I need to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The next morning found them gathered on a rugged mountain ridge, the wind howling around them. The mage commander barked out orders. Teams 1 through 3 flank up the slope. Teams 4 through 6 launch a frontal assault. He glanced dismissively at George. Any objections? The knight captain lowered his head. None, sir. The commander turned away. Before the order could be finalized, Jack's cold voice cut through the air. I have a question. What exactly is our role here? The commander's face turned red with fury. Did you not hear me yesterday? I said sit still and shut up. Jack didn't flinch. I am a blue knight. Diego and Aster are violet knights. Even in a leveling Manhwa hierarchy, we have a duty to fight. With a massive force like this sent for support, do you expect us to just sit on our hands? The realization suddenly struck him. Wait, could that be the Blue Knight? Whispers spread through the crowd like wildfire. He's so young to be a Blue Knight, and he controls 2 Death Knights. It was like witnessing a leveling Manhwa protagonist in the flesh. House Van was truly in a league of its own. The elder ground his teeth, barely containing his rage. George assigned them the scouting mission immediately. George stammered, Yes, sir. Behind them, Andre frowned. Why the sudden provocation? Commander, he isn't the type to poke a sleeping bear without reason, came the reply. This mission, it reeks of something foul. Andre pressed, What suspicious points? I suspect a dirty alliance between the subjugation squad and the Black Yaksha. The words hit Andre hard. He paused, processing the strategy, then nodded. I see. If you're saying it, the pieces must already be in place. He stepped forward, his voice cutting through the air with absolute authority. We move now. Objective scout the Black Yaksha's main camp. All units gear up. As for the vanguard. His gaze locked onto Jack with steel-like intensity. Jack, you take point. Assignments distributed, the squads mobilized. Deep within the dense forest, a scouting party moved like shadows. Suddenly the scarred scout froze, sensing danger. Halt trolls in the vicinity. Move like ghosts. If we make a sound, it's over. But the warning came too late. A blade whistled through the air. His face went pale as death. Before a scream tore from his throat, the steel piercing deep into his thigh. From the canopy above, the trolls descended. They launched a frenzied ambush, raining down on the squad with mindless bloodlust. Panic erupted as soldiers scattered. "Help me!" screams echoed. But then a blur of motion, Diego and Aster lunged from the rear, diving straight into the carnage. In a single devastating heartbeat, the monsters were obliterated. As the dust settled, Jack emerged from the shadows. "You lot. You're the Black Yaksha's patrol unit, aren't you?" Silence was their only answer. Jack's expression darkened, his aura flaring. "Have it your way. Speak now, or suffer. Where is the Black Yaksha hiding?" Intel secured the team soon arrived near a mountain fortress. Aster whistled low. "Carved straight from natural bedrock. That is one tough nut to crack." Jack turned, his eyes narrowing. "George, where is the mage core? We can't breach these walls with steel alone." The man averted his gaze, sweat beading on his brow. "Ah well, once we clear the perimeter, they'll, provide support from the rear." Jack's blood ran cold. "Excuse me, you expect us to sweep the fortress with just this? Are you sending us all to our graves?" Suddenly Diego looked up, horror dawning in his eyes as he spotted something in the sky. "Incoming. Look out!" Jack whipped around, shock hitting him. "Artillery shells!" he roared. "Scatter everyone, take cover now." But fate was cruel. The shells slammed into the earth, erupting in a catastrophic storm of fire and shrapnel. Screams of the dying filled the air. George stood frozen, witnessing the hellscape. "My God! What is happening?" Jack grabbed him, shaking him violently. "George, snap out of it! Are you trying to massacre your own subordinates?" "No, I swear," George stammered. Jack grit his teeth, rage burning within. How did they pinpoint our location? There's a rat among us. Then Jack's eyes narrowed, sensing a new disturbance in the flow of mana. From the tree line, a horde of soldiers charged, their eyes glowing a demonic crimson. Jack cursed. "Damn it, an ambush on top of everything." He paused, sensing something off. "Wait. Their movements are chaotic." He studied the soulless, burning gaze of the attackers. "I know that look. Ha, they're beyond saving. No doubt about it. These bastards were completely consumed by Soma. Soma, a narcotic pumped from the southern syndicates, infecting the continent like a plague. Mages used a pinch for mana boosts, but for mercenaries, it was a deal with the devil. For men who treated life as cheap currency and death as a joke, abusing Soma was as common as breathing." Jack's voice boomed like thunder. "It's the Black Yaksha's mercenaries. Watch your backs, don't let them flank you." "Have they lost their minds?" Diego hissed as the enemy charged like rabid beasts. Aster grimaced, slashing through a foe. "Damn it, their reinforcements are endless." "Diego, Aster," Jack commanded. "Conserve your mana, don't blow your full power this early in the fight. If they keep swarming like this, the knights will be overrun." Jack's mind raced. What's the play here? Screw the subtle approach. Should I just flatten the entire fortress? Boom. A massive explosion from the rear shattered his train of thought. That overwhelming pressure finally decided to show up. The Delpoa Mage Corps had arrived, led by that arrogant commander. "The Mage Corps is here," the commander bellowed. "Clear the way." Jack watched them, unimpressed by their tardiness, but forced to admit their raw magical output was terrifying. "If we ride this momentum to attack..." Just as Jack prepared to counter, the mage commander stepped in. "Hold your fire." The old man's face was twisted in anger. "Are you throwing away this victory?" Jack challenged. The commander's voice was ice cold. "Hey you. You're Jack Draker, aren't you? You've ruined the entire operation." The commander screamed, veins popping on his forehead. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" Jack blinked, blindsided by the accusation. "What is this guy serious?" "What the hell are you on about, you old bat?" The commander spat back. "I sent you to scout, not to start a war." He turned to Andre, barking orders. "Get the cadets out of here. I'll deal with House Van personally regarding this mess." Jack clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. "So can I assume our partnership with the Delpoa Corps is officially dead?" The commander faltered. "What?" Jack continued, his voice calm but dangerous. "If we're done, I have no reason to follow your orders. We are no longer subordinates. From this moment on, we complete this mission our way." The commander's face turned purple with rage. "This is Delpa territory," Andre barked, cutting him off sharply. "A brat like you has no authority here. Besides, the Black Yaksha has been marked as a public enemy of the entire continent. That means, as Orthodox Knights of the Draker family, Z and I possess the authority to execute first and report later." The commander trembled with impotent rage, but powerless to stop them. He spun around and stomped away. "Do whatever you want with the mission, but you will bear the consequences." George flinched, thinking, I can't believe the Magic Corps retreated so easily. Now the real problem remained how to exterminate the enemy. The young master turned to the old knight. "Commander George, I have a question." George replied, "What is it?" The young man's voice dropped. "Do you sincerely want to capture the Black Yaksha group?" "We carry the blood of knights," George declared. "We cannot turn our backs when evil runs rampant before our eyes." Understanding dawned on the hero. "I see. I respect your resolve. If that's the case, I have a request. Meanwhile, deep inside the fortress, the sentries sensed something amiss. What was that noise? Outside, George's men formed two lines and began to roar like a thunderclap. Hey, you rats, stop hiding in the dark. Come out and fight like men. The taunts worked. Two guards on the wall knocked their arrows in panic. Have those guys lost their minds? A rain of arrows poured down. Hold your positions, George bellowed. Withstand their attack. How is their defense so solid? From the ramparts, a blond man sneered. Ridiculous. Your futile efforts are… Suddenly his face turned purple and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. A chilling voice whispered from behind him. Are you sure about that? The main character's tone was ice cold. Just watch. The real show is about to start. The sound of hoofbeats thundered below. The villain looked down, stunned. What is that lunatic charging out alone in this situation? Is he planning to… It was him. He matched the description of the Black Yaksha perfectly. The hero narrowed his eyes. I'm going to hunt him down. You all stay here and harass the enemy. Once the main gate opens fire, the signal flare. Andre nodded firmly. Understood, sir. Without hesitation, he launched himself into the pursuit. His voice commanded the air. Come to me, Bucephalus. At his call, the magnificent warhorse materialized from thin air. Now can I catch a big shot like him? Bucephalus tore across the ground like a phantom, closing the gap in mere seconds. He was already breathing down the Black Yaksha's neck. The villain gasped terrifyingly fast. What kind of movement speed is this? The hero smirked. Not bad. He vaulted off the saddle, crashing toward the villain's skull. Boom. An explosion ripped through the air, but the villain used his agility to backflip away just in time. The hero wasn't surprised. He walked forward, mocking the assassin. It's a bit late for a midnight stroll. Where are you rushing off to? Cold sweat beaded on the Black Yaksha's forehead. Fear began to creep in. Then the two clashed in a fierce duel of steel and sparks. Just as their blades were about to lock again, the Black Yaksha spoke, his accent strange. You don't sound like you're from Delpa. Who the hell are you? The hero smiled dangerously. Would knowing change your fate? They exchanged blows again, then leaped back to create distance. Suddenly the assassin pulled a green vial from his coat and hurled it straight at the hero. System alert: desert scorpion poison detected. However, thanks to the logic of this system, Manhwa, your infinite poison resistance completely neutralizes the toxin. Scorpion poison, he mused. Truly lawless scum, using such petty parlor tricks in a duel. Seeing his attack fail, the villain's jaw dropped. It had no effect. Where are you from? The desert. The southern border. The hero tilted his head. You're full of curiosity, aren't you? The assassin sighed, drawing 4 lethal shurikens. Fine. You'll die here anyway. He whipped his arm forward, sending the 4 blades screaming through the air, then dashed in for the kill. With godlike reflexes, the hero swatted the shurikens away. System skill. Dragon scale armor activated. Oh, that attack actually had some weight to it, he thought. But then his eyes widened in genuine surprise. That glow. He stared at the villain's shining sword. Is that an aura blade? You were hiding your true strength? The villain laughed maniacally. Die! But the hero caught the unstoppable strike with a single hand. The villain froze. Looking at your sword technique. The hero noted dryly, you're from the Empire. Intelligence Bureau. His cover blown, the Black Yaksha shrieked. How do you know that? Suddenly, a surge of agony ripped through the assassin's body. He screamed, collapsing to the ground as his energy backfired. The hero stepped closer. My turn. Why is the Intelligence Bureau causing chaos in Delpa? Terrified, the spy gritted his teeth, preparing to bite his tongue to commit suicide. The hero saw it coming. Useless. He forced a green liquid down the spy's throat. Drink up. I know how stubborn you Empire dogs are. System recovery potion used. If you give me information that satisfies me, I'll grant you the mercy of death. The cold threat enraged the helpless spy. After a few rounds of friendly physical persuasion, the Black Yaksha was gasping for air. Ready to talk? The spy finally broke. What? Do you want to know? Your identity. And what you were doing here. The man trembled. I am an agent of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. 13th Division. Soph. 13th. The hero raised an eyebrow. I thought there were only 12, so scum like you have your own special club. The spy flinched. How do you know about the 12th? The hero cut him off with a glare. I'm asking the questions. What was your mission? The spy stammered. Experiments. The hero pressed on. Experiments on awakening drugs. Is that what happened to the mercenaries? So they weren't just mindless beasts. They were soma addicts. The prisoner nodded, his face grim. Precisely. The serum is synthesized from soma extracts. Jack Draker pressed on his voice, cutting like ice. Why create such a monstrosity? The man replied, to forge living weapons. Warriors who have transcended the very concepts of pain and fear. The truth hit Jack Draker hard. Another Imperial human experiment. They were grinding down Delpa's forces just to gather combat data on their twisted test subjects. That explained how Black Yaksha held this fortress for 3 years. It wasn't just his charisma recruiting bandits. He was being fed resources by the Empire itself. It was all orchestrated from the shadows. Those Imperial bastards. Just what kind of twisted game are they playing with the fate of the continent? Jack Draker narrowed his eyes, locking onto the prisoner. You realize you're a loose end, right? The Empire will silence you long before I do. The man didn't flinch. I know. I've spilled my guts. Just kill me and get it over with. Jack Draker smirked dangerously. And if there was a path to survival, the man scoffed. Impossible. No one escapes the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. What if the Draker family extended its protection? The prisoner froze, his eyes widening in shock. Draker, what are you saying? Jack Draker didn't speak. Instead, he raised his hand, letting a terrifying crimson aura erupt from his body, a display of power straight out of an awakening Manhwa. The prisoner gasped. That energy? You are a pureblood awakened of the Draker line. Jack Draker nodded once. The prisoner's mind raced. I definitely don't want to die in a hellhole like this. I've done too much dirty work. Patriotism won't save me. Even if I return, the Empire will execute me just to bury the evidence. But a witness under Draker protection, that is a gamble worth taking. Desperate, he asked, can you guarantee me a completely new identity, a fresh start? Jack Draker's eyes glinted with calculation. I can do better than that. I'll even get you a job. A former Imperial intelligence operative is a useful asset. The deal struck. Jack Draker immediately headed back to the main group. But as he walked, doubt gnawed at him. Why hasn't the fortress fallen yet? Without Black Yaksha, Andre's squad should have crushed the remaining resistance. Did something go wrong? He needed to regroup with the Night Order immediately. He pushed his speed, arriving near the encampment shortly after. Suddenly he skidded to a halt. What are the mages doing gathered there? The moment they spotted him, the mages raised their staffs, locking their aim directly on him without a second's hesitation. Jack Draker was stunned. Rage boiled over as he gritted his teeth. What the hell do you think you're doing? Why are you targeting an ally? A figure stepped forward from the crowd with an arrogant stride. Jack Draker, the commander is furious. Because of your incompetence, Black Yaksha has escaped. I am arresting you for this critical failure. The accusation left Jack Draker dumbfounded. The sheer audacity froze him in place for a heartbeat. Then anger surged like a volcano. Damn it, this lunatic is at it again. Jack Draker shouted back, what kind of nonsense is this? You're blaming me for Yaksha's escape? Ingrid sneered, pointing a finger. Obviously your ambush plan was amateurish. If not for you, I would have had Black Yaksha in the palm of my hand. Jack Draker countered sharply. Did you even visually confirm that Black Yaksha was inside the fortress? The defenses were too organized for a leaderless group. Ingrid cut him off, roaring, silence, I confirmed it myself. Someone fled the fortress in a hurry. Jack Draker analyzed the situation instantly. That could have been a messenger calling for reinforcements. What proof do you have? It was Yaksha. His logic only made Ingrid grind his teeth in fury. Jack Draker's gaze hardened, his mind working fast. It's obvious now. This bastard. He tipped off Black Yaksha. He's been colluding with the enemy for 3 years. He probably doesn't even know he's aiding the Empire's experiments. Regardless, he's absolute trash. Ingrid's face went dark with malice. Enough talk. Seize him. He turned to leave, dismissing Jack Draker entirely. I will report your insubordination and failure directly to the top. Jack Draker sighed, shaking his head. Have it your way, old fool. He allowed them to escort him back to the fortress. But as they entered the courtyard, his eyes narrowed. Wait. Who are they? Seeing men kneeling and bound on the ground, Jack Draker's blood ran cold. George! He spun on Ingrid, his voice thundering. What is the meaning of this? Why are they tied up? Ingrid replied coldly, Shut up. This doesn't concern you. George looked up, shouting desperately, Sir Knight, we don't regret helping you. We just wanted to be honorable knights. Like crack arcs of lightning slammed into them before he could finish, eliciting screams of pure agony. Jack Draker's voice dropped an octave, trembling with suppressed rage. Treating allies like this, even prisoners of war aren't treated this cruelly. Ingrid glared back, eyes manic. I told you to shut your mouth. He raised a hand threateningly. Say one more word and I will execute you right here. Boom! An explosion erupted behind them, shaking the very earth. Andre emerged from the smoke, his voice cutting through the chaos. Commander of Delpa's Reinhard Magic Division Ingrid Hassan. That statement is a direct threat against Jack Draker's life. Therefore, effective immediately, the Draker family declares a state of war against Delpa. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy, suffocating everyone present. Ingrid's face paled, terror dawning in his eyes. A declaration from the main Draker family against the entire nation of Delpa. Ingrid stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. Hey now, isn't that a bit extreme? Calling this an act of war? Surely you're joking. Andre didn't smile. Ingrid Hassan. Listen well. The name Draker is not something you can trample on lightly. Realizing the gravity of his mistake, Ingrid frantically backpedaled. Wait. It was a slip of the tongue. Battle stress, you know. Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to bring him in for a formal debriefing. Jack Draker spoke up from behind, his voice calm but dangerous. Before that, I need a moment with my team. Ingrid, stripped of his bravado, had no choice but to yield. I'll give you 20 minutes. The four of them retreated to a private room. Jack Draker immediately raised his hand, casting a high-level privacy barrier around them. That should disable any listening devices. Andre looked at him, serious. Jack Draker. You said you had something important to tell us. Jack answered with chilling calm. I've already captured the Black Yaksha. Andre flinched, his eyes widening. You mean, you went head-to-head with the Yaksha alone? Jack nodded, confirming the impossible. Yeah. I baited him into letting his guard down and took him alive before the battle could drag on. Andre was floored. Capturing a public enemy that even veteran knights feared, Jack's power was escalating just like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. After the interrogation, it's clear he has deep ties to Commander Ingrid. Cleaning up this mess is going to get extremely complicated. Andre asked. So what's your move? Jack laid out his strategy. Delpoa's internal rot should be handled by Delpoa, but for now, I'm going to do everything within my power. The scene shifts to a guarded room down the hall. 2 sentries stand watch outside, while inside Jack sits alone on a single chair waiting. Staring straight ahead, he thought, it's about time he showed up. Right on cue, a sharp knock echoed from the door. Ben opened the door and stepped in. Young Master Jack. Jack replied smoothly. You're finally here, teacher. Professor Ben looked confused. What exactly is going on? Jack explained. This is likely the consequence of ignoring my warnings. Ben rubbed his forehead, sighing deeply. Oh, heavens. Jack observed him closely, analyzing the situation. Ben already knew about Commander Ingrid's corruption. The high-ranking mage officers probably knew too. To let a Delpoa mage climb the ranks, they needed military experience on their record. However, I have no choice but to propose a path that might end his career. Jack made his move. Professor, I have something to tell you. Ben asked. What is it? Jack's voice dropped heavy with gravity. Professor, are you aware of the Empire's awakening drug experiments? He then revealed every dark truth he had uncovered from the Black Yaksha. Now the professor faced a brutal dilemma, either report the internal corruption he already suspected, or turn a blind eye to save his own reputation. Jack pressed on with his request. Professor, I need a favor. Will you stand with me and expose these crimes for what they are? Outside, Ingrid's goons were waiting. One of the lackeys stepped up from the back. Commander Ingrid. Ingrid turned impatient. Well, what's the situation? The lackey reported. Word is Professor Ben rejected Jack's offer. A wicked grin spread across Ingrid's face. Is that true? As expected, status matters more than faith. Did he really think he could persuade him with just words? He turned to his subordinate's, eyes gleaming with malice. Then let's get started. Someone cause a commotion, then retreat. Just make it look convincing. The lackey nodded. Understood. No hesitation. They raised their staves, mana flaring aggressively. Instantly, a barrage of magic missiles screamed toward the room. Ingrid watched from the back, scheming. If there are no results, I'll just dump all the blame on George and be done with it. But something felt wrong. Why haven't they retaliated yet? Shouldn't they be pretending to fight back? What are they planning? Suddenly the door burst open, startling the entire squad. Ingrid panicked internally. Opening the door wasn't part of the plan. Seeing who stepped out, terror gripped him. Why are you? Jack spoke, his voice icy. What's wrong, Commander Ingrid? Look like you've seen something you shouldn't have. Flashback to the conversation with Ben. Jack held up a scroll. I used a silence scroll. From this point on, not a single word we say can be eavesdropped on. So your offer to cooperate, was that sincere? Professor Ben nodded firmly. It is. Drug experiments. I cannot simply stand by and watch that happen. Jack added. But if we do this, it will be difficult for you to continue your career in Delpoa. Ben shook his head. It doesn't matter, Jack. I'd rather give it all up than build a legacy on something so shameful. Hearing that, Jack smiled. Thank you, Professor. Now let's get out of here. We have a painful surprise to deliver to the commander. Seeing Ben standing with them, Ingrid screamed, "Ben, you useless traitor, do you think you'll get away with this?" Jack cut him off, his voice commanding. "Ingrid Hassan, I've brought people to investigate your collusion with the continent's enemies and your laundry list of corruption. Surrender quietly." Ingrid's eyes nearly popped out of his skull as he saw the men standing behind Jack. There was no mistaking those uniforms. It was the Del Poa inspection team. He frantically tried to spin it. "Misunderstanding, I never colluded with anyone. That guy is making it all up to frame me." The inspector stepped forward. "We've already secured enough evidence inside the fortress. Save your breath." Ingrid gnashed his teeth, roaring in fury. "Damn it! You think I'm going down alone? A man with my connections just has to say the word and you're all dead. Not just the division, all of Del Poa will shake." Tired of the noise, Jack flashed behind him, delivering a brutal punch straight to the face. Reality hit Ingrid hard. He clutched his face, screaming, "I warned you, you dare touch me." Jack scoffed at the threat. "Connections, use them. I am the direct bloodline of House Jack Draker, a Pureblood Awakener, and the sole heir to the former Dark Knight Duke Duer. Let's make a bet. It might be fun to see whose connections are actually stronger." Hearing those legendary names, Ingrid's demeanor collapsed instantly. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please, spare me." Jack didn't even blink. "Don't beg me. Save your prayers for the knights who died because of you, you piece of trash." George stepped forward, voice trembling. "Sir Knight." He placed a hand over his heart. "Thank you. Truly. Thanks to you, our names have been cleared." Jack watched them, thinking they were removed from the suspect list because I testified they weren't involved. But if the 8th Magic Division disappears, their affiliated Night Squad can't exist either. Unless another Magic Division absorbs them, the 8th Night Squad will be forced to disband. Jack turned to them. "You guys won't regret this." George shook his head. "How could we? We only feel guilty for the comrades who suffered unjustly because of a terrible commander." Jack raised a hand, interrupting the sentiment. "As for me, if you don't mind, I'd like to offer you a new job." George looked stunned. A job, sir." Jack nodded. "That's right." He reached into his coat and pulled out a letter, handing it to them. "Read this. It has all the details you need." As George broke the seal and scanned the letter, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. "Sir Knight, this payout is astronomical. Did you write the wrong currency by mistake?" The protagonist chuckled, radiating the confidence of a true ruler. "Ha ha. When you work under my banner, that is exactly what you are worth. I have founded a new merchant guild," the MC declared, his voice carrying the weight of authority. "I want you and your men to handle the security." George trembled with excitement, working directly alongside the knight. "Why the hesitation?" the MC teased. Cold feet, their eyes blazed with fanatical devotion. "Hesitate never," George cried out. "We swear our absolute loyalty to you, my liege." He spun around to bark at his stunned subordinates. "Don't just stand there like statues, salute our new master." With that matter settled, the MC turned his gaze to the mage. "Professor Ben, the moment you wrap things up in Delph, make for Atlas immediately. We have a mountain of work ahead of us." Ben placed a hand over his heart, bowing in deep reverence. "Understood. I shall follow your command." A smirk played on the MC's lips as satisfaction washed over him. "My father, my professor." The dynamics have completely shifted. To see the teacher become the servant, you really do live to see the strangest twists in this awakening Manhwa world. The mission had spiraled into something completely unexpected. Critics might have their say, but the MC's eyes hardened with resolve. "Let them talk," he scoffed. "What does it matter? This incident is officially closed," he told himself, looking toward the horizon. "And everything is going to be just fine."